professionals. My team has the experience, training, and credentials to get the job done. If you've been waiting for the right time to paint, this is it. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse.
Progressive presents Forced Metaphors about bundling your home and auto.
When you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, you get great savings and round-the-clock protection, which is as beautiful as looking your firstborn child in the eyes for the first time. Well, that's a bit much. Maybe it's more like looking your second-born child in the eyes for like the third or fourth time. Point being, the savings and round-the-clock protection are really, really magical.
Forced Metaphors, presented by Progressive. Bundle and protect today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
In San Francisco this morning, partly cloudy skies, highs in the upper 60s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. Whether it's the news, the traffic, the weather, or your COVID-19 vaccinations, it's important to stay up to date.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shesky.
And well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I want to get into some things here outside of sports. One, I want to get into, well, I guess not outside of sports, but Shasky softball game, but something around this building. It feels like every single week in this building, something's breaking down. This morning, you're waiting on the elevator, And I see, love is like, oh, yeah, you have to go to floor 3, then you have to get on this other elevator, come back down to 2, then you get off at 2, and then you walk all the way back around the studio. It's just always something going on. It's a hell of a way to get a mortar started.
It is.
You're freaking out. You're like, I can't get in the building. I
know.
It's like 6:03. I can't get in the building. I'm going to be late. But we're here.
You told me you got a great sleep last night.
I got an amazing sleep.
Did you see what was happening on social media last night?
I did not. I checked out at around 7 o'clock. I went to bed around 8:30, so I got a full 8.5 hours. It was great.
There's a player for the Yankees, and his name is Aaron Judge. And
oh, yeah, didn't he hit 61 last night? I'm kidding. I'm joking. Great home run.
Yeah.
It's like Roger Maris.
It's just funny to me. I guess I'm now part of the media, even though I don't consider myself part of the media. I definitely don't consider myself a journalist. That's for darn sure. Because I'm giving opinions. That's the job. The job is to give opinions, assess what's going on, sometimes look into the future, break it down, talk. Yep. That's what our job is. I'm not one of the journalists. But the real journalists are showing their you-know-whats today.
Showing their ass.
Always.
What happened last night?
Bonte, the same core of media who printed so much money off the steroid era, they're coming around. All the old-timers, John Heyman, are coming out of the woodworks.
Be careful, he's not a C
insider. I don't
insider.
care if he is.
He's not a C insider. I'm just saying.
Coming out the woodworks.
Don't want to go to the principal's office.
I'm just using him as an example. And they're like, oh, this is the real home run record. Look, it happened. All right, the steroid era happened. Like, can we just come to grips with it? It happened. All right? Yeah, Bonds was probably a little supersized. So were all the pitchers. The greatest pitcher and hitter of their generations, 7-time Cy Young Award Roger Clemens, 5-time or 6-time MVP Barry Bonds. Yeah, they were on steroids, and so was everyone else. Marvin Bernard, Bobby Estalella,
Right.
a bunch of guys were.
Right.
Jason Grimsley,
Right.
doing the catwalk as he's trying to
Right.
go back and not only steal a corked bat, but also give HGH to the entire Arizona Diamondbacks, staff.
Right.
Everyone was doing it. All right, and we just decided that we're going to omit history. Let's get Roger Maris's son out here and let's ask him what he thinks. A, I don't care what Roger Maris's son thinks. That's number one. And B, we had a zillion guys break the 61 record, and ain't nobody said a damn thing.
Nobody
you know
said a
why?
damn thing.
Because the Tom Verducci's of the world and the John Heymans of the world were being employed and they were selling clicks and books and articles and jumping from this company to that company, and they didn't say a gosh darn thing. So the one thing that I want to say today, and you're going to hear Roger Maris Jr. get brought up a lot. I don't give a rip what Roger Maris Jr. thinks. When Joe Montana's record was broken by Tom Brady in the Super Bowl, did we go get me Joe Montana Jr.?
Right.
Gotta find out what he's thinking about Tom Brady.
About the Flakegate?
I mean, what are we doing? I get it. Roger passed away. He passed away in 1985. All right?
Oh, man.
And he said, this is the same guy in 1998 who was crying when Big Mac hit that home run and rounded the bases and gave him a big hug. Like, the selective jurisprudence and outrage, the media this is why people hate the media, Bonte.
Wow, I'm looking at his quotes right now. Judge should be revered for being the actual single-season home run champ. I mean, that's really who he is if he hits 62. And I think that's what needs to happen. I think baseball needs to look at the records, and I think baseball should do something. So, Roger Maris Jr. So now, baseball finds a way to piss off Barry Bonds once again and all his fans and all his faithful. I'm
just sick of discrediting that era. It happened.
Aaron Judge, this is what he said.
Oh, no, Aaron Judge has been stand-up.
That's the record.
Exactly.
Barry Bonds has 73 home runs. I watched him do it. I stayed up late watching him do it. That's the record. No one can take that from him. So Aaron Judge is saying that he doesn't own the record. He says that Barry Bonds owned the record.
Yeah, but what do you think the media is doing? They're snatching Roger Maris Jr.'s quote and they're running with it. And
it's actually embarrassing.
I'm fatigued.
It's actually sad.
I'm so fatigued
It's sad.
by it.
But you know what?
God.
I this whole process, and we've had John Heyman on the show. I don't care. If he doesn't think it's the record, he doesn't think it's the record.
Would you let him, on a lot of these baseball writers, teach your daughter how to throw a baseball?
Probably not.
Exactly.
Probably not.
Exactly. Now, I'm not saying that you can't have an opinion on baseball, right? So a chef came at me. This is something interesting. People are like, well, Joe, you didn't play in the NFL. What do you know about about football? I go, well, Belichick didn't play in the NFL, and neither did Bill Walsh.
Right.
But that doesn't mean they can't be a student of the game. So I'm not discrediting people who didn't play. But what I'm saying is that when you look at the body of work and the resume on some of these people who were literally the top-paid journalists during that era who turned a blind eye, and then years later in retrospect, after cashing every single check and selling hundreds of thousands of
they're going to capitalize on it, and then they're still going to rip them.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
You're a fraud, and you wonder why a lot of people don't like the media. It's not all of them, but it's the fraudulent behavior of a few who we blanket as all of them.
Well, they've already made they basically have showed their ass throughout this whole process.
Well, you let in Ivan Rodriguez and David Ortiz,
David Ortiz, and all these guys get 100%.
Baseball
does it to itself. I mean, the moment, like 925 said, kind of stole the words right out of my mouth.
What's that?
Comcast Business Text Line. The moment David Ortiz made the Hall of Fame, any argument for Maris as the home run leader was completely invalidated by Major League Baseball. So you let David Ortiz in, who was on the Mitchell Report, yet you prop him up on all these platforms, Fox Sports, ESPN, Home Run Derby. He's now one of the many faces of baseball, and you let him into the Hall of Fame. Baseball contradicts himself all the time. So Roger Maris Jr. wants to say that's the real record. Again, you're spot on when it comes to Mark McGwire rounding the bases, and his entire family was there hugging him, saying, "You deserve the record."
Remember that?
Yeah. Do I ever?
We want to talk about fraudulent moments in history.
Right.
I mean, that was one. And Big Mac, over there crying as he's hugging him. I mean, come on.
You know what? I'm happy that I went to sleep. I'm happy. I saw the whole run. I thought it was awesome. He smoked it out there at the Rogers Center. It sucks that nobody caught the ball. The bullpen coach caught the ball. Many people miss out on thousands and thousands of dollars.
I agree with you there.
That stunk.
Did you see the guy that whiffed on it? Do you know what his name was?
No.
Frankie Lasagna.
Yeah, Frankie
No,
Lasagna.
he's not.
Yes.
He whiffed on it, right?
Frankie Lasagna?
He had
Whiffed on it.
What did he do? So he had a great chance of catching that bad boy.
He did. He just whiffed.
Was he too baked?
He may have been.
That's a 4.
May have been.
That's how you make lasagna.
Yeah, I know. That's great. That's great.
By the way, I had lasagna from Westlake Joe's last night. Let me just tell you. Chef's kiss.
Yeah,
Delicious.
Westlake Joe's is great.
Delicious.
Westlake Joe's is great. Original Joe's is great. What did I have last night? I had soup. Chicken noodle soup. How about that?
Dinner
Apple
talk.
juice?
Dinner talk.
Dinner talk. All right. 888-957-9570.
No, but like,
0650 pisses me off that David Ortiz is in. So now we just pick and choose
And
who
that's-
gets in from the steroid era.
That's my problem.
But yeah.
That's been my problem.
and to continue to dilute. Like, if Mark McGwire held the record, do you think there would be outrage like this?
No, I don't think there should be any. Look,
So is there some prejudice, some racism going on
I
here?
think I'm in
'Cause
the
if
minority.
Seriously, if Mark McGwire had the home run record, would people be going crazy like this?
No, I don't know. I know people just hate Bonds. That's
why.
I can admit
you
that.
know?
But here's the other thing, B. I find it. Look, I don't even know if Sammy Sosa is a good guy or not. I know that in my eyes, he was one of the people that I know for kids in my neighborhood who played baseball. Sammy Sosa was like a god. Sammy Sosa was one of the greatest players of his generation. Now, I know he took steroids. He even used a cork bat, right? It's the same thing I say about
Right.
Albert Bell. Like, you cannot
Right.
tell me that these guys' careers didn't happen. They happened.
So
it happened.
You know what makes me outraged about baseball when we think about the Hall of Fame?
We
think
pick
about
and
the home run.
choose.
Yeah, we pick and choose. Because you're telling me that Gary Sheffield's not a Hall of Famer?
I mean, come on.
In my lifetime.
Guy play every
When
position.
I started watching baseball in 1989. Sheffield was easily one of the 25 players.
Most feared right-handed hitter.
Feared right-handed hitter.
Totally agree.
Speed.
Totally agree.
Outfielder, good arm. World Series champion. Dude's got over 500 home runs. Go look at Gary Sheffield's card. And then you got Fred McGriff. I watched Fred McGriff change a pennant race. Fred McGriff, one of the most feared left-handed hitters. There's a picture of Fred McGriff, Barry Bonds, and Ken Griffey Jr. back in the day, and I'm just like, damn.
Crime
Those
Dog?
are 3 of the best left-handed hitters in all the game. But Crime Dog's not in the Hall of Fame. Why? I mean, the Baseball Hall of Fame, they just continue to get it wrong. They're a complete joke. And now, and I'm glad I went to sleep early because then to see any of this, I just kind of mute those guys where they talk about, Barry Bonds doesn't have the home run record. Okay, whatever.
Well, you know what the irony of all this is?
What's that?
A doctor allowed Mike Trout to be cleared for HGH, and he was Spadoni, am I wrong here? The HGH thing with Mike Trout, he got basically caught because they allowed him to use HGH to come back from an ankle injury a couple of years ago. And so to think but what I'm saying is that to think that all these guys aren't doing performance enhancers. Kirk Gibson, one of the greatest moments in the history of baseball, was aided by him being able to actually go out there because of a shot. Like, and I'm not saying there's a big difference between doing the cream in the clear and doing that. But like, where do we draw the line here?
Yeah,
That's just what I keep going to. Are you just going to omit the entire era? Then why is Pudge in?
This is what I don't like. 415. This is what I don't like because it happened to Terrell Owens. 415 Comcast Business Text Line. Had Barry Bonds been more personable and easier to talk to media-wise, maybe that negative stigma around him gets overlooked and he gets into the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown.
Yeah.
Now, that's not right because T.O., I'm looking at Terrell Owens, didn't get first ballot NFL Hall of Fame because he wasn't a nice guy.
And it's
but
one of
Randy
the dumbest
Moss
things
did.
ever.
It's one of the dumbest. No.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
a terrible dude.
How about this guy by the name of Ty Cobb who killed someone?
Yeah, no.
In a bar fight.
It was racist.
Oh, well, Connie Mack. I mean, he's one of the worst of all times. Again, Connie Mack. Like, it's just, I get so I love the game of baseball, okay? I love the game of baseball. And I hate the way it's covered, and I hate the way it's talked about
How do you
by
change
the
it?
select few.
What do you think the solution is?
This is what I think the problem is that too many people for too long, the power was in the pen, the people that were writing about the game. And I think we need more people who are involved in the actual game to be more prominent in the coverage. I think that's where it starts. I'm not saying that you have to be the greatest player in the world to be able to talk about. I'm just saying we need more Dallas Bradens. We need more people like that who celebrate the game. And
Hunter Pence, Javi Lopez.
Here's where I would start.
Kruk and Kite.
I would mix it up starting with the Hall of Fame. I think it starts there. And I know people say, well, it's separate from everything else. John Miller needs to have a vote in the Hall of Fame. When Vin Scully was alive, Vin Scully, these are ambassadors of baseball.
Guys who watch the game every single day.
And you're telling me, this is what I always say, like, they're paid by the Giants. You're telling me John Miller, and just take a step back, everyone. Yeah. John Miller can't tell you who's a Hall of Famer and who's not.
Right.
Of course, we all have our biases.
Right.
You think the writer in Pittsburgh isn't going to cape up for a guy that he covered who was nice for him for 15 years?
Exactly.
Of course they are. So to think that John Miller, and I'm just using examples, Ken Korak doesn't have a feel on who's a Hall of Famer and who's not. Come on.
You could be a writer on the West Coast. There's no way in heck you're watching every single Tampa Bay Ray game. There's no way. There's no way you're watching every single Miami Marlin game, or Nationals game, or Orioles game. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's too regional in that aspect where the writers are covering their beat every single day. That's tough enough. They don't watch another 9 innings or other ball. They're watching highlights.
So that was my big problem. So like Mike Wilbon, for example, is a Chicago Cub fan. And I'm not knocking him. I'm using him as an example. We all think Mike Wilbon knows sports.
He does.
Who watched more Barry Bonds at-bats, me or Mike Wilbon?
Yeah, probably you.
It's not even close.
It's not even close.
It's not
and
even
you can't lie about it because the television packages wasn't what it was
That's
today.
Exactly that.
So don't lie to us saying that I watched every single at-bat from, Cooperstown, New York. No, you didn't. Like you're lying. Nobody... Satellite wasn't offered like that.
So, like, one of the things I cape up, like, I'll tell you straight up truth. I thought Todd Helton, while playing the Giants every year for as many times, I'm watching a Hall of Famer. I think he's the greatest Rocky of all time. I think he deserves to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. I'm a Giants fan. I can clearly see this dude's one of the all-time greats. Right now, let's say you're covering the AL Central. How many times did you really watch Todd Helton?
Yeah.
And you've got a better feel than John Miller?
Right.
You've got a better feel than play-by-play guy for the Padres?
Right.
For example. Right. So this is what I would say is I think that we need to include more baseball ambassadors talking about the game, having influence on the game, and less of the writers. That's my biggest problem right now.
Yeah, no, it's a joke. It's an absolute joke. And some writers pick and choose whether or not they want to vote for the Hall of Fame. That's the other thing. Some of the writers will just leave a ballot blank just to prove a message, just to prove a point, which is stupid. It's like all you're proving is you're an idiot and you wasted a vote. Rob Parker, when he joined us, what was that, like 6 months ago? Where he said, I think it's a privilege. I'm one of only 450 people that has a Major League Baseball Hall of Fame vote. I worked my whole life for this. This is a privilege to vote on the Hall of Fame. And some writers just say, you know what? I didn't get to it this year.
If you do that should be like an immediate, like you're kicked off the voting registry. Like if you're not going to use your vote, then like fine, then you don't get your vote. You're done.
Give it away. Give it away.
Look, was Bonds superhuman when he played? Of course he was. No one's denying. I'm not sitting here saying that he didn't do. Of course he did steroids. But the reality is everybody did steroids.
Right.
There's a guy on air across the street who got popped for steroids. Okay? There's a guy on air right now who got popped for steroids, and nobody cares because the entire era did. Andy Pettit is glorified and in the record books for how many different playoff victories, and he did it.
And the kicker is steroids doesn't make you a great player. Armando Rios took steroids and was getting sent back to the minors.
Bobby Estalella.
Right? Bobby Estalella could hit anything. It was popping roids. Doesn't mean anything. You still got a C-ball, hit ball.
Well, and here's the other part of this that no one wants to acknowledge. Had the home run chase not been so incredible, baseball would have been irrelevant even more so dead. 20 years ago.
It would have been dead.
You are the same age as me.
Yep.
Do you remember when we came back from the strike? My buddy Mikey C.
checked out.
Hated baseball for years because of the strike.
Shasky, I didn't come back around to baseball until the 97 year.
That almost everyone did. So that goes back to my social point.
So the 95 Giants and the 96 Giants, I couldn't tell you anything other than they sucked.
Well, Deion Sanders, 95.
Yeah, but he got traded, though.
I know. But you're 100% right. And that's why when I hear people talk about Sammy Sosa, was he a complete baseball player? No.
Right.
But when we talk about impact on the game of baseball, all right, over the last 40 years.
5 tool players.
Look, man. There's a lot of guys that I love who I think should be in the Hall. I love Eddie Murray's a good guy. I'll just throw him out there. One of the greatest. How many people know who Eddie Murray is?
Not a lot.
Switch hitting 500 home run guy.
Not a lot.
Won a championship with the Orioles. Was a Dodger. Was a freaking
Switch hitter. Played on many teams.
If I say this, and he overlapped with this guy. If I say Sammy Sosa to so many people, they smile.
Right.
They're like, wow, I remember what he did for baseball. I remember him running out with the little tiny American flag. And again, I'm not even trying. Eddie Murray was 5 times the player Sammy Sosa was. But you have to recognize the impact on the game overall.
Right.
All right? And that's the part that really bugs me is people, they want to take things out on him and they want to punish him. And it happened. All right? Let it go. They should all be included into the Hall of Fame for their impact on the game. Do I think Mark McGwire is one of the all-time great first basemen? No. But what he did to save baseball, the product doesn't look like what it looks like today without Mark McGwire. Well, the money isn't what it is today without someone like Mark McGwire.
The guy who allowed it is in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Oh, well, that's the biggest
joke
joke
And that's Bud Selig.
Yeah, I hate that guy.
And I think there's a lot of people. Who's the commissioner? We had Faye Vincent. Basically had some kind words to say about Bud Selig. Remember that?
Ponte, the guy who served the longest suspension in baseball history for steroids, Alex
Rodriguez,
Rodriguez.
To be in the Hall of Fame.
He's the face of baseball on not one, but 2 different channels.
Unreal.
I mean, again, it's just, these people, baseball, this is my big, they can't get out of their own way.
No, they can't. And
it
they won't.
Drives me nuts.
They won't. And that's why I'm glad I was sleep early and not on social media. Not on social media. By the way, Warriors.
And congratulations to Aaron Judge.
Yeah, congratulations to Aaron Judge.
I like Aaron Judge, and I'm rooting for him.
I swear I thought we were going to go.
He's got the American League record, and I wanted to be a Giant.
I thought we were going to go down to celebrate Aaron Judge. I was like, oh, man, no.
It was like an indictment on Bonds, and I'm not letting people bang on my dude.
Nah, Aaron Judge, congrats to him. Talk about one of the greatest contract years of all time. Aaron Judge possibly is having the greatest contract year of all time. 61 homers. He's in line for the Triple Crown. I want to see him do it. Triple Crown carrying that Yankees team.
I'm with you.
Pretty sweet there. So let's transition. We'll talk more Aaron Judge a little bit. Warriors are practicing in Japan. They practiced about 6 hours ago. Andre Iguodala with a nice little soundbite saying, telling Dikembe Mutombo, hey, Jonathan Kuminga is really, really, really good. Well, we want to see that this year on the floor as well. But we'll get into the 49ers next, and that's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Mr. Chris with BetQL. The Houston Texans might not be the best team in the NFL, but this year, they've been a sure bet against the spread. This is true not only about the game line, but also in the first half. They are 3-0 against the spread in the first half so far this year, and this is after covering the first half spread 10 times last year. So going forward, look for the Texans to cover the number early, and you'll cash that check even when Houston fades late. I'm Trista Crick, helping you see the boots.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
The champs are back, baby. It's Bonte Hill from the Morning Roast, and set your alarms for 3 a.m. this Friday when the Warriors open up the preseason in Tokyo, Japan against the Washington Wizards. The champs are back. Curry, Trey, Clay, the Young Gunners, all that much, much more. Don't forget to listen to it right here or your home for Golden State Warriors basketball, 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it's doing great. I've been on it now for about 3.5 years. I've lost 67 pounds, and I feel better than I did at age 40. The only thing I'm just getting older. That's the only thing that doesn't stop. Other than that, I feel good.
Listen, we're all getting older, but that doesn't mean you have to feel your age. Are you ready to turn back the clock? It's 2022, and there's never been a better time to start looking and feeling young again. Introducing Andro400.com. Andro400.com has proven solutions to melt belly fat, increase mood and memory, increase energy, and bring that spark back to your love life. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435 to see which product is right for you. Try the safe and natural way to start feeling and looking your best. And there's nothing to lose with an industry-leading 90-day money-back guarantee. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435.
Odyssey celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month and this year's theme, Unidos, ensuring diverse voices and perspectives are welcome to build stronger communities. More on the Odyssey app and celebrate the sounds and stories of Hispanic heritage at odyssey.com/HHM.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Join the conversation on 95.7 The Game with the Xfinity mobile text line. Text 888-957-9570.
From the 510, Ray looks great in teal. I think we can all agree. From the 650,
Stop. Don't do this.
Ray Ratto makes me hate sports and life. Loved you guys, though. So that, that's nice.
Text the text line at 888-957-9570. Xfinity Mobile. Your wireless, your rules.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hockey season is here, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets to check out the San Jose Sharks in their home opener against Carolina on October 14th. Listen to Willard and Dibs around 10:30 for your chance to win.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
This is something that happened last night that I thought that's where you were going, Shasky, this morning. Coolio passed away at the age of 59, and that's what he won 6 Grammys for. Remember this? Gangsta's Paradise? I mean, I can't think of Coolio without the braids, the little twigs coming out the head, but he was one of those guys. How would you describe him as? Like, he wasn't the greatest rapper.
No.
But we knew who he was, and he was just like, you saw Coolio, and you smiled.
This is what I would say about Coolio. He turned rap into a mainstream sellable item for not just MTV, but I think the masses. Mm-hmm. You don't get Snoop Dogg in 2022 selling you Coronas without Fantastic Voyage.
Yeah.
And that which is the first CD single, rap single I ever bought. The first one was Soul for Real, Candy Rain.
Candy Rain.
Remember that song? And then the second one that I got them both on the same day, was Fantastic Voyage CD single with Coolio. And I remember me and my cousin Mike played it over and over. One of the great videos of all time, Fantastic Voyage.
Great video.
And most people are going to do Gangsta's Paradise, and that's a classic.
But Fantastic Voyage is one of those songs that played at every single barbecue. And people just would move.
Exactly.
And they would just be moving to the beat. So
it's just sad, man, because he's somebody that, like, do I think he's one of the top dirty rap. No, but in terms of influence on society
no doubt.
and like the generational steps forward of the evolution of rap and how it's now mainstream, like they're now the rock stars.
And he became a celebrity, right? The
100%.
cooking shows, reality TV, all that stuff,
Rock and
commercials.
jock.
What about Keenan? Somebody posted on Twitter last night the Keenan and Kel intro.
That my
with
brother.
Coolio.
My brother was first
it,
thing he said.
Dude, it brought me back so hard, and I was like, damn,
I know.
Coolio. Because Keenan and Kel was our show.
I know.
I didn't have Nickelodeon growing up, and I would always hear about Keenan and Kel. So whenever I went to somebody's house and Keenan and Kel was on, I'm like, oh, I got to watch it. And then you see the intro with Coolio. I'm like, Coolio was drinking in checks.
I know. I know. It's just really sad, man. When I heard that one, I was like, damn, that's weak.
Yeah, and then also made me feel a lot older.
Well, that's some.
I'm like, damn.
Of course.
Damn. Like Coolio, 59, he's a little young, but man, we want to pay our respects to him.
And that was the age of, just the explosion of music in terms of West Coast music, making it onto MTV. And I think he was one of the seminal guys.
You had NWA, you had Snoop, everybody,
Ice Cube.
Snoop Dogg, Ice Cube when he broke apart from NWA. You had Yo-Yo down there. You had everybody from the L.A. area. Then, of course, Coolio, who's from down there in the L.A. area, went to Compton Community College. So, yes, that Keenan and Kel theme is a banger. Is this it right here? This is a banger.
It's so good.
It's so good. Just think about how smooth that is. You used to be driving down the highway, windows down, wind blowing. Oh, that's smooth. Tell me that's West Coast rap in the 90s, too.
100%, dude.
You just bop your head to it. Oh, man, that was good.
Keenan and Kel.
Oh, that's hard.
I would turn the show on just to hear the theme song when I was like 7 years old.
Right.
Like, it was resonating with me back then.
You got to understand, like early, like late 80s, early 90s rap, it was either East Coast, you would get certain East Coast rap that would be out there, but for the most part, and that was like more thoughtful and whatnot, for the most part, rap on the West Coast was very taboo.
Yeah.
Oh,
you had
gangster rap.
Well, you had DJ Quick coming along during that time, Sugar Free and stuff. And
yeah, but they were more underground.
They were more underground. But you know what helped them? What helped West Coast rap, and I think it helped all of rap, was BET, where they would have the long video block all day long, and they show all type of, whether it was Busta Rhymes, whether it was Ice Cube, you would see everything from everybody out there, which I think helped rap grow.
No doubt. But I think about like this crossover because like when you look into Hammer, early 90s Hammer, everybody liked Hammer.
Right.
But it was more pop rap, right? Even though, hey, I'm telling you right now, go back and listen to some of them Hammer songs. They bang.
Oh, he's got bangers.
He got bangers, and he was a dancer.
You know what I noticed? So did you see the Warriors post that picture with Sugar? I guess this guy Sugar, or it could be a girl, I'm not sure. But Sugar was holding the Warriors jersey up. She's one of those bands, K-pop.
Okay.
And
I did
has
see it.
like 40
I didn't
million
know who she
followers.
was.
Yeah, I didn't know who she was. I didn't know what. But the one person they're following, they follow like 124 people. One of the 124 was MC Hammer.
Oh, I thought it was you.
No.
Oh, MC Hammer.
MC Hammer out of all people. Out of all people, I'm like, damn, MC Hammer still resonates.
Of course.
With a lot of people. You're right, he did have bakers, and then he had Death Row Hammer. We don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, no, we don't need to talk about that. But my point being is that I look at someone like Coolio, and he's absolutely one of the evolutionary steps into mainstreaming rap music and making it, just, I think, more acceptable by the masses.
Wow, he became a fireman, Coolio? That's according to San Jose Jazz fan. Coolio became a fireman. I
didn't know that.
Credited the discipline with cleaning up his life.
I didn't know that.
Wow, I didn't know that either. Wow, let's go to Steve in Santa Rosa. Wants to talk a little Barry Bonds and writers. He's listening on the radio. What's up, Steve? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, man? Just real quickly, I can't believe you didn't mention my boy Bushwick Bill. Come on, man.
Oh, yeah.
Ghetto boy.
Good call.
Ghetto Boys is hard. Yeah,
my mind's playing tricks on me.
And then they got the cover where you get shot in the eye and they're going to the hospital. Yeah,
that's
a
good.
Great cover.
Good call.
My big beef here, you guys said it right, that more people outside the writers need to step into this argument about the Hall of Fame. It's ridiculous. We had the best hitter of all time right here, Barry Bonds. And if you played ball, I don't know nothing about basketball, but I know that every sport, there's an inside mental part of the game. That's the difference between the really good and the greats. Look at, you got like Joe Montana, didn't have all the physical tools, but he had that something where he could get out of trouble, and find the big play. You know, every sport has, the great ones have that ability. Barry Bonds comes into a game, he gets one decent pitch a game for like the last 6 years he played and hits it out. But you got these idiot writers, and, you know, that movie, The Natural, I'm glad they put that little scene in where he talks to the guy in the alley and he goes, "Hey, did you ever play the game?" "No, I didn't." And there you go.
Well,
they don't know. They're writing about what they're seeing on the field. In this argument that I have a friend that's a sports writer, I've gone round and round with him. He goes, "But it's not natural." I go, "Okay, then no more weightlifting. No more off-season training."
Exactly. There
Because
you go.
that's not natural.
Yeah.
They are enhancing their natural abilities.
That's a
If
good
that's
point.
what your argument is, then you can't train in the off-season. You can't lift weights. You can't take supplements, even the legal ones. So, you know, it's 2022. Let's get real.
I know.
You know,
No, I'm with you, Steve. Great call.
Great call, Steve.
Great call.
Well,
and I feel your pain, Shasky, on this, man. And look, Barry Bonds is all our guys. Once they didn't vote him into the Hall of Fame the last round, and now he has to go through the Veterans Committee, I just gave up on it. I said, you know what? Barry Bonds doesn't feel hurt by it, but he shows that he doesn't feel hurt by it. I think deep down inside, Barry's like, screw this game. I gave my soul, my sweat, my entire life to this game of baseball, and I watched David Ortiz get in. David Ortiz.
Yeah.
And I watch all these other guys get big-time votes like Pudge Rodriguez, and I'm not in the Hall of Fame. If I'm Gary Sheffield, who's done television. And Sheffield's like, I was a 4-5 hitter for the Yankees, for the Braves,
The champion
for the
Marlins.
Dodgers, for the Marlins, for the Padres.
Brewers.
I stole bases, and I'm not even getting 20% of the vote
he
anymore.
played all 8 positions.
I mean, it's a joke.
I mean, look, I'm
Until
100% with
baseball
you.
celebrates
So-
its best guys, why should I care, Shasky?
This wasn't in like our thought for today, but
Yeah.
he brings up an interesting point. Mark Spears told us when we were talking, like, how'd you get into basketball? And he had said that he was covering baseball, and he was in a baseball media room or whatever, and what is it called? The press box.
Yep.
And he's sitting there, and he's sitting with a bunch of baseball writers, and out of nowhere, he had this epiphany, and he's like, I played basketball.
Yeah.
Why am I not covering basketball? Now, I think this is an interesting question. I do not think you need to play a sport at a high level to have a fundamental understanding of said sport.
We didn't.
But I do believe you have to have some fundamental knowledge.
Right.
Some fundamental knowledge that's rooted in something about said sport. For example, Anthony Slater. Anthony Slater did not play college basketball, okay?
Nope.
But when I read his columns, I'm looking at somebody, I go, he clearly has a very fundamental grasp of not just the X's and O's of basketball, but the feel of the league and the feel
And
of the players
understanding.
in the game. Exactly.
And he still tries to continue to educate himself by asking the questions to help further his knowledge. So, like, players read his stuff and be like, oh, he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, and like Joe Posnanski is a baseball writer who I believe is a student of the game. Tim Kirkshin, who's also actually a pretty good player.
Just look at our backyard, John Shea.
The student of the, by the way, he can also play. I played with him. He can play.
The Shea Hay kid.
Yeah,
I mean, his
but
baseball
he
column
clearly
in
is
the
a
Chronicle.
student of the game and knows the game inside and out. The question that I always have with these Hall of Fame votes, there's too many that aren't like John Shea, that are students of the game who live, eat, and breathe it, who truly understand the fundamentals of the game and can be able to impart that wisdom on the people that they're writing for. And I think that's the big disconnect. And I don't know what the solution is, but I think in baseball, it feels like to me, because it's such a nuanced game, it's probably the hardest to cover.
Right. And not only is it the hardest to cover, it's the hardest to crack.
Yeah.
It's the hardest to crack.
That's a good point.
A lot of writers can't crack it. And then, you know, when you think about these people that you're talking about, the Verducci's, the Heymans, they're not always very welcoming to a new person on the beat. Howard Bryant talks about it all the time, where Pedro Gomez, rest in peace, when Howard Bryant was covering the Oakland A's and Tony La Russa would read the paper and be like, who the hell is this writer? I want to rip his head off. And Pedro would be there to check him to make sure the youngsters like a Howard Bryant, who's obviously a black guy, hey, you belong here. We're going to have your back. We're going to make you feel comfortable. A lot of baseball writers don't make you feel comfortable in that press box.
Well, there's another element of this which we cannot ignore. You look at football and basketball, look at who's covering the games.
Right.
and look at the representation of the players.
Right.
They're primarily black leagues, right? And then you've got a good amount. I don't think it's enough, but
you have a lot of diversity, though.
And then I look at baseball, and I look at who's playing the game and how many, South American players or playing Latin American players are playing in the game. Is that who's writing and covering the game?
Right.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, no, it's
so I find
tilted.
it interesting.
Yeah, no,
I think it's a little out of whack.
Yeah, it is out of whack, big time. All right, we got to go to break here. Lutman's getting on me. We're going to get into more. Well, you know what? We'll transition to the 49ers here. Big game. It's Beat LA week, and we haven't really touched on the Rams. We got to revisit some things, Shasky, when it comes to the Rams and the 49ers.
I'm ready.
That's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Check out Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. September is World Ozone Month, so it's a great month to get rid of all your aerosol sprays and replace them with eco-friendly options. Also, check your air conditioner to make sure it doesn't have any leaks and schedule any necessary repairs or maintenance. And lastly, use your car less by walking or biking to close destinations. The ozone layer will thank you. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Street. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh my God! Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby.
Garoppolo under pressure. Donald got there in the air, intercepted by the Rams, and they may ride to the Super Bowl on that.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
That's how we're coming back, Spadoni, huh? That's what we're doing. NFC Championship game. We know how it ended. Down in L.A., SoFi Stadium, Garoppolo throwing a pick, and the Rams escape and win 20-17. They were down 17-7 in that one. And yes, they come back and win the Super Bowl. So now the Niners are hosting the NFL Super Bowl champions on Monday Night Football, a rivalry renewed. And this is something you've been on, Shasky. We argued back and forth. Seattle's still the rival. No, it's the Rams. No, it's Seattle. Well, I think when you play in the NFC Championship game, or if you play in the playoff game, it takes that rivalry to another level.
Yeah, it's forged in fire of playoff times.
No doubt. Well said. Niners won 6 in a row. They go to that NFC Championship game. They're up 17-7 going into the fourth quarter.
Why are you doing this to me?
Rams outscore them 13-0. Again, they win the Super Bowl. Now they're coming to Levi Stadium, and you don't think the Rams are motivated for this one to say, we can really put the Niners behind an 8 ball at 1-3.
What are the 2 hardest Super Bowls for you to watch the last couple of years? Or the last 20 years, let's say. I have a ranking.
So last 20 years. So the Giants-Patriots Super Bowl was hard back in 2011, 2012, 2011.
Yeah, really hard.
Really hard. Broncos-Seahawks was really hard to watch.
Yeah, especially after that first drive.
Right.
Thank you, Peyton, for snapping the ball over your head.
You're right.
I've never been a bigger Bronco fan in my life.
Yeah, MetLife Stadium. I mean, they didn't even have a shot. The image of Adam Gase and Peyton Manning on the bench, like, what do we do? What do we do? Other than get blown out 43-8. That was hard. And then you had last year. Yeah,
so you're like me.
Giants, Bills.
I was so
that was
depressed.
hard.
I was so depressed last
All
year.
the Cowboys Super Bowls, very hard.
Yeah, but not like that one.
Not like that one.
And the other one that I'd throw into the mix would be the Aaron Rodgers one, because I was so mad because we all knew that he should have been the pick instead of Alex Smith.
Oh, when they beat Pittsburgh.
Yes, and I was mad watching that one. So mad.
Gosh.
The offensive coordinator who was on that horrible Nolan staff got to leave the team after 1 year after he helped pick Alex Smith, and then ended up coaching the guy that we all wanted.
I know, Mike McCarthy. Unbelievable. By the way, Jason Aponte, he's going to join us at 8 o'clock. We love Jason Aponte. Sprint Right option, Sprint Right pod. Jason Aponte, 8 o'clock. He's going to join us via Zoom.
Oh, cool.
Join us via Zoom. So we'll do that. We have King of the Hill coming up in 10 minutes. King of the Hill. Where's my rankings? Last week I had Tampa number 1, Philly number 2, and I had the Niners at 3.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you one thing, the Niners won't be at 3 this week.
Yeah, and I look back at the late 80s and the 49ers going up against the Rams. For me, for my age group, like that was it. Like that was the divisional rival. That was the team that you would go up against. You obviously played them in an NFC Championship game years back. But even if you go back even farther, a lot of the older people, I've said this since I blew in the face. The Niners would not be in the NFL, because they were in the AFL at the time, had they not been the geographical rival for the Rams. So I feel like these two organizations have been linked. And when they moved to St. Louis, it took a lot of sting out of the rivalry.
No doubt. It did.
But there was something about Ram Week. And when you'd hear Ronnie Lott get everybody fired up for Ram Week, there's something about it. Now with McVay, and you've got Stafford, who the Niners were linked to.
It's back.
Cooper Kupp.
It's back.
Aaron Donald and Deebo Samuel not liking each other.
Jalen Ramsey. Deebo tries to truck. He tries to run through Jalen Ramsey. There's something going on there, too.
There's a lot of narratives that you can pluck from, and I find it interesting. Also, did
you bring up Bobby Wagner?
No, Bobby Wagner. Look, people can dismiss Bobby Wagner. I want to look at just his career numbers versus the Niners. I swear he averages a turnover a game.
Yeah,
I bet it's more than that.
He dominates the
He
Niners.
and he owns Jimmy G.
Yeah.
How many times has he dropped back in coverage and just picked the ball off from him, just standing in the middle of the field? The other thing that I was going to throw out there, B, is the contrast in styles between the two organizations. Yep. They're hyper aggressive. We don't care about the draft.
Right.
We are going to get proven commodities. The Niners are a little more, not conservative, but we're going to build this thing through the draft, and we're going to try to, philosophically build our team in a different way.
So that's something I want to go to, and I want to go in that direction, the aggressiveness. And we're going to do that as I say good morning to everybody getting off the graveyard shifts. I realize I didn't do that today. If you're at work, what is happening? good morning to you on the roadways. The aggressiveness. Mm-hmm. We look at this Niners schedule, and I'm looking at it like this. Beat the Rams, you're 2-2. It's not going to be easy at all. It's not going to be an easy game. Just get to 2-2. You can go on a road for Carolina, Atlanta. Just get me a split. Get me a split and be 3-3 by the time you play the Kansas City Chiefs. When you go into the bye week, I would love to see the Niners at 4-4. Now, the bye week happens a couple days before the NFL trading deadline. And Lubman looked this up yesterday. Last year at the deadline, or around the deadline, there were 10 different trades. The NFL was very, very active. Guys are getting cut. Guys are getting traded. Remember, Von Miller gets traded from Denver to the Rams. Odell Beckham Jr. is getting cut.
People laughed at the Von Miller acquisition. If you go back to that fourth quarter, you can't tell me that he didn't have an impact on that game.
Dominated the football game.
Yeah.
Dominated the football game. Then had a good Super Bowl. There was a lot of movement. And the NFL, excuse me, the NFL has been moving towards being more active towards the deadline and being more active in season. We're seeing all kind of trades, right? Let's just see where the 49ers are during the bye week, and let's see who's going to be available, because I think with this defense, you cannot waste it, Shasky. You cannot waste this defense. Now, are they great yet? No, they're not causing the turnovers. They're not forcing the turnovers. They're not falling on the football when there's a fumble out there like they did on Sunday night. That's what makes the defense great, right? Creating turnovers, scoring. But what can you do to help this offense? What players are going to be available at the deadline? Because when I look at the Niners, they're going to have their second-round pick next year. 2024, they're going to have their full complement of picks. 2025, they're going to have their full complement of picks. At some point, you just got to say, damn it, we got to go get a guy. They can't draft a guy. They can't draft a running back, so go get one.
Well, and B, if you're a win-now team, why wouldn't you want to acquire something to help you win now?
Right.
Which is kind of like what everyone says. Remember in 2019, they were really depleted at wide receiver.
They make the trade for Emmanuel Sanders.
Exactly. And I think we all agree that was a really good trade.
Very good trade.
And, like, even though it cost you, a third or a fourth round pick, I think, at the time, nobody even cares. Nobody even cares because it was one of those moves that helped get you over the top. Now, he had the rib injury. Right. God, it would have been nice if he would have been healthy the entire time. But even then, everybody goes back to Jimmy missed Emmanuel Sanders. Yeah, they traded for him midseason.
Yep.
Remember, he didn't have a bye that year.
He didn't have a bye. He had the rib injury. Yeah, he had to play every single week, and he made an impact right away.
I would love to see them make some sort of a move on offense. No one's giving up linemen in the NFL right now. No. That's just not a trade that usually happens. It's usually skill position guys.
This line's just going to have to get better.
Yes.
Aaron Banks, Burford, Brindle, McGlinchey, whoever the hell plays left tackle, they're just going to have to get better.
But can we agree? Playmaker is a number one thing. So whether that's running back, wide receiver, whatever's available, I think you have to scour the market for it.
So
I mean, dare I say, maybe backup quarterback just as an insurance policy for Jimmy? Am I out of line saying that?
You don't think Brock Purdy's an insurance policy? Listen,
I'm not trying to be like crazy here, but like we're gonna. So Trey's not ready, but all of a sudden Brock Purdy is?
Yeah, I know it. How laughable is it?
I mean,
how laughable is that?
The system is so complicated, and it takes a full year for you to understand it, but this guy in like 5 weeks is going to be able to figure it out?
Here's my deal. Like, if
I
there's
have a tough
running
time
back,
believing that.
Save Kareem. I don't think Kareem Hunt's going to be on the block. I think Cleveland's keeping Kareem Hunt. Stevenson in New England. You got Pollard. You got all these running backs. Tony Pollard, I don't think, is getting traded from the Dallas Cowboys. He's a big part of what they do, being in the slot or whatnot. But if there is somebody available, I don't know if it's Saquon. I don't know who's going to be available at the deadline. Here's my philosophy on this, Shasky. If you can't draft a running back in the third round, if you keep failing to draft a right running back in the third round, then maybe go trade for an established one. You know?
Belichick did that a lot at wide receiver. He wasn't good at drafting wide receivers. Remember Dexter Jackson?
Oh, yeah.
But what he would do was, once you're in the league, he'd find film on you, and he'd go, now I know that you can do X, Y, and Z. Let me get Wes Welker.
Right.
Let me get Julian Edelman.
Let me get Randy Moss.
Right? So he had a really tough time drafting his own wide receivers.
Randy, why are you shaking your head, Spadoni? Randy Moss.
One of the great fleecings of all time.
For a fourth round pick. We traded Randy Moss.
Well, you know what was worse?
For a fourth round pick.
Giving up a first rounder for Richard Seymour.
Oh, boy, that was rough.
Or Devontae Adams, am I right? Oh, too soon?
Right. I'll take Devontae.
I'll take Devontae right now.
Right now.
Can I interest you in a Jimmy G?
But you hear me though? Like, if you can't draft a running back in the third round,
I'm with you.
Go trade for one that's established, and the hard part is done. You don't have to develop somebody; they're already developed.
Well, for as bad as the San Francisco Giants were at developing outfielders, the one thing they were good at was trading for him or signing him.
Right, Reggie Sanders, Hellingsburg,
trading for Hunter Pence.
Right, no doubt. Now, with that said, I do think this offseason we overrated the skill positions of the 49ers.
Who?
I think we all just overrated the entire offense, like in terms of like how many playmakers they had. We knew they had Deebo Samuel, who's a playmaker. But now when you see him playing running back a lot and he's on the line of scrimmage, and then George Kittle, he's a shell. Like, George Kittle doesn't look healthy. He didn't look healthy Sunday. Granted, it's his first game. He played 51 of 56 snaps. That's a good thing. But, like, when I see Kittle, Deebo, and just Ayuk, and if you have Deebo in the backfield and Ayuk's getting double-teamed, I'm like, damn. Like, Jawan Jennings is running routes, and Danny Gray's running routes, knowing damn well Jimmy Garoppolo can't get him the football. They need more playmakers. Like, that's why when you were saying earlier in the season, Odell Beckham Jr.,
I'm screaming.
I'm like, you know what? They need more playmakers.
Well, they need a backup tight end who can.
Exactly.
They need
backup tight end. They need another wide receiver. They need a running back.
Here's the problem, though, with the offense, and this goes back to we were talking about the running game, right? If the running game is going to be so pivotal to everything that you do, you're going to limit the amount of possessions. That's also going to limit the amount of dropbacks you have, right? And so the opportunities to throw to those wide receivers. The one thing that I'll give the Rams, they've got Van Jefferson and Cooper Kupp and all these weapons, and they throw to all of them.
Allen Robinson.
I mean, they're throwing 35 times a game, right? Like, the Niners don't want to throw 35 times a game. So that's why, like, as much as I want Odell and a wide receiver or a backup tight end, I think their money would actually be best spent on a running back, considering that they want to get to that magical 35 runs a game number.
But doesn't it feel like late game situations when it's time to throw a football game?
You can never have enough receivers.
This team just doesn't seem to be able to throw a forward pass.
Odell destroyed you in that NFC Championship.
Destroyed them.
And was killing it in the Super Bowl before he got hurt.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, Cooper Kupp killed you. The tight ends killed you.
You want to look at my matchups as we get a little way too early matchup. Bringing in Ward, does he just follow Cooper Kupp around?
You know, I like Mosley on him too, though.
Okay.
Mosley has set the tone against him. You probably watch our various war, but they move around Cooper Kupp so well. Whether it's a jet sweep motion. Yeah. I think they're so... I would love to see Ward on him, but I think you have to give Cooper Kupp different looks.
Okay.
Keep him honest. So I have no problem with Emmanuel Mosley, who I think is maybe the most underrated cornerback in all of football. I have no problem with him sticking on Cooper Kupp. Now, Allen Robinson's another beast. This is another guy, he's starting to come on for the Rams. Yeah. He's starting to come on. He's a big, long target. A lot of Niner fans wanted him for years. For years.
So long.
The Rams, kind of like the Seahawks, just start snatching things from the Niners and Niner fans. So this is going to be a tough matchup. But I
think this is a really hard game.
This is going to be a nice challenge for this defense. A very nice challenge. Now, the defensive line at Stafford, I think this defensive line could overwhelm Matt Stafford.
Well, their offensive line stinks. That's the one vulnerable part of it. But so does yours, and I worry about Aaron Donald. So I think this is going to be another ugly trenches game. I really do, B. I think it's going to be another ugly trench-dominated game.
No doubt. I'm going to get into the defense here at the top of the hour as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Rams and Niners, Monday Night Football, 5:15 kickoff at Levi Stadium. Get there early. Second home game of the season against the team that ended your 2021 season in the NFC Championship. The champs are coming back. They're coming off a win against the Arizona Cardinals. But you know what time it is, Shasky? It's time for a little kick of the hill.
Sorry about that. You could edit that. About that. Gather round, all you fanatics of sports.
I was laughing. I had a skittle coming down my throat.
It's time for Lord Bonte of House Hill to decree the finest 8 football teams and all the NFC. For this is King of the Hill.
Bonte, you are nobody, my dude.
On 95.7 The Game.
Another week, another ranking, Shasky. Where will the Niners land? Where will the Niners land? It's your weekly edition of King of the Hill. Everybody loves it. Everybody wants it. So here we go with number 7, Spadoni. Number 7. Number 7. The San Francisco 49ers.
Oh.
Hanging out by a thread. Now, if the season ended today, they wouldn't be in the playoffs. The Bears, the Giants, they'd be leapfrogged ahead of the 49ers. But at 1-2, they still have one of the top defenses in the NFL. They're close to being 2-1. They're close to being 3-0. Heck, but their record is appropriate. They're 1-2, and they desperately need a win against the Super Bowl champs. I still got them at 7th because of that defense. Any rebuttal there, Sasky?
No, I like them at 7 because I do. I think right now they're a fringe playoff team.
Yeah, right now.
They've got to win some games for them to, move up in the rankings. I think this is fair.
All right, number 6. Number 6.
The
LA Rams. The Chaps, they were 6 last week. Niners were 3 last week. They fall to 7. Rams, they were 6 last week. I'm going to just keep them right there. That wasn't an impressive victory against Arizona. In Arizona, tell me Kingsbury is not getting fired this year.
Well, he just got an extension.
Oh, boy. He's going to be on Hard Knocks, too.
Oh, my goodness.
Dude, they are a mess.
I think if I were to power rank homes of head coaches in the NFL, I would say that McVay has the best home and he has the second best home.
Yeah, well, he may have to sell that home soon.
Well,
we'll see what happens.
Scottsdale,
but the Rams,
very underrated.
The Rams, number 6, they're 2-1. And they want to improve to 3-1.
Can you do me a favor?
What's that?
Let's not declare them dead at any point this season, Bonte.
Well, I mean, they didn't win a game in November.
Let's get to Trey Lance. Number 5.
All right, number 5.
Joe DiMaggio, number 5. There we go.
I don't have 6 and 7s. I have 5 through 1.
Oh, okay.
The Minnesota Vikings.
Kirk Cousins?
Helping your boys stay alive in the survivor pool. They were down 14-0 to the upstart Detroit Lions. And Kirk Cousins, Adam Thielen, rose up from the dead.
What about Justin?
To rally. Justin Jefferson kind of shut down in that game, so we're not going to bring him up. They got another wide receiver in dreadlocks. I forget his name, but he was balling in that game, number 17. Listen, the Vikings and that horde rally against the fighting Dan Campbells and hold on for dear life 28-24. I got the Vikes at 5. If they just figure out how to be consistent. Watch out for Dalvin Cook's shoulder, too. He's got a shoulder issue for all you fantasy football players.
Thus concludes Viking talk here on the leader.
Number 4.
Number 4. Guru's going to like this one. Last week, they weren't in the top 7.
Who is it?
The Dallas Cowboys. Cooper Rush, CeeDee Lamb. They're using both running backs, and they got a big win. They play the Commanders this week. The Cowboys could be 3-1. So much for taking. So much for trading for Jimmy Garoppolo. Dak who? They have Cooper Rush, baby. The Cowboys, number 4. You know why?
And Micah Parsons is so sick.
He might be the best defensive player in football.
He's so sick.
We didn't bring him up this offseason. We're talking about T.J. Watt. He's on the shelf. Nick Bosa, solid start to the season.
Number 11 on a defensive player looks pretty saucy.
Yeah, it looks pretty sick.
Yeah.
He's everywhere.
He's a beast.
In the middle, on the edge. It doesn't matter. Michael Parsons is balling. Cowboys, number 4. Next up.
Number 3.
Number 3.
Curry for 3.
This time it's Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Bucks. No, I'm going to give him a mulligan. They lose last week 14-12 to Green Bay. He had nobody to throw to.
A breakfast ball?
Yeah,
you don't even know what that is.
No, what is a breakfast
It's
ball?
when you start off a golf round and you top one or you shank a drive and it's the first hole of the first, the day. You go, it's a breakfast ball, so you get a second shot.
Oh, wow.
It's like a mulligan.
Ball.
Yeah,
oh,
called a breakfast ball.
All right, breakfast ball. I learn something new every day about the game of golf.
If you're my brother Pat, you get multiple breakfast balls.
Yeah, well, you got to throw him under the bus. Man, Deli boy. Damn, catching
Or if you're
shade.
Lucas Alexander.
Oh, Lucas Alexander, that guy. The tortoise in the hair. That guy's the slowest player of all time.
Hey, Lucas looked good yesterday coming to the studio, actually dressed up, man.
I know, I was very
Believe
surprised.
That? Yeah, very surprised. Look dapper. They had the dunks
Got
on.
the corporate look.
Yeah, he's
Just for that virtual meeting, am I right?
So
Virtual
who's
meeting.
getting a breakfast ball and what number are they?
I don't know. But Tampa Bay's number 3.
Oh, number
Tampa Bay's
3.
number 3. Number 3.
Oh.
They'll be all right. They'll bounce back. They have the Chiefs this week, which may be played at U.S. Bank Stadium in Minnesota in that dome.
And while
How
we're
about that?
here, let's pray for everybody in South
Absolutely.
Florida and Tampa
Absolutely.
Bay. This hurricane is very, very dangerous,
Yeah.
and apparently all of Tampa Bay is right there on the water.
Yeah,
and so
it sucks.
just everybody that's got family or whatever out there, that let's keep them in our thoughts.
No doubt about that. All right, let's move along here, Spadoni.
Number 2.
Number 2, the other Bay, Green Bay.
Oh.
Aaron Rodgers and company. That defense travels. That defense is real. It's a little different Packer team. They got some toughness to them.
Oh.
Some toughness.
We say
at
that every
defensive
year.
player. Well, maybe. We'll see. But they still have Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
They're working in these young wide receivers. Alan Lazard scored a touchdown last week. They have a running game. Dylan, Jones, that's a nice little 1-2 combo. And Jair Alexander, that man's a stud. A stud.
I had an epiphany on Aaron Rodgers, and this is going way deep here. Ninja Turtles, the movie. Aaron Rodgers looks like Casey Jones. Like the way he shaved the whole side, and then he's got the ponytail.
Yeah.
Something's going on with that guy.
Yeah, something is going on with that guy. Who knows? But they're 2-1 right now, and they're number 2 in the King of the Hill rankings. That's what's important. Yeah. Number 1.
Number 1.
Fly.
What?
Eagles. Fly, baby.
What?
Fly. Fly, Eagles, fly. You're number 1 team in the NFC. They can do it all.
You're doing the
run
bird.
the ball. Jalen Hurts is looking good. He damn near
Mark Willard's favorite quarterback.
Yeah, I know, because he runs up the middle all the time, right? Psych! He doesn't. He runs his own read. Listen,
97?
A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert. They've got a defense. Fletcher Cox has been reborn in the middle of that defense. Yeah. They're flying around hitting people. The Philadelphia Eagles take on the Jacksonville Jaguars this week, which is one of the top games in the league. One of the top 5 games on the slate this weekend in the NFL. So I got the Fly, Eagles, Fly, your top 7 teams in the NFL. Look at the graphic. Look at the flip. Wow, look at that. Great work on the production team.
Look
at that.
Right
I do look like a boss right there, right? With the crowd, right? I just need some change, though. Give me with the change, baby. 7 is the Niners, 6 the Rams, 5 with the Vikings, 4 with the Cowboys, 3 Tampa, 2 Green Bay, and number 1, it's Fly, Eagles, Fly. I don't even know if the song goes like that, but Fly, Eagles, Fly, number 1 team on the King of the Hill rankings.
Wow. And by the way, people need to know that's the NFC only.
NFC only.
All right.
NFC
there's
only.
7 teams that make the playoffs.
NFC only. If not, Buffalo would be in there. Miami would be in there. Kansas City would be in there. The Raiders would not be in there.
With the 7 spots right now, it feels like at maximum only 2 teams out of the NFC West would be getting in right now. And maybe I'm wrong. What do you think? Because last year we were talking maybe 4 get in.
Yeah, Seattle's
maybe 3.
Geno Smith. I mean,
I'm ready to write them off.
Yeah, I'm ready. That defense is not good.
Yeah.
Arizona.
I'm telling you, I think that we're sleeping on them a little because I do think when DeAndre comes back,
they're going to get a jolt.
Yeah, and I think the Chandler Jones absence is hurting them. Something is off with them.
Something is off. Vince Joseph.
But they scare me.
They do. They are scary. You just don't know what you're going to get from them. You don't know what you're going to get from the Arizona Cardinals.
Own us.
They did. They did sweep the Niners last year. They swept the Niners last year.
You got to just be, remove emotion from it and be like, dude, Kyler plays us very well.
I mean, so what can the Niners do here? They can improve to 2-2. They go on the road and take on Carolina and Atlanta. Can you split there? It didn't beat the schedule. The beat of the schedule comes where you're playing Kansas City, you're playing the Chargers, you're playing Tampa, you're playing the Dolphins. You have the Saints and that strong defense. But the schedule is set up for the Niners to win at least 10 games this year. They got to get some playmakers. Jimmy has to play better. What can the Niners do? Should they be aggressive at the deadline? Do they owe it to this defense? Because I want to get into that, Shasky. How good is this defense? Are we looking at one of the best defenses in the last 30 years for the 49ers? You got numbers. I've got numbers. We've got players. We got it all here on the Morning Roast. And that'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
The champs are back, baby. It's Bonte Hill from the Morning Roast, and set your alarms for 3 a.m. this Friday when the Warriors open up the preseason in Tokyo, Japan against the Washington Wizards. The champs are back. Curry, Trey, Clay, the Young Gunners, all that much, much more. Don't forget to listen to it right here on your home for Golden State Warriors basketball, 95.7 The Game.
Kirby! It's your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, so much more. And here, I'm going to do this on Friday because today I'm very, very busy. They have added a Kirby eco-friendly wash. Barely uses any water, and it's going to make my car look brand new. I literally am going to just leave my car out front of the studio, and I'm going to have them come at 9:30, and we're going to bang this bad boy out. All biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and here's the key part, the interior of your car, all in the ease of your driveway. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway. No waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to your mechanic. Friendly, reliable service, no middlemen, no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com. Or call 1-866-KIRBY-1. And here you go. We're doing $200 gift card giveaways. Pay attention to the Morning Roast. We're giving them away, people. That's enough for an oil change and an eco-friendly wash, Kirby.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop. It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Have you ever hired a commercial painting company, then been stuck managing your own project? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. We know how busy you are and that you need professional painters who are actually professionals. My team has the experience, training, and credentials to get the job done. If you've been waiting for the right time to paint, this is it. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Hockey season is here, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets to check out the San Jose Sharks in their home opener against Carolina on October 14th. Listen to Willard and Dibs around 10:30 for your chance to win.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
That was so smooth by Curry. I said the Bonte and the Butcher. That's legendary right there. You go home and just listen back to that and be like, yo, hey, Michelle, Steph Curry said, what up? You ever just play that for her?
No.
For your pops? Or
No.
He's probably listening. He knows.
No.
He's probably already recorded
Pops
it.
walked way too many people last night in softball. I'm very frustrated.
So I want to get into this. We teased this at the top of the show. By the way, Jason Aponte, Niners Nation, Sprint Right Pod. He's going to join us at 8 o'clock via Zoom. We love it. What we try to do, too, is there's a lot of good people producing 49ers content. From the Brad Grahams to Splash Cousin Jordan Elliott. We had Posey on last week. We try to get those guys on the show. Those are our guys. The young up-and-comers, guys who cover from afar. And they eat, sleep, and you know what, 49ers football. So Jason Aponte, he'll join us at 8 o'clock to break down what's went wrong for the 49ers in the first 3 games of the NFL season. But I want to get to the softball game because you seem, I would say, glum. You're pretty.
No, we just lost. We lost a very difficult game. We were up many times in this game after being down a little early, and we had like 9 errors in the final inning. Deli Boy, he knows I love him. He made one of the greatest catches he's ever made in his life, diving catch, and then just missed a ball. Pops walking too many people. We basically lost on a walk off. There's an obstruction at third base by our third baseman. It's just a nightmare, a whole nightmare.
Deli Boy, but I heard Deli Boy made a great play.
Oh, Deli Boy did make a great play. But, it's not about the great play you made. It's about the one you missed at the end.
Oh, boy.
No, he knows that he had a good game. But, we lost in a hard way. So I'm hurting today. My wrist is hurting today. I made a sliding play, and then I'm banged up. My heel hurts.
Deli Boy actually hit me up yesterday.
I need more Advil.
We're going back and forth on IG because we're talking about the Starburst energy drink.
Where did you see that?
Right across the street at Gambino's.
Oh. So it's a Starburst energy drink.
Yeah. And it tastes just like Starburst.
Oh, you bought it?
No, I did not buy it. But a lot of people told me it tastes just like Starburst. And they said, half a can will have you up all day.
Oh, so it's like Jolt from back in the day.
Yeah, I remember some good old Jolt. Jolt was cheap, too.
I want to get into the 49er defense and where it is. It's early in the season.
He hit me up about the song I posted with Andre Nicotina and Mac Dre. Cadillac Girl.
Oh, yeah.
Ford, Chevys, whatever you got.
Yeah.
Push it, man. Don't be scared to squat.
No pickles, no onions, no playing.
Oh, that may be one of his best
Check it out,
verses.
no delaying.
Yeah. Hey, that may be one of his verses ever.
He's got a million of them. I told you, I know you disagree with this opinion, but had they gotten together in the 90s and they put together a comprehensive group of albums, I truly believe they would be a West Coast version of what Outkast is.
Mac Dre, Nicotina.
Absolutely.
You know what? That song was
hot.
hot.
The one Andre and Andre album knocks
hard. It knocks hard. It does knock hard.
Knocks hard.
It does knock hard. I'll give you that because I listened to a lot of it yesterday.
It's one album.
Yeah, it's one album. Damn.
Knocks hard. So, look, the Niners defense right now, through 3 games, they feel elite. Now, I can totally understand people saying, A, it's 3 games in. B, you really haven't played a dynamic offense.
No.
All of those are true statements. But I also believe this to be a really good unit. Having watched them at practice, I thought it was the strength of the team. Having watched them through 3 games, is it the strength of the team? Mm-hmm. Okay. In the last, I'm just going to go the last 20 years for the Niners because we can go back to the 80s and 90s, but the rules have changed so much and the league is so pass happy. It's hard to look at some of the scoring and passing numbers and correlate them to the modern game with the freedom of movement that you have.
Back in the day, you didn't have that 5-yard rule where you can't touch a receiver after 5 yards. You can mug a receiver. The way you hit receivers is totally different. The way you hit quarterbacks is totally different. You had chop blocks back in the day, right? Where you could go under a defensive lineman's knees and just cut them out, which was terrible because a lot of guys got injured with that. And Bob McKittrick was getting cursed out by multiple defensive line coaches because of the way the 49ers used to cut blocks. So you want to start from the 2000s, maybe?
Yeah, approximately.
Let's go 2000.
So I would say in the last 20 years or so, the best 49er defenses, in my mind, all right, and I would love your opinion on this as well. I think you got to start with 2011. Right? That's one of the ones. If we're going in chronological order. 2011, listen to these all-pros. All-pro. Patrick Willis, Navarro Bowman, Justin Smith.
Yeah.
That's on defense alone. Second team, all right, all-pro. Carlos Rogers, and then Justin Smith made it at a second position.
Aldon Smith didn't make all-pro that year?
That was his rookie year. No, he did not.
Even though he had a dynamic. I don't even think he won rookie of the year, did he?
No, I don't think he did either.
Was it Von Miller who won rookie of the year?
It might have been Von Miller. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to go back and look. But I just look at that team. Now, look at Pro Bowlers. Now, I know people scoff at Pro Bowlers.
Yeah, I do.
But I'm... Okay.
By the way, randomly, Pro Bowl's done.
I know. I saw that.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, Pro Bowl's done.
We don't need that Alex Smith being the 19th alternate, Pro Bowler so that people could say, see, Alex was a Pro Bowler is not what I need in my life. But just Pro Bowlers, okay? Justin Smith, Patrick Willis, Rogers, Deshaun Golson. I mean, that's an incredible list. And we remember that 49er defense, 2011, didn't allow a rushing touchdown until the very end of the year. They were an elite defense. Similar to this team And this version of the Niners, they were run first, minimize the amount of possessions. They played a 3-4. They were elite. They were going to hit you. We have team speed.
Right.
I mean, that was a very, very dominant group. And they were 1 or 2 plays away from being in the Super Bowl.
Yep. That was a very good group. Very good group. Probably the best defense of that tenure, no doubt, under Harbaugh and Vic Fangio. They were flying around. The next year, Justice Smith got hurt in that Seattle game, that Patriots game on Sunday Night Football, where he basically tore his biceps? Was it the biceps or the pec?
Yeah.
And then he basically wasn't the same.
But in that 2012 team, which was a really, really good team, I'm not trying to dismiss it. So I'll give you the All-Pros, back-to-back years. Patrick Willis first team, Bowman first team, Justin Smith second team, Golston first team, Ahmed Brooks second team, Alden Smith first team.
Wow.
Now, they were more decorated because of 2011.
Because of 2011.
I think they got more recognition. I lean 2011 was slightly better.
2011, I thought, was them at their peak.
I thought so too.
They didn't have to blitz.
I thought so too.
They were rushing the passer with just that front.
And how it ended?
And how it ended.
They felt like they were leaking oil.
Dude, but 2012 they were leaking oil against the Ravens.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
How 2012 ended, they were leaking oil.
Yep,
2011, it felt more comprehensive.
they were humming.
Yes.
They were humming.
That's what I'm saying.
And Eli Manning, I mean, he got hit over and over and over and over. And it was a heroic performance for Eli Manning.
One of the all-time great ones.
That game flipped when Terrell Brown got hurt, when Rodgers and was it Golston and Terrell Brown, or was it? I think it was Golston and Terrell Brown. They went up for the interception in that NFC Championship game, and Terrell Brown got hurt. Tremaine Brock comes in, he gives up a touchdown on 3rd down to Mario Manningham to give the Giants a lead there before David Akers kicked that field goal to tie the game and send it to overtime. So, look, man, that defense in 2011 is one of the best defenses probably the last 20 years for the 49ers.
Right.
I think it's better than 2019.
I'm with you. So that brings us to 2019. 2013, Willis hurt himself. Bowman was outstanding that year. I think it was Larry Grant made like 4 or 5 starts.
Larry Grant was good.
Yeah. For the 49ers. And the defense was kind of falling apart. They had traded, Golston left in free agency. They traded up to go get Eric Reed. The defense was just very different. But I think 11 and 12 were their best defenses in the last 20 years. And then you get to 2019. Okay, that's Nick Bosa's rookie year. DeForest Buckner has a monster year. Eric Armstead finally breaks out as a pass rusher. And even though he was hurt at times throughout the year, it felt like Dee Ford was elite that year.
Dee Ford was good. Dee Ford was good.
You know, I know we always talk about Alden Smith, but on those 2011, 2012 teams, Ahmed Brooks was solid. I mean,
stout against the run.
Yes.
Solid as a pass rusher. Was a physical beast. Got wrongly accused of personal foul on Drew Brees there, the Superdome. Remember that one?
That was the worst. That put them on the road.
Right, that put them on the road.
In 2013.
Yeah, it put them on the road where they had to play in Carolina, in Green Bay, and of course ended up losing in Seattle that season. But no, 2019. So we go to 2019 and we look at the secondary. Jimmy Ward proved a lot of people wrong.
That was a career year for him.
That was a career year for Jimmy Ward, no doubt. Hart played a lot better.
He did.
In that one. And then you had Richard Sherman,
who was an All-Pro and a Pro Bowler that year.
Which is crazy because we thought Sherman was maybe cooked.
Yeah.
Sherman was balling that year, but he leaked oil towards the end of the year.
He did.
NFC Championship and, of course, the Super Bowl. Then you had the linebacking core. We didn't know much about Drake Greenlaw that year. He was a rookie.
And Quan Alexander played and got hurt throughout that year.
Quan was good. And then Drake Greenlaw stepped up and made one of the signature plays in 49ers history in 2019. Heck, he had a couple of them. The first Seattle game, the interception in overtime, where it looked like he was going to bring it back to the house. It was like, wow, who's this Drake Greenlaw guy? Because we were all freaking out about Quan being hurt.
Right.
So Quan was good, but Drake Greenlaw picked up the slack and was the better linebacker towards the end of the year.
He was, absolutely. But I look at that team, and it was led by their front, right, B?
Yep.
Right? Their front was what led them. And Nick Bosa's breakout party as a rookie, it was like, wow, they've got something here. I look at this team right now. This feels on Monday night like their stiffest test in terms of offensive weaponry that they've faced yet.
It is.
Cooper Kupp is the best. He was the Triple Crown winner of wide receivers last year. Catches, yards, touchdowns.
Yep.
And then you're going up against, I would say, a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback and one of the top 5 to 6 offensive minds in the league in Sean McVay.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt he's one of the 5-6 offensive minds in this league. And look, Stafford, he will throw a couple up, but last week he only took 1 sack. 1 sack last week. Did not throw an interception. That gets him into trouble. But if you put pressure on him, he will throw it up, and you can hit him and fluster him and rattle him. Now, remember everybody was freaking out about Cam Akers in week 1, like, oh, wow, Cam Akers is not getting any carries. Well, he led the way last week with 12 carries. 12 carries, 61 yards, so he's starting to run the ball a little bit better. And you still have Cooper Kupp. Allen Robinson, they're trying to figure it out, but he's a threat. And Tyler Higbee, for whatever reason, he's a very underrated tight end. I like Higbee a lot.
So when you're looking at this matchup and you're looking about this 49er defense that they've got right now, again, we both agree. To this point, their biggest test.
Biggest test, no doubt.
I kind of feel like this defense it has the potential, at least early on, to be better than 2019. The key that they have to have, complementary football. If the offense is not going to pull its weight, I don't think this defense will sustain and be better than what they were in 2019. Because part of why they were so great in 2019, they got stops on D, but the offense scored a lot, and it put that team in an opportunity to pin their ears back and go get the quarterback.
I like this defensive line a lot better than 2019. I think they're deeper.
Without Buckner.
I think they're deeper.
Really?
I think they're deeper. Drake Jackson, I think, can have an impact like a D Ford. Ebukam is not bad, so I think you have
his
more
run stuff rate is really good.
Now, you're not as stout in the middle without Buckner and Armstead, so maybe you give a little bit there, but the drop-off's not hard. And also, DJ Jones was a big part of 2019 as well. Don't want to sleep on him.
He was.
But the secondary, I believe, is better now than it was in 2019. I think Ward, at this stage of his career, is better than where Sherman was
hasn't
at.
Played yet.
Yeah, hasn't played.
Or you say the Mooney Ward.
Yeah, Mooney. Mooney Ward. Charvarius Ward is a lot better than where Sherman was at in 2019.
Yeah, he's in his prime and he can do more things.
Yeah, man-to-man, Sherm was a problem.
And I don't want to take anything away because Sherm did have a great year.
Sherm had a great year. But when teams started attacking him deep, like this second Arizona game, remember they went at Sherman? He got called for a couple pass interferences. It was like, damn, he can't deal with the speed.
Yeah.
Ward can deal with the speed. And then Mosley is a better version than what he was in 2019.
I'm with you there.
Now, Hufanga at strong safety?
Early on, I think he's better than what Tart was in 2019.
Yep, no doubt.
Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
But he's got to. This is where I struggle with it because we're in real time. We're 3 games in.
We're 3 games in.
We've got 14 more games.
There's a long way to go, and they see some top flight quarterbacks.
Yes.
I mean, Mahomes is coming. Herbert's coming. Brady's coming. I mean, you see some dudes, all right? You just saw a dude at Russell Wilson, and he burned you on the last possession of the game.
Do you think that Fred Warner is a better version now than when he played in 2019?
Yeah, I do. A lot wiser.
I do.
By the way, he joined Damon Ratto, and he said that.
He's so good.
Yeah, he's so good on the air. We'll play some of those cuts. He's so smooth.
He's a leader. He's a legitimate leader. When you draft a middle linebacker to be the guy who wears the green dot helmet,
right?
Isn't the way he conducts himself? Isn't that what you're looking for in a player?
He did it from day one too.
He's just he's so wise beyond his years.
Everything they wanted Reuben Foster to be, Fred Warner Jr. has been,
and then some.
Yeah, no doubt.
And he's better, way better in pass coverage.
And before we take some calls on this, 888-957-9570. Where's this defense at through 3 games in? Where do they rank with some of the better Niner defenses in the last 20 years? D'Amico Ryans. Do you believe he's got the edge on Robert Saleh in 2019? The version of Robert Saleh in 2019 compared to D'Amico over the last 2 years.
My biggest criticism on Robert Saleh was they played almost the same defense, and it worked for a long time, but it felt like the same thing over and over. They wouldn't blitz a whole lot. The wide 9 did gash them in the run game, especially late in the year.
They've adjusted from the wide 9.
It feels like D'Amico's got more curveballs and more changeups.
Yeah.
But I don't study the film enough to know if we were doing the percentages of how many times they send a blitz from the nickel and how many times they send linebackers. It feels more versatile with D'Amico Ryans.
Yep.
And I'm just saying that based off my eyeball.
Yeah, no, it does feel a lot. That's why I give Diaz to D'Amico. So this defense, so far, it looks like it could be better than 2019.
It has potential.
But we got that big caveat.
But the offense is going to be a big part of this.
Yeah,
2020, they were a really good defense. Even though Nick Bosa went down, the offense couldn't sustain drives, and it put them behind the 8 ball.
They can't. And then you're playing a quarterback this week at Stafford who 4 touchdown passes, 5 interceptions through 3 games. They can get some. That's the one thing this defense has to do to separate itself for 2019.
What's that?
Force turnovers.
Yeah.
Interceptions, which they got in the first couple weeks last week in Denver. You had a couple chances to recover a fumble. getting turnovers is what's going to separate them for 2019.
The other guy who I think has had really good impact in the few amounts of snaps that he plays, Charles Omenihu is a playmaker.
He's a player.
Every time he's in there, it feels like he's stunting, he's twisting, he's blowing by somebody. He's strong. He's extremely fast and athletic. This defensive line feels deeper. It does, which is crazy
deeper
to say because Buckner was so good that year.
I mean, they didn't miss Armstead last week.
That's nuts.
They didn't miss Armstead.
It really is nuts.
That is nuts.
And I do feel like the Hufanga and Mooney Ward acquisitions makes this team more dynamic.
They look nastier in the secondary.
They look faster.
They look faster and they look nastier. Now you also talk about Greenlaw. You talk about Bose. Kevin Givens. What about him in the middle of that defense?
I like him. I like him a lot, especially when you're going to rotate defensive line. This is why I don't love paying defensive linemen a lot of money because you can throw a guy out there who's undrafted and can get comparable production.
And don't forget about Kinlaw. Kinlaw's having a nice start to the season.
He is having a nice start. Quietly.
He's having a nice start. Quietly having a nice start to the season. Let's go to...
It's just hard because the Bears are so stinky, even though their record's 2-1.
And the Hawks have Geno Smith.
Are terrible.
And Denver's not there yet.
So I don't know. This feels like the truest test where I'll have a really good feel for how legit this defense is.
Well, this is the first test of many for the Niners.
Oh, no,
this schedule
they get
ramps
Tom
up.
Brady, they get Patrick Mahomes, they're going to get Kyler at some point. They're going to get a
Kyler
variety.
twice.
I know, but they're going to get a variety of play styles.
Yep.
You're going to get Herbert at some point if he can stay
healthy. And one thing
healthy.
they struggle with, right, is mobile quarterbacks. Good thing about Stafford is he's not mobile. He's going to be in that pocket. You know where he's going to be. And this offensive line is just not good for the Rams. I want to get into that in a second here.
That feels like a big mismatch.
It's a big mismatch coming up on Monday night. But hell, the Niners offensive line. That didn't feel like a mismatch for the Reds, too, on the other side of the ball.
Bonte, remember a couple years ago we did the Aaron Donald bet?
Yeah.
I'm so worried about Aaron Donald against Jake Brendel. I mean, and I think he's going to slide over and go up against McKivitz.
Oh, Banks. Pick your poison for Aaron Donald.
This is the week Shanahan needs to earn his money in terms of scheming, whatever it looks like.
Move Jimmy around.
Quick release.
Bootlegs.
Quick. I don't know what it looks like, but I'll tell you this. You got to do something because I'm really worried about Aaron Donald.
All right, we got Fillmore Mike, and it says not the OG. So I'm confused on which Fillmore Mike this is. Fillmore Mike in the city.
What up?
Listen to the Art of Radio.
Yo, what's up, man?
Oh, it's the real Fillmore Mike. Okay, it's the real not the OG Fillmore Mike, the young Fillmore Mike. All right, got it.
Yeah, for real. I don't know who Cuz is, but it's all love. My name is Michael, is a popular name, but hey, man.
Hey, it's Sam Lumpman, Fillmore. Sam Lumpman, man, making a rookie mistake.
No, it's all good. Lumpman is a solid guy. Hey, but look, it's crazy how y'all knowledge, like y'all memory is crazy, bro. Like, y'all be remember, both of y'all, too.
Thank you.
Joe Shasky, Jay Hill. Y'all, because I watch every game, too. I mean, I smoke a lot more weed than y'all. I watch every game, too. And y'all memory is impeccable. I just want to say a couple of things. I think this is one of the best defenses the Niners have ever had. Some of them weak teams in the early 2000s, now they weren't celebrated, but BY had them boys playing hard.
Mm-hmm. Julian Peterson.
Remember this one?
Yep.
Two names. Hey, Bonte, we texted this a couple of weeks ago. Alden Smith could have been one of them boys. One more thing. JP Julian Peterson.
I loved him.
Yep.
He was a star back in the day. He was before he was on that.
Yep.
In 8 positions. He was going crazy, man. I just wanted to say that y'all.
Before you go,
go ahead.
When he shut down Tony Gonzalez, that was the game.
That was the
when
game.
Jim Moore Jr. was on the sideline, and everyone was like, "Jim Moore Jr. needs to be the coach of this team." Remember that?
Because he was guarding Tony Gonzalez in the slot by himself, number 98, JP, killing it. And Mike Rumpf was getting picked on that game, and they had to go ahead. They had to help Mike Rumpf with safeties, and then
terrible.
JP was like, "You got Tony G," and he had like one catch for 7 yards. And Kansas City was complaining, "Oh, JP got away with holding. He got away with holding in that game. He was good.
He was a stud in Madden too.
He was good. Hey, one last point, man. Look how our defense has been so good the last 20 years. Look how many defensive coordinators from the Niners that have gotten hired.
That's a good point.
Triple.
Yeah. Lord Vic Fangio, Robert Saleh. That's actually a really good point. Jim Moore Jr.
Jim Moore Jr. is three coaches right there.
I'm going to go two
our
names.
Our poll right now at Morning Roast 95.7. What was the best 49ers defense in the last 20 years? Let us know. 2011, 2012, 2019, and 2022.
I like that. Going to the early 2000s, Julian Peterson, had he played in this era, would be a $40 million player in the sense that he would get he could cover tight ends in space,
and
he could rush the quarterback,
and stop the run.
He was so good.
Remember when he came back from he was a Seahawk.
He tore his Achilles.
But he was a Seahawk. He made a play at Candlestick Park, and he just did the thing where he pointed at the back of his nameplate, and he did it like he put extra emphasis on it.
I got a 98.
90 fans started losing their minds like, fool, screw you, we made you. But he started doing it. He held it too for a long time.
It was him, Ulbrich, Derek Smith as a 3-4.
Yep.
That was such a fun team. And
were they 4-3? Were they 4-3 or 3-4?
They went 3-4.
They went 3-4.
And
Yeah,
Jamie
right.
Winborn.
Jamie Winborn was good.
People forget.
He came in training camp. He took that job.
I think he got traded to Jacksonville at some point, and he never came back. The other two guys that I think we always forget, and I look back on them, Ahmed Plummer, if he could have stayed healthy, I thought was going to be a really good DB.
His last game was that divisional round loss against the Tampa Bay Bucks.
He was good, dude.
He retired out of nowhere.
Him and Jason
remember?
Webster were solid.
He had a bad injury. He was a first-round pick out of Ohio State. He was that same draft with Julian Peterson. I thought Plummer was very solid. And after a while, Niner fans started saying, "Oh, bum ass, I'm in Plummer." And I don't remember him being a bum. I remember him saying, "I'm going to take the number one wide receiver." He got the neck.
The neck.
Look, everybody sees that highlight of Randy Moss mossing him in the Metrodome. But that was one of Moss's only catches in that game.
Yeah, exactly.
He actually did a really good job on Randy Moss. I loved Ahmed Plummer. That's a good call there. And Jason Webster. Was he Texas A&M?
Yeah, 36.
Yep.
I mean, they were a solid duo. It was Mike Rump who couldn't stay on the field.
Mike Rump couldn't stay on the field.
They just kept picking on him.
And they had Tony Parrish.
And he had a good number, too.
And they had Zach Bronson. Remember Zach Bronson had 7 picks that one year?
He was part of the Jim Moore Sr., you know?
Yep, he had that pick.
Playoffs.
I'll never forget when the Niners made the playoffs that year with Jim Moore Jr. and Mooch. They lost in Chicago that year at Soldier Field. But they were up big. Shea Matthews killed them in the fourth quarter. But Zach Bronson had a pick 6 that day. It was like for 90+. People know. You'll remember.
Lance Schulter, Zach Bronson.
Dude, they were sick,
so
right?
many Niner safeties.
I remember he picked it off and went to the house, and there was a Niner fan. I don't know why I remember this. There was a Niner fan with a sign. The Niners are back in Soldier Field, and he had the sign, and he kept waving it up. The Niners are back.
Narrator,
and it was like,
the Niners are not back.
And when they made the playoffs that year, they were back then, and then it went sideways once Erickson got the job.
Those early 2000 defenses were
good.
Extremely underrated.
Yep, very underrated.
Extremely underrated. I'm with him on that. And then I'm going to give you a name, and you're going to smile. John Engelberger.
Oh, my God. Virginia Tech. Number 94.
Him? What a bust.
He had the U-bar.
Oh, I couldn't stand
him. He had the U-bar. You didn't like him?
I couldn't stand Engelberger.
He was solid.
He was always like 5 steps too slow on the edge. He was the guy that would bite on the run fake every time.
Oh, my gosh. Well, great defenses. 888-957-9570.
11, 12, 19, or 22. Who are you taking?
It's hard not to take 2011.
That's what I'm saying. And that felt like that first love, too, with Harbaugh.
It's hard not to take them. It's hard. Dante Whitner. That Saints game, because people forget.
When Golson would hit you and then do the hawk.
Did the hawk.
Oh, my God.
He decapitated Michael Clayton for Tampa that year. Remember that?
I do
on the
remember
pick
that.
6. I mean, he blew him up. But the moment in Philadelphia where Justice Smith strips Jeremy Maclin from the back on a wide receiver screen, and they recover it, and the sideline goes crazy like, it's our ball, it's our ball, it's our ball. It made everybody believe.
Was that the game Morgan broke his leg?
That was the Tampa Bay
Joshua
game.
Morgan.
So I remember that game. That was one of the few Niner games I went to that year.
Okay.
I took my little brother, Bernard. Call me, Bernard. It's been a while.
Okay.
They were up 41-3.
Oh, yeah, it was a blowout game. Alex actually threw a ball past 20 yards in that game.
Yeah, I know. They were rolling.
Remember that?
They brought in Kaepernick.
Oh.
He threw a touchdown pass at the end of the game. But it was to Josh Morgan when he broke his leg.
Was he Joshua at that time? Because remember he switched
Joshua
his name?
Morgan. Yeah, it was Joshua Morgan.
Yeah. He was
Joshua
nice.
Morgan was not supposed to be in the game. somebody else was supposed to be in the game, and they were looking for the helmet. So Crabtree and Morgan started fighting. It was like, oh, this is a free touchdown. Stats. And he ran into the game. He wasn't even supposed to be in the game, Shasky. I watched the whole thing. I'll never forget it. I was like, oh, why is Josh Morgan going to? Kind of had a Booby Miles feel to it on Friday Night Lights when he wasn't supposed to be in the game.
Yeah.
And what was it? Kromer couldn't find his helmet, so Booby ran in.
Like Brent Jones with John Taylor in the 88 Super Bowl.
There you go. So Joshua Morgan, man, he was really, really
was
good.
Was he Virginia Tech too?
Joshua Morgan was Virginia Tech.
Dude,
he was
Beamer
Virginia
Ball,
Tech.
he had players, dude.
Beamer Ball, I used them on video games all the
players.
time. He had players, dude.
I thought Daryl Tapp was going to be that dude.
He actually was a pass rush coach for the Niners.
Was he?
Matter of fact, he may be on the staff.
I thought Daryl Tapp was going to be that dude.
He may be on the staff now.
Who's the cornerback? D'Angelo Hall?
D'Angelo Hall went to VTech.
Yeah.
He went to VTech. They had another one, too.
Yeah.
They had another one, too. Let's go to Chris in Concord. He's on the radio. He wants to talk about the greatest
what do we think of this
Niner defenses. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's up, guys? So just kind of wanted to chime in on great 49er defenses. And what about that 94-95 defense, man?
Well,
you had Dana Stubblefield.
Yeah.
You had Merton Hanks doing the chicken dance. You had Tim McDonald. You had Deion Sanders on the outside. I mean, dude, Ken Norton, that defense, I mean, sorry, Fillmore Mike, but this defense this year has nothing.
Well, in Fillmore Mike's defense, we were going last 20 years.
Yeah.
That felt like an all-star team to me. You had Richard Dent coming in.
Yep.
You had Sam Mills playing on that team.
Brian
Lee
Young was a
Woodall,
rookie.
Gary Plummer.
Deion.
Brian Young was Defensive Rookie of the Year that year. Dana Stubblefield, the Defensive Player of the Year, and Deion Sanders, Tyrone Drakeford.
Eric Davis.
I mean, there were so many great players on that team. That defense was all-time.
Yeah.
All-time. Charles Haley.
Chris, you still there?
Yep, I'm still here, man. I totally agree with you guys.
What about the potential of this defense? What do you think about this defense?
You know, I'll be completely honest, man. I'm a Dolphins fan, so I'll tell you right now, like, I haven't really been watching the 49ers this year.
I'm curious. What are you guys thinking of Mike McDaniels? Because there's a lot of chatter from Niner fans. We're missing Mike McDaniels. And I feel like now it's kind of jumped the shark. Like, I get it. McDaniels was influential, but let's not pretend like he's, Bill Walsh reincarnated. But how are Dolphin fans feeling about him?
I can tell you right now, as a Dolphins fan, we are stoked. I can tell you that we finally have an offensive-minded coach. And, I mean, just look at Tua's numbers right now and look at what they're doing to the rest of the league. So, everybody should be on notice.
Nothing. There it is. Dolphin fans coming out of the woodwork. Thanks for the call, Chris, by the way. Daryl Tapp.
Number 55.
Yeah.
Virginia Tech.
Yep.
One of my favorite defenses in college football history.
Great. He's the assistant defensive line coach for the 49ers.
Is he?
Last year was his first year. I told you he was deep assistant last year.
I loved him.
He's on the staff now.
Well, he was a Falcon? What was he?
So he was a Seahawk, Eagle, played with Washington, Detroit, the Saints, and the Bucks.
Seahawks.
And the Bucks.
Wow.
Was drafted by Seattle. Only had 29 career sacks. Second round pick out of VTech.
So if we're asking like the favorite defenses, if you're going to go 2011, I don't think you're wrong there. I would probably, 9 times out of 10, I'm probably taking 2011. But I have to say, 2019,
the defense was good.
It was so good. It was so good. And there was something about Levi Stadium when Sherman would make an interception.
Oh, it popped.
That place, everybody would be shaking their heads. And
we got the pick against Minnesota in the playoffs, and that place went crazy.
I mean, and then Bosa, like that team
there was something
really
about
fun.
Sherb. There was something
there
about
was just
Sherb.
something fun. Now, I'm probably going to lean 2011, but I don't want to dismiss 2019 because 2019 was so fun. And I fell back in love with my Niners that year.
So 2019, I did too, and it happened in the Pittsburgh game. Remember that?
I do.
They beat them at home. They held on for dear life and beat Pittsburgh 24-20. That stretch where they had to play Arizona on Halloween, the defense looked tired. Then the overtime game against Seattle, the pick. It was an iconic game. That's when your grandpa had the greatest line ever. You know, guys, I've been to some great wins, and I've seen some brutal losses. And he paused for like 7 seconds. That was a brutal loss.
That was like a 9-hour day for him at
Grandpa
Levi
Shatsky.
Stadium. That was a long day.
Dude,
I learned my lesson. No primetime games for the 86-year-old.
No more primetime games for him.
I'm taking my wife and niece this Monday.
What game are you going to take Grandpa to?
Oh, we're going to go. We already have it locked in.
Arizona?
We're going to the Chiefs game.
Chiefs game. Oh.
Yeah, he's getting them Mahomes.
Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, boy. He wants to see Mahomes, huh?
He wanted to go to an opening day. I said, Grant, it's going to be like a downpour. I love you, buddy, but...
All right. So, but that stretch in 2019, we forget. They had to play Arizona again. They had to come back from 16-0. Defense played great in the second half of that one. They had to play Lamar Jackson in Baltimore.
Oh, that was a good game. In the rain.
In the rain.
That was
They held the Packers to 8 points on Sunday Night Football. Remember that?
That's one of those few times where you lose and feel proud of your team.
Yeah, you felt good after the Baltimore game. And then they gave up the 46 to the Saints, and it was like, all right, that was a stinker for the defense. Then they had to play the Falcons. They played the Rams. Defense started leaking oil towards the end of that season. Remember that? They gave up 29 points to the Falcons. Now, it happened on that last play of the game where if you were a bettor, you got pissed off about that. But that was the Julio Jones game when he just dominated and Sherman didn't play. So that's where I lead 2011 because they were more consistent throughout the season. More consistent. They didn't falter down the stretch like 2019 did.
Well, and I also feel like the lasting image of 2019 is Quan dropping a pick, third and whatever, where they threw it
third
down.
and 15,
yeah, I mean,
Mosley.
come on. You know, like there's a lot. And then like Sherman getting burned.
You're right.
You know, like, but don't let that, like, don't forget how great they were throughout the totality of the year. And let's not forget, that was one of the most explosive offenses the league has ever seen.
Yeah.
And they suffocated them until the end. I know they look, the dam broke. And it was a huge flood. And I'm not trying to be mean with all the stuff going on in Florida, so I probably shouldn't use that analogy. But my point being is, like, that was a great defense. And I know it ended in an ugly way, but it doesn't take away from how much I loved watching them play.
And that defense, the goal line stand at the end of the game against Seattle. Remember that? Yes. That goal line stand out for sure. We all thought, we watched that game right here.
Incredible.
We said, damn, they're going to blow home field advantage just like that.
I know.
They were number one all year. They're going to blow home field
and
advantage.
We're going to go back to the Julio Jones play the week before where they lost on the final play of the game.
Because I remember Danny Fry telling me, this game isn't important. I was like, damn it, the Falcons game is important.
Didn't Steiny say that too?
Yeah, he did. He apologized to me that day. Remember, he was like...
He's coming down my road last night on Twitter.
Was he?
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, there was a guy on the Giants who was wearing number 18, and all I said was there are certain numbers in sports for certain organizations that if you're not going to retire, because that's Matt Cain's number, if you're not going to retire it for Matt Cain, which is fine. I don't even know if I'm 100% on Matt Cain having his number retired. I can go in both directions on that. It should be reserved for someone who I believe has a little more impact on the franchise long term. For example, 22. It wasn't retired for years and years and years for the Giants, and they would hand it out to like Dan Ugla. And it's like Dan Ugla does not deserve. The guy was DFA'd in Florida and in Atlanta, and you came here on like a prove it deal, and you gave him 22. Like, can we read the room a little? It's like 81 with the Niners. You're not going to retire T.O.'s number.
But you give it to Trent Taylor.
Yeah. Or Jordan Matthews.
Yeah, that's weak. That's weak. So Steiny came down your road.
Oh yeah, he's like, well, then you should start issuing 3-digit numbers then.
You and Steiny are like best buds, though. You guys are BFFs.
I love Steiny.
Yeah, you guys are BFFs.
I listen to that show every day.
No, this isn't a knockoff jersey. This is 503 Sports. 503 Sports. Relax over there, Chris Hansen. Somebody also asked, front office, what up, front office? Did we plan on matching today?
No, I didn't even.
It's kind of weird. Yeah, I was just. Go ahead.
I got some of those Steph Curry shorts, you know, those Warrior ones.
Oh, yeah.
The ones that have all the patches on them.
From the parade?
Yeah, Rocco hooked me up.
Yeah, I know.
He came through. How'd you know?
Because he told me he was going to come through.
Yeah.
He told me.
I went and I saw his new house
I thought it was supposed to be a
yesterday.
surprise for your birthday.
Oh, I think it was just for me being such a great dude.
Yeah, and those shirts are hard, huh? I got a pair, too.
And they fit perfect.
Oh, dude, I got a pair, too. I can't. Dude, I wore them twice. Dad has been hating. It's just like, you really spent that much money on those shorts?
They have the nylon in them, and so I'm curious if I'm supposed to wear boxers or briefs with them underneath, or if you're supposed to go.
If I was you, I would wear boxers or briefs under them.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
but you know what I'm talking about? They have like the swimming like netting on it.
You don't want to be free, if you know what I mean. Don't just go. Wear some boxers, all right?
Yeah. Can we agree 2011 was better than 2012, even though 2012 was more decorated in terms of all pros?
2011 blows 2012 away.
So we agree there.
22. The injury to Justice Smith changed 2012. It changed.
I'm with you.
They got blown out in Seattle. They gave up a ton of points to Atlanta. Remember, Atlanta was up 17-0 in the NFC Championship game, and for some reason, Atlanta wanted to try to run the ball. It was like, no. You keep passing, you're going to beat the Niners that year. They had no pass rush.
Trent Baalke finding Navarro Bowman. I know we've forgotten, but they moved off to Keo Spikes, and they put Bowman in there. And Bowman, to this day, I will say this. No one ever talked about it. As great as the 2011 defense was, what made that team was the Tony Montana special teams unit, because Goldson, Bowman, all those guys played special teams. And you know I'm big on this. And they were so sick.
And Bowman.
Was it Blake Costanzo?
Blake Costanzo. Linebacker, backup linebacker. And And the
Tony
fact is,
Montana.
Tony Montana.
Play that song.
Bowman started playing all 3 downs instead of Patrick Willis.
He
became the 3-down linebacker. He became the passing down linebacker. And that interception he had against Aaron Rodgers at Lambeau Field to set the tone for the season. Remember that?
Yes.
He had that pick right in the middle of the field. Bowman should have been Defensive Player of the Year. Should have been Defensive Player of the Year over Luke Kuechly.
It sounds sacrilegious to say. I was one of the people saying, as great as Willis is, and I thought Willis is one of the greatest linebackers I've ever seen in my life, Bowman's 2013 season is the greatest linebacker season I've ever seen in my entire life.
As a 49er, no doubt. No doubt.
He
did everything. He did everything.
How about the hit on Russell Wilson on the second to last Candlestick game? Dude, that
on the bootleg. It was a 13-6 game on Thursday Night Football.
He ran the whole
It was
length
like
of the
a missile.
field.
It was like a missile. And it was like, remember they kept highlighting it too? It was like, look at this guy, number 53.
I'll never forget when he went down on the Eric Reed accidentally hitting him. I cried. I knew his career would never be the same.
Yeah, no, it was sad.
That was one of the worst injuries I've ever seen in any sport. It ruined his career. The fact he even came back, the fact he didn't lose his leg is a miracle.
Pick at the stick, no doubt about that.
He's
but
a
that game in
legend to me.
Seattle, that was, if there's, when we say body bag games.
Oh, it's the ultimate one. Remember Gene Steratore? Said it's the hardest hitting game in all my years in the NFL.
He said it was the most physical game ever.
Ever.
I'm
convinced Frank Gore got a concussion in the second quarter.
And then he made that play on 4th and 9, and I thought we were going to win the game.
We were talking about plays that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Booby Dixon scores a touchdown. They don't call it. They have to go back out there, and Iupati breaks his leg, and he's never the same.
And he's never the same, no doubt. Oh, my. There was carnage left on that field.
Look at us.
Carnage left on that field. The 4th and 9, and then the next play, Kaepernick hits Crabtree in the middle of the field. He gets 15, and they were rushing for whatever reason. It's like, don't rush. We got the game in control.
How about the Kaepernick throw on where he's running like a shortstop?
Oh, the Anquan Bolden.
They threw a missile, and Bolden caught it above his head.
I tell you the play to change that game as we're going down
Michael
memory lane.
Bennett strip?
No. First half. Niners are up 10-0.
Well, they scored 7 points on the first drive when Alden got the strip.
They called the quarterback draw on 3rd down. It was like, Harbaugh, what are you doing? Greg Roman, what are you doing? But it was 10-0. And Russell Wilson's running around, and he throws one deep to Doug Baldwin, and he caught Dante Whitner sleeping.
I remember that.
Seattle was able to get 3 points.
Was that the play where everyone jumped off sides and they stopped? They all just stopped?
No, that was a different play. That was
another one that pissed me off.
There was like 4 memorable plays. But that play, it allowed Seattle to score 3 points. They kicked the field goal before halftime, and they were able to keep Marshawn Lynch in the game plan. And once they kept Marshawn Lynch in the game plan, it was like, And they came out in the second half, and Marshawn Lynch ran it right down their throats and tied that football game. Oh, that game bothers me. That was the ultimate body bag game. But I thought, when they converted that 4th down to free car, I said, the Niners are going to steal this game. They're going to the Super Bowl. I really thought that.
It's one of the greatest plays Seattle sports history. I just say NFL history. And the fact Malcolm Smith was in no man's land trailing the play.
I can't believe
and
it.
not only did Crabtree bat it back to him, he just happened to be. I'll never get over that.
All right, let's get Mo on hold. We'll get Mo at the top of the hour. We went down memory lane. Sorry about that, Mo. We'll get to you. It'll be the first call right before Jason Aponte. We'll get you on Mo before we get to Jason Aponte, Niners Nation, Sprint Right Pod. He's going to join us next to talk about the season, where it can go, this defense. We'll compare some defenses. We'll do all that here on the Morning Roast. But first, you know what time it is.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, believe it or not, other teams are being hit with the injury bug this season too, and it's the Chargers. The Chargers always get hit with the injury bug. Rashawn Slater, remember their first-round pick out of Northwestern a season ago? The left tackle will miss the rest of the season, which is not going to help Justin Herbert. The news got even worse yesterday when it was announced that defensive end Joey Bosa will undergo groin surgery and will go on injured reserve. Head coach Brandon Staley did express hope that Bosa will return to the field this season. Now you look at that Sunday night game, you're saying we don't have to deal with Bosa and Khalil Mack. It's just Mack. Sucks for Joey Bosa, though. He's a very good player. Groin surgery. Go. Yeah, the Chargers. Looks like they're going to charge again this season. They are inconsistent. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Jason Aponte next, but first look at the Mo on the other side. He'll set the tone for the 8 o'clock hour, and that would be sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking. No compromises.
Lubman is a solid guy.
Check Check out Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. Fruits and vegetables are very environmentally friendly foods. Make them even more friendly by eating them in season. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Hey guys, Mike Valenti for Cash the Ticket podcast. If you like sports betting or if you just like sports, it's the podcast for you. We try to cover all the big games and maybe some of the games you didn't even know were important, give you some angles, pick some winners, have a good time, and hopefully help you meander through college and pro football season. So join us a couple times a week to get all your information you need to bet the games that you watch. It's Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save over $700 on average, and those savings add up. Imagine what you could buy in the future.
Hey, remember how 20 years ago I switched to Progressive? Well, now it's the future, and I used all those savings to buy this new hologram phone. Because, you know, it's the future, and everything is holograms now.
So switch to Progressive and save big, because those savings can add up in the future. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. National annual average insurance savings by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive in 2020. Potential savings will vary.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Hey, well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Uh-oh. I'm about to cut the Porsche.
Okay.
Dude,
we're bringing it back to 2011.
Candlestick was so lit when the whole place.
Well, there's two players I think of: Boobie Miles and Larry Grant. Always think of those two.
Blake Costanzo.
Oh, Blake Costanzo too.
White boys.
On the kickoff team, going back and forth. And Boobie after the games, when he would wave the 49er flag, he would wave that baby in front of the dugouts.
Tony Montana.
This was hard.
Tony Montana. The whole entire place would go crazy.
So we've been talking about defense. As oh baby. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, good morning to you. If you're getting ready for work, if you're on the roadways, good morning to everybody out there listening on the Odyssey app. Comcast Business Text Line, of course, YouTube and Twitch. We love you all. We love Jason Aponte, one of the many great 49er content producers. He's all over the place on Twitter, man, representing for the Niners, Sprint Right Pod, Niners Nation. He's everywhere. And I wonder, because he's full of himself now because he got Aaron Judge and the Yankees hitting 61.
I mean, I don't
They're
blame
going
him.
to the playoffs, and the Giants, they're trying to battle to get to 500. I don't know what they're doing.
Oh, my God. Let's start right
John
here.
Sterling.
Let's start right here. Okay, we were having a debate because we're talking about through 3 games, this looks like a really good defense.
No
I mean,
doubt.
elite is what I would say. They haven't had a true test. It's really early. In the last 20 years or so, we narrowed it down 2011, 2012, 2019, and obviously this year's version in terms of the best defenses of the last 20 or so years from the 49ers. Which defense are you taking?
Well, first of all, thank you guys for having me, man. It's honor and a pleasure. And yeah, Aaron Judge is 61, but I think we know who the home run king is. It's Barry Bonds.
Thank you. Barry Lamar.
That's coming from a Yankee fan, everybody. From a Yankee fan.
From the Bronx as well, too.
From the Bronx.
There we
from
go.
the Bronx.
Yeah, so, yeah.
There it is.
Not Benny Blanco from the Bronx.
No.
No, we don't do that, actually. But no, if you want to be prisoner for a moment, and I'm going to just take this defense, and here's why.
Okay.
Jimmy Ward hasn't played one snap. Eric Armstead didn't make this game either as well, too. Jason Verrett could possibly be in there, right? And Samuel Womack starts, and now Diamador Lenoir steps in, and he plays well. You're talking about insane depth in the secondary now when Jason Verrett returns, Jimmy Ward returns, and then Eric Armstead coming back and getting himself back acclimated. I really don't see how this defense wouldn't be the best in this time period unless there's barring some sort of injury. And knock on wood, hopefully that doesn't happen.
Right.
But Nick Bosa is on his way to a historic season as far as pressures and sacks. I think that there is no way to look at anybody on all those other defenses as far as Alden Smith was incredible, but Nick Bosa, what he's doing right now is he could be one of the top 1, 2, 3 football players in the world at any position if he continues his race. So yeah, and throw in the fact that DeMeco Ryans has largely become the best defensive coordinator in the league. I mean, on 3rd and 14, right? Let's just say this, and I don't want to disrespect the great Robert Saleh, but on 3rd and 14, what you would have normally seen from this defense in 2019 was just everybody drop back in the cover 3 and just make the front 4 go get him. He's sending pressure on 3rd and 14 and sending guys. You know why? He's dialing it up at the right time, and he's not taking his foot off the gas. The defense is the least of my worries with this team.
Wow, Tony, that's a good point. You made a lot of excellent points there. Don't forget about Vic Fangio, another great defensive coordinator in 2011. That was another team that did not blitz.
No.
They didn't have to because of Justice Smith and Alden Smith, Ahmed Brooks, and, of course, Ray McDonald in the middle, Isaac Sampawaga. That was a great man. We're talking about some great defenses here. But time is early. It's too early to tell. Denver struggling on offense. We know about Geno Smith in Seattle, but you play with who's on the schedule, Justin Fields in Chicago. And the problem I have with this defense so far, Chicago went crazy with those 3 straight touchdowns. The game got sideways with the Dante Pettis play, but this will by far be their biggest test on Monday. And I still think the Niners defense has an advantage because we know, Jason, Matt Stafford will throw a couple up for the defense.
Absolutely. And when you look at the way that their offensive line, I mean, there's so many questions about the 49ers offensive line, but here you're looking at the Rams offensive line. You're looking at no Boom, and you're looking at, like, there's no Andrew Whitworth. He's not walking through that door for them anymore. So now you're going to see, similarly, even when Whitworth was there, the Rams didn't necessarily blow the doors off the 49ers. They still struggled to score points. Allen Robinson was supposed to come in and be immediate contributor, and I don't think that that's happened yet. I don't know what it is about him and Matthew Stafford. They haven't gotten on the same, Cooper Kupp is the Cooper Kupp, but running back situation, they don't really have a rotation there either, so they're in a similar place. Like, it's funny, across the league right now, and I believe that the number is, for 10 years, this is the least amount of points across the league that have been scored. So there's a lot of teams that are struggling right now on offense, but even if the Rams were firing on all cylinders per se, the 49ers have never really given it up to them. Like, it's not like they're just giving up 30 and 40 points to them. So now when you bring into the fact that Tyler Higbee is the number 2 guy with targets, their tight end, and the 49ers have done a masterful job covering tight ends, the Rams are not necessarily going to come in here and score points, and that's always been the point about when Trey Lance started or whoever was going to be the quarterback now, is this defense is never going to let any game get away from them. They're always going to have a chance to be right there, and it's all going to come down to the offense execute.
How do they get this offense to just pop a little more, man? We were talking about just different personnel things, and I'm coming outside the box with, I said, hey, maybe it is playing Debo exclusively at running back so that you can at least run some play action, because now it feels like every time he touches the ball, everybody's all over him, 4, 5, 6 guys on him. Is it playing Danny Gray? Is it just asking the quarterback to play better? How do they get some pop out of the O?
I think it's all of the above right there, Shasky, at this point. I mean, look, the Debo Samuel thing, you heard Kyle Shanahan say something that kind of was disheartening after the game about, well, nobody's shocked at the Debo runs anymore. Okay, well, now you know that. Fine. So maybe when you have Debo Samuel in the backfield, maybe you don't necessarily give him the ball so that everybody doesn't key in on him, right? Danny Gray, sure, you'd like to see that, but I think the quarterback has to play a little bit better. You have a lot of questions about this offense. I understand that, right? I understand that. But I'm not as concerned because as long as there are guys running wide open down the field, it's not going to boil down to Kyle Shanahan, right? Like, there's all this talk about play calling and all these things. Kyle can't throw the ball either, right?
Yeah. And I agree there.
And everybody always wants to talk about, well, he's got the shackles on Jimmy. Well, you don't know what's being discussed in that room. You don't know what is going on, right? So my issue becomes this. Kyle Shanahan gets Brandon Ayuk on a safety or a linebacker. That's a matchup you need to take advantage of. And you just have to let it rip. Like, how many times can you see a guy running down the field wide open, hand up, and Jimmy Garoppolo throws it into 2 guys? Or when Brandon Ayuk is running a crossover on 3rd down, which is a perfect 3rd down play, and Jimmy throws it at his feet. Look, I'm not here to bash Jimmy Garoppolo, but I think we can all objectively say he played poorly on Sunday. That has so much more to do with this offensive lack of success than Kyle Shanahan's play calling. You can criticize certain play calls, and I'm fine with that. He's not above criticism. But at the same time, as long as guys are running wide open and the ball's not being thrown, I'm not certain what Kyle Shanahan can do anymore, and that's why he moves heaven and earth to try to move on and get Trey Lance, because this was happening too frequently.
Yeah, and you know what? This is well said. You're spot on. Jason Aponte, Niners Nation, Sprint Right Pod here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. You're so spot on because plays are there to be made, yet the quarterback is not making them and not taking advantage of matchups, which is frustrating because last week, players and whoever coaches are talking to Michael Silver at the SF Chronicle talking about, well, Jimmy gives us the best chance to win. And you watch that game on Sunday, and you hear all the excuses, and it's frustrating to hear that. So with that said, you're out there in the Bronx. You're covering the Yankees. Shasky and I the last 2 days have been saying this team lacks playmakers, which is why I'm hesitant to put Debo at running back, because I'm saying, well, if you put him at running back, the wear and tear he's going to get, all of a sudden you're down a wide receiver, and you have Brandon Ayuk who's going to get shadowed by the defense, a corner and a safety over the top. Danny Gray, we don't know anything about. The quarterback can't get the ball to Danny Gray. And you have Jawan Jennings who can't really get separation on the outside.
Yeah,
he's a possession receiver at best.
Which is fine.
Playmakers. What are they saying out there in New York City about Saquon Barkley? Now, it's very premature, but I wonder what's going to happen in that situation where he's going to be a free agent after the year, and we have no idea if the Giants want to pay a running back.
And to echo that, in 2019, when we could clearly see, hey, wide receiver's a problem, they traded for Emmanuel Sanders during the middle of the year. If you're a win-now team, I'm looking at this team, I don't know if Elijah's coming back. So I'm just asking, what are they saying about Saquon Barkley? Because I think he'd be a great fit.
Well, look, I think that a lot of the people here have a problem with the way that Saquon hasn't been able to stay on the field. And a lot of people, the game has moved towards not paying running backs second contracts, right?
Right.
Like the name of the game right now is draft them, run them into the ground, and let somebody else pay them, right? So now look at the Cowboys, right? There's a lot of talk now about Ezekiel Elliott being passed over by Tony Pollard, right? Derrick Henry isn't exactly King Henry like that anymore. Dalvin Cook is injured again. Christian McCaffrey is constantly injured. Alvin Kamara is injured.
Right.
This is why so many people stay away from going with the second contract. If I was guessing for the 49ers, I don't think they make a move like that, but I don't think anybody here in New York is necessarily ready to ship off Saquon.
Right.
I think that they're more focused on what the hell are they going to do at quarterback. But it's just the NFL right now has just moved away from the whole, pay running backs and just keep feeding them because, once you get to 30, you might as well call that 50 in running back year.
Yeah. Right, no doubt. And just the aggressiveness at the deadline, because the deadline's going to come during the Niners bye week. October 30th is going to come, and then, deadline's November 1st. Last year, we saw like 10 different moves around the deadline. We saw Von Miller get shipped to help the L.A. Rams from Denver. He goes to L.A. and wins the Super Bowl. Beckham gets cut by the Browns. He becomes an L.A. Ram. This feels like a year where the Niners may have to get aggressive because they had their full complement of picks in 2024 and 2025. You got a second-round pick next year and a third-round pick. I almost feel like they need to get aggressive and just surround Jimmy with playmakers and make it as easy as possible as if he's a rookie or a second-year quarterback like Trey Lance.
Yeah, and that's the advantage of having him at this discounted rate. Even though his numbers are going to go up the more he plays, it's still a discounted rate down from the $26 million. So you have flexibility to play around with. Don't forget the cap is going to increase next year too. I mean, I would love to see the 49ers go ahead and do that. One thing I think we're kind of overlooking at this point is it's George Kittle's first game back.
Yeah.
Now, and he's probably getting himself up to speed. The only thing that I would say that is a little bit concerning now is that now that Trent Williams is out, how much is George Kittle going to have to be in there to block now at this point?
That's big.
I mean, from what you saw in the game the other night, because I'm blown away how much they get this guy to block. And I get it. That's part of his game. And it's what makes him so valuable. But I don't pay guys to block at the tight end position. I pay him to catch passes and take routes. He just didn't look like he had any juice. Am I the only one there? Or is that just I'm looking that he doesn't get enough targets to where he could show that he's running through people still?
No, I think that's very fair. And I think that, again, it was his first game back. He had missed so much time because of the injury as well, too. So we have to give him at least a little bit of leeway there. And you know what? This may sound like a cop-out. I kind of want to give Jimmy Garoppolo a little bit of leeway as well, too. But it kind of makes me feel bad when I hear, it was like riding like a bike. And then all of a sudden this week, it's like, we were rusty. And also, for the people that tell me, he hasn't had the playbook, which page in the playbook says, the end zone is 10 yards only. But yeah, I think that we need time to figure this out. And I think that's what the glass half full approach is that I'm going to take, right? It's 1-3 right now. It's 1-2 right now, right? In week 3. You have the Rams, you have the Carolina Panthers, you have the Falcons, and sandwiched right after that is the Chiefs. So you have bookended 2 really good teams. But if you find a way to get this done on Monday Night Football, you really have a chance to go on a little mini run here before you get to the Chiefs because let's just face it, the Panthers aren't very good, the Falcons aren't very good, and this defense, regardless if the offense isn't clicking, will be able to overcome those 2 teams. And then you get the real test. Hopefully by then this offense is kicked in. So, look, the sky isn't falling. Don't light everything on fire, right? Like the season's not in the balance right here. You would love to have this win, and hopefully an extra day on Monday Night Football helps this offense kick into gear. But it's still right there all in front of you. And need I remind you, the NFC West isn't being run away. I mean, Arizona should be 0-3. Thank you, Las Vegas Raiders. Seattle's terrible. And the Rams aren't exactly blowing the doors off of people either. So no one's running away with this division. It's still right there in front of the 49ers.
Doesn't it feel like if they go into the bye week 4-4, that's a win for the Niners, considering all the turbulence this season? They could be 4-4 going into the bye week. Then you play a Chargers team that's going to be without Joey Bosa for a long time. As you mentioned, Arizona's been a mess. The Saints can't do anything offensively with Jameis Winston. My goal is just be 4-4 by the bye week and see where you're at. See where you're at before the trade deadline.
Right, 100%. That's exactly how you should feel. And this is such a week-to-week league, not only with the way the teams play, but injuries shape how these teams are being brought up, right? Like you just mentioned it. When you look at the schedule and you went down the line, you said, well, the first two are wins for the 49ers. Well, we know how that worked out. They went 1-1. And then you say, oh, the first test is Denver. But then you realize that Denver hasn't actually been sharp offensively.
Right.
So that changes the way you look at it. So that's why you don't get too carried away with wins, loss at the beginning of the season when you see the schedule, because week to week, an injury here, the team's not performing there, teams change and they don't look that good. You know, you don't pray for injuries, but that's just the nature of the league.
Jason, good stuff, man, as always, man. We love having you on the roast.
Great stuff.
Our roasters love you, man. Check out Jason at Niners Nation on Twitter, of course, and Sprint Right Pod. Jason's all over the 49ers, and he's all over Aaron Judge, who may be a future Giant. We'll hope.
Look, I will say this, and look, if he does end up going back home with the Giants, I will be happy for him. He deserves every single dollar. I'll be happy for you guys, and I'll be rooting for him to be the first righty to put it in McCovey coat.
There we go.
There it is. Look at that. He's not leaving the Yankees. Come on, man. $500 million.
I don't think so either, but if it happens to be you guys, I'm happy.
Dude, that yard, it's a hitter's paradise, man. New Yankee Stadium.
Buster's his favorite player. I don't know.
We'll
Thank
see
you,
about
Jason.
that. Jason, good stuff, man, as
Good
always.
stuff.
I appreciate you.
All right, Jason Aponte here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game said a lot of good things. We'll take this defense. He would take this defense now over all those defenses.
I think it's interesting because it's such a pass-happy league, right?
Right.
I do believe that when you look at the secondary, like even the 2011, 2012 teams, let's start there. Hard hitting. Weren't necessarily pass coverage.
No.
In terms of secondary. No. Carlos Rogers had a monster year that year. Terrell Brown started to come on, but they weren't guys that like locked down anyone. Right. They were more like smarts and guile and things like that. And they're going to
bend don't break.
And we're going to thump the crud out of you.
Right.
Like I just think of Hittner, and I think of Deshaun Golson, the Hawk, coming in and blasting somebody. 2019. They didn't generate turnovers outside of Sherman from the cornerback position. This year, it feels like Hufanga's like that changer, that game-changing type of player. Well, not only does he make plays on the ball, but he hits guys so hard the ball pops up in the air and someone else can make a play. And then Ward and Mooney obviously are a little more proficient at deflecting balls. So I kind of hear him on the secondary thing. I do think this is their best version of the secondary if we're ranking the four teams.
Well, 2019, though, I'm looking at these turnovers, and I'm looking at the turnovers they forced. They were really good.
Yeah, they had a lot of fumbles.
They forced...
And Warner had picks.
Yep. They forced 2 turnovers in the Super Bowl, 3 against the Packers in the NFC Championship game, and 2 against Minnesota. That's 7 turnovers in 3 games right there. Now, they gave the ball away 4 times, so that doesn't help. But you look at these like Seattle in overtime, they forced 4 turnovers.
Yeah, remember that one game? One of them was where Russ looked like he handed it to the lineman, and then Buckner stripped it from him.
Ran in for the touchdown.
I mean,
flipped the game. Damn, they forced Baker Mayfield and the Browns into 4 turnovers.
By the way, everyone's saying, like, the Jimmy G play from last week where he stepped out of bounds. Yeah. I've never seen Jimmy do anything dumb like that. Go back to that Monday night game, the Seattle game, when he was like getting sacked and he just kind of like threw the ball on the ground and we were up 10-0 and breathed life into the Seahawks.
Right.
Guy picked it up, scooped it up. I think it was Jadeveon Clowney.
Right.
Picked it up, scooped it up, and walked in.
Yeah, Clowney walked in.
Just like just threw the ball on the ground.
Flipped the game,
like he was like a referee throwing a flag on the play.
It was 10-0 at that point. Niners 10-0, and that got Seattle on the board. And not to mention the play last year, week 3, at home in the home opener against the Green Bay Packers. Remember that one?
Well, come on, why do you got to do that? And what overshadows it was Shanahan's play clock management in that game, where he threw 3 times at the end of the game.
Which I didn't have a problem with at the time. I'm not going to lie.
I'll be real. I wanted the tie.
Yeah, I did.
Because I knew they weren't going to march the length of the field.
The tie till Steiny started talking about the tie.
What are you talking about?
I don't remember that. I remember I was like, go for it. Just go win the game. Nobody wanted to tie the Seahawks.
No, in that situation, in that throwing it 3 times was giving them another chance to win.
I
Your
agree.
chances of winning were very minimal. It's all about winning.
It is about winning, but it wasn't
risk
about tying.
assessment.
I don't think people wanted to tie at that point. Well, it was a smart move, right? Maybe you get the tie, you remain in first
Chase
place.
McLaughlin just hits a damn field goal.
Well, he had nailed one before regulation was over,
he kicked
and
the
then
worst
he kicked one
field goal I've ever seen.
He had just nailed one, though.
I know, from like 50.
And he hit one. He kicked it into the tunnel.
It looked like he was kicking with the wrong foot.
Oh, man. What a game that was. What a day that was. Let's go to Zach and Martinez, listening on the radio. Zach, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. So I just wanted to hit on a point the last caller said, which was you have to give time for George Kittle to settle back in. So, like, when when Klay Thompson came back from multiple injuries, we all knew it was going to be a slow process, and we knew it was going to be a game-by-game, limit his reps, and let him ease back into the game. I really think that's going to be the case with George Kittle. And to a lesser degree, I know we expect a lot more out of the quarterback position, but I think you got to do the same with Jimmy. I know he had some excuses and obviously a boneheaded play last week, but the guy had an injury all year. I think we just got to give him time to settle in, get the shoulder right, and just get back into more of a game rhythm, because being out for an entire offseason, it doesn't do any players any favors.
No, it doesn't at all. Good call, Zach. Good call. Call us back soon.
Well,
and here's
that's
the thing.
an interesting point.
You know what? Patience. And so when you talk about patience, and it's not going to look pretty, at this point, just get wins, right? That Broncos game, it's ugly, right? The Broncos fans aren't going to complain.
No.
Russell Wilson and company and Nathaniel Hackett aren't going to. They're saying to themselves, we go to Vegas with a chance to be 3-1, tie for first place. That's what the Broncos are looking at it. So Monday night may be ugly. Hell, you may win the game 12-10. You may win it 15-13. I don't know. Just stack wins at this point and get to the bye week. Like, I'm looking at the schedule. Like, even Carolina, Atlanta, we say they're bad teams. I'd be happy with the split in those two road games.
Anybody can beat anybody.
Right. Anybody
it's the
can
NFL.
beat. The Carolina Panthers have very good defense, and Atlanta has a very good offense. They have playmakers, and they get the ball to their playmakers. Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Cordell Patterson's running the ball hard out of the backfield. Then you get Kansas City and the Rams in L.A. I'm just saying to myself, I'm 1-2 right now. Where can I be October 30th? Can I get to 4-4 going into the bye week?
Here's the only issue I've got with this point, and it's an interesting point. Obviously Clay missed 2 full seasons with 2 devastating. These are career-ending injuries and at least in that sport. Basketball's so different. There's so much inventory of games you can ease. There's minutes you can come in and out. Like, it's just so hard trying to compare and contrast basketball in terms of how you ease yourself back in to football. Football is full go, small, tiny little career. Every single play is dramatically more important than even a full game in the NBA. Like, it's so hard to compare. I get what he's saying, but I also go back to, and I'm looking at George Kittle here, and I think this is fair to wonder. I'm not saying this. I'm saying it's fair to wonder, what's going on with all of these injuries? Like, I know the game is so violent. I know that the game inherently is going to get you hurt all the time. This is a guy who it feels like he can't go a couple weeks without something coming up. Yeah. And then that to me is like, okay, maybe because of all the wear and tear on the O-line, maybe I shouldn't have him block as much. If I want to, help him from staying and being a key part of this team moving forward. Like, I do think that they need to assess those, what's the value of this here now? And I know that that's part of his game, but maybe he has to evolve his game. I'm just wondering that out loud.
Sometimes I wonder, can he play 12 games in a season? Can you give it 12 to 13 games this season? Because I'm looking at his contract, and after 2023, there's a potential out there. But I wonder, next year he's going to make $11.6 million in base salary. He's going to get another $3.6 for signing. It's a lot of money for a guy who's been nicked up a lot over the past 2 years. And I know you see the percentages. Oh, he's played 84% of the games. But how much has he been compromised because of these injuries?
That's the way I would phrase it.
The fractured ankle.
Yes.
The pop castle in the kneecap last year. Whatever was going on with him, he was obviously not 100%. And when he's not 100%, he's not the same in the passing game. No. He may be the same in the run game, but I need him in the passing game because I have limited weapons outside. Like, the great thing, this is why I want Debo. We were having a conversation yesterday about Debo playing running back or whether or not you want to play a full-time running back. And I hear where you're coming from. You're just trying to figure something out to make this offense go.
Yeah.
Now, I think you can't make the offense go in that because everybody saw it last year. That was their default. You know what? Here's our wrinkle. Let's play Debo in the backfield. And let's make something happen. Well, teams have had an entire offseason to get ready for that. Where can I get Debo down the field one-on-one against a corner?
So here's not a corner. They did it in the game where they had
safety or whatnot.
Well,
but
they had him in the backfield. I'll let you finish. They had him in the backfield multiple times where he's running a wheel route with a linebacker lined up there because he was in the running back spot, and it was wide open on multiple occasions.
I have a feeling that defense will adjust to that.
I'm sure
Debo may run that wheel route. We need a safety on him instead of a linebacker. He was open. That would have gone for a touchdown. Nobody talks about it. Got to make a throw there.
Well, and there was a couple that he didn't even look in his direction.
Yeah, I know. But if I could get Debo, instead of running to get 7 and 8 man boxes, can I get him down the field to where I can get him some one-on-ones?
Totally.
And maybe make a man miss, and he goes for 50. He goes for 40. Instead of going to get 7 and 8 guys, let me try to get him against 1 or 2 guys down the field, because what's his greatest trait? He breaks tackles.
Yeah.
He's tough to tackle one-on-one. So can I get him down the field and get him in situations to where all he has to do is beat a corner or a safety or a linebacker instead of going to get 7 and 8 man walls to where he's getting smashed for 2 yards on a running play. Same thing with Ayuk. Can I create some opportunities down the field one-on-one for Brandon Ayuk and have these guys going against the secondary instead of jet sweeps against 8-man fronts? That's all I'm looking for.
Totally fair. Totally fair. I do keep coming back to George Kittle has got to, he's got to have a pop game. I mean, he's got to have a pop game at some point, and they need him so bad to have a pop game, and I don't know how or what it looks like when you have this offensive line and you know that they're going to utilize him to chip and stay in and block, and I just... I feel like this might be a lost year for the guy, and that sucks.
Part of the reason why
lost, but an underwhelming season, I
hear
guess is what I'm saying.
But if we keep going here and moving forward, it's going to come down to the quarterback making some throws.
No doubt.
Can your quarterback make throws? Because
I feel
we're talking
like
about pop games.
Same conversation.
We had, and that's why I get a headache over it.
I know, and I'm sure the audience does too. And I don't mean it like that.
Think about it. Third play of the game in the NFC Championship game.
He's wide open.
Those are the pop plays we're talking about. Those are the pop plays you have to take advantage of.
Yeah.
Those are the pop plays that have been missing from this offense over the last 2 seasons. And why? It's because the quarterback just can't make a throw. That's it. That's it. And that's sad because last week the talking point was the quarterback gives you a better chance to win now.
He can't play any worse than what he did last week. Yeah. He's got to have a better game this week. He has to. Doubt. There's just no way he could play that bad 2 weeks in a row.
All right, defense.
I can't see it.
Where's this defense rank with the best 49ers defenses in the last 20 years? 888-957-9570, because it feels like the defense may have to carry another one on Monday night for the 49ers to get that win and move to improve to 2-2. We'll talk about that and discuss that. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Damon and Ratto. Live on Twitch and YouTube.
I want to talk about this defense. This is a defense that you absolutely want to buy stock in right now. And the season is basically now in the hands of this defense. That's it. Boys, it's on you. And there is absolutely no doubt that all of the frustration that the 49ers have given us this year have been on Kyle's side of the ball.
Just go to Twitch or YouTube and search 957 The Game.
This is world-renowned handicapper Chris Hodge from TakingVegas.com, and I am off to a 13-2 pro football start, which included a huge Sunday in Week 3 as I went 4-1. Tonight, absolutely free at TakingVegas.com is our Thursday Night Football game of the month between Miami and Cincinnati. I have won 8 straight games of the month, and tonight, absolutely free. Miami and Cincinnati. Just visit TakingVegas.com. That's TakingVegas.com. There's nothing to buy. There's no hassle. There's no obligation. There's just a free pro football pick between Miami and Cincinnati tonight at TakingVegas.com. I am 13-2 in pro football this season. I went 4-1 last Sunday. And I am going to nail this pro football game tonight absolutely free at TakingVegas.com. Just visit TakingVegas.com. That's TakingVegas.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc., subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity Gateway.
The Grand National Rodeo at the Cow Palace, October 7th and 8th. Don't miss the action of bronc and bucks, bareback riding, stair wrestling, bull riding, and more. Get your tickets for the Grand National Rodeo at the Cow Palace today at cowpalace.com.
Realtors abide by a code of ethics. This is Article 9 in action. Beth, a first-time homebuyer, knew nothing about the home buying process, except that she wanted to buy a home. But her realtor had the expertise to make sure Beth understood every document, even giving her copies to review with her lawyer so Beth could close on her first home with confidence. Complicated things explained in simple terms. The difference between an agent and a realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Take-Back, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for details.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
In San Francisco this morning, partly cloudy skies, highs in the upper 60s.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Hockey season is here, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets to check out the San Jose Sharks in their home opener against Carolina on October 14th. Listen to Willard and Dibs around 10:30 for your chance to win.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Rest in peace, Coolio. Passed away yesterday at the age of 59. Congrats to Aaron Judge. He's going for 62 home runs in the American League lead, or the greatest American League season possibly all time when it comes to home run hitting. The Yankees will host the Orioles Friday, so with their pitching, I think Aaron Judge will get 62 this weekend in the Bronx. But congrats to Aaron Judge. Rest in peace to Coolio. Niners, Rams beat LA Monday Night Football, 5:15 kick. Rams come in at 2-1. Stafford. Dun, 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 dun. Classic Niner Rams games. We've had some classic ones on Monday Night Football. The John Taylor game. Who doesn't remember that? Anaheim Stadium. Monday Night Football, 92-yard
the
quick
game
slant.
that got them back on track last year.
Yeah, it was. It changed the season. Monday Night Football. Rams are 2-1. Stafford 5 interceptions so far on the season. He will throw them up, although last week he played a little bit better, but they limited his pass attempts. He was down to 25 pass attempts. Maybe there's something going on with that elbow. We're talking about the defense because right now the Niners defense is the talk of the town. Forget the quarterback. The quarterback is struggling. He's got to get on track. The offense has to get on track. They're going to need something from the offense. But this defense has been so good, we're probably being unfair to ask them to carry this football team.
Well,
they have a chance this week against the Rams and that beat-up offensive line.
The defense can carry this team, but you need to have complementary football on the other side that enables them to be their best. You can't turn the ball over and give them a short-sided field, right? Trey Lance did that in week 1, and we obviously see Jimmy Garoppolo do that in the game before, the game that we just watched. Like, you cannot have unsustainable drives.
Right.
I think the Niners defense caused, 8 3-and-outs in this game?
Yeah.
8 3-and-outs, and it felt like the Niners just couldn't muster any first downs on their behalf. I'm not saying you got to score on every possession, but at least move the ball a little.
Move it.
I'd like to see them run the ball a little better so that the clock ticks off too, to kind of allow this defense to catch their breath. But the key thing for me when I watch this team, it feels like to me they've got multiple players at every level of the defense who is good to great.
Right.
Hufanga and Mooney Ward, look good to great to me. Okay? You want to throw Mosley in there, I'll listen to that. When Jimmy Ward comes back, I think it adds another guy. I look at the linebackers. Greenlaw and Warner, good to great, right? At some level, no matter what you think of those guys. Then you look at the defensive line. When Armstead's in there, I think he's really good. Bosa's clearly great. Kinlaw has flashed and shown good. Ibukam has shown good. Drake Jackson has shown good.
Givens.
So the thing for me, when I look at that entire defense as a whole, they've got good to great, multiple guys at every level of the defense.
So, with that said, what can make this defense greater? Right now they've been good, but there's a caveat. Played against Chicago.
Of
One of
course.
the worst offenses in pro football.
Undeniable.
We played against Seattle and Geno Smith.
They might be a top 5 team drafting this year. We'll see when the year shakes down.
And then Denver.
Offense does not look good.
Does not look good right now.
It looks like a work in progress, to say the least.
So the defense hasn't really seen a top-flight offense. This probably is the best offense they've played so far.
Yeah, this is a big test.
It's a big test. McVay, Cooper Kupp, Allen Robinson, Cam Akers, no Whitworth, and they still have a defense that shut down Arizona last week. It's no easy task to shut down Kyler Murray. We can say what we want about Kingsbury and Kyler Murray. He's still a dynamic player, and the Rams have their number. So they beat him up in Glendale last week. And the Rams, they're thinking, let's just shut them up. They're going to continue to talk about the 6-game winning streak. We're going to talk about the NFC Championship game. Let's go to Levi's and get one and improve to 3-1. The Rams can take control of this division if they win. Yeah. They can. They'll be up 3-1. They'll be 3-1 with a tie break so far over the Niners and the Cardinals. This defense this week has to take the ball away. They have to force an interception. They have to force fumbles, and I think that's what can make them great. You want to put them in a category with 2011? You want to put them in that category with 2019? Well, this defense has to start forcing turnovers.
The thing I can't shake out of my head when I'm just thinking about the Niners as a whole, offense, defense, whatever you want to call it, we keep talking about like D'Amico Ryans, and he's doing great this year, right? And when he first stepped onto the scene, I didn't really know. I thought it was a big question mark. What's he going to look like? They've already lost to 2 rookie head coaches because I'm keep comparing Shanahan to this guy and that guy. I'm like, they've lost to 2 rookie coaches.
I know.
Right? And so I'm looking at this coaching staff as a whole, and at least specifically on the offensive side of the ball. And I'm like, look, I'm not happy with the quarterback play either. But at some point, we got to figure something out here, guys. We got to get this thing going. And so that's my biggest thing. Like, I know what the D is going to keep this team in the game.
Right.
Can this offense do anything against Raheem Morris
and
that defense?
That's $1 billion question. I wonder to the segment.
Isn't that kind of crazy that they lost to 2 rookie coaches?
Matty.
Because I was like looking at McVay and I'm looking at Shanahan.
Matty Eberflus and Nathaniel Hackett. And people were ripping Nathaniel Hackett.
I was.
They were calling him the worst coach of football. Now he's got a win over Shanahan. Matt Eberflus has a win over Shanahan. I don't know what I'm going to see from this offense, but it feels like if they don't win this football game, then the trend of bad offensive football just enough defense to stay in the game. That will continue
If I give
as the
you-
schedule ramps up.
If I gave you $100 right now, no, you know what? I give you $500,000 right now. Are you putting it on the 49ers scoring more than 20 or less than 20?
Scoring less than 20. Scoring less than 20. I got them. This could be like a 16-13 game. A 17-13 game. Like, how much faith do you have the Niners in moving the ball up and down the field against this Rams defense with Aaron Donald and this offensive line looking shaky? Now they get the extra day off.
I have a lot of faith in
Like,
it.
you know what I'm saying?
And I feel like their linebacking core is much improved because that was the one area where I always said, like, oh, you could beat them in the middle of the field. I'm not sure you can do that still.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, boy. I don't know. Although we got some things going on in the studio. Mark Willard's having a nice little conversation. Aaron Donald, Ashawn Robinson, who also had a big-time NFC championship
Yes,
game
he did.
out of Alabama.
He
He really
did.
took over. So the
He
running
did.
game,
Good call.
if the Niners aren't running the football, how can they have set up time to throw? And it always leads back to the offense and the quarterback just making a couple throws. Bobby Wagner, Leonard Floyd, Jalen Ramsey, Taylor Rapp. This defense is really, really good.
But I look at our offense and I'm like, we have too many good players. Even though the O-line is not great, and I know the quarterback play is suspect at times, they have too many great players to not score 20? 20? With an offensive-minded head coach?
Divisional game.
I mean, and I get it, league, because I didn't know that, but Jason Aponte said through 3 games, league scoring is down right now.
It is.
Defenses are ahead of the offenses. Okay.
Well, that's why you're going to get people talking about the preseason, saying maybe you should play a couple more series in the preseason, because now look at the month of September. Offenses look decrepit. Half of these offenses look decrepit. Can't even move the ball. Can't even throw the ball. Justin Fields, go ask him to throw the ball.
He's completed 8 passes on Sunday, and they won.
They won the football game.
So, I mean,
Must be nice.
Whatever.
Let's go to Rob in San Bruno. Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast, listening via the car radio. What's up, Rob?
What's going on, fellas?
Yep. What up?
And we need Jimmy G to step it up. I'm not getting off his stroke. We need Jimmy G to step it up, because when Trey was playing his first game, they was ready to get rid of the guy because he didn't perform well in the storm. But they forget about last year when Jimmy Garoppolo almost threw out the playoffs. Who they put in the game to throw from the pocket to make plays to save our season? Was it Nick Mullins? No, it was Trey Lance. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna need Jimmy Garoppolo to play better. I don't want this defense wasted. And in my opinion, we've seen this 2011, 2012, 2019. If in 2020, 2021, if your offense can't really score a lot of points, you're gonna put, not 2012 they score points, but you're gonna put too much pressure on the defense. And all it takes is one bad play. They can play good the whole game. Example, I remember you remember in 2014 against Seattle. And it was a close game. We was playing great, and then Reed took a bad angle on Marshawn. He went 50 to the house. And all it takes is one bad play. So Jimmy has to play better. Bottom line, and I'm keep the pressure on him, and Kyle too, because everybody at locker room who ran this Mike Silver talking about, oh, we're a better football team. I'm need all them guys to step up and make it for Jimmy's mistakes. No excuses. We got to get this ball.
No doubt. And you know what, Rob? Good call. And that's the thing. If they didn't run to Michael Silver and say what they said, maybe we wouldn't be this intense in our pressure on Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo. But the fact that people did run to Michael Silver a day when Trey Lance broke his fibula and tore ligaments in his ankle, the day that happens, the guys are saying, well, Jimmy does give us a better chance to win. Okay, then show me. You can't backpedal now and say, oh, Jimmy was who we all thought he was. No. You got a lot of people said Jimmy gives his team a better chance to win. Now, this week is pretty funny. I haven't heard from Mike Martz. I haven't heard from Michael Lombardi. I've seen Cowher backpedal and say, how come we're not giving Jimmy the same excuse that we give Brady and Stafford? Because Jimmy's not Brady and Stafford, Colin Cowherd. Okay? Where are those people at now? Now everybody's saying, oh, well, Jimmy gives them a better chance to win. Where are all those people at? Rob's right. Jimmy does need to step up.
No doubt.
He needs to step up. Kittle needs to step up. Whatever they need to do to figure this offensive football out and move into the 2022s and not revert back to the 1970s with offensive football, something needs to pop. And it's on them. He's right. You can't put pressure on. Dante Pettis changed the game in one play.
No, I doubt.
That one play changed the entire game in week one.
The Russ making a couple plays in that one, you could feel the momentum shifting. Let me ask you a philosophical question. We don't do this in football as often. We don't use this phrase, slumps.
Yeah.
We do it in other sports. Curry's in a shooting slump.
Right.
Mark Grace is in a hitting slump. You know what I mean? We do this in other sports. I believe there are plays on the field. Jimmy wasn't hitting them, fine. But I also don't think that Kyle has been the greatest this year in general.
He's in a play calling slump.
I'm just asking. I guess I'm asking, do you see kind of a slump? Like I think he's good. That doesn't mean he can't be criticized, and that doesn't mean that you don't have bad times. Like even Bill Walsh talked about there were times where he would go through a funk.
Right.
Do you subscribe to the coaching slump?
I do.
Even a little. I know we do with players, I believe.
We do. Coach can't dial up a right play. Coach doesn't call a timeout when you need a timeout.
Your feel is just a little off.
Right. Yeah, like in basketball. Team's on a run, and you're letting the team just go on a run. It's like, yo, how many times have we screamed at the television? Yo, call a timeout.
Yeah.
They're in an 18-2 run. You may want to stop action real quick and make an adjustment.
Exactly.
Baseball managers pulling the wrong reliever or pulling out a starting pitcher where you're like, oh, I'm going to the reliever. Maybe he went to the reliever too early. Having to fill for the game, which Kapler hasn't had a lot of this season.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest. I do believe it slumps.
Yeah,
I do believe it slumps.
Too.
And these teams have made adjustments on Shanahan and his offense. So when he said on Monday, the Debo thing, a lot of teams know it's coming and they're not surprised by it. And, we got to figure something out there. It's on you, Kyle.
Well,
figure it out.
I'm looking at the Rams and I'm asking out loud, could this be a slump buster? Somebody that you know so well and they know you so well and you really can't. You're not going to surprise them per se, but you understand what the soft parts of their team are and what the strengths of their team are so well that you almost can't have a bad game.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I look at some of these division matchups, these big ones, and it's going to be tight. I feel like this could be a slump buster game for both Jimmy and for Kyle.
Yep. And it could be a game that gets sideways. Do you have a lot of confidence? Are you confident going into this Monday night?
No, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they totally shut everyone up and had a great game. Because Jimmy's erratic. That's the other, he's so consistent. No,
he's erratic.
He's dramatically erratic.
It's the reason why we coined the Jimmy O no throws.
Yeah, he's erratic. But I also believe that this team offensively is erratic at times. There's games that Kittle gets 12 targets, and then there's games he gets 1. Ayuk looks like he's going to move forward. And, this is who he is. And then he goes back into the witness protection program.
MDK1 on YouTube. More of a rut than a slump, I think.
Oh, okay.
That's not bad.
We're parsing words.
Yeah, no doubt. That's not bad. Yeah.
I'm with that.
But Fazil and Fremont.
They are in a rut. I would agree that. They are in a rut.
They got to get out of it on Monday night. Fazil and Fremont. Watching via YouTube. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, Bonta and Shasty. Hope all is well.
What up?
I'm going to be there Monday night against the 49ers-Rams games. I'm going to be there with my sister. I'm just I don't want to waste this all-time probably a great defense that we have like we've had in 2011, 2012, 2013, and we had in 2019. And it all ended up on the short end. I don't want to waste with this team that we have right now, this well-constructed roster. We need to get our offense together. Jimmy needs to step it up. This past Sunday night, my dad lost his mind when he stepped out of the end zone and threw that pick six on the same play. On the same play.
Yeah, that was wild.
He threw a pick, and I was losing myself. I was like, we're not winning this game. I was like, even though it's, 7-5 at that time, I was like, we're not winning this game.
What?
They need to get their act together. Just like last year, it was something like this. We were 3-5. It was week 10. Everyone threw in the towel, including myself. And it was a Monday night game, and they came out and they played absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
I hope the defense carries its way, and I hope, they step it up, they get their stuff together, and, they get this victory on Monday night.
Big.
Am I too jaded? He brought up the, Jimmy stepping out of bounds. Am I too jaded where we're in this bubble? I feel like the butt fumble and the butt kick are all way bigger stories than the running out of the bounds thing.
And the running out of bounds thing should be bigger, right? Because you're a quarterback. How many quarterbacks you see? Yeah, how many quarterbacks you see take a snap from the end zone, run a play action pass? Hell, Trey Lance did it. I know it's preseason, but he did in the preseason game 2 years ago.
It would be on a nonstop loop on every channel.
Nonstop. Oh, he's not ready. Trey Lance had a play action pass on the goal line last year in the preseason and threw a dime to Ross Dwelly. From the goal line, from the 1 yard line. So I do see play action there, but it's got to be quicker. That play was just trash. It was too long developing.
But do you get where I'm going? But it feels like I'm being real. It just feels like to me, we just insulate Jimmy at every turn as a media, as a whole. It feels like he gets very little criticism in general. Now, I know this station, we've crushed him a lot, and our fan base has crushed him a lot the entire time. But nationally, I just don't see that kind of criticism.
Yeah, no, it's Jimmy gets a pass. I mean, the Jimmy ghosting story.
If Geno Smith did it, if Geno Smith ran out of bounds, wouldn't we be destroying him?
But the Jimmy ghosting story, right? If that was Lamar Jackson, if that was any other quarter, it would have been a huge deal. And some people just swept it under the rug. Remember, I got mad at the beat writer saying, wait a minute, we're just, that's just Jimmy. We've all known about it. That should be a big story. The quarterback, the franchise leader, the guy who has posters all over Levi's Stadium is ghosting the team? How's that not a bigger story? You know, whether or not I believe it is one thing.
I'm with you.
But it's just the way Jimmy's covered, man. It's really weird.
It is weird, isn't it?
It's just weird. Let's go to Jeff in Concord. Jeff, he's watching on YouTube.
I find it weird.
Yeah, hey, Jeff's on the morning roast. What's happening?
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good, Jeff. Good.
Thanks for taking my call. Hey, Bonte, I wanted to get your take on one thing.
What about mine?
You know, you just said that if Jimmy or if Trey had stepped out of the end zone, this would be, on a loop. And I have to ask you, how much of this do you think is because Jimmy's a good-looking white guy and Trey's a black guy? Do you think race is involved in any of this?
I don't want to blame it on race. I don't want to blame it on race.
You know what? I know you're the black guy.
But the black quarterback does get covered differently, and it's pretty ironic that the players of the month in the NFL are two black quarterbacks, Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts. They're the players of the month.
Would you mind if I speak on my behalf, but also for others?
Sure.
Okay. As the white guy, not that it disqualifies or qualifies me to have it. The number one attribute for Trey Lance coming out was intelligence.
Yep.
Intelligence. The number one story from every person that I trust with the 49ers who told me why they chose Trey Lance was that when they went into that room and they talked with him and they got on that whiteboard and they started writing things up. Remember the old quarterback Gruden things?
Yep.
They were blown away at his intelligence, his football IQ, and his ability to absorb information. Okay? My number one knock on Jimmy Garoppolo is football intelligence. I sometimes I don't think he sees the field. I just don't think he sees the field. Right now, you can say, Joe, how many quarterbacks see the field? I don't know. But it feels like to me, the way we talk about Trey Lance, running quarterback, and to me, there is an automatic assumption, not smart enough, and I don't think everyone's doing this, but a lot of people, not smart enough to know where to throw the ball. That's the way it feels like it's landing on my lap, and it really, really, really bugs me.
Well,
and I can't understand for the life of me where we went from 2020. He was drafted because of intelligence and because of his IQ. Yes, the physical gifts, of course, but the big difference between him and Justin Fields, between him and Mac Jones, was he blew them away on the whiteboard.
Right.
And yet we've gotten so far away from that.
Yep.
And it's never brought up once as one of his attributes.
Right.
The first thing we go to is running.
Right.
Mobility.
And he's not that.
And it's intelligence. And the number one knock I have for Jimmy Garoppolo, it's not mobility or lack thereof. It's not even arm strength. It's decision making. It's football IQ. And yet everyone's afraid to address it. And it really, really bugs me. Again, as the resident white guy, that's all. It bugs me.
There's a clip circulating yesterday from Colin Cowherd. This is before Sam Darnold went number 3 overall. This is before Baker Mayfield went number 1 overall to Cleveland. Cowherd was saying, Lamar Jackson? He's not even the same league as Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield. It's not even close. Said it's not even close.
He was so high on Sam Darnold.
Bill Polian, Lamar should move to wide receiver. Right off the rip. Just move to wide receiver. And now you look at this. 4 years later, Lamar Jackson's about to get a big-time payday. He's being one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Sam Darnold is closer to being out the league than he is to playing on the football field. Sam Darnold stinks. Oh, he said Josh Rosen. Josh Rosen was the guy. Josh Rosen's not in his league either. So, yes, there is a way we talk about black quarterbacks, and we never bring up the intelligence. We never do. Warren Moon never gets talked about for intelligence, right?
But it bugs me. It bugs me, right?
How do you think I feel?
Well, and the other part of this is, and this is just, when I look at emotional maturity and self-awareness, Trey checks both those boxes.
He takes accountability all the time.
All the time. And that's what I'm looking for in my quarterback. I don't care what color you are. Right. I want the best player, period. Well, I don't care who you are.
What's disappointing about Jimmy last week, and the last 2 weeks, one, it's like riding a bike. I feel so comfortable with these players. I feel so comfortable in the huddle. It's like riding a bike. Use check. That's 49er football. The very next week, you hear, not having a training camp at OTAs has set me back. Arm sore. It's going to take some time. It's going to be a work in progress. Well, now we don't want to hear that. Once you said it was like riding a bike, now we expect you to play up to your capabilities, whatever that is. Last week, he didn't play up to his capabilities. And then he blamed it on not having a training camp at OTAs. Said the arm was sore. Said it's going to take time. Well, guess what, Jimmy? And to everybody else who said this team was better with Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback, we don't have time to wait. Because if you lose this game on Monday night, you're 1-3. And now I'm thinking to myself, damn, you may be 3-5 going into the bye week. Hell, you may be 2-6. This thing could spiral out of control because Carolina has a defense. Like, this is not getting easier for the 49ers after this week. We all think that East Coast trip is easy. But how do you think these defenses are feeling against Jimmy Garoppolo? They're watching the same film we all watch, and they're better at it. Reds are saying, Jimmy, wow, we get to play against this guy. You don't think Carolina and Burns coming off the edge saying, we get to play against this guy. Atlanta and the new Mercedes-Benz soap, they got number 10 at quarterback. They're salivating to play Garoppolo right now in this offense. So, race always has something to do with when it comes to quarterbacks. It's so different how we cover them.
It's so different, and it really makes me angry. And it's not everyone. I'm not saying it's everyone, but it's hard for me to overlook it. And it's so obvious now it shouldn't be this way, but we're here. And look, Josh Allen. If Josh Allen looked like Lamar Jackson, I think we would talk about him in a different way. He's running all over the place, and people are loving it. But you can't play that way. It's not sustainable.
But he's throwing from the pocket, though. You see him last week in New England?
He does from the pocket.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
He does. That's the way he plays the game.
He's been into the playoffs. Herbert hasn't.
I mean, there's a lot going on with the Herbert situation with Staley. They're very injured. I'm not in on that coach at all.
Yeah. The Chargers, they're just going to be Chargers. By the way, tomorrow, don't forget, 3 a.m., little Warriors basketball. They're playing in Tokyo, Japan against the Wizards. We're going to carry it live right here on 95.7 The Game at 3 a.m. tomorrow morning. Plus, we'll replay it at 6 p.m. on 95.7 The Game, your home for Warriors basketball. With that said, let's flex.
I look at this team right now. This feels on Monday night like their stiffest test in terms of offensive weaponry that they've faced yet.
It is.
Cooper Kupp is the best. He was the Triple Crown winner of wide receivers last year. Catches, yards, touchdowns.
Yep.
And then you're going up against, I would say, a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback and one of the top 5 to 6 offensive minds in the league in Sean McVay.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt he's one of the 5-6 offensive minds in this league. And look, Stafford, he will throw a couple up, but last week he only took 1 sack. 1 sack last week. Did not throw an interception. That gets him into trouble. But if you put pressure on him, he will throw it up. And you can hit him and fluster him and rattle him.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Getting our Run DMC on there. We're going back and forth.
Little back and forth, little boom.
I'm the king of rock.
I'm excited for you, Joe. Ever since we made a thing out of the Bonte Flex of the Day streak,
right.
I feel like you've been on every single day since.
Well,
feels a little reactionary,
the sympathy,
Sam, but
he got the sympathy flex on Friday.
The sympathy flex.
And now he's been dominating me. Now I can't even get in there.
Yeah,
now he's getting all the love.
Come on, let Bonte cook. Just once this week.
Let me cook.
Tomorrow's Friday. Let Bonte cook.
You know what's messed up? The masses on my flex moment were calling me all type of clowns and your take sucks. And this week was Shasky getting all the flex. Oh, man, that's great. Man. He's just preaching. Oh, this is a sermon. Oh, it's like, damn.
No, if you don't get called clown twice, then you didn't even do a show.
Exactly. And that's the one thing that I actually dread being on the Xfinity Flex because the Instagram comments.
Oh, my gosh. They come. Oh, dude.
You guys know what I'm talking about.
Well,
it's real on
I would
IG,
say
Joe.
I do, but we don't get any Instagram love on our show.
I'm sorry.
I mean, other than Doc Pandia. So we get some Doc Pandia every Wednesday.
Here's the best.
The Michael Silver.
What was it, 2 years ago?
10 o'clock.
Yeah, don't miss it.
Two years ago, or maybe a year and a half ago, we first started posting things like that, and I had made a throwaway line. I was like, yeah, I like James Harden. Like, I don't even know what the context was, but it was this long debate, and it was one little throwaway line, and that was what got posted.
Yeah.
And it was like, Shasky likes Harden, agree or not? And I just...
he got
so perfect.
Oh,
dude,
God.
let's go.
I got cooked so
That's
bad.
a tough take in this town.
Yeah.
I felt like I was cooking at the Irish Center because everything was well done.
Oh, yeah.
wow. Well, that's
Corned
a 3.
beef
That's a
and
3.
cabbage. Yeah. Oh, man. That's at least a 3, maybe a 4.
Yeah.
Irish cooking, by the way, among the worst in the world.
They're the only...
And I'm Irish.
Think about
so.
this. I am too. They're the only of all of the different countries that doesn't have their own cuisine. Think about it. What is Irish cooking? Curry?
No, Irish cooking is steamed. We're going to steam everything. We're going to steam the cabbage. We're going to steam the corned
Shepherd's
beef.
pie isn't theirs. It's British.
Dude, it's brutal.
Right? Like, all of their things aren't their own. Like, they don't even have their own, like, little angle. It's kind of sad.
Irish cuisine is Guinness. It's a Guinness properly poured any time of the day. That's
I'll
Irish
let it
cuisine.
stand. Corned beef. I mean, you don't even want to know how corned beef is made.
Have you been to Ireland, by the way?
No, my dad just went for golf, and it's on my bucket list.
You need to go.
K Club.
I was lucky to be there
Ballybunion.
Twice for St. Patty's Day.
Twice.
Which,
Wow.
well, well, the first time was when you guys were in grammar school. I went to Dublin, 1993.
Oh, nice.
Got off the boat in Cork, took a train. You show up in Dublin.
Did you get mugged
at
by
like
McGregor?
9 a.m.? No, but you go to Dublin on St. Patty's Day.
Part of a gang.
And it's a church day. It's a church day.
Yeah.
Everyone's in church. The streets are empty until about 12 o'clock. Church gets out, and it is absolute anarchy. You want to talk about 11-year-olds drinking?
Oh, yeah.
Packs of like fourth graders roaming the streets, bottles in hands.
Nice.
Oh, I mean, you've never seen
Children of the Corn.
You've never
Bless them.
seen pre-adolescents half in the bag before noon before.
Sigmund Stern Grove on a Saturday during the summer.
Dude, Stern Grove, but that's like 16, 17-year-olds.
You're right.
And I love,
You're right.
And I love a Stern Grove. And most of that is like, oh, we have an orchestra going on.
Yes.
This is absolute Irish anarchy in Dublin.
Let me go to Dublin. Here's a great crap.
My dad says that everybody, it's so clean over there because everyone takes such great pride in their homes and they
Right.
paint everything. And so you don't see like jalopies hanging out in front of the house. And, you know, I'm gripping Excelsior. So you got to have 5 broken down cars in the driveway and seal the garage door shut
Right.
and all that. You don't
Right.
have none of that stuff over there.
No, and I appreciate your use of jalopy, by the way. It's making
long-
me,
great word,
it's
isn't
a
it?
great
Word's been
throwback
gone for a
word.
while.
I mean,
Yeah.
hoopty is a little bit more, you know,
Hoopty.
but
Thunder bucket?
jalopy, you know, a car on blocks, exactly. In Excelsior. Yeah,
That is
so good.
That is good. Where are we going? Where are we going? with this,
Before we
James?
go
Wherever you
anywhere,
want to go, man.
let me just-
I want to let Bonte cook.
Well, I want to go back to where you guys were, which was way back when you guys were hitting me with Rumpf and Peterson.
Oh, yeah.
You guys were like name dropping your way through an entire hour, and
Was
I'm
it bad?
No, it was awesome. I'm
Okay.
stuck in Bay Bridge traffic, and you guys are dropping names, and I'm like, oh my god, I forgot about him. Booby Dixon? Are you kidding me?
Oh, God.
Booby.
Josh Gordon? Is it Joshua?
Booby, wait.
I mean,
Remember that?
oh my god, the way you guys were going through
No,
that.
you guys, I don't know if
is
you know this.
incredible.
We've never really addressed it. You two are kind of the Sean McVay of sports radio. Like, do you remember that thing when he was asked about when he was
Yeah,
with Washington?
exactly.
And he could pull a play
Yes.
from 13 years ago and who ran what and what, like,
Great call.
I could give you this year's 49ers roster.
Maybe.
Like hell if you want to ask me what happened in 2016. It's gone. It is gone.
I know.
I have no clue what happened, nor do I care.
And you two were
like,
you
it's
were one-upping
unbelievable.
each other in the right way.
Yes.
Like you weren't trying to like show the other guy that you
No.
knew more,
Right,
but you guys
right,
were
right.
just swapping
Rounding
names.
out the depth chart.
And I'm like, oh my
We have
god!
a sickness. Like
Mike
I'm now I'm
Rumpf.
But
thinking
it's a
about
shared
Mike Rumpf.
sickness.
It is.
It's
But
like you're
I'm
giving
thinking
it back
about-
and forth to each other.
I'm thinking about those Niner teams, though, and I'm like, man, the wild card they lost to the Packers. Mike McKenzie pulled the
Oh, my
Richard
God.
Sherman. Remember that?
Garcia
and that was a
underthrew
first
a
down
wide
pass.
open TI.
It was a first down pass. Speaking of first down passes, T.O.'s like that, and he had to throw a first down pass, and they never got the ball back because Ahmed Green ran it up their throats.
So, Bonte, go
first
back
down
to
pass on Sunday.
Did you hear what I just got out of that whole statement? You go, you remember that? No, I know. I don't remember any of it. Nope.
Mark, I took Bart yesterday. I park at MacArthur BART when traffic's bad. I get off BART in MacArthur in Oakland, and I'm walking down West Street, and I'm like, holy crap, I don't remember where I parked my car.
Oh, well.
Did I park on 42nd?
Did you do the button thing?
No.
Yes.
I mean,
at the Seinfeld.
Dude, I'm wandering down Market Street in Oakland, and you guys are pulling depth charts from 2007. I mean,
Does that make everyone? Maybe that makes everyone feel good about last Sunday night. Because 7 years from now, you two are the only ones that are going to remember that Jimmy Garoppolo ran out of the back of the end zone. I'll be like, he did.
I don't know if anybody's forgetting that.
What was the final score?
Jimmy
what
who?
happened? How do you spell it?
Garoppolo what?
Don't remember him.
That's one thing. We will never forget Jimmy Garoppolo. I swear, since Matt Nahigas comes to the station, and since we started 2017, I was here for a year. We've gone through every step of the way with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, yeah.
That's why part of it is just like, I just can't wait for this era to be gone. I want to talk about something.
But it's never going to be gone.
Never again.
Wait till you hear how they figure out to keep him next year. It's going to be so great.
He's the Kelby Tomlinson of the Niners. We keep calling him back up.
Keep calling him back.
Look at you again.
Specs.
I mean,
Lakin's brother?
I swear to God, he got optioned 7,000 times in one season.
I swear to God, I've never seen someone who looks less like a professional athlete in my life. If I stuck him next to any one of us, and you just put a picture on the street and said, which one of these is a professional athlete, they would have picked us. And look at us.
He was super religious.
I mean,
he made plays,
He was
though.
super religious.
Well, him and Sogart had the same specs.
Yes.
Remember when Sogart was player of the
Face
year?
of baseball.
The
face of baseball.
Face of baseball.
Eric Sogart.
So let me ask you guys a question, since we're on baseball real quick. Last night, the just the national narrative on Judge, which was awesome. We all agree. This is my problem with baseball.
What did I do
I
wrong?
love baseball so much. We always find a way to just poop on everything. And instead of living in the moment like, wow, look how great this is. It's Triple Crown leader, greatest contract year ever. It's let's condemn the steroid era that's been dead and buried for a long time. And it's the same people who were making $1 million or whatever off of selling newspapers during that era who turned a blind eye or decided to vote in guys who were part of that same era. It's just a jumbled mess, and we can't get out of our own way.
There's a lot of dynamics going on here, and part of it is, like, have you guys ever been to Notre Dame? You ever been to a football game in Notre Dame?
I was going to go a couple weeks ago.
You will get I've been twice.
So,
anyway,
I've been twice.
So, no, here's why. Here's why I bring it up. If you ever go there, you are hit in the face 1,000 times by we are better than you.
Yes.
We know everything about college football. This is Notre Dame. And you get there at a time where I'm like, you guys all realize that's not the case anymore, right?
Yeah.
And
Show me check us. Go and throw a touchdown. It's 1931, and the Notre Dame Irish are winning.
Here's the answer.
Kells has a good impersonation to that, too. He's really good at that.
Here's the answer. No, they don't. They still are wearing green jackets in the press box during the game. They still think Notre Dame is Notre Dame. And you're like, wow, you guys have never been outside, have you? And I feel this way about the Yankees. A lot of this, the Yankees... They are trying to grab this record and pull it back in-house. It's the American League record. It's the Yankees record. It's happening in the same uniform. Maris, Ruth, Judge. I'm sorry, guys. It's not there anymore.
Right?
It's not there anymore. And if you want to start challenging things that happened because you don't like the way they happened, I'm sorry, the United States is probably not a country. Like, we cannot challenge things because we don't like how they happened.
Well,
they happened.
And you're the team that signed Jason Giambi. You're the team that actually fielded you fielded Andy Pettit, who was also a steroid user, and A-Rod served the longest suspension in the history of baseball.
Roger Clemens, exactly. Is in George's box.
I mean, but like all of this, and then let's take it another step. Roger Maris Jr. Look, okay, I don't want to crush the guy.
They're coming up at 9:45.
But is this what we're going to do?
So
when Brady,
exclusive.
like one day when Brady, let's say, passes away, and somebody just hypothetically,
that got serious quick.
Well, you know, he breaks Brady's record of 7 Super Bowls or whatever. Let's get Tom Brady the fourth on right now. I want to hear what he thinks about how legitimate this record is. I could care less.
Well, no, this is actually a great point, because if somebody had just called Roger Maris Jr. and he was at his house, I'm cool. Dude, you showed up for a press conference with the Yankees logo, and by the way, you were on the field with Mark McGwire
You said that
back
earlier.
when he broke the
Hugging and
record.
crying.
Yeah, like
Come
I
on,
just
man.
it does. It feels very gravy train. Like I'm glad your name's the same, and your dad, by the way, who has fewer homers than Ryan Klesko career.
He was Brady Anderson of his era.
Thank
No
you.
one
That's
wants
what I
him,
said
man.
earlier in the
He
green
went to
room.
California Angels and did nothing.
So I'm trying to say this without
The St. Louis
accusing
Cardinal.
anyone. No, but I want to say this without accusing anyone because I don't know. But if we're going to get high and mighty on clean versus dirty, I have no idea what Roger Maris was doing, and I have no idea what Aaron Judge is doing. I mean, Aaron Judge in the minor leagues was not, I mean, he used to hit about 15 homers a year. So what happened?
He was Joey Gallo.
Right. Was it natural? I think. I hope.
Look, I'm
But
enjoying it. Who cares? That's where I'm at. I'm enjoying. He's on the field. It's happening. Like, that's the way I view the whole steroid era. It happened.
Well, everything that happened. And I made this analogy, and Mark was talking about America before, and let's talk about the 2000 election and, Gore versus Bush. And whatever happened. Whoever won that election, we'll never know. Maybe Bush did beat Gore. Maybe the hanging chads were an issue. But you know what happened? Was
you're going deep
Bush
here.
was in office for 4 years.
Yes.
So we can talk about whatever happened or didn't happen. Was it fair or unfair? Was it cheating or not cheating? Was the election stolen? It was tremendous. It was a steal. Stop the steal. Well, you know what? You lost, dog, and now Biden's in office.
Exactly.
So whatever happens is actually what happens. Bonds and Clemens and Pettit and A-Rod and all the rest of them, we don't know how many guys juiced. Bottom line, his bat hit the ball 73 times over the fence, and the guy who presided over it is in the hall. So miss me with this whole,
I'm with you.
The real
and
record.
Bonds juiced. No one's denying that.
But no,
it happened.
But no,
I mean,
but
come
also
on. And
it
I
doesn't
love
mean
Bonds.
that steroids make you a great player. Because if that was the case, Armando Rios would have hit 800
No,
home
but
runs.
steroids make you better than you were.
It makes you better, but a lot of times
accelerator for sure.
There's a reason you're taking them.
Right. There's a reason.
I agree with you, Mark.
PEDs were way, and maybe still are, way more prevalent in the minor leagues than they're in the majors. Why? Because most people are not worried about breaking home run records. They're worried about getting a contract and surviving in the game. So the minor leaguers, especially back at that time, like this is a proven fact. These guys, they're just trying to get a contract.
Fernando Tatis Jr. just got literally suspended this year.
Once you get your deal, you got your deal.
Yes.
And that's it. And
Diego Maradona scored the most famous goal in World Cup history with his fist, the hand of God.
Yes.
He did not hit the ball with his head. He punched it in. Argentina wins the World Cup. They didn't strip Argentina of the World Cup, even though it happened.
Franco Harris dropping the ball.
Well, I mean,
Reggie Bush
at minimum.
jumped over a UCLA defender and won the Heisman.
Look at you.
And it has nothing to do with who bought a house.
Thank you. You're not
300
taking that
miles
away
away.
from me. I'm so with you on that.
Yeah, it happened.
So whatever happens,
it happened.
And if it happens, and if Bonds hits 73, and he's on the juice, and we don't know who else on the juice, it happened. And by the way, I was going to ask you guys, do you know who the AFC record holder is for most yards from scrimmage? Of course you don't.
O.J. Simpson.
I'm gonna say
the season of all time.
Dibs doesn't know either. He's trying to make a point.
Indianapolis Colts.
The point is the NFC.
It would be LA Rams.
The NFC,
2000.
AFC records they're not a thing.
Right, they're not
so
a thing,
the
yeah.
American League, National League records, they're not a thing either. We have
do wanna
interleague.
figure out who the
Next
AFC
year we're
leader
going.
is, though.
Next year we're going to a balanced schedule.
That's a great question.
I hate to call these guys out like that. No, with their memory mark, they should know. But
I'm going to
seriously.
go Dan Marino, O.J. Simpson, John Elway,
Well,
maybe.
that's quarterbacks. I don't. You were
But
going
you
like
said
playmaker.
scrimmage yards,
Oh,
so,
okay.
But I mean, I could
anybody.
even say,
We'll
like,
argue about
in
this.
the NBA, who's the Eastern Conference record holder
Right.
for
No,
field
nobody-
goals
no-
in a
no
season?
clue.
I mean, nobody
clue.
knows.
Carmelo.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Anyway.
House writers hate Bonds that much.
Yes.
To where it's American League record for home runs. Like, I never heard. Like, when McGwire was chasing the record and Simpson, nobody ever said, that's such a great point, dude.
If it was Tony Gwynn who broke the record, it would be a whole different thing. But Bonds was a guy who was a jerk.
Great
And
point.
that's why.
And the nail in the coffin on this is we've already asked Aaron. Himself.
Yes.
And he's like Bonds. Because I watched it.
He did a video.
I stayed up late at night watching that, and I loved it. Will you stop this? If Aaron says that, what are the rest of us doing?
And he did a video tribute for him that day. And the whole thing is nuts. The Bud Selig thing drives me crazier than ever. Everyone talks about the tie and what he did during the steroid
there was
era.
nothing we could do.
What I think is actually his worst criminal act is the small market revenue sharing thing, where he was the owner of the Brewers, transferred ownership to his daughter, changed all the rules so that his small market team could get a welfare check from the big boys, and we actually realized it really didn't help baseball at all.
It's helped the A's.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
Got quiet.
Exactly. So no, I just,
Perfect.
like Bud Selig, he drives me crazy the way we look at him, and I can't stand him, and he's in the Hall of Fame. And this is what the other argument is. Well, Barry's got a lot of stuff in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
I don't get triggered anymore on who's in the Hall of Fame because I just don't give a rip. Like the whole process is just it's so silly. But like the idea of unwriting history is just not something that's going to work. It's not going to work, and you're pointing it out. Everybody who's speaking on this is doing it with their own self-interest involved.
Of course.
And maybe some of us are too because we live here in San Francisco and
I'm
we
going to
watched
defend
it.
my guy.
Right? But I mean, like that's part of just human nature.
Well, part of rewriting history, the South actually won the Civil War. The North, they were on drugs. So it's BS. I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well,
it's not fair.
So
But again, instead of celebrating
that in there.
how cool this is and like what we've got going, it's let's go back and let's try to adjudicate the history of the game.
Well,
Enjoy it.
and look, I mean, even media circles, if on the East Coast, you're helped by make this a story.
Yeah.
And in many ways, this does. This you're saying, let's celebrate it. And I think they would respond by saying we are. They're almost trying to make it bigger than it is.
Oh, so that's okay.
Right, they're turning this into the home run record, which it's not. It's not. He doesn't have 71. He has 61.
No.
But how can we make this bigger? Well, let's act like this. Oh, do you think this actually is the home run record? And it's not. Did you see the Rolling Stone headline this morning?
No.
Rolling Stone literally has a headline this morning. Aaron Judge ties real home run record.
Wow.
I mean, that's an actual reputable media organization.
Is there one?
Or we could say that.
There was one.
Right. And they're just like, let's just go with it.
Look, I'm enjoying the Pujols year this year, right? But if Pujols was unlikable, you don't think people would be thinking, what's going on here?
People already are.
My favorite was David Stern. This is my favorite.
So Jack Clark isn't dialed in? And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Jack Clark was fired from his radio job because he stated what in industry circles was assumed, which was that Albert Pujols was dirty. He's been named before.
Yes.
We don't have proof, so I'm not going to go there. But Jack Clark just decided to say that because why? Somebody who played for the Cardinals has an axe to grind with Albert Pujols? Or maybe should we listen to what he said? I don't know.
No, I'm with you on that.
Stan Musial is the real Cardinal home run
Thank
king.
you.
Stan the man, 24 All-Stars.
Yeah.
Jose Kendo.
Jose Kendo, sorry. Thought you guys were going
If you're going to go
Willie
Terry
McGee.
Pendleton, Willie McGee,
Shout out Oakland, California.
Ozzie Smith.
Willie McGee.
Yeah, the Wizard. What about the Niners today? What about the Niners, you guys?
Well, okay, so what you guys think about this? There's a couple things that were bouncing around in my head. First of all, as a group, we have not really gotten too deep into Smilegate, which was Jimmy Garoppolo having the nerve to smile while talking to
People are upset about that?
Of course they are.
Are you upset about it?
I can't get over it.
No. Stop.
Sorry.
Well, okay.
I tried to sell it.
George Kittle was smiling after the game.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
George Kittle was smiling ear to ear.
So combine it with this. And this is a part of the quote that I sort of either missed or I think it just got swept under the rug. This is back when Jimmy was being asked about being restructured and staying with the 49ers. And he said, quote, at the time, when they said, why weren't you just released? Why didn't you ask for your release? Quote, that just wasn't the way I wanted to go. There was a thought of that at one point. Trust me, there was, but that came and went. I don't know. Things just kept falling into place. I'm one of those people that I don't really want to ruffle the feathers too much here and there. All right. I think accidentally he already has over the last week and a half because we feel like we can kind of see into his soul a little bit, talking about how great 2017 was when he could throw the ball
and
around.
how your play calls suck.
Your play calls suck, if that's what he said. The conversation with Collinsworth, all of that. And I started to wonder, okay, if I'm Garoppolo and the organization, the story of what they've done the last couple of years, if I'm Garoppolo, and, okay, I don't want to ruffle feathers, but we all sort of feel like deep down there's more going on here. All right, and then he's smiling after maybe his most embarrassing night as a professional football player on Sunday Night Football. And you get to this question. Is Jimmy Garoppolo this year motivated to win football games for the San Francisco 49ers, or is he motivated by what happens next? And is that
self-preservation to get the next contract?
The contract.
And
is that
some form of that?
So is that relevant? So the 49ers lose 11-10, and sure, it's a bad night. It's a bad night for his contract, right? But
pick 8.
So here's what two quick things. I've realized a lot of people and athletes react different in different situations. When it's like trauma or losing. Trevor Wilson, we were talking about, he had this anxiety problem where he'd be smiling the whole time, no matter what, and that's just how he conducted himself. The pattern I've noticed, I'm not a doctor, I noticed that when Jimmy G has a bad game at the podium, one of his self-defense mechanisms is smiling and kind of like
chuckle. He's got a little chuckle.
Yeah, like a little chuckle. And I don't think it's meant to like downplay the situation. I think it's his own self-defense mechanism that he is kind of like a go-to on. But I do get what you're saying because I kind of feel the same way, and I don't really blame him.
I don't either.
Well, they go hand in hand. I was telling Mark this. His own self-preservation is tied to the Niners' success. He can't go out.
Yes.
He's not going to get a chance to go out and throw for 4,800 yards and they go 3-14. That's not the way that this goes. The only way he goes on to get what he wants is probably the Giants' job because Danny Dimes is going to be gone. Yeah. You got to win. You got to be efficient. And you've got to play well. And so at this point, I think those things go hand in hand. My bigger question is, what do we expect from our athletes? Do we really get that mad at a guy who smiles, at an athlete who swaps jerseys with a guy after a game, an athlete who pairs up in a business venture with the chief rival, Draymond Green? Right. Are these things that really trigger us?
Yeah, I don't get it. Because these players, especially in basketball with the AAU caps, football, you have the elite 11 caps with the
Odell Beckham
quarterbacks.
picking up Deebo Samuel in the NFC Championship game as an example.
But you have all these players who grow up and play in these camps together and playing on these circuits and travel ball and all that stuff. They know each other. So it's like, when we're between the white lines or if we're on the floor, we're on the diamond, we're going to compete and I want to beat you. But after the game, if I want to swap jerseys, I think it's okay now because everybody knows each other these days, especially with social media.
No doubt. It's not just relationships, though. It's also the way, and I think, Joe, this is what you were kind of getting at, the way we process whatever has just happened is very different person to person. Let me read you this. This is a very, very close friend of mine. He's come on the show a bunch of times. You know him, Willard Dibs. Aaron Oberholzer, who's now with the Golf Channel. Right, is a professional golfer.
He'll sell me a EX wedge.
Yeah, you damn right he will.
And you need it, too. I've seen your short game.
Yeah, by the way, I know a guy, so if you want a deal, you'll let me know. Anyway.
My grandpa loves those infomercials.
Aaron's also just a Bay Area sports fan.
Yes.
And so on Twitter after the game, he wrote this, and it caught my attention.
What did he say?
We totally disagree. This is what he writes. How can Jimmy be smiling seriously? As an athlete and a competitor after that loss, unacceptable. That makes me mad, not as a fan, but as a fellow professional athlete.
George Kittle was smiling and laughing after the game.
Yes, he was.
On the field, in his uniform. Are we going to get on George Kittle? Are we going to get on Debo when he's high-fiving other opponents? Like, we're trying to make this bigger than what it is. All I'm focused on is Jimmy played bad during a football game.
Totally.
Right? What he said at the podium, some of what he said at the podium bothered me because last week it was like riding the bike. This week it's like, you need to trade
I'm out of sync.
Yeah. I'm out of sync. That bothered me a little bit. But on the field, we're not trying to lip read what he says. We're trying to look at pictures, a teammate he was roommates with and he's laughed. Like, I think it's much ado about nothing.
Ideally, and I'm not saying this is good, fans want us. We want to see the players
angry.
Not even angry, just like show me that you care, right? That's what like the bare minimum. Show me that you care.
There it is, because there are roots in this. In the NFL.
Think about this. Hold on, real quick.
Yeah.
Think about this. He's laughing at the end of the game, but he's cursing out these plays freaking
That's
suck,
in the
man.
game.
Blah,
Yes,
blah, blah. In the
yes.
game. Looked like he carried in, right?
Well, look, if the bottom line, and we know this in 2022, if we want to find something with a camera and then
we
twist
will find it.
we
Right.
can. There are
We will
roots
find
here.
it.
This
Except Brady breaking tablets.
There you go.
We've destroyed that evidence.
This is very similar to me to Tony Romo with Jessica Simpson in Mexico. This is very similar to me to Odell Beckham on the boat.
On the yacht,
right?
Miami.
And if you
Great album
think
cover.
that those things don't lead to stuff, I mean, it wasn't much longer until Tony Romo was replaced.
And McAdoo was done.
It wasn't much longer until Odell Beckham was traded.
Yeah.
So these things are sort of the precursor to what happens next if we collectively and erroneously, in my opinion, decide that this one snapshot of a human being means they don't give a rip.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think a legit question, and we started with this conversation yesterday.
Right.
If I'm Jimmy, how am I feeling about playing for this team, for this fan base, based on what has happened the last 2
But
years?
how does the fan base feel about him at the same time where he doesn't even know where the back of the end zone is, and he's thrown his coach under the bus saying your
not
play
great.
calls suck, and now you're laughing after the game? Why do I, and I'm playing devil's advocate here, why do I as a fan care more about this than Jimmy Garoppolo does? And that's where the narrative starts to turn against athletes.
Listen to this convo.
Brandon Belt, the way when he strikes out,
Right.
he doesn't show enough anger.
That's a look, though. We know, like,
Body language.
like talk to
Yeah.
Brandon
Yeah.
Crawford for 2 minutes. He just
Right.
has a low
He's
heart
stoic.
rate.
Yeah, he's stoic.
It's just like
Yeah.
that's the way. It doesn't mean they don't care.
Think about this conversation.
Huh.
And think about how bad of a mistake it was to bring Jimmy Garoppolo back to this team.
Right now.
Think about this. Just think about all this.
Where
All
would you be
season.
if you didn't have him?
Well, you probably wouldn't be here. The
Purdy
season would be,
mania.
It'd be over.
It'd be Purdy, but
It was
maybe
genius to bring him back.
But Trey Lance maybe is used differently if you don't bring Jimmy back.
I don't believe. I don't believe. Kyle
don't buy that,
Shanahan
but
doesn't
I'm-
trust him. Kyle Shanahan saw one way for Trey to be successful, and he
Well,
went that way, and Trey got hurt.
This is why that's an indictment on Shanahan to draft a guy you think is not ready in year
Agreed.
number 2.
Agreed.
Shanahan should be getting a lot more heat for that.
Bonte, I definitely don't buy that you use Trey differently, but I buy your premise. I completely buy your premise, and it was what concerned me the day after they signed him, which is, yes, as a 49er fan, I'll be thankful today because I feel like if your starting quarterback's out, you have a better chance to still have a season with Jimmy versus Brock Purdy. So I can be thankful, but I can also go back to 3.5 weeks, 4 weeks ago and express the same concern I did then, which is that if you bring this guy back, you are asking for drama at heights unseen,
Yeah, I
and
understand.
3 weeks in,
It's
they
nasty.
got it.
But drama,
they got it all.
you already said that they're going to be a playoff team. If they
I do
didn't,
believe they'd
if
be a
they
playoff
didn't
team.
bring this drama in and they had Brock Purdy, would you still think they'd be a playoff
No,
team?
and that's why I say the first part of
Exactly.
my statement. But that's acting like they could see
Your
through
Honor,
the,
I'd like to rest.
No, Dibs, you can't because
Defense rest. I'm here till noon.
that's acting like they could see through the trees and they couldn't. Like when you signed Jimmy, did you know Trey was going to break his ankle?
Kyle did.
No,
I
he
didn't know he was going to
No,
be
he
used
didn't.
like a running back.
No, but
That's
no,
what I didn't know.
but he's still, you don't know he's going to break his ankle.
last
So
question.
no, you don't, like the 49ers don't get to pull that one.
Which defense are we taking? 2011, 2012, 2019, 2022?
I'd have to look it up.
I
mean,
want
good
to
Lord.
take this one, but it's too soon for me to
Too
say
soon?
that.
Okay.
Give me 2011. I listened to your whole thing in. Alden is a rookie.
He was so
Justin
sick.
Smith was unbelievable. Willis and Bowman, both all pros.
Come on.
I wish I had a pen in traffic today. I would have written all this down. I would have stolen all of it.
No, on paper, it's this one. Ask me after they face Mahomes.
Right? I'm so ready for that.
Or Brady?
Ask me after they face
Or
Mahomes.
Brady?
The Tampa's offense doesn't
All right.
scare me a lick this year.
Let me ask
Get
you
the
a
receivers
Can I ask
back
you
in,
guys a
Will.
question?
Yeah, I don't think so. Their
we gotta
receivers
go.
were there
Never
week
mind.
one.
I'll ask it tomorrow.
Yeah.
They want to go. All right, that's it for
You
us.
have
Willard
no
Dibs
off
coming up next
button.
on
I
High
love
Noon.
Bonte, you a nobody, my dude.
They're longtime friends
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
and first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's 95.7 The Game, 888-957-957 of your phone calls coming up next. Mike Silver is a half hour away. Get on YouTube, get on Twitch. Let's get started.
Steiny is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Have you ever hired a commercial painting company, then been stuck managing your own project? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. We know how busy you are and that you need professional painters who are actually professionals. My team has the experience, training, and credentials to get the job done. If you've been waiting for the right time to paint, this is it. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse. Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my 4-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Takeback, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for details.
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage Card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too. If you feel symptoms, even if they're mild, you should test fast. Test positive and at high risk for severe COVID-19? Then act fast with authorized oral treatments that can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms begin. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Learn about a treatment option at treatcv19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Kyle's bad.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, fine people. How we all doing? What is going on? We really wanted to jam home today that we are homegrown. Yes, both of us. We are born and bred in the Bay Area, damn it. And that's why we're here talking about what we're talking about. And that is a potpourri today, Mr. Dibley. There's quite a platter of different, it's almost like a charcuterie board.
Nice.
Of things to discuss today. Mike Silver is going to jump on here in about a half hour. Our good friend Rich Ornberger, who can speak to all of these offensive line issues with the 49ers and do so in a very fun way. He's jumping on later on the show. Quincy Avery, quarterback coach and quarterback expert, is on the show today. And then you're on the show today, 888-957-9570. That's also the Comcast Business text line. Good morning, Twitch and YouTube. We think you're keen. Please keep those comments coming. Let's have some fun on all of this. By the way, real quick, before we get into anything Garoppolo and anything Aaron Judge, I do want to announce that once again, for the second consecutive day, your San Francisco Giants have not been eliminated from playoff contention.
That's not what I read.
Those tweets that went out yesterday have been taken down
they have.
By MLB and by Fox. And the San Francisco Giants with another plucky win.
Were they dramatic tweets?
And
is that what they were?
They were.
Very
They were
dramatic.
big. They were like the picture, the lighting, everything was almost like a movie trailer. And no, if the Phillies lose all of their games and the Giants win all of their games and the Brewers lose some of their games, no, Dibs. We're going to the playoffs this year. I am going to the game tonight. But I want to give a shout out to the Giants real quick because I was feeling super exhausted last night and I did something.
Oh, you were you?
Super exhausted. Huh. Yeah, I know. It was almost like, I don't know, like I had a newborn or something. That's what I felt like.
It's gotta be brutal for you.
It's really tough, man. I have, house all to myself. But anyway, so I'm just exhausted and I do something that I think only you do, which is I watch the ninth inning in bed.
Oh, yeah.
9:45. Yes. And
watch with one eye open.
And why
gripping your pillow tight.
Why 6-2 in the ninth inning was very, very relevant and one eye stayed open instead of turning it off? I'll tell you why. Someone had bet the over. And the over-under in this game was 8. And the score was 6-2. And when the Giants decided to play the infield back with one out and runners at second and third, and I said to that Colorado Rocky hitter, whoever the hell he is, I said, hey, give me a ground ball to second base, will you?
Yeah, exactly.
Just a little can of corn over to second base.
Play.
Make it 6-3 so I can just turn the lights out and go to bed. Very next pitch, we'll hopper over to second base, can of corn, throw to first. Final score, 6-3. Pay that man his money.
Game over.
Night.
Look at you betting baseball. Late September,
hey,
meaningless. Not yet completely meaningless,
not eliminated.
But mostly meaningless baseball, and you're betting totals. That's ballsy, especially for a Giants team that has not been that offensively explosive.
Tuesday and Wednesday nights are tough around these streets, okay? There's nothing going on. It's not that busy, man. It's just not that busy. Tonight, we're back to NFL action, even though I will be in the Oracle Park building to say my goodbyes to this particular Giants roster.
You're not getting playoff tickets?
Look
at you with the defeatist mentality.
Yeah,
you quitter?
I'm going to salute the Slates and Listellas.
Tyro and Wilmer.
No, well, I shouldn't say Slates. Slates will be back. Wilmer will be back. Tyro's going to be back. I'm going to say goodbye to Jock Peterson because I think it might be.
Evan Longoria,
we'll see. I'm going to give
Carlos
you a little
Rodon?
Yeah. Well, he's pitching tonight.
So you're going to say farewell to Rodon.
This could be Rodon's final start at Oracle Park in a Giants uniform. Very well could be. And so we'll be in attendance and bring you the sights and sounds. A crowd of foul balls for everybody tonight.
I think
at Oracle
22,000
Park.
last night was announced.
Is that what was announced?
Tickets sold.
You didn't watch the game.
Tickets sold.
You didn't watch the game, did you?
I haven't watched the Giants game since my daughter was born.
All right.
It's been a good month since I've watched the Orange and Black. And it's funny because now, like, I'll be listening, whatever, or maybe I'll, catch a little bit of a recap, and it's like, who the hell is that?
Yeah,
like, there's some guy named Ford,
right? I mean, I did. You and more importantly, Kyle would have loved this last night. He was just sitting there with the lovely Christy, and we're watching the baseball game, and somebody named Proctor comes up.
Ford Proctor, right?
For a sac fly, and I was gambling on the game, and I'm like, hey, Proctor and Gambler. Am I right? And she was like, oh, God. She's like, geez, you just...
Don't applaud
She's
that.
like, no, I know.
That's a two at best.
Kyle's going to San Diego tomorrow, and I think everybody... It's good. We need a break, because if you're around Kyle too often, that's how your brain starts to work.
The dad jokes start flowing.
It's really brutal. So, anyway.
I'm also the worst kind of person to be around. Like, I suck.
Your friends disagree. Have a good time in San Diego this weekend. But anyway, glad you're with us. So I don't really love when we do this to professional athletes, but we also have no choice. We spent the better part of yesterday talking about how would you feel about all of this if you were Jimmy Garoppolo, and at least acknowledge that there would be some frustration. There would be some things over the last couple of years that wouldn't be your favorite with the way that 49er football has sort of unfolded for him as an individual, as the quarterback. But what we end up doing is trying to figure out, like, what are they thinking and what are they feeling? And so I went back to the comments that were made when Jimmy was kept, when he was restructured. And he made the statement, I don't really want to ruffle the feathers too much around here. Kyle, do we have that, by the way, from Jimmy Garoppolo, the statement he made about the ruffling of feathers? Give us a little bit of Jimmy back when he was restructured.
That just wasn't the way I wanted it to go. There was a thought of that at one point, trust me, there was. But that came and went, and I don't know, things just kind of kept falling into place. And I'm one of those people that, I don't want to really ruffle the feathers too much here and there, and kind of want to just go with the flow. And that's kind of the way the training camp was going, and I was happy with it. And like I said, things worked out, and I'm happy now.
Okay, so can Jimmy actually be himself? Because if Jimmy is, the guy who doesn't really want to ruffle feathers around here, I'm like, that's not really starting quarterback stuff if you look around the league.
Well, especially when he says what he said about, things were going pretty well, and I was okay with that. Well, things were going pretty well because you weren't being asked to do anything other than play catch with a friend on the sideline. So that tells me all I need to know about how locked in he was in terms of being a 49er quarterback.
Well, and maybe it speaks to why he was smiling after the game on Sunday night, because he's just not a feather ruffler. That's not the way Jimmy is wired, and maybe we want that to be different, and you can look around the league. Like Patrick Mahomes is fighting with Eric Bieniemy last weekend. Tom Brady yells at everybody every single
tablets.
week. Aaron Rodgers, feather ruffler? You tell me.
Josh Allen ruffles feathers.
I mean, holy smokes.
It's because Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't really care at the same level about this 49er organization.
Okay, is it that? Or are you being tongue-in-cheek?
No, I think that's what it is.
It is, okay.
I think Jimmy Garoppolo cares more about his own future, and I don't fault him for that because, as you mentioned, they fired him, and they only rehired him because they had no choice but to rehire him. And then nobody thought that Jimmy Garoppolo was going to be the starter in Week 3. Kyle didn't think that Trey Lance would be hurt. Jimmy didn't think that Trey would be hurt. Jimmy Garoppolo probably, when he signed his deal, thought, all right, I'm here just in case. And then Week 2, he gets inserted back in the game, and now it's like, oh, Jimmy, now we need you. You're our guy again. And he's like, FOH.
Totally. I would venture to guess that. However, this is the way I'll say it, just so that it doesn't, I'm not here to say, oh, Jimmy doesn't care. I'm not here to say that at all. It's something I'm going to watch. I'd like to watch this year to continue to look for differences in Jimmy that we haven't seen before. I think it's ridiculous to say he doesn't care flatly. Now, does he care less?
It was an overstatement.
Well, no, I just mean there's a couple ways to say it. Just, does he care? Well, yeah, he cares. We spent a show 2 days ago trying to lip read when he's screaming on the field. he cares. Obviously, he cares. This is somebody who took a 49er team that had just fired him through the playoffs last year with one thumb and one shoulder. Yes, he cares. But where are you putting that care?
Right.
When things don't go well, what's your thought? Oh, hell, the 49ers season is now hanging in the balance? Or is it, oh, hell, my future contract is hanging in the balance? And then add in a little dash of that's the way certain people are wired. Jimmy Garoppolo is not a scream at the coach on the sideline guy.
Right.
You threw that out yesterday as like a faux, sort of visual.
Like a what if, a hypothetical.
And I was funny because I'm running it through my head and I'm like, it would never, ever, ever happen. That visual felt to me like me getting wasted at a bar and throwing up on the street.
Oh, I'd love to see it.
It would
I'd
never.
love to see both, by the way.
ever happen.
It might. You never know.
Old me, maybe. College, sure. That was in my
new
tank.
Jimmy, old Mark, new Jimmy.
I don't know.
You just never know. And, Jimmy might get to a spot where he does get frustrated. We haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen you get to that point of inebriation. It would be an inebriation sensation.
I can pop a few back. To me, it's
you
always.
You cannot pop a few
I
back.
absolutely can.
And it gets dicey.
I've gone north of 2 plenty of times recently.
You've gone to shout out Mark Few.
Absolutely.
You've gone into Mark Few, Gonzaga country.
Come on, brother. We can. And if it turns into Manhattans after 7:00, we're in really, really good shape. But it's never, ever, ever going to get to. I am vomiting on the sidewalk.
Oh, I'd love to see it. Shout out my 41st birthday.
Cost-benefit analysis.
Barclays and College Avenue.
Really just got to the point where I'm like, this is a bad trade.
It is now,
okay?
yeah. And I'm
it's
not
like the
there
Mets
either,
getting Darren Ruff for 4 players. I'm like, I don't like this trade.
How's he done for the Mets? Not great.
Not good.
Not great.
I'll look it up.
He
But go
popped
ahead.
early, but
no, not good.
Jimmy Garoppolo is more likely to blow up than you are to throw up. And if we get to a point where Jimmy Garoppolo continues to get frustrated, and I think part of it will be the fan clamor. If fans continue to clamor and get mad at the fact that he's not very good, if the team loses and frustration boils over, you may see it from Jimmy Garoppolo. We've already seen him do things that we've never seen before, mouthing "your plays suck, man" at Kyle Shanahan on the field. That's something we've never seen before. And if they lose to the Rams and they fall to 1-3 and Jimmy G steps out of the end zone again, you might see more frustration than what we think otherwise.
That's what I'm watching for. This is what's fascinating to me. I really want to watch the arc of this because we do have, and whether you're a lip reader or you just want to point to his post-Seattle press conference, hey, 2017 was fun when we got to throw it around, or point to Chris Collinsworth passing along that he did wink, wink, nod, nod with him. Like, yeah, there's a little of me that's like, oh, okay, 49ers, you need me now. I'm watching. And I would suggest to all of us, keep an eye on differences in Jimmy, in the guy that we've known through the last 5 years. By the way, Darren Ruff in New York, 152 batting average.
Man.
And an OPS. This is the OPS.
500?
413.
Oh, my God. That's like...
And the Giants got J.D. Davis and 3 minor leaguers, one of whom is crushing it, by the way, maybe even a couple of them.
Yeah, I don't know how the Mets can recover. That's right.
We'll see how they do in the playoffs. We're going to be Mets fans here pretty quick if they play the Dodgers. So say nice things about the New York Mets, if you will. All right? But yeah, that's kind of where my head is at. I have suddenly found, because I hear a lot of people, the 49ers are boring with this offense. Okay, fine. They're not boring if they win. I'll stand on that hill all day. But I don't find Jimmy right now boring at all, because I'm thinking that this might be a different version of him. And I'm not really talking about football. I'm talking about all of the other stuff. But I think that stuff can lead or bleed into the football. And it largely will, again, tell the story of where this season goes. Last year, we were largely amazed that Jimmy Garoppolo was able to compartmentalize. You fired me. I'm hurt. I'm going to put this all aside. We're 3-5, and damn it, we're going on a run. And we applauded him for that, and we rightfully so. That, to me, was very, very impressive. Now he's being asked to do it again,
right,
as the backup.
But he's not the backup.
He is. I mean, we're not going to get into this semantics again. He is factually the backup
start between now and the end of his days with the Niners because the guy who was the starter is no longer the starter. Jimmy Garoppolo is now the starter, and Jimmy Garoppolo will compartmentalize in the same fashion that he did last year because he's a professional, and he might say things outside the lines that are different than what we're used to, but he's not going to try to tank his play. He's not going to try to change play calls. He's not going to try to go rogue. Jimmy Garoppolo is a professional football player, and he will act accordingly, not only because he respects the game, but he wants to win, and he wants to get that next contract like any of us would want to do that. So I don't expect him to do anything different than what he's done while the ball is in play. Now, at press conferences, if you catch him mouthing things between plays, off the field, that's all different. And I don't hold him accountable for any of that because he's been such a solid stand-up guy. But I don't think that he's going to play any differently or act any differently than he has because that's Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right. Well, it also would not be self-serving. So I hear you there. To me, it's subtle. It's subtle and something to watch because if Jimmy's playing for the 49ers or playing for a contract, it leads to the same thing. He's trying to play good football. Right. But when things get difficult, can that lead to stuff if two people on the same team are pushing in the same direction, but for different reasons? I mean, just think in your own life.
Kyle Shanahan comes down his road, like after a 3rd and 4 play where Jimmy throws to the wrong guy, somebody's wide open, and he goes to the sideline.
That would never happen.
What? Yeah, God forbid. And then Kyle barks at him. And, normally Jimmy G would just take it in stride and go to the bench. I wonder now if Jimmy G doesn't fire back. And there's cameras on everything. So if things continue to be in a bad place, and right now at 1-2, they are in a bad place, I wonder if we don't catch that moment between the two.
Yeah, well, he's not a feather ruffler, but all of you, think about in your own lives when you're working and you go to work, but you don't like your company. Or you think your boss has got the wrong idea about how to get from point A to point B. It affects you. You get in the break room with, the person from down the hall. Yeah, these guys. There's just the muttering in the hallway.
Bochi?
Dude, and it's, right?
We work with Boch all of a sudden?
Yeah, right. Want a beer? We're not allowed to drink during the office.
No direction.
Nobody cares. You know what I mean? It can become a cancer. And so we're early in this, but the smile gate, and I don't want to ruffle feathers, and now I'm the backup to Trey Lance, and I liked 2017, and sure, how you need me now. Like, all of this is built up in a 3-week period, and that's a lot. That's a lot in a little amount of time. There's a long way to go.
Right.
And we've already viewed this in a very short amount of time.
As a dramatic thing.
Yes.
But you win Monday night and everything
and everybody's happy.
It all gets back to feels great, baby. And if you lose to the Rams, we get closer to see ya. And that's where, everything is on kind of a razor's edge right now with this team because it's more than just Jimmy Garoppolo. It's Deebo Samuel and his ineffectiveness. And George Kittle, are you even playing, bro? And Brandon Ayuk and his great offseason, which is manifested into nothing, and an offensive line that's got gigantic questions. And, oh, by the way, a defense that might be the best you've had in 20 years being wasted. So all these things with a win, not a big deal. You're 2-2, and you have 2 winnable games on a 2-game road trip. Go enjoy the Greenbrier, everybody, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. But a loss on Monday night and a 1-3 record, you're closer to the bottom of the NFC than you are the top. And, oh, by the way, you can't tank for a pick because you don't have one.
You don't have a pick. Yeah, by the way, speaking of see ya, before Mike Silver jumps on here in about 10 minutes, we wanted to quickly say that to somebody else. In today's edition of What are you doing?
Willard and Dibs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now?
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
See ya.
See you later, Roger Maris Jr. What exactly are you doing? Let's go through the arc. So Mark McGwire breaks your dad's record, and you're there on the mound to give him a big old Michelin Man hug. Cool. Now, here we are years later, and you're going to hop on the media circuit again. No, we didn't find Roger Maris Jr. at his house. The local news didn't go by to say, oh, hey, what do you think of what's happening now with your dad's name in the news again? No, the Yankees had you literally in their press room with the Yankee logos behind you for you to make comments with regard to whether or not Aaron Judge last night tied the quote-unquote real home run record. Kyle, do we have the actual comments? Yeah, okay, Roger Maris Jr. last night.
I think it means a lot, and it's not just for me. I think it means a lot for a lot of people, that he's clean, he's a Yankee, he plays the game the right way, and, I think it gives people a chance to look at somebody who, should be revered for hitting 62 home runs and not just as a guy who did it in the American League. He should be revered for, being the actual single-season home run champ. I mean, that's really who he is if he hits 62, and I think that's what needs to happen. I think baseball needs to look at the records, and I think baseball should do something.
Baseball should do something. Quote, the actual single-season home run record.
Fraud Maris Jr.
I mean, did you hear in that statement all of the things that are so biased? A, he's a Yankee. Oh, irrelevant, dude. Irrelevant what uniform he's wearing.
Not relevant to the American League record, if there is such a thing.
Exactly, which there isn't. He plays the game the right way. What the hell does that mean? Did Barry Bonds play with a garden hose or something?
Barry Bonds played the left way. He was left-handed.
Thank you. Very
Next
well
question,
played.
Please.
All right.
Thank you.
And
I'm going to speak on behalf of the Maris family
and
here.
Quote, he did it clean. All right. Here.
Have you seen his teeth? He flosses. He brushes. His deodorant game is on point, and
Handsome
he uses Drakkar Noir as his cologne.
I used to use that actually in high school.
So terrible.
So bad. That little black bottle.
Awful.
All right.
I mean, shout out to Drakkar Noir and all the great.
Unless
all
you
the great
want to
man
sponsor the
colognes,
show,
yeah,
we're right
course,
here.
yeah.
But anyway,
I got some BO working over here, by the way. But go ahead. Yeah, no, he does play it clean. Uniform's clean. Nice shoes, changes his socks, and I would imagine in his undies, too.
Are we allowed to make all of these assumptions?
I think I just did.
I'm not here to say Barry Bonds did it clean. I'm here to say, can we run around in the streets and tell each other for sure that Aaron Judge has never done anything behind the scenes wrong? I'm not accusing him. There's no way for me to know. And oh, by the way, if anybody in the history of ever has had a weird outlier season in their sport, it would be your dad, dude. So what on earth exactly was going on there? A guy who's never hit 40 home runs in any other season in his career hit 61, and we're all supposed to just believe he got good rest every night that year? What was happening? I have no idea.
Roger Maris's totals: 14, 28, 9, 19, 16, 39.
Yep.
61, 33, 25, 26, 8, 13, 9, 5.
Ryan Klesko has more career home runs than Roger Maris. Stir that around in your coffee. Ryan Klesko.
Let's get Ryan Klesko Jr. on the show to talk about his dad.
I think we can just get Senior. He's still around, right?
That'd be a good get, actually.
Yeah. Don't get in a Hagen.
Look. Maris is closer to Brady Anderson than he is to Aaron Judge.
We've already got a good get. His name is Mike Silver, and he joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Bart is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off of your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off of those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
You're listening to to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, but it's a three-man show here for the next 10 or 15 minutes, that's for sure. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. It is Willard. It is Dibs. Say hi, Dibs.
How you doing?
Okay, and it is the great Mike Silver who joins us every single week on this show. San Francisco Chronicle, number of platforms, of course, as always, in many, many years around the league and locker rooms. How you doing today, my friend?
I'm awesome. How are you guys?
We are hanging in there and excited on this 49er journey. What is your sort of take on how things have gone since the last time we talked to you? It went from handing the keys over to Jimmy to, oh my gosh, maybe Jimmy doesn't look like he's ready for his license. Like, I mean, what's your overall takeaway of what took place Sunday night?
Well, now the offense has looked really bad with both quarterbacks, right? The only time it's actually looked good was when Jimmy came in and relieved Trey, under adverse circumstances against the Seahawks. And so you have to now wonder, is this team, which has a great defense that is playing at a really high level and obviously is constructed to win now, is this team going to be good enough to do what last year's team did, which is fight its way out of a hole, ride that defense, but be good enough on offense, especially in key moments, to, be one of the best teams in the league? And, it's very early, but it is a little bit concerning, especially, a high-profile platform like that, Sunday Night Football, and 9,000 punting yards or whatever insane, obscene stat it was. I saw that Mitch Wishnowsky was just named the Special Teams Player of the Month in the NFC, which is heartwarming, but I don't think it, I think they're looking for a little more explosiveness on the other three downs.
Yeah, if your punter is Special Teams Player of the Month, you're probably not doing a lot on offense, Mike. That's a pretty good way to break that down. Can this offense, as it's constructed with a porous offensive line, depth issues at running back, and a quarterback who maybe is a little bit rusty, can they do enough to complement this defense like last year's team was able to do?
That's the question. And Trent Williams going down on one of the more disastrous plays in recent 49er memory. You lose your best player for at least 4 weeks, it looks like. Your quarterback steps out of the back of the end zone for a safety, saving him from a pick six. So all in all, that was a pretty bad sequence. But, yeah, the line was already a concern. You had the three new starters on the inside and McGlinchey coming back from the injury, and Trent Williams was the one thing you could count on at the most important position. Now you have Colton McKivitz, a fourth untested guy, plus McGlinchey. So it's a lot. I think the good news is you've got a head coach who is, in my opinion, at the very top when it comes to scheming, opponent-specific game planning, and all of those things. And he's a problem solver. You saw last year what they did with Debo that helped turn the season around, which was obviously unconventional and caught people off guard. So I do believe that Kyle Shanahan and his assistants have the ability to adjust and scheme it up and give them a chance. But, you worry with the line and Jimmy Garoppolo, who, by the way, I don't think it's unreasonable what he said after the game, that he didn't have OTAs, he didn't have training camp, his arm's getting back into it. He's adjusting. Maybe we all had a little bit of false hope because he looked so smooth coming in against Seattle. But, I don't know that you can't overcome it. You just don't want to follow a template where you fall into a hole, which last year was 3-5, and have very little margin for error, because as much as we say, well, if Jaquiski Tartt catches that ball, maybe they go to and win the Super Bowl, we can also say, they're down to their last drive against the Rams. Jimmy Garoppolo had to take them down the field on the road at the end of that game in regulation to save their season, and then score again in overtime before the defense clinched it. So you would like a little bit more of a margin for error, and you don't want to slip into too big of a hole, which brings us to, hey, the Rams are coming to town Monday night, and that is a big, big game for the 49ers.
Mike Silver with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Mike, you know this. The article that you wrote about what was going on in the locker room after the switch, after the Trey injury and the switch to Jimmy Garoppolo certainly got a lot of attention. So this may sound like, I don't know, a question that's out of nowhere, but I really want to kind of follow up on where things have gone from there. Like, how is the 49ers locker room right now with everything that's happened?
Well, I'd love to answer this in a couple hours after I've been in it. For the first time since Denver, but you know, I don't think, you know, and I've told you guys this. I regret the way that article. You know, I should have hammered home the sensitivity thing a little bit more in that moment, because I do think there was a sincere, you know, mourning for Trey and what he was going through, and it wasn't, the people I was talking to were not trying to dance on his grave. But I do believe that there was a sense, not just in that moment, but leading up to it, that if you need to win a game right now, given where each guy is, you would have a better chance with Jimmy. And I don't think that's changed, despite the fact that the offense looked so, you know, choppy and Jimmy didn't have a great game against Denver. I don't think it's unreasonable either for people to necessarily believe that. And that's not saying, hey, Jimmy Garoppolo is suddenly Aaron Rodgers and all your problems are solved. You know, he's very good at some things. There are other things that he hasn't been as good at. I do believe he'll get better as he gets back into a comfort zone and rounds back into it. But, you know, they traded 3 ones to get up for a reason. Kyle Shanahan was clearly not satisfied with what Jimmy Garoppolo could do. Last season was really, really cool that they got as far as they did. So in the long run, is there hope that Trey Lance would be better than Jimmy Garoppolo is now? Absolutely, despite the injury, which is going to set it back and necessitate some sort of plan B from next year on. On the other hand, I don't think one bad game in Denver necessarily changes that sentiment. And if you separate it from the emotion of the moment, which again, I should have done a better job of, you know, hammering that point home. But if you separate it from the emotion of that moment, I think it is reasonable to say this team is built to win now. The defense is good. They probably can do more now with Jimmy than they could have done with Trey. Is that enough? I don't know. But I don't think it's an unreasonable position.
And the emotion of now is different than the Trey Lance injury. The emotion of now is what you mentioned, an 11-10 loss against a very beatable Denver team, and now you go into another primetime spot against the Rams. How much is this being seen, not as a must-win, because I reserve that for actual true must-wins, but the urgency of this Week 4 game against the Rams, how high would you put that, Mike?
That's a great question. You know, I did write a column going into the Seahawks game making fun of the must-win thing because I thought it was really important they win that. And I cited some examples of actual must-win. I think it was World War II, the Russian roulette scene in The Deer Hunter, and the Bolinas Simpson 4th of July tug of war, you know, especially if the Sharks are engaged. So, yeah.
Incredible references, all three, but go ahead.
That's in the San Francisco Chronicle for
Thank
a
you.
very
I subscribe.
Price. That's awesome. So, yeah, I always think of my friend Dave Damashek, who was my colleague at NFL Network for years, who walked around with a microphone Super Bowl week asking people if it was a must-win game, which I always, you know, laughed at. So, yeah, I just, you know, the Rams were the cure-all last year. They were, you know, they were 3-5 and looked dead in the water, and the Rams cured it. The year before, when the 49ers were really struggling and the Rams were on their way to another playoff berth, Kyle beat Sean twice. He had beaten him 6 in a row and was on the way to number 7 feasibly again if the ball is intercepted, etc. But, you know, it's hard to say Kyle owns Sean now because Sean just won the biggest prize of all with Kyle, you know, in the past. So they're both great coaches. They have a lot of history, and I think Kyle this will bring out his best schematically. They're going to have to execute those plays much better than they have been, even in the Seattle game. They're going to have to take it to a much higher level. Not that the Rams are necessarily world beaters, because I think Matthew Stafford is kind of a turnover machine, and, they came out flat in their first game. They've got some transcendent talents, but I don't think comprehensively they're super necessarily. But the 49ers are in a rut offensively, and they're going to have to fight their way out of it. And they hope it's this week. Is it must win? No, but I would say it's must look a little better on offense, or we're going to start really.
It's not as catchy,
worrying.
Mike. It's not as catchy.
and you're also gonna, you're gonna start hearing the Brock Purdy stuff if it looks really, really bad, which, that's a whole other conversation. I'm just saying it would really change the atmosphere for the better, just as Seattle would have were it not at the, in conjunction with Trey's injury, which really bummed a lot of people out.
So, Mike, let's talk about Jimmy Garoppolo for a second. A lot of us have sort of tapped into what feels like a little bit of a different Jimmy, right? In front of a microphone saying, yeah, 2017 was fun when I was allowed to throw it around a little bit. Collinsworth Sunday night referencing, hey, is there a little bit of you that's like, oh, now you need me, 49ers? And Jimmy says, yeah. And then whatever that lip-syncing reading thing was the other day, which we're not sure, but if you add it all up, are we looking at a little bit more of a chippy, honest, free Garoppolo this year, do you think?
Yeah, I don't know about the lip reading thing, but yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it's human nature, right? We forget many times that these are actual humans going through, their human day and all that. And yeah, he got fired basically, and even after he got fired, it was like, well, we'll delay it a year, and then he almost led them to the championship, or helped to lead them to the championship, with a bum arm and a bum thumb. So that was kind of cool. And then they were like, all right, now you're gone. And then he was like, you know what, I'm going to have surgery, which scuttled their plans, and there wasn't communication. And then when they brought him back, it was this weird, like, hey, man, throw over there. Don't come to meetings. We all know you're leaving. And then they decided that it was worth it to them as a hedge to try to get him to take less under the circumstances and bring him back. And I think that was proven to be a good decision. Unfortunately, Trey got hurt, but it was not. It was a decision based on where Trey's progress was to that point, and that's not, me trying to be harsh. That's just reality. If Trey had seized it and looked awesome, they would not have wanted the drama, and they would not have kept Jimmy. So here he is, and yeah, I think, I just know how I am, and I might be more egotistical than even the average quarterback, some would say, but I know how I am. I'd be like, oh, hey, what's up? Good to be back at this cheap cut rate deal. You love me now. Let's rip it. Yeah. So I think that's probably right. I'll try to get you some more specifics on that as we go. But Jimmy Garoppolo is not perfect. There are a lot of things that a lot of people don't love about him. There are a lot of things a lot of people do love about him. One of the things they do love about him is he doesn't get overly caught up in these, overarching issues. He just is very good-tempered or good-natured and keeps it positive and doesn't, get mired in the weeds and all this stuff. And he's very, very well liked in that locker room because of that. So if he's, got a little more swag to go along with that, or a little more chippiness, I don't think that's a terrible thing. I think the unfortunate thing is that the 49ers and Jimmy didn't get back to where they were circumstantially or psychically until a very late date. And if you had to do it over again, you would say, we probably should have had him in meetings in July. I get why you didn't want to have him practice, because then you're on the hook if he gets hurt, and it's a lot of cap money. But probably, if you knowing what you know now, not even with the injury, knowing what you knew going into the season, you would have rather had Jimmy in meetings and preparing for the possibility of play.
Mike, great stuff. And we appreciate it as always and look forward to talking to you after the 49er Ram game, which is going to be all kinds of interesting. Thanks, man.
Thank you so much, you guys. Good talking to you.
All right, you too. There it is. Mike Silver with the 49ers column now in the San Francisco Chronicle. And look, I feel like we've said this a number of times about Jimmy. Look, it's human nature. He's got an ego. I don't know if we've ever known any athlete to not show that more than Jimmy does not show that.
He's kept it close to the vest,
But
and,
man,
to his credit.
Everybody's got a breaking point, though.
Well, and now we're in a different spot where, like Mike was saying, you brought me back, you had me throw on the side, and you brought me back on a hedge, and now you had to cash in that chip in week 2, and here's Jimmy G, how you like me now, and yet, to your point, he hasn't really shown that too much, but I wonder if, as time goes on, do we start to see more of it, especially if Kyle Shanahan comes down his road in a public way. Jimmy might actually fire back.
Rich Ornberger on all of the offensive line issues for the 49ers. Not just Trent Williams being out, but the idea of putting some of these rookie guys in to start. That bad snap last week between Brendel and Jimmy Garoppolo. Rich Ornberger, who's got a huge fun personality and a history in the Patriots locker room just like Jimmy Garoppolo, is going to join us in just about 12 minutes. Look forward to that. Until then, let's keep going with your calls. 888-957-9570. Hey, Jonathan in the city. Jonathan, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Sitting on the top of the bay, wasting time.
That wasn't bad. That was
sold it to 3.
That was not bad, and it got better as it went, too.
I'm just, since the offensive side of Niners football is in, a little bit out of sorts because of obvious reasons, I'm going to go to the defense, man, and I'm going to tell them, I know you guys have been playing very, very well so far, but I'm going to ask you guys to play great. Be legendary, man. Be one of those all-time defenses because the team needs you. Be Hodor. Hold the door. Keep it shut. Because if they don't score, they don't win. It's as simple as that, So, Niners on 3. 1, 2, 3. Niners.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Thank you, Jonathan.
And I love the Hodor reference, Game of Thrones.
He gave him a little Quan Alexander, too. He told him to be legendary. But at the same time...
Hold the door!
And we're here, yeah. So, listen, when you say that, though, my first thought is, what about the 49ers' defensive performance so far makes you think that they're not already thinking that way? Like, there's nothing about this 49er defense where I'm like, hey, man, you guys need to ratchet it up a little further.
Right.
They play with unbelievable intensity. I think that they already do.
But they're going to start to feel more pressure as this offense continues to punt. Mitch Wishnowsky, Special Teams Player of the Month. And as I said to Michael Silver,
worst award ever.
That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing.
Look at our punter. He's amazing.
He's amazing.
No, I'm with you, but my point is they're trying to pitch a shutout every game already.
Of course.
They already
All
are.
defenses are.
Yeah.
No defense is thinking, you know what, if we can keep them under 30, I like our chances.
I mean, I bet. Wouldn't you think that when Kyle let the Broncos, when he declines the penalty and lets them get their first 3 points last week, which was a discussed decision, and I get it. It felt like Russell Wilson PTSD to me, whereas like, don't give Russell Wilson 3rd and 18. The guy will run around and find a way to convert.
When Kyle said it himself, and the way Kyle said it afterwards, to me, was highly offensive if I'm a defensive player, because he said, well, we let Russ go out there and stuff, and, there might be a flag. Might be a flag, Kyle. Do you see the way we're playing defense?
Yeah, but
we might sack him, and it might be 4th and 30 after we're done with him.
But after Chicago, he's right. There might be a defensive holding. There might be a face mask. I mean,
that's not what I want to hear as a defensive player. Where we are carrying your water, Kyle.
You wonder if they didn't like it because they do want to pitch a shutout, and you essentially let them get a 3 that you knew McManus was likely to make. I know it was a long field goal. Well, he missed one of the same distance later in the game, but for him, that is a 80% kick. It's an 80% kick, yeah. Mr. Jones in Atlanta, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Mr. Jones, what are you doing?
What's up, fellas? At the gas station right now, just filling up on some good petrol.
Hey, what are the prices?
Mr. Jones?
Yeah,
what are you paying?
Because it's going back up again. What do you got?
Well, now that you said it, it was $369. I got to pay premium at time, but it's $389.
Where are you right now, Kansas?
He's in Atlanta. Sorry,
he's in
it's all the way up to
Good
$389.
But look,
nice half-price gas you're getting there, Mr. Jones.
Major.
Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Look, man, I said this earlier, man. I blame the whole front office for the whole debacle. I was a Trey Lance, like Steve said, I'm not even on that no more because Trey wasn't expected to get picked number 3 overall. He didn't make that phone call. He wasn't the guy that went out there and supposed to be scouting and be like, hey, we're going to take the kid from that. That's not his fault. You know what I'm saying? Like, we shouldn't even be in this position anyway. I'm a guy that's like, this is an arms race. I want the best guys at every position we can get. If we're weak if we strong at receiver, so what? I want to get stronger. We need to just keep building and building. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know who's picking what in the front office sometimes because y'all see the drafts are kind of shaky. You know what I'm saying? We hit big and we'll miss real bad.
That's everybody, though, Mr. Jones. Like, Mr. Jones, you don't think the front office agrees with you? I mean, to me, this is going to be the forever until next year when Trey Lance plays. This is going to be the discord between some fans and probably the 49er front office. You're going to say, "Hey, what?" Like,
gave up the 3 first-round picks.
No, but you're right. Like you're going to say, "Hey, why aren't you going for the best guy at every position?" And they're going to say, "We did." And then you're going to say, "Well, why'd you hurt Trey Lance?" And they're going to say, "That's not our fault." Like, the bottom line is there's going to be a discord as long as there are fans who believe that Kyle Shanahan is at fault for Trey being hurt. And I'm not saying it's an invalid opinion, but they don't see it that way. I can promise you that.
Okay, so I'm not blaming Shanahan for him getting hurt neither. I just blame that on football and being circumstances. You know what I'm saying? Remember when Jimmy got hurt? I blame Jimmy for that. He shouldn't have been trying to run over a safety. That was stupid. You know what I'm saying? That's a different issue. You know what I mean? But, like, this week, we hurt. You know what I'm saying? We are hurt up front, and we got this big boy defense. So, football is complementary, right? This is the best team sport in the world. So if our offense is lacking, of course, we're going to pack this big boy defense up out here, and we're going to go knock the hell out of somebody.
Yep.
And then if the offense is great, you know what? We're going to go get a defense that won't get us blowed out the game. Keep us close. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole team thing. So what? Jimmy don't throw for 5,000 yards, but he don't lose us the game all the time. You know what I'm saying? We have the best win percentage with this guy in the game. Do we not?
No,
it's a lot better than when he's out, obviously, and that's why I remain very optimistic because the defense remaining well. If the defense remains healthy, we think we know what they are.
Right, but as I asked Michael Silver earlier, this offense feels different than last year. Last year, it felt like you could run the ball, you could use Jimmy when you needed to use Jimmy, and you could make hay. Right now, Jeff Wilson Jr., he's not an every down, pound the rock guy. Your backup running backs are non-existent. They're keying on Debo, and Jimmy G can't throw the ball, and your offensive line is a sieve. So to me,
that's all based on one game that you're saying that, though. You're basing that on one game.
The offensive line has not been good.
They were against Seattle.
Against Seattle, which is a very bad team.
Understood.
And now you don't have Trent Williams. You had Trent Williams against Seattle. Now you don't have Trent Williams. You've got Colton McKivitz, the 3 Bs who are not killer bees, and a big question mark, Mike McGlinchey at right tackle. So we'll see about this offensive line.
I don't deny any of that, but I'm going to sit on the premise that offense will look better than it did Sunday. That ain't saying much. It ain't saying much, and that's why I firmly believe it. They're not going to be that bad. Like, I will still sit with this, and it's fascinating to me more people haven't thought this way. I literally thought that was the most embarrassing night of Jimmy Garoppolo's career.
Yeah, it was among them, yeah.
I cannot think of a worse performance than that, and I know a lot of you go, well, yeah, but then there was this, and then there was, I heard Shasky this morning who go, oh, people are saying Jimmy stepping out of the back of the end zone was his worst moment, and he brought up something against it, in the playoffs. He's like, remember when he threw, I'm like, no, that's nowhere near as embarrassing as this. That was Jimmy's worst game ever. I'm going to bet.
That was a heads-up play by Jimmy.
I'm going to bet.
He avoided a pick 6. It saved him 4 points.
I'm going to bet.
Genius.
That he isn't that bad for the rest of the year.
Well, how's he going to be this week? Because he's still, hey, I'm rusty. I mean, it's not like riding a bike. Turns out I was wrong.
So if he's rusty, then he should be better the next game out. He should be less rusty.
Right. He should be less rusty with a worse offensive line.
Fair.
And a a Rams defense, which is probably comparable to Denver, right about the same kind of caliber defense, maybe a little bit worse.
Yeah, I think Denver's better.
I mean, if you think that they're going to go out and score 28 points, I want to have what you're having.
I'll go with 24. Rich Ornberger joins us next. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Two top pitchers take the mound in L.A. tonight with Zach Allen of Arizona facing off against Julio Urias of the Dodgers. The Diamondbacks have won 2 straight over the 100-win Dodgers, but L.A. has only dropped 3 straight games 1 time since June. The Dodgers have dominated the series with Arizona the last 2 seasons, going 29-8 against them. The Dodgers' money line is today's BetQL 5-star play of the day.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Take-Back, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey everybody, Damon Roberts from Sports Investors Weekly letting you know that Paul Nolan, Jimmy Taggs, and myself will be here every Saturday and Sunday morning at 8 a.m. to break down all the best bets in college and pro football. Want to get involved right now? Text NFL to 313131 and get today's best bet absolutely free. That's text NFL to 313131 right now and get today's best bet absolutely free. And make sure you join us every Saturday and Sunday for Sports Investors Weekly.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Join the conversation on 95.7 The Game with the Xfinity mobile text line. Text 888-957-9570.
From the 510, Ray looks great in teal. I think we can all agree. From the 650, stop. Don't do this. Ray Ratto makes me hate sports and life. Love you guys though. So that, that's nice.
Text the text line at 888-957-9570. Xfinity Mobile. Your wireless, your rules.
This Hispanic Heritage Month, the Multicultural Institute is celebrating 31 years in the community. That's 31 years of experience coming together to support and uplift each other. The Multicultural Institute connects day laborers and domestic workers with employers to ensure dignity while also providing comprehensive year-round services for the Bay Area's low-income Latinx community. To hire a day laborer or learn more about the Multicultural Institute, visit their website at mionline.org. That's mionline.org.
Chest up, engage your core, dig
At
deep.
Misty's gym, boot camp gets pretty close to the real thing.
Stack those plates like
She
you're
wants to
ready.
spot a personal trainer with a military background.
I can cover this week's boot camp, but we need someone stacked. Isn't your cousin a Marine?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If you were lied to when buying a timeshare and want out, you need my help. Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started the timeshare cancellation industry by exposing the ugly truth about timeshare and giving folks the straight facts. I've been fighting the timeshare giants ever since, so no one knows this industry better than me and my team. Today, we have 383 employees and have saved our clients an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Imagine putting those timeshare dollars back in your pocket. If you were told at a timeshare presentation that this was available today and today only, that timeshare was a great investment or your maintenance fees will never go up, call my office now. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-613-5454. 800-613-5454. 800-613-5454.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Hockey season is here, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets to check out the San Jose Sharks in their home opener against Carolina on October 14th. Listen to Willard and Dibs around 10:30 for your chance to win.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, a few things as we get ready to get our guy Rich Ornberger in here. Always a fun conversation. It is almost hockey season. Want to send you to see Tomas Hertl and the San Jose Sharks. All you got to do is listen for this sounder right here. This sounder.
This one?
Right here. This sounder. All right, yeah, that one right there. As soon as you hear that, which will be, I don't know, probably right after Rich. But anyway, as soon as you hear that, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Sharks play in their home opener on October 14th at SAP Center, courtesy of the San Jose Sharks. So stay tuned right here, right now for that. But right here, right now, like really, really right now, is that man, Rich Ornberger. He knows how it goes down inside the pile, okay? He knows what it's like. He knows what it's like to snap a ball between his legs and have a quarterback not be there to receive it and end up in the other team's hands, don't you, Rich?
Oh, I do, yeah. That is a nightmare scenario. Actually, that is nightmare fuel for any center. You'll wake up in a dead sweat thinking about the possibility of accidentally fumbling a snap, bobbling an exchange, firing back a shotgun snap too low, too high, too right, too left. It is the worst feeling in the world. I'm so glad that I talk to fools like you and Dibs here instead of doing that anymore, because I have much less diarrhea as a result.
It's funny because as you were laying that out, it reminds me of like dead air in our business where you can't seem to turn the mic on or something. You have something switched wrong on your board and it's like, this thing's not working. So when we look at that snap, how do we know who to blame? Is it Jimmy's hands not snug up underneath his undercarriage, or was the ball snapped into his own biscuits?
Yeah. I mean, a little bit of both, honestly. Column A, column B. Good quarterback will never out his center. A good center will never blame his quarterback. So we will never know for sure who's more to blame. Was Jimmy fully committed, like you said? Was he getting snugly up against the bits, or did this thing kind of get yanked on him? It's a very intimate quest. Perfectly honest with you, Dan, and I don't know if I'm at liberty to discuss it openly.
No, and I appreciate you not taking us not behind the curtain, but under the sheets, and I appreciate that.
Inside
Rich.
the pants.
Totally.
Yeah, Rich Orenberger, 6 years in the league, Fox Sports Radio and Extra in San. Oh no, wait, what's your station called now in San Diego? You guys just did a big rebirth. What do we got?
Dude, a rebirth in day. I mean, you could probably hear us up there now. This sucker's called San Diego Sports 760. It's a blow tour.
Oh, man. Boy, that feels good, huh? Flex, that's a flex muscle.
Jimmy G again.
Anyway, so Rich, longtime offensive lineman, Patriots, Chargers. And so, you know what? I also wonder this, because we're getting, as we always do, into the mind of Jimmy Garoppolo, because he sounds a little bit like a different person in front of a microphone this year. He's the backup now, and the 49ers fired him, yet he's still back. So it sounds like there's a little bit more chippiness or freedom, but he also comes from the same school you came from, which is that he was birthed under Belichick, and we know what that means in terms of what you'll say in front of a microphone. So what is your thought on where Jimmy has been and where he might go next in terms of what he'll say?
My best guess is Jimmy is going to play, perfect office politics. He's going to be supportive of the team. He's not going to try to ruffle too many feathers here, because a lot was said without him voicing anything this offseason. Obviously actions always speak louder than words, and in reality, the 49ers were trying to, slough them off their plate onto somebody else's and trying to get something in return. And it's not like everybody doesn't know that. So that all just sort of roils under the surface, and is definitely heavy in the background with every interaction he has with the media. But I don't think he's ever going to step outside of himself or really diverge from the team mission statement, which is, hey, tough one, or hey, great one. We're just moving on to the next one.
And on to the next one will be one without Trent Williams and an offensive line that seems kind of patchwork. What do you make of the Niners' offensive line with 3 new players on the interior? Now Trent Williams is out, and McGlinchey struggling at right tackle. How much can this be an issue for the Niners this week against the Rams?
Oh, it's huge. And you just think about the front seven for the Rams. Not amazing at linebacker, but their pass rush speaks for itself, anchored by Aaron Donald. Yeah, I mean, without Trent Williams, well, I'll just put something in perspective for you. His backup's Warren McKivitz on 12 separate pass blocking opportunities gave up 2 sacks during that time span. Trent Williams, through his last 19 games, has only given up 2 sacks.
Jeez.
So it just, that paints the picture, right? You've lost an all-pro, a true great both pass blocking and run blocking, and one of the leaders in that room. Now, look, as you rehab injuries, you definitely get an opportunity to help along young players, but your goal is always to get back to the field as quickly as possible. So with that being the big priority, the deal for the offensive line is, hey, we got to keep the wheels on while he's gone. The unfortunate reality is, with so much inexperience along the offensive line, what coaches often like to do when they're missing a great player in one position on the offensive line is start really reshuffling the deck. And so you could see players playing out of position in foreign places until Trent returns to the lineup, and that's where things can get pretty hairy up front in terms of communication and guys making mental errors because they're used to being on the right, whereas now they're on the left or what have you. So, yeah, that's going to be a specific position battle you're going to want to pay attention to, what's happening up front when the Niners offense is out there going against that pass rush of the Los Angeles Rams.
Rich, no matter who it is at offensive line, I get it. There's an assignment, block your guy. But I wonder, especially the young guys who are being asked to block for Trey Lance, and now you have a totally different style quarterback that gets thrown in there, and the loss of mobility. How does that change the offensive lineman's job?
It's completely different. You're talking about obviously a whole different set of plays in the playbook for Jimmy Garoppolo, as compared to Trey Lance. Trey, they were obviously incorporating a lot of the run game, planned QB runs and things like that. That's all been eliminated. So that's a lot of time that you spent sculpting a playbook that Trey Lance could really have some success with. And so all that time that you spent building that is all put on the shelf now until he's back healthy, which presumably will be next year. And you got to get back to what you were doing with Jimmy G. Well, not everybody on this offense was working with Jimmy G predominantly. You have young guys out there. We discussed that. So, yeah, it changes a lot. It changes a whole lot. It's difficult to do it in-game, but it's survivable. It's really tough the first week because now you're installing a completely new group of plays. By this time, especially, against an opponent that you know pretty well, it should be a little bit more consistent, but then you go back to the injuries they just suffered and some of the changes they've made on the offensive line this week. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. That's, at very least, it's going to be interesting. It could be disastrous at very worst.
And when you look at George Kittle coming back from injury, only a couple of catches last week, and now Trent Williams out, would you anticipate that Trent Williams and more 2 tight end sets and more usages of the tight ends in blocking formations, knowing that your offensive line is, facing injuries and some struggles?
Yeah. You can also expect a lot more tight formations with the tight ends and a lot more back help in pass blocking. So they call it slams and butches and chips, all those things where, an offensive tackle or even sometimes a guard will get help from a back or a tight end crashing down on a defensive end, a pass rusher, to give them an advantage and help them out a little bit and give Jimmy G some time in the pocket. You're going to see all that stuff included into the playbook this week. And if they're smart, they're going to really try to find ways to help these guys with slide protections and with back help and tight end help all week long. Now, in the run game, expect them to try to highlight, using their fullback Juszczyk and Kittle as lead blockers, and also run the football to their side a lot more strong side runs where they have the support. Expect all of that. That's exactly what I would do if I was planning this week as an offensive coordinator.
Rich, I'll let you know, you may already know this, there's a little bit of a discord, at least for some 49er fans. When an offense looks like it did on Sunday night, a 49er fan is often going to go, okay, why is everybody calling Kyle Shanahan a genius? But this. In league circles, he's thought of a certain way as a play caller. Fans right now are really questioning that. What would you say to the 49er fan that goes, this Kyle Shanahan doesn't know a damn thing about a play call?
Yeah, slow your roll. This is... Look, I understand it's frustrating when your team loses, and specifically last week was bad and heartbreaking, depending on how invested you are. But Kyle Shanahan is brilliant, not only just in the plays that he calls, the sequence in which he calls them. And what I mean by that is there are things that he's running here in week 3, week 4, that they're going to call back these personnel groups and formations to build in, trick plays and play action plays deep into the season, because you put this stuff on film, especially in division. These defensive coordinators are really smart. They're watching a ton of film too. They're going to find ways to defeat your successful plays. And as an offense, you need to adjust. He looks at the game field like a chessboard. He's got 22 pieces to work with in terms of his offense 11 and what the 11 defenders are going to do against his guys. And he really does operate that way. He tries to stay one snap ahead of the defense. And I have ultimately tremendous amount of respect for the way he handles himself and handles game calls as a coordinator and as a head coach. I don't know. I think people are very reactionary, especially when your team gets out to a sluggish start. But I say let it bake, and hopefully with some more help, you could see the full and complete outcome or success that this offense is capable of.
Rich, we love having you. Did you also, when you were talking about blocks there for a second, did you say smashes and chips? Did you say, because I was just...
Also butches.
Yeah, I was smashing some chips right before you came on, as you know.
Yes. If there's one thing, and Dibs knows this from working with you, Mark eats from the moment the microphone opens until the broadcast is over. That guy eats more kale salad than potato chips than any human being on air.
A lot of apples, a lot of leftovers. Actually, Mark's the only reason why we have commercial breaks. That way he can eat.
Yep. Thank God. Thank God we've got advertisers.
Thank God for the sponsors.
Thank God for you, Rich. Thank God for you.
Thank you, guys. Anytime.
All right, there he goes.
Flamethrower.
That's a great
flavor. I love it.
He's on a blowtorch.
On the blowtorch, that's what it is. He's on the torch.
He's got 20 million watts.
Totally.
Yeah, man.
San Diego's blowtorch.
That's just, and I think you can hear it. That's a good dude right there.
Yeah,
that's a good dude.
A nice mix of this is serious, but it's also not that serious at all, which is what I love about Rich.
It's one of these things. It's not. I don't know how relatable it is to a lot of you, but whenever somebody uses the sentence, "This is serious." Did you ever, and your kids are probably older than, my kids were at a slot where one of the big cartoons when they were in that age was called Wonder Pets. Did you ever?
Never got the
you
pets.
Never
got
yeah,
Wonder Pets.
Gosh, there was this duck with a lisp, and that was their thing. Whenever something was going bad, right, and the group had to get together and fix the problem, the duck would be like, "This is serious."
Oh, that was
every
the thing.
time you say that rings in my head, and it's
Pets.
weird. Yeah. Can I get some Wonder Pet love on the YouTube chat? Has anybody ever seen Wonder Pets or have kids of a certain age?
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Look, Rich also, I think, sort of grabbed where this offensive line is. Is this doable? Is it fixable? Is Kyle Shanahan the type that you would trust to fix it?
Well, he has to be.
Mike Silver called him a problem solver earlier.
Yes.
You watched it last year. But he also stated, this is a problem.
Yeah.
Like the offensive line right now, we spend Jimmy, Debo, George. The offensive line holds the key to whether or not this is going to work or not.
Well, Kyle holds the key as to whether or not this is going to work or not, because let's just take the fact that the offensive line is probably not as good as you want it to be. I'm looking at the Pro Football Focus numbers, and Trent Williams is the highest rated 49er on offense. He's out. Aaron Banks, by the way, has a very good rating. He's had a good start to his year. Mike McGlinchey's been better than most people think. And then you go down McKivitz. You got to go way down for Burford, who's ranked 33rd out of 71 guards. That's not great. And Jake Brendel is the 31st ranked center out of 37 centers who've played in the NFL.
Not
so
great. Not
your
great.
interior three, not great. You don't have your Pro Bowl tackle. So we know that the offensive line is not as good as you'd like it to be. So now this falls on Kyle Shanahan. What are you going to do about it, Kyle? How are you going to scheme it up to where you have a running back, Jeff Wilson Jr., who's not a guy you want to give the ball to 20 times a game, maybe 12 to 15. How can you run the ball when you don't have running back depth and you don't have a good offensive line and you've got a quarterback who is admittedly rusty?
Well, they found the magic elixir last year. His name was Debo Samuel. You can't do that this year because they know about it. However, is there something? Is there something? I bet he thinks there is. The question is also how quickly does this come together? Because you have, if you want to call this a 4-game stretch where Trent Williams is out,
probably 5.
You better go 2-2.
I think it's 5 because you have the bye after that.
Right, but Trent could be, 4 to 6 weeks. I get it. I don't know if Trent's going to be back. I'm going to put my money on Trent being back on the earlier end because that's Trent.
I'm going to put my money on Trent not being back because that 6th week is the bye.
Maybe.
So honestly, if it's a 4 to 6 week injury, do you really want to rush him back after 4 to play once?
Depends on where he is.
Exactly.
I mean,
it
you
does.
know, and I know as a veteran player,
34 years old.
Yeah, their record may actually have something to do with this. He tried to play through this similar thing in the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
He did. He said afterwards he probably shouldn't have. I don't know how effective he was.
And Kyle put him in motion on a bum ankle, and how did that work out for you?
Anyway.
Yeah, well, that has to be pointed out.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I don't think they're going to rush it, but I also think he's the type of guy that's like, look, 75% of me is going to be better than anybody else. Let's try to get back out there. But whatever it is, you got to at least go 500 during that stretch.
It's Rams,
without him.
Panthers, Falcons, Chiefs.
Correct.
Right? And then they have one more. I can't remember who it is before the bye.
Yeah, is that...
Might be Arizona.
New Orleans?
Yeah,
no.
Carolina. Carolina.
No. We already said Carolina.
The last game before the bye is the one we're looking
just
at.
Give me 1
Chiefs.
second and I'll put...
After the Chiefs?
Yeah, Rams again. Rams again in L.A.
Okay.
SoFi. Yeah, Sunday, October 30th at the Rams.
I mean, if you go 3-2 over the next 5, well, now you're sitting at,
you're sitting at 4-4.
4-4,
Yeah,
which is fine.
4-4.
And if you're 3-5, even if you're 3-5 heading into the bye,
well,
you were 3-5 last year.
Been there
right,
before
it's
that.
not a disaster.
There it is. There's the sounder, ladies and gentlemen. You know what that means. It is time to be.
That's the one.
Caller 5 right now. That's a bunch of sounders. They all work. Caller 5 right now.
I got 3 sounds and a bunch of Sharks tickets.
Contest line 415-951-2386. The number is 415-951-2386. It's 415-951-2386. Pair of tickets to see the Sharks play the home opener on October 14th against Carolina. Caller 5 right now. The number one more time, 415-951-2386. That is courtesy of the San Jose Sharks. And by the way, while we're talking about some of the other Bay Area teams, hey now, Warriors preseason opener is coming up in a matter of hours in the middle of the night while you are hopefully not sleeping.
I won't be.
Exactly.
Shout
what are
out
you going to
baby
do?
Mila.
You're going to be shaking Mila at 3 in the morning, and you're going to be listening to Warrior basketball from overseas.
On the Odyssey app, I got a little jitterbug that I have working. It's been paying off for me.
Okay, good. Yeah, maybe this will let her listen to the Warriors overnight. 3
but she
o'clock.
won't sleep then. She'll be riveted.
Well, but you know what? That's fine. You've got work to do. You've got a sports fan to build. Let's go. Get after it. 3 a.m. this morning, and then the replay for those of you who don't wake up. 6 p.m. tomorrow night. Warriors opener overseas, and then don't forget also Monday we're live from the Hilton Santa Clara right next to Levi Stadium. I would really love for you to come hang out with us and Steiny and Guru. Damon and Ratto will be there as well ahead of the huge matchup Monday between the 49ers and Rams. And I can already tell you DeMarco Farr and JB Long of the Rams broadcast team will be a part of that show with us coming up on Monday morning. So we're looking forward to all of
Bang, bang, Niner game.
Absolutely.
Okay,
looking forward to that.
Yep.
For sure.
It's going down. We're gathering timber.
Yes, and hopefully gathering first downs and gathering wins and being aware of the field parameters if you're James Garoppolo. And I said, Mark, at the beginning of the year, before the year even started, this is a Kyle Shanahan year based on how you're going to make it work with an inexperienced quarterback and with a new offensive line and all the rest of it. Well, now, this week is even more of a Kyle Shanahan game because your offensive line is injured.
Yeah.
Your quarterback is shaking off rust.
It's a scheme game.
Your running back room is not as full as you'd like it to be, and you've got wide receivers who you aren't really throwing to. This is absolutely a scheme game against a team that you've had ownage over.
Yep, yeah, you've schemed them well before. We've watched that for sure. Sean and Hayward on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Sean, what are you doing?
Hey, no much. Just got home. Hey, this is what I got. Hey, it's all about communication with Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy G. The same thing that go with Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. That's why they goats. They manage. Belichick managed the game, the time. Tom Brady takes control of the offense. If he sees something on the field, he's communicating with Belichick. Hey, I'm out of this. That's what a captain does. Take control and go on to that play. So I feel like Shanahan needs to do that with Jimmy G, communicating. If Jimmy G sees something on the field, hey, Kyle Shanahan, no matter what you're saying, I'm out of this. And definitely we're gonna see Jimmy G. This is gonna be a big statement game, and you're gonna see our stars shine.
Sean, I'm with you. The only issue there, you compare him to Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, and Jimmy just isn't that. Like I think that we got to Trey Lance by Kyle trying to communicate what he wanted Jimmy Garoppolo to do, and Jimmy not being able to do it enough. And so now you've got to do that with two new factors. One, no training camp, no OTAs, no meetings until recently, and B, Jimmy Garoppolo not being asked to be the starter at the start of the year and now thrown into this, which brings some emotion to the table. So you're not wrong on any level. I just think the assignment you're asking from these two has become more complex than it used to be.
But the time is ticking and the deadline is here because if it's not until week 8 where Jimmy and Kyle kind of figure it out together, you might be 2-6 or you might be 2-5 at that point. And okay, now Jimmy's ready to cook and now we're on the same page. Well, you lost to the Rams twice and you split in Carolina and Atlanta and the Chiefs beat you. Big whoop. Now you guys are ready to roll. And this ultimately goes back to what Michael Silver said, and I agreed with him. I said it a long time ago. The fact that Jimmy wasn't in meetings and didn't have the playbook, that was a bad mistake, and it could come back to haunt you.
Quincy Avery, quarterbacking expert next hour. But coming up next, when something that happened didn't actually happen, according to some. That's coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Hey, I'm Ben Kaspick, host of the Locked on Giants podcast, a daily podcast covering your favorite team. The Giants are all in on analytics, and on this show, we talk about the Giants in a way that's data-driven and rational, but also simple, passionate, and accessible to all. We understand sabermetrics, but we also understand what it's like to play this game. Listen to the Locked on Giants podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personal doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Have you ever hired a commercial painting company, then been stuck managing your own project? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. We know how busy you are and that you need professional painters who are actually professionals. My team has the experience, training, and credentials to get the job done. If you've been waiting for the right time to paint, this is it. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky, the butcher. Everybody's got their go-to meal at their favorite restaurant, so I think it's time we try another episode of The Go-To, presented by Trimark. Next up, it's 00 on Folsom Street. Come into the kitchen and let's oven roast a pizza with me on the latest episode. Check it out on 957thegame.com. The Go-To, presented by Trimark, partnered with independent restaurateurs in Northern California for over 55 years. The Go-To for food service, equipment, supplies, and design.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hooray.
And the payoff.
There goes
it, he left it as high, it is far, it is gone. Number 61. He ties Roger Maris for the American League single-season record with 61 home runs. It's a 2-run Judgian blast. Here comes the judge. A 2-run blast, and the Yankees take a 5-3 lead on number 61 for Judge.
Judgian blast?
Willard and Dibs. Don't judge me. Listen, my favorite part of that, parts that you can't see, even if you are watching on YouTube and Twitch, and thank you so much for doing so, the look on producer Kyle Madsen's face as that, like, how long was that home run call? How long was that? Like, give me the deets on John Sterling.
30 seconds.
No, I feel like that was north. What? How much?
No, it's right about 30.
30
is the
Thank
cut.
you.
Yeah.
Okay.
He never believes me, Kyle.
I do. Was it? You guys keep saying about. Was it 31 or was it 30?
It means a lot, and it's not just for me.
Wrong one.
Okay.
I'm trying to grab the time. No, exactly 30 seconds.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
All right, I'm glad
Dibs
you just went
nailed it.
exactly. Okay, good job, Dibs.
Yeah,
Congrats. Take a sip. No, take a sip. What's in your coffee mug there?
It's a little vanilla coffee.
Oh, all right. You've earned it.
The Odyssey coffee machine. Had to reboot it, but got a lot going on around here in this building.
Always do.
That's your one thing.
Hey, look, if there's something that's working in this building, then that's a win. But anyway, the look on your face, Kyle, as we're working our way through a John Sterling home run cut is hysterical. It like, and especially, look, Sterling's amazing. He really is. And I know he's been the butt of jokes because as he gets older, no, he is. He is one of the few play-by-play men in baseball who we know. That's got to be worth something. You don't have to like it, but he has made his mark, okay? He has done it differently. I appreciate that in any form of work, especially broadcasting, which is our industry. That said, when you have a historic moment, was there anyone better than Vin Scully of like, yo, get out the way, right? Like Kirk Gibson.
Move, Vin. Get out the way, Vin. Get out the way.
Yeah. I mean, John, it's like we got it. We've all been waiting for this home run for a week.
A Judgy and blast.
We got to go through all of our. It's like he's got a list of little things that he's supposed to say, and he gets through all of them.
Can we run it back? Because he repeats himself like multiple times.
And the payoff. There goes the deep left. It is high. It is far. It is gone.
How to do that?
Number 61.
How to do that?
Now lay out.
He ties Roger Maris
Okay, lay out.
for the American League single-season record with 61 home runs.
How to do that?
It's a 2-run Judgy and blast.
How to do that?
Here comes the Judge.
How to do that?
A 2-run blast, and the Yankees take a 5-3 lead on number 61 for Judge.
There you
Three
go.
references to 61.
Right.
I didn't know that he had hit 61st.
It's like you could tell. He's like, okay, we're here, so it's a Judgian blast, and here comes the Judge. My God, I'm shocked we didn't get an all rise. Like that was the only. It was a checklist. It's like I'm with you, man. I love John Sterling for what he has done, but like
there's a but.
Tap out, man. So just let the moment breathe for a moment.
It's stressful because it's like, oh my God, stop talking. Oh my God, stop talking. Oh my God, he's still talking.
I'm like, what happened? What happened first? Did John stop or did Aaron get to home plate? Like that, to me, that'd be a rule. If I call a home run, you better be done by the time it gets to home plate.
That's second base.
I bet he was at home plate before that thing ended. That's got to be a marker for me. Anyway, I'm not here to attack John Sterling. So that, but that was a moment, and more on that in just a second. I told you last night, those San Francisco Giants, they're plucky, and they have not been eliminated. They have not been eliminated as of yet, and here's why. This is important because last night, those of us who had the over 8 runs. We loved that little run that the Giants let the Rockies have in the 9th to win 6-3. We cashed that ticket. And speaking of cash that ticket, we are 3 weeks deep into the NFL season. How are the bets doing? Dibs, the only one in this room right now that it can answer. Good. Thanks for asking.
Winning record, 10 games above 500.
Are you 10 above?
10 above.
I thought yesterday you said you were like 8 or 9.
No,
was there
I
a
was
game
9
last night?
above going into the Monday game.
Oh, got it.
Or going into the Monday game. Won the Monday game. I'm 10 above.
Okay.
All
great.
y'all are below.
Download Cash the Ticket podcast to help you bet smarter on both pro and college games. Losing money's no fun. Winning is. New episodes every Thursday and Friday. Get ready to bet on both pro and college. You dig? All right, we'll get to Judge here in a second. Speaking of you dig, something I really dig, and I want to borrow just about 30 seconds to mention it. But starting this Sunday, I will be back every single weekend with an outlet I have been doing stuff with for a very, very long time, and that is none other than Fox Sports Radio, which is often heard on the weekends here on 95.7 The Game. So I will be partnering starting this Sunday with my good friend Ephraim Salam, former NFLer, 13 years, 5 to 8 p.m. every single Sunday on Fox Sports Radio. And when we are not in the midst of 49er post-game or whatever. In fact, if it is a typical 1 o'clock game ends about 4:15. Here comes Kyle Madsen and our team to handle all of the post-game duties. And as soon as they are done taking your calls, it's going to kick right on over to yours truly, and I'll be there to continue that discussion on Fox Sports Radio. And I am very, very excited to get started this weekend, so I wanted to let everybody know.
Awesome.
So,
congrats.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome. It was more than 30.
It was. I'm like John Sterling. It was like 48, probably. 48.
His 30 was a true 30.
Right.
Your 30 was closer to 90.
Well,
but
that's par for the course around here.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll confront that in our show meeting, which will also be more than 30.
Not till next week, though, because it's Thursday, which is the best day of the week.
Now you're just trying to piss me off. And I resent that.
Well, I don't know what it is, man. I wake up on Thursday and I'm like, let's go.
No, it's Thursday.
Let's
this time
go.
of year is great because we have Thursday night
Got a football game.
I'm going to give you my Thursday night lock, and I'll give it to you a little bit later in less than 30 seconds. But, your boy's 29-19 against the spread, feeling good, feeling frisky, feeling friskier than your Giants team, which I just checked FanGraphs.
They're not frisky. They're plucky.
FanGraphs had him at 0% chance to make the playoffs.
Well, that's not true.
And I'm just telling you what FanGraphs, something you've been using and citing the entire time. And,
true.
Fox, your beloved Fox, already put them out of the playoffs as well.
And
so.
they were wrong. They were
you're
dead
still
wrong.
going to work for that network?
They deleted. Well, that's different portion of the network.
Yeah, okay.
Fox Sports. Anyway.
Interesting.
I don't know how something can be 0% when it's not 0%. It might be 0.000000001, but it is that. Phillies lose all their games. Giants win all theirs. Man, we're going postseason.
What time do the Phillies play today? The real question is, when are the Giants officially eliminated?
The Phillies will be playing at the Cubs. We got day baseball. They start in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Let's go, Cubs. Fly the W.
Exactly.
Let's go.
There you go.
Come on. We could do it. Javier Assad will be the pitcher for the Cubs today.
Okay.
And I think he's going to throw a no-no.
You're hoping?
I do.
It would be fun, in all honesty. I mean, if this thing could go a couple more days to where it actually became a thing. Because right now, it's a thing only in the realm of mathematics.
Yeah,
and I like mathematics.
Yeah,
no,
it
is
got?
a thing.
We got 7 games left?
I believe that's right.
Yeah.
I think one of the teams has 8 and the other has 7.
The Giants are now only 1 game under 500. Look at this little here down the stretch they come.
Wow, but down the stretch, they're so far back.
They'd have to win 7 more in a row. The Phillies would have to lose all theirs, and then the Brewers would have to lose, like a good handful of theirs.
Right, but in terms of this being a horse race and down the stretch they come, we're in the deep stretch. We're past the 16th pole. We're literally just a few strides from the finish. They would need both Milwaukee and Philadelphia to collapse in terms of the horse racing, which we never want to see. The Giants are sitting 6.5 back, and they've got 7 to go. And Milwaukee's got 7 to go. And Philadelphia actually has 8 to go. So, yeah, in terms of the loss column, the Giants can go 88. The Giants can go 84 and 78, which means Milwaukee would have to lose 6 and Philly would have to lose 7 just to force a tie.
Yeah, Milwaukee has played one more, so I just realized that. It's not just that Philly needs to lose all of theirs, so does Milwaukee. And they don't play each other, so that is possible.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So,
anyway, while we're in the baseball realm, and we're going to get back to Garoppolo with Quincy Avery, a quarterbacking expert, here in about 20 minutes. So I think you're going to find really, really interesting, sort of a deep dive on some of the decisions that Jimmy made last Sunday night, where he sees him as a quarterback. So we'll get into that coming up in just a little bit. But this Roger Maris Jr. thing, I think, hit everybody really hard in San Francisco and beyond, because it's not, I don't want to make this a, hey, we're from San Francisco, so yay, Barry Bonds. I just want to make this a thing about facts and non-facts, because, damn it, we've had a real problem with that in our country over the last 6 or 7 years.
Facts are dead, Mark.
It's unbelievable.
Facts have gone the way of the fax machine.
No joke.
It's over. Facts are no longer facts.
We have reached a point where, and I get it, all of us to a degree are prone to hearing what we want to hear, and our own patterning and all of that affecting what we hear from another human being. And, we want to watch a news network that agrees with us and tells us what we want to hear. I understand all of that. But we have let that spill into a point where we get to question facts. And there will be an audience sitting there going, yeah, that's right. Like, that's enough of that with the whole facts thing. You can't do this. You cannot unwrite history. I don't care if you like how we got there. I don't either. I am not pro-juicing. I am not pro-roids. Barry Bonds at times looked like his body was literally going to have an exit strategy out of its own uniform. It was so big. I understand all of that. But there are so many negative ways that we get to a final fact in our world. It happens all the time. We don't have to like it. And this isn't a narrative on steroids. This is just a narrative on what happened and what didn't happen. So anybody who wants to propagate the idea that Aaron Judge right now is going for the air quotes real season home run, single season home run record, get out of here. You are in the realm of lacking facts. Well, it's that simple.
That's what we do in this day and age, where your facts may not jibe with what I believe are facts, because There is no global warming, Mark. You can't prove that there's global warming. It may be warmer in some places. There may be episodic catastrophes that happen more frequently in places that never used to happen. And those things are all circumstantial according to some people. People are climate deniers. They're election deniers. You can deny anything that you want to deny. And you can look at Barry Bonds and you can say, well, he cheated. He's a known cheater. Game of Shadows and steroids, and that record doesn't count. And McGuire and Sosa, we know that they cheated, so that doesn't count. And you can go all the way through all you want. I'm of the same mind as you, where if something happens, that's what happens, and that's history. And Barry Bonds was able to hit 73 home runs in a season, in a baseball game where one guy was 60 feet 6 inches away throwing a baseball. He was hitting it with a piece of wood. There were fences. There were bases. He touched them all. That happened. So for me, I don't believe in denying history in that same way. And you can go into any other sport and look at any other
there's
realm.
all of this.
Yeah, there's all of this and everything.
Did you watch the Donaghy doc yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Haven't had a lot of time, Mark.
I understand that.
Working 2 jobs and with a newborn baby.
In another form, you do. Like, it'd be perfect, like when she falls asleep on your chest.
At 1:07 in the morning.
Yep, perfect. Tim Donaghy doc.
Right, because what I want to do is stay awake in that moment. I don't want to sleep.
Well, no, but does she not nap during the daytime too?
I'm working 2 jobs, so
I understand
I'm
that.
refereeing all over the Bay Area. So
I'm
during
working
the
5.
day,
I get it. I know it goes.
So I'm not home. I leave the house at 6:45. I commute an hour and 15 minutes in. I don't get home till 9 at night.
Perfect time. 9 at night.
No
Perfect. Right there. 9 o'clock tonight. I want you to.
Right, because I get home and the missus is like, you know what, babe? You've worked all day. Don't worry about me and the baby. Watch the Tim Donaghy doc.
Boy, she sounds wonderful. I think you've got to keep her. No,
Seriously.
whenever you get there, you'll love it, especially with your affinity for anybody who blows a whistle.
And I know the Tim Donaghy story very well.
Right. And so
I know that he probably is not a rogue actor in terms of officiating.
Definitely not. Definitely not. And so
shenanigans. That's why I stopped gambling, by the way, and another reason.
Well, there you go. So the Lakers and the Kings, Western Conference Finals 04, who won?
Well, I mean, the Kings.
No, the Lakers.
I'm a Laker denier, Mark.
Exactly. So
the Lakers didn't win.
Are we going to go back and look at Donaghy, and are we going to go back and look at some of the other officials who probably should have been implicated in this? By the way, if you're a Warrior fan and you hate Scott Foster, go watch the Tim Donaghy doc and tell me how Scott Foster isn't at least 90% of Tim Donaghy. The proof is there. You will see it. You will see it.
Are you calling Scott Foster a cheater?
The phone records are there. He either cheated or he and Tim Donaghy were in a relationship. Like, it's that damning.
Oh, Scott Foster and Tim Donaghy
calling each other 8 times a day and sometimes at halftime. You know anyone like that in your life who's not your wife? I mean, come on.
I did call my wife between games last night.
There you go. There's a lot there, okay? So, can we take from that and say that Lakers-Kings game, which made a lot of the NBA roll its eyes, you're going to take from that and go, well, the Kings actually won? No. The Lakers won.
Who's that dude who threw the perfect game who got denied? Was that Galarraga?
Armando Galarraga.
Does he get credit for a perfect game?
Unfortunately, no.
No, and that wasn't a cheat. That was a botch
mistake.
Call. Right.
It was a mistake by Jim Joyce,
but you don't get to go back in time in history and reverse that and say, oh, yeah, Or if we want to do that, you got to go back to the Houston Oilers 1978 when I believe Mike Renfro in the back of the end zone, he got 2 feet down. They called him out. Pittsburgh wins. They go on to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's just, to me, it doesn't hit me in a way, even though, like so many of us did, I loved watching Barry Bonds play. We loved the innocence of the ignorance of everything that was going on, and we experienced it, and we got garlic fries and high-fived, okay?
And baseball guys.
I was right. Thank you.
Missed a great chance there to promote it.
New episode coming up later on today.
You guys are still doing that?
Absolutely. We're not going to stop, brother. Not even in the off season.
Have we reached the autopsy portion of the program?
Well, no, we've reached the point of the program where we will be talking about this quote today. Are you ready for me to read it to you? Quote
from?
I'll tell you afterwards.
Oh, look at you. Sell it.
It's been nice. I've really had fun. First class organization. They do everything the right way. I'm glad I got to be a part of it for a year.
Jock Jams?
Sound like somebody who plans on being back?
Nope.
Yeah, that would be Jock Peterson.
Okay.
He got purple hair and
purple hair.
He might be playing
Purple
for a
hair.
purple jersey next year. He might be on the Rockies.
Night.
The way it's looking. So
Speaking of the Rockies, Chris Bryant, poor guy can't even.
Where the hell
stay
are
healthy.
you? I mean, where are you?
Right.
Did he get an AB against the Giants all year? I don't think he did.
That's a 4.
I don't think he did.
It's well played.
He hit the ball okay when he played. He just didn't play.
Yeah.
$187 million. GTFOH. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
So you want Farhan to spend $187 million on somebody else?
I would love for Aaron Judge to be a Giant next year. However, I do not.
Big butt.
No, I don't believe that's the only way. It's not judge or bust.
You got a big butt.
It's not judge or bust. It can't be. There's got to be more than one way.
Can you roll out your Brandon Nimmo take now?
Well,
now might be a good time for that.
I'm
enthralled.
Brandon Nimmo. No,
he hit me with Finding Nimmo during the break.
I don't have a Finding Nimmo take. Although it's a great movie. Go back and watch it.
He needs to play for the Marlins.
Well, whatever. The point is I do foresee the possibility of they don't go get Aaron Judge. They don't get Trey Turner. In fact, the probability.
Carlos Correa.
Well, that one's interesting. But if they don't go get someone you've heard of, how many people in baseball actually have a Q rating? How many? Would you guess?
There's probably 24.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, even that's almost generous. Like people where you're like, whoa, box office popcorn, let's go. There's very, very few. You don't have to do that to win at baseball. Even the Dodgers, you'll go murderer's row. How many of them have a Q rating? Because Max Muncy doesn't, and Chris Taylor doesn't, and Justin Turner doesn't. Mookie Betts does.
Yeah,
Freddie Freeman a little bit.
Freeman does now.
Trey Turner because he slides weird. You know what I mean? Like it's not just box office. There's a way to build a team. So I can foresee you don't get Judge. You do spend a lot. You bring in a lot of new names. And the fan base will go, well, who the hell are these guys? And then April and May, they're hitting at about a 680 win percentage, and it's fine.
I love it.
No,
Captain
wait.
Positive. Or,
brother, there's
Or they bring in the same group of guys, and they are the same team they were this year.
That's not happening.
Which is,
I promise you that's not happening.
You can't make that promise.
I can promise you they will not come back.
So they bring in a bunch of no names, and they come back next year, and after
they stink.
148 games, 145, we're 77 and 78. We're 1 win away from 500, guys.
That's not okay. And that's absolutely
30 games back of LA.
That's absolutely a possibility.
30.
Listen, I'm telling you that all possibilities are out there except for coming back with this roster. That's not happening.
But they might just shuffle the chairs on the Titanic.
Maybe.
And they might be mediocre again, which would make last year look even flukier than the fluke that it feels like it is.
You put that word in the sentence twice. In one sentence, you use that word twice.
I tried to get a DJ Fluker reference in there too, but I missed out.
I do like DJ Fluker. They did not.
I put the Fluke in the band too.
They did not like Fluker in San Diego. Band. That was a bust. Anyway, point is,
Fluky.
I have no idea what the record's going to be next year, but I think the one thing I'm firm on, they will spend. They may not spend wisely.
Well, there you go.
It may not work. But they're going to bring in players.
I will make this equal guarantee to you as we get ready to pivot back to the Niners. They will not be able to spend and bring in any of the big-time marquee free agents.
Maybe not.
Judge ain't coming. Correa's not coming. None of the big ticket items are coming to San Francisco.
By the way, I messed something up.
Mark my words.
If you were listening yesterday, I messed something up when I told you the agents and the unnamed
Thank you. I need that every time.
Unnamed executives who were talking about Aaron Judge and where he was going to go. I gave the Dodgers too many. None of them said Dodgers. None of them. It was five. It was 5 Yankees, 4 Mets, 2 Giants, and 1 that said Giants or Dodgers. So 9
of 12, he's staying in New York.
Yeah,
start spreading the news.
This is way less than 50-50. It's probably way less than 25-75.
I put it at 5.95. I gave it a 5% chance.
Here's how I'll say it. I don't give it a great chance. I give it a better chance than any other team not in New York.
I would give it a 1 in 20 chance.
Okay, then so you're saying there's a chance.
Sure.
Better chance than them making the playoffs this year.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah.
And by the way, Phillies and Cubs scoreless early. So keep hope alive in that one.
Cubs. Oh, that's right. We got it on in here.
Boy.
Bryce Harper's at the dish. Come on, low and away. Anyway.
First time you've ever cheered for Bryce Harper in your life.
No. Cheered against him.
in other words.
Oh, and he just launched a double to left center.
Oh, that's right. We're rooting for Chicago.
Against him. Rooting against him. Oh, it's only
our daily double.
Yeah, thank you.
It's only a single. He got a good play out there in left field. Got the ball back in quick. Okay, so 888-957-9570. We'll keep going on your calls. Plus Quincy Avery, quarterbacking expert. The fumbled snap. Whose fault? Running out the back of the end zone. Whose fault? We'll get to this coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
2000, 2008, 2022. When it comes to the economy, those are some scary years. .com crash, housing crash, and the roller coaster we're going through right now. It's a dangerous time to not know your numbers. But over 31,000 businesses have the confidence and clarity they need because they rely on NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, inventory, HR, planning, and budgeting. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. So, how do you prepare for uncertain times? The answer, NetSuite. NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your business processes, and easily see where to save money. That's why 93% of customers say they improved their visibility and control when they upgraded to NetSuite. What are you waiting for? NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. reality.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. September is World Ozone Month, so it's a great month to get rid of all your aerosol sprays and harsh cleaning products. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, I think you all are going to find this really, really interesting. Conversation with Quincy Avery, whose outlet is called QB Takeover, works directly with quarterbacks. One of them, once upon a time, was known by the name Trey Lance, and he knows quarterbacking like few others do. Glad you're with us here on Willard and Dibs, Twitch, YouTube. We'll get back to your calls at 888-957-9570 shortly. Comcast business text line as well. But right now, hey, Quincy, what's going on, man?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Well, we're doing fantastic. Would love to learn a little bit about all of this with you. And obviously, coming out of Sunday night around here, there is a lot of discussion, and there always is, about Jimmy Garoppolo. But I wonder, some of the things we saw that were obvious mistakes, how did you sort of translate them in your mind? How would you describe Jimmy Garoppolo's field presence this many years into the league?
Well, I think that there's definitely some areas that Jimmy can improve upon, but I think that Jimmy plays really well on schedule, and if things are off schedule or create any situation in which he has to do a little bit more than required, then it gets a bit difficult for him. So I think Jimmy is someone who thrives in a situation where they get to just play on time, and some of the throws that we saw in that game that either came wide open and things like that, those field plays, are just not situations where he's typically going to be successful.
The big criticism, or one of them out here, of Jimmy Garoppolo is that he doesn't, quote, see it, meaning he doesn't see the field pre-snap or even during the play. Is the ability for a quarterback to see it something that can be learned, or is that something you have to have from the start?
So I think there's some guys who can naturally feel some things and make some throws that are explosive. Like there was a time where there was a route that's not particularly thrown in the NFL because it's a clear-out route. We had to go on the outside where he came wide open. I think it was Ayuk on the right side, and he missed it, right? Because that's not where he's supposed to have his eyes. There's other guys who, like Aaron Rodgers, someone like that, Mahomes, that flashes in front of them, they make that throw. That's not something that I think that you grow into. It's either you have it or you don't. And he's been playing for a really long time, and he's not seeing it now. I don't know that he ever will. But those are difficult throws to make because you have to react to it. And that's what makes it so difficult.
Yeah, I mean, we had the topic come up earlier on this station. One of our other hosts, Quincy, kind of really came down Kyle Shanahan's road saying, look, you've worked with this guy for 5 years. You got to coach him to be able to make that throw. You coach quarterbacks all the time. Is it that simple? Can you just tell someone something and say, go do it? Or is it way more complex than that?
I think it's way more complex, but what Kyle could help him out with was, hey, if you get this look, let's take a peek here, right? And if he gives him those sorts of cues in his headset, he's got a bunch of time to give him this information. If he gives him those cues, I think Jimmy could do it. But if you're just like, hey, Jimmy, I need you to do this, I don't know that that'll ever work.
Trey Lance is obviously the one quarterback around here that everybody's high on. We were hoping to have this be his development year. He gets hurt. He's out for the season. What do you think about Trey Lance coming into the league in terms of his ability to see it and mechanically where he is and where he needs to improve?
So I think Trey is seeing the game pretty well right now. The first game, right? It was a dang monsoon. There wasn't much opportunity for him to really be successful. I've been around a lot of NFL games. I don't think I've ever been in worse conditions than that. So that's tough to judge. The second game, we didn't get to see much of him because he gets hurt so quick. Mechanically, Trey's body moves a little bit different than other quarterbacks I've worked with. So he just has to continue to be consistent in things he's doing. His arm talent is top tier. There's not many guys across the league or across the NFL who can throw the footballs that he throws. And we saw that in Chicago, the Chicago Bears game. We saw that deep crosser to the left that just got over that linebacker. And I forget who the receiver was who caught it, but they make that catch about 27 yards down the field. There's not a lot of guys in the NFL who can make that throw.
Okay, so Quincy, if his arm talent is elite, is this a fair criticism that people have come up with here, not of Trey? The thought has been, based on the way it looked, Kyle Shanahan must not trust Trey Lance yet to throw because he was running so much. Did you process it the same way when watching him play?
You know, it's tough to get in the heads of what people are thinking exactly at the time. Now, what I did think is Kyle's trying to use, like, what are the things that Trey does phenomenal right now? And Trey's a really good runner, and that just puts the defense at a disadvantage. I would have loved to not see him run the ball as much, but I understand, like, Kyle's just trying to win a game. He's not necessarily thinking about developing all the time, and I think that's what gets difficult, is blending those two things. How do I both develop Trey, and how do we make sure we win this football game in order for us to be successful? But I don't know his trust level there. I hope that when you invest a third pick in the NFL draft in somebody, you grow to trust them and believe that they can do the things that they need to throw the football.
So Quincy Avery with us, quarterback coach. So if you say that you would have liked to see Trey not run the ball that much, you work with Jalen Hurts too, no?
Yeah, Jalen's one of my guys.
Okay, so how do you sort of compare that situation? Because I see Jalen running a lot of design runs.
Yeah, Jalen looks a lot thicker than Trey, but a lot of the things that he's doing last year, he had a lot more design runs than he does this year. I also think Jalen has a unique gift to not get hit a ton, right? And that's something that Trey's going to have to learn throughout his career. Like, how does he avoid some of these bigger hits? And I think that he'll continue to get better at that, just not getting banged up as much. So Jalen's running the ball significantly less, design runs significantly less than he was doing in previous years. And he takes opportunities when he's scrambling to make sure that he gets down.
Quincy, great stuff. That's super interesting. Thank you so much for coming on.
Man, I appreciate you guys having me on.
Okay, there it is.
Quincy.
Yeah, Quincy Avery, the QB takeover. All right, so, yeah, Quincy Avery, who's worked with both Trey Lance and Jalen Hurts. Yes, you would love to see Trey not run as much, but also said it is a skill to learn how to not get hit when going in there that maybe Jalen has learned over the last 3 years and Trey is not there yet.
Right, or maybe over the course of the last 7 years, because you talk about Jalen Hurts and you look at his college career, he played 4 full years. I believe the number, and I looked this up the other day, his college stats, I think he played 54 games in college. 3 years in Alabama, 1 year at Oklahoma, 54 games as a starting quarterback at the top level of college football. Trey Lance played, I think, 13 or 14 games. He played a full season, then he played 1 game, and then last year he only played a couple, and now you expect him to come in and have the same level of experience. He's just not going to have that. So that to me is where, I don't know if you put that on the coach. I don't know where you put the blame, but to expect Trey Lance to have the same wherewithal of a Jalen Hurts, who 54 games in college and another 40-something in the pros, he's got almost 100 games of top-level quarterbacking.
Right. I don't know who was expecting that. I mean, the guy has to go play, right? So it is what it is, whatever his history was. It was time for Trey Lance to play, and so now we've arrived at this spot.
Maybe he goes to baseball camp and you teach him how to slide.
I mean, I will say
Tom
this.
Mansky's video.
Always a good reference.
Thank you.
Quincy excited me with one thing, though. And I know he worked with him, so therefore maybe he's going to be biased, but he's worked with half the league. Quincy literally said in there, Trey has elite arm talent even for the NFL.
Yeah.
There are throws he can make that other NFL players cannot make. We didn't get a chance to see that except for kind of one. We all know that, and I think he's talking about the one that went to Ray McLeod, right? There's that throw, that deep cross middle to the left side in Chicago. That's the one he's bringing up. That's sort of like a light bulb. Like, whoa, dude. Like, there are not many people.
Wow, dude.
Not even many people would try that throw, let alone execute it. Nice, Chris Rock.
Thank you.
So when he says that, I'm listening. Hashtag Odyssey.
Thank you.
I'm listening because, yes, he worked with him. He's biased, but we have to, again, project out what Trey Lance, the thrower, will be because we haven't gotten to see it.
Yes.
This guy's sitting here telling you this can still be, arm-wise, forget legs, arm-wise, this can be the guy that y'all thought he could be.
It's amazing, and it had better be because you traded 3 first-round picks to move up and get him. And the thing about Trey Lance to me that's really most impressive is he's able to make those throws after Kyle Shanahan has tied his right arm behind his back.
Easy now.
Those are facts.
No, they're not.
He's able to make that throw even though Kyle doesn't let him throw with his arm tied behind his back.
26 throws a game.
Genius.
26 throws a game.
Trey Lance?
Yeah. Yeah.
In his...
Look it up.
Here?
NFL.
In Chicago.
NFL. 26 throws per game. He has played approximately 4 football games. He has thrown the ball.
4 football games.
He has thrown,
okay.
Has he not? He's thrown the ball.
He started 4 football games.
And played 4 football games when you factor in that there was only a quarter of this one, but he came in halfway through a game last year. He played 2.5 games last year, played 1.5 games this year.
He played
that equals
6
4
games last year, including throwing.
Well, no, you're counting. You're counting like coming in Detroit. You're coming in with Detroit, coming in the red zone and throwing the ball one time.
Touchdown pass of the year.
Right,
That doesn't count.
No, it does not. Because
okay.
what were his stats that game? Dibs, come on,
Again,
man.
this is you.
No, you're
doing Roger Maris Jr. right now.
You're
trying to twist.
I'm
He's
doing the
played 8
exact
games.
opposite.
I'm doing Football Reference.
Dibs, okay, go ahead. Give me the numbers for Detroit.
He's played 8 games.
No,
He's thrown 102
give me the
passes.
numbers for Detroit. If he came in for 2 plays, we're not counting that as a game. We're not doing that. That's Taysom Hill.
Yeah.
He has averaged through game minutes about 25 to 26 throws per game. Those are facts.
In games that he started.
They're fact. No, those are facts based on game minutes.
Yeah, 8
those
games, 102 attempts. Those are facts. That's 15 passes a game.
Steiny and Guru coming up next, along with more of your calls at 888-957-9570 on 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately, like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity Gateway.
This is Michael David from Seattle. I'm 51 years old, and 6 months ago, I started taking Andro 400 to increase my testosterone. Since then, I've lost 35 pounds of fat, and my waist went from size 38 to size 32. I have more energy, and I look and feel 20 years younger. And now my wife tells me I have to take Andro 400.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good? All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Are you tired of being tracked online? There's a simple solution. DuckDuckGo.
It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstart batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do you make the most of your land? If you ask the Wrens, who run with us on a John Deere mower, they tell you,
I mow first, then I do all the trimming.
But the Hubbards, who work behind the wheel of a John Deere compact tractor, would say,
if it's something you want, just go after it and try it.
Then there's the Mosers, who may mention from the seat of their John Deere Gator UTV,
you can't be all work and not play.
There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. Learn how to make the most of yours at Deere.com. Nothing runs like a Deere.
In San Francisco today, partly cloudy skies, highs in the upper 60s.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit Ashley.com today.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I thought that was super interesting. And it's actually funny. Quincy Avery, the quarterback coach, a lot of people have said in the Jalen Hurts, Trey Lance conversation, well, Jalen's got a big butt. And it's like, okay, that's a fun social media thing. Like, oh, okay, he's got to be.
Sounds like a drop.
Right. And Jalen, he got, anyway.
Got a big butt.
So he sort of gave a little life to it as if it's not just something fun to say on social media. It's got a like completely different base than Trey Lance. But then more importantly to me, Jalen has learned how to go in there and come out healthy. I mean, it is a skill. It is a skill. Yeah. And whether or not we could have expected Trey Lance to have that skill yet, whether or not this is fair, it's game 2 as QB1 or whatever to go in there. Look, the idiosyncrasies of who's a good runner and who knows how to handle those little moments. If we're all going to say, hey, Trey needed to learn on the job, that was part of it. That was part of it. I still completely support the way that they are approaching the football game to highlight Trey's skills, and that this was just an unfortunate freak injury that took place.
And to your point, you're never going to slide on that play.
Well, yeah, you can't. There was nowhere to slide.
Right. And it was a freak injury. It wasn't a case of like, oh, this is his 12th run in a row, and that's why he got hurt. It was a freak injury that the way he got hurt. Absolutely.
If Trey needs to learn how to play 49er football or NFL football, I think it is a fair conversation to say Kyle is also learning on the job in terms of how to use him. I mean, next year we'll see if they come back doing the exact same plays. Probably not early, I wouldn't think. On this topic, by the way, and Steiny Guru will be in here in about 5 minutes. Bobby in Los Altos. Hey, Bobby, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking my call so late in the program. So just a couple quick things. First of all, let me say Jalen Hurts, regardless of how he's doing, I've always been a fan of the way he handled himself in that Alabama situation. So I'm always going to be on his side, regardless of his football performance. But two things. One about Garoppolo. I was reading this article about the Kentucky quarterback and Scangarello, or the quarterback's coach, former quarterback's coach, said Jimmy Garoppolo was world class, the best in the world in quick twitch throws under 15 yards. And I never found that observation to be true when I watched him play. So I'm curious about your thoughts about that. But as it relates to the Shanahan-Garoppolo dynamic, I think if you took a poll of people on this station or listeners on the station, that whole, your play calls suck, man, I got to think that Shanahan said some snarky remark to him through that headphone, through that helmet, and then that was just his reply, Garoppolo's reply. I really find it hard to believe that it was
Okay, Bobby, we lost you. Yeah, we lost you there, but I think we got the point.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm sort of tapped out on guessing what Jimmy was saying. To me, it's more the emotion that was being showed. I'm
frustrated. No matter what.
I'm confident that he didn't like something about the plays. Was he mad at himself? Was he mad at Kyle?
Sucks, man.
Who knows what the hell he was saying? Again, I couple it with other things that we're watching in order to think that it was a thing. But listen, we're never going to know. We're never going to know what he said.
He might let us know.
I don't think he's going to let us know.
I mean, this is like a David West. Y'all don't know what we went through in the locker room type of moment.
Kyle, isn't Thursday the day that the quarterback talks? Will Jimmy talk today?
Yeah, I don't know if they moved up to Friday,
Monday game, so it might be tomorrow. Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Okay. So
but again, they're not going to ask him, hey, Matt Mayoka, Jimmy, what'd you say?
You don't think they'll ask?
I don't think they're going to.
I do.
Jimmy, what did you mouth in that now viral video?
Yeah. I mean, not a difficult question.
I would be surprised if they asked because, what's he supposed to say?
He'll work his way out of it in true New England Patriots form. He'll work his way out of it.
I'm on to Cincinnati.
Yeah,
that's what I mouthed.
If you think, okay, here's something that's fun. Here's something that's fun.
And Jimmy, by the way, we'll talk tomorrow. It's confirmed.
Do you think that Jimmy and Kyle or any powers that be, or even if it's just Jimmy on his own, has looked at the video and said, all right, what is a plausible thing that I didn't say there that I can tell people I did say?
Probably.
Totally. He's ready. Look, he's ready. I don't know if he'll get the question. He's ready for the question.
I think he'll say,
I promise you he's ready for the question.
I had steak at halftime. Right. Those fillets suck, man. Because the fillets, they were a little tough.
You think they got bad fillets in Denver?
Maybe overcooked.
That's tough.
That's
a tough statement.
If it's not medium rare.
Medium.
Can I tell you exactly what he's going to say?
Sure.
Competitors. We say a lot of stuff out there. I can't remember what was said.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. It's an emotional game, right? I mean,
Patrick, he's going to say, my mouth was a little rusty. My mouth didn't have camp.
That's right.
My mouth wasn't in meetings.
My mouth was out of sync.
Totally.
Is what it was. And so I don't even know.
It's like riding a mic.
It's actually pretty easy when you're an NFL player to speak out the emotion of the game. That's all you got to say. Patrick Mahomes had to do this yesterday. Eric Bieniemy, hey, what was that all about? It's no big deal. We disagreed, and then it was over.
The correct answer from Jimmy is, guys, I don't know if you watch the game, but we're on our own too, and he called the screen. Hello, his plays do suck. I'm speaking for all of you.
That'd be amazing.
I'm the voice of the fans.
I
I'm
don't
Jimmy
know.
G.
I don't know. Did you guys watch the game? All the plays suck, man. Like they did. All of the plays sucked, man. They did. I don't know if they're Kyle's play calls, my execution of them. They all stunk.
Guys, we lost 11-10.
The score was 11-10. Everything stunk.
Right.
Man. So there's 1,000 ways to answer the question. But yeah, I would actually be mildly surprised if it doesn't come up in that session. Hell, what else would you ask Jimmy right now? There's really only two things to ask. One, you said you were out of sync. Okay, Jimmy, how much time do you think you're going to need to get in sync?
Right.
Like, right? And then, hey, what'd you say? I'm sure you heard about the video. Jimmy, of course, who now doesn't go to Twitter much, he actually can also answer it. Yeah, I didn't see it. So I don't even know.
Right. I don't see anything according to all of you.
Like I was doing a Subway commercial, and I don't know what you're even talking about, so I can't tell you what I said. Now, somebody could run up to the front of the room with their phone. Hey, look, Jimmy, here, look at this. But that's not the way press conferences work. No one's going to rush the stage. So, but yeah, I think it'll come up.
I wonder, and if it does, it can't come up right away. I mean, you got to ask him, how was your preparation for the Rams?
Yeah, you got to feel it out.
Yeah.
You got to feel it out a little bit. Yeah. You got to butter him up a little bit. Hey, Jimmy, so.
And I know we can take odds on who will ask the question, and I think that who the agitator might be.
Yeah, but I also know that it could just be some unnamed person here in the back. I mean, who knows?
Go to Mark.
Yeah, some guy in the back who nobody knows may end up winning the pool. That's what happened at the Buster press conference.
Yeah, if you're a beloved beat writer, which a lot of them are, and you're on the beat on the regular, I don't know if you want to, bring that up in a press conference with Jimmy G. It would be more likely an agitator.
Kawakami.
Yeah, I feel like you think this is more controversial than it is in terms of a question.
It is.
Well, I think much more annoying or agitating to Jimmy if someone goes, hey, so after the game against Seattle, you pointed to 2017 and you said that was fun and we don't get to do that very much around here. Do you and Kyle hate each other? Like that would
or
be.
How about this one? Jimmy, you lose to Denver 11-10 and you're grinning ear to ear after the game. Do you like losing?
There you go.
Do you lose on purpose?
That's the
Grinopolo.
That's the I'm pinning someone in the corner unfairly.
Get a 3 from Goo on the way in.
But I think this is very nuts and bolts and A to B. There's this video running around the internet. Everyone's trying to figure out what you said. Right. What did you say? And he can totally wiggle his way out of it. But I don't think that's a controversial question.
Well, maybe Kyle had offered him some potato chips on the sideline and they were stale. Your Lays suck, man.
Your Lays suck, man. And our sponsorship is available here on Willard and Dibs.
And I love Lays.
Yeah.
I'm Dan Dibley, and whenever I need a potato chip.
But, hey, Ruffles, we love you too.
You know what? I love Ridges too.
Yeah, I do. Ruffles got Ridges, and Willard and Dibs just got Steiny and Goo because they are in the room. How many days in a row is this with Cowboys paraphernalia for you?
Actually, 2 days off. I came in Monday with a jacket. It's actually new.
All right.
But other than that,
the sniff, it's unbelievable. Those are a very early sniff.
But what you haven't noticed, and I'm disappointed in all three of you, after going 0-5 in all of my fantasy leagues last week, 4-1, and I'm feeling good. Starts tonight.
How would we even notice that?
Seriously.
I'm not in your app.
But
you don't want me up in your app,
right? But
what's your record in the 95-7 the game league?
1-2 was 0-2. Just knocked somebody
who's
out.
leading the way?
I want to say
no. I'm
you
2-1.
took an L.
I took an L. Lucas beat me.
I spied
Is anybody 3-0?
I'm 2-1. I'm in fourth place.
You know what, Dibs? Keep talking, and I'm gonna let you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll look it up.
No,
I'll look it up.
Steiny and I are not in the league by choice. We were offered.
Why?
Well,
I just asked him, did he miss it?
No.
He goes, no.
I asked Lucas about 11 questions about the construct of the league, and I was dissatisfied with the way the league was going.
This is disingenuous because you said you don't play fantasy, but then you interviewed him about coming into the league. So are you in on fantasy? Or are you out?
If you'd allow me to answer Daryl's question, I will answer. First of all, 14-team league.
That's a lot.
Too many teams.
Okay.
And by the way, Mark, I was going to sacrifice my beloved principles to be a part of the collegial nature, colleagues, the collegial nature of doing a league with other people with whom I work. The other question I asked is everybody on air in the league because
No.
I didn't want to be the one person who was left out.
Now,
because
I'm
then-
under the assumption
We
is
don't
yes.
have 14 people on air, do we?
No,
That's
if
too
you
many
had
people.
all of us on air and then the
Ray
rest
Ratto
filled
is
out
not.
shocker.
Steiny is not.
Yeah.
I am not.
Shocker.
I don't know about. I know
Damon's in.
I think we
Bonte
got
and
No,
Chasky.
Bonte too big time for it. He didn't win.
By the way,
Summer
there's
League.
two 3-0 teams. Mark Grandy is one of them.
The Grandy Man can.
Right?
Who's
and
the other?
And Steven, who I guess got in the league before he left us.
Yeah.
He got
Nice
relegated.
Guy. Yeah. Nice guy is
So
also.
you didn't
by the
like
way.
your answers and you were out.
By the way.
And I could show you the text thread. It was a
Okay.
lot of back and forth, and I was just dissatisfied. Oh, also the draft was like in late July.
No,
it wasn't.
We had a good
I'm
draft.
over-dramatizing it. It was like
Right.
August 15th.
It was
or
also
something.
way too late at night.
No, it wasn't.
It was like 7 o'clock
Oh,
start.
my goodness, these guys.
When was the draft?
West Coast start.
The draft was
6 o'clock on a Sunday, I believe.
and like either the last week of August or the
Yeah.
first week of September.
And you can do it by phone.
Yeah.
Oh, some more.
Nah, we'll get him
You
next
asked a
year.
question.
It was
Yeah, we'll
easy.
get 'em
You
next
asked me.
year.
I did my due diligence. Lucas and I had a very thorough back and forth. I offered up some suggestions to the league, which he took, by the way. And also, at that point, I said, you know what, Lucas?
This is amazing.
Thank you, but no thank you.
Wow, Willard. We have
So you can shut
11.
your
I mean,
mouth. Thank
Danny
you.
White.
By
Yeah.
the way, you've come up with the crides, 1 through 5 crides.
Yes, yes.
And now we just assign it a number.
Yeah.
You've gotten to be just too hard. Procter and Gambler, only a 2? That's a 4
I
in
missed
any
that, but that's
league.
Yeah, I mean, I gambled on
A
the Giants
2?
last
Yeah,
night.
yeah.
Proctor came up, got a
We
sack
both
fly.
did, yeah.
No, but I'll give you this, Steiny. My girl Christy did not like it either.
That's why I was playing off of that.
But that's because we're not doing a show. Like I'm
Yeah.
just sitting on her
Yeah.
couch,
Yeah,
and
I
she's
got
like,
you.
"Dude, will you go home and
Yeah.
go to bed?"
But
Like,
a groaner
Proctor
is
and
good.
Gambler.
Giants
And
run
again-
line 2 nights in a row.
I
You're
took the
right.
over last
I'm
night.
overly
Tonight,
harsh. I'd
7
like to give
strikeouts.
Guru a retroactive 5 for his Cheech and Chong the other day.
Yeah.
That was good.
Because-
No, that was good.
To me,
okay.
when you want to give something a rating from 1 to 5, it's cleverness, it's timing, and it's also salesmanship. Which is why, and Mark was telling the story in the vein of this went
like
over
I'm a
lead
dumb,
balloon.
I'm a dad
Yes.
joke guy. Yes,
Which is
I
why
was. I
your
was.
Cheech and Chong,
I was.
that touched them all because it was clever, it was timely. You got laughs from everyone.
right, okay.
I'd like to give you a retroactive 5. But
I appreciate
I'm going
it.
to loosen the purse strings a little, Steiny.
I
All
will.
right.
There you go.
And,
There you
and
go.
the other thing, I was recounting the Procter and Gambler
That's
as a
great,
line
though.
I used
Yeah.
last night.
Yeah.
It wasn't
True.
the first time, so it was not an original. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. However, it was worth at least a 3. It was.
No, you're right. And
No,
on-
it was. And,
on the
and so,
YouTube feed,
you know.
they're flying
The
in.
Granopolo, that is a 5.
Yeah, I'll
Is
take
that
it.
your own or somebody
Yeah,
tested
I made it up.
Okay,
I'm a
that's
volume
nice.
joker. I'm running a little low today. My percentage has been a little off. I was up about 4 times with the baby last night. Yeah. Baby doesn't really give a crap that I'm working 2
And I
jobs
shouted
right
you
now.
out at my daughter's volleyball
That was
game.
nice.
He
Yeah.
gives
Tell you
a
what I
crap
got
at
is
least
that.
3 times a day. I heard. But anyway.
That's a 4. That's
Go
more
ahead.
like 5
I'm starting to
times a
really.
day, but-
It's a 2.
I keep my fan on in the night now, and it's this nice
I
white
like me.
noise in the
Yeah.
background.
Yeah.
I've been sleeping through the.
Oh,
Yeah,
good for
oh,
you.
yeah.
Yeah,
Good
look at
for
my
you.
boy.
Baby Steiny's
Yeah.
making it through the night.
That's
good.
a 4.
That's
Shout
good
out
to
white
hear.
noise, though. It's critical.
I used to do that in college. It got real popular in the 90s, like playing sounds, calming sounds while you were sleeping. I used to play a CD of like rainforest sounds and go to sleep. Yeah. And it's funny because I don't have a problem going to sleep.
Okay.
But it was popular, so we did it. It was like, yeah, let's play some rainwater while we're going to sleep, and everybody's doing it.
I heard this ridiculous.
Exactly.
Wow.
There's an app for that now. It's called White Noise for Baby. So
That is
my baby prefers the this one, the hair dryer. So when she's really fussy,
This is incredible.
I'll go with the hair dryer on her, and if she keeps crying, then we'll go to the car engine.
Why don't you?
That is wow.
Why don't
Yeah,
you?
too
Why
loud.
don't you download
Technology
the app
and stuff.
and play Steiny and Goose show for her and see what happens?
Because she'll be up. Man, Daddy Guru's excited again.
Oh gosh,
Yeah.
what's going on today, boys?
61.
What's cooking on your mind?
Nobody. I mean, Can we stop throwing eggs at Barry? I've been down this road. It's just
if you threw an egg at him, he'd knock it out of the park.
That was foul, man. I didn't like it. Like, he taking shots. Come on.
Yeah. Although even worse, I mean, the shots came out of both sides of his mouth, because then when he was pressed on and said, "So wait, are McGuire and Bonds legitimate?" And he said, "Yes." Well, which is it? So
Okay.
is this the real record, or is this not the real record? This is from a guy who was on the field celebrating with Mark McGuire when he originally broke this record. And so, to me, look, I've never been in the presence of Roger Maris Jr., and I have no idea what he has going on in his life or what he does for a living or whatnot. But, boy, he loves to show up and get the camera on his face whenever somebody's hitting 60 home runs. And so it's just like, it just feels unfair to me, because it's hard to have this opinion without sounding like you're accusing someone unfairly. I have no idea. I have all the hope in the world that Aaron Judge is doing everything clean. I have all the hope in the world that Roger Maris did it clean.
Benefit of the doubt.
But there's no way to know. Like, yes, we can say, okay, McGuire and Bonds look like they're about to burst out of their uniform.
Heads grew.
I get that, but let's not act like there aren't other things that people do. If anyone had an outlier season in the history of baseball where you're like, where the hell did that come from? It was Roger Maris.
But science wasn't what it wasn't what it is today.
Right. He never hit 40 home runs in any other season. He also had a porch down the line that was 300 feet. I mean, we can do this if we want, but in the end, facts are facts, and what happened happened. Yeah. So I just think anybody who wants to downplay that, it's really unfortunate.
He reminds me of the Miami Dolphins coming out of the woodwork when the last undefeated team goes down. That's Roger Maris Jr.
Yeah. What's our guy's name? Mercury Morris?
Yeah, they all do popping champagne.
Yeah. You may think I'm doing this for effect, but I'm actually not. You guys are burying the lead in baseball last night. And I'll tell you why. It's because there's actually something that I saw baseball-wise that will get me more interested than anything Aaron Judge did. The pitch clock in the minor leagues has shaved 25 minutes off baseball games in the minor leagues, and they're bringing the pitch clock to Major League Baseball next year. 25 minutes.
It's great.
They got it down to 2:38. I am not downplaying that.
Listen,
that is big.
I'll say this because very few of us ever see minor league baseball. Those who have watched what you just talked about say it's a complete and total game changer. And to me, it's not about 2 hours and 38 minutes because I got 3 hours for your sporting event. We do it with all the sporting events. It's simply about how much are you giving me in the time that's allotted. What is the pace of what's going on? I haven't seen it yet, but I'll give you this, Steiny. Like, everybody who's watched it says it totally changes the product.
Yeah.
So that's big.
I'm dead serious. I'm looking forward to it. I was talking to Evan before the show just about how I just, maybe it was because I was a kid, but there's some point when I was nuts about baseball, and now I'm just not. I'm just not. Maybe I will be. Maybe I'll take another look at it next year.
And the beautiful thing about baseball, guys, you can go to the game and leave when the hell you want. So who's going to say now, Dibs, it's 25 minutes less. Let's go out to the yard. You got to love something.
But that's the first time I've heard that.
It's like a coupon of time. I love it now. No, you don't.
As a kid, I actually made a rule with myself, like, I'm not leaving this game.
Talk to me.
I don't ever want to be that person that missed that thing that happened that no one saw coming. So, like, if I leave the game early, it's because there is some sort of emergency or, whatever.
I get that.
It's a weeknight and the kids are literally falling asleep in my arms or whatever. But, like, I don't want to have to leave the game early.
So, Steiny, is that a personal choice?
No, you said something that's an important distinction. It isn't the game being 3 hours. Nobody would care if the game was 3 hours if it'd be action-packed 3 hours.
The NFL's 3:15.
So, exactly.
But there is the expectation of action where the play clock's at 10, it's at 9, and you know that something's about to happen.
And in baseball, it's the downtime during the game.
Right.
We're willing to live with the innings, obviously, the 2-minute innings, but it's now 2 minutes when they're supposed to be playing pitching. I think it's big.
When a guy throws over to first base, for years the home team boos.
Sure.
I used to think they were booing. It's like, oh, you're scared to throw a pitch.
Yeah.
Now we're booing because we're just bored out of our damn
Yeah, nothing else to do.
Stop throwing to first base and let's play baseball, please.
Average time of game this year, 3 hours and 6. If they shave 25 minutes off, the average time of game will be 2 hours and 41 minutes. Do you know what year in Major League Baseball was the last year where the average time of game was less than 2 hours and 40 minutes?
I'm going 1979.
Evan, game show music, please, if you wouldn't mind.
I don't know what year. I will just say
I'm going 79.
The year before they started putting it on TV.
Well, it's been on TV since the 60s.
All right, so I'll go 1959.
79.
83.
And Steiny actually is the closest. The correct answer is 1984. 2 hours and 39 minutes. So
it's my wheelhouse.
No, it's. I mean,
you didn't even get it.
So what happened from 84 to that's like what's different? Because it was on TV. They were thrown to first base.
Well,
right?
One thing is the relief pitcher. So in 1984, the average number of pitchers per game, it was 2.74 pitchers per game, which means one of the guys probably went the distance. Now, average pitchers per game, 4.3.
Wow. Oh, I got something for you, too.
I mean, what's a pitching change? 5 minutes?
I mean, it feels it's as big as the end of an inning.
Okay,
like that commercial break
is 2.5.
Right.
Just it's this. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
and I'm not running
like
material here. What about the jewelry? Guys they didn't have donkey ropes that they step out the box to batters and tuck in.
Well, they always had Mike Hargrove,
game, but still, man, look at him today.
Batting glove.
All of it right now.
Now some of it.
What are you doing?
Some of it we like though. See again, what my point is I don't care how long it is, but I need a show.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to come, New York Mets, out of the bullpen, and we're going to stop the whole game, and there's a light show, and there are horns, and I'm in.
Okay.
I got time for that. I got time for that.
Charlie Sheen, Major League.
You're giving me a show.
Okay.
But if you're giving me intermission 14 times a night,
This is for Steiny. Are you saying you like it from a personal standpoint, or you think young kids will gravitate to the game because of that's what I'm like,
kids.
Please. Okay.
I can care less about the kids. It's about my personal enjoyment. And just you think of all the times that there's a game on. We always have a game on.
I love it.
And we'll just think every time we watch now, we're more likely to see a pitch thrown than a pitch not thrown. You know what I'm saying? It's just
downtime.
It's true.
Yeah. One more just quick stat for you. Plate appearances per game in 1984, there was actually 1.3 more at-bats in a game. So at-bats are down and game time is up.
Right. That's because we've seen the reflection of batting average. The more hits, the more plate appearances you're going to get. Right. Batting average has been careening down.
And also
every
at-bats
year.
are longer. And to your point, pitching changes are longer. Time between half innings are longer. Everything's longer. Home runs are longer.
And I like the idea. Let's give it a shot.
And those at-bats lead to fewer balls in play because it's more strikeouts and walks.
Yeah.
Which I would think is also going to be helped next year by the elimination of the shift. There will be more balls in play because guys are not going to think I have to hit a home run or else there's no point.
I just like the idea of they always say it. Greg Maddux likes to work fast when he's in that groove. Good. Everybody work a little faster. Pitchers mostly. How do you feel about it?
I mean, I wonder if Camilo Duvall is going to survive this. That's what I wonder.
Wow. 15 seconds with the bases empty and 20 seconds with a runner on.
I mean.
And we got the shift restriction.
And Duvall is well over 20 seconds on every pitch.
And bigger bases. Pitch. Why? What's the bigger bases about?
Somewhere that 70% of pitchers are over the current limit. So
really?
I think 30% are within 70 or outside of it.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Well,
I'm with you those times.
I'll let you know tonight if the pitchers are starting to work on it to get ready for next year. I'm going to say I'm heading over to the yard to say goodbye to Jock Peterson and Carlos Rodon tonight.
This is not material. Yeah. Take over 7 strikeouts for Rodon. He's been filthy. This is not material. The Phillies and Brewers do not want to make the offs. They have stunk the last 2 to 3 weeks. I'm watching.
1-0
They're
Cubs
losing
in the
half
third
game
inning.
over Milwaukee. Come on, baby! Would you be satisfied like a Snicker bar if the Giants end up 500? Like, to me, it means nothing.
No.
But would you two, you three, tell me, hey, Goo,
No.
Okay.
No.
Right.
No.
I appreciate that.
No,
Three for your Snickers.
I'm trying.
I will be oddly satisfied if they win the next 7 games and the Phillies and Brewers lose.
Because they would qualify.
Because then they're in.
Oh, really? They're still in?
They're still in it.
Still in. That's why we got the Cubs Phillies on right now.
Yeah, right.
They're only 1 game under 500. Here we go. Yeah.
Wow,
They got to win out.
Yeah.
So that's not going to happen. One of those two teams is going to win.
What
one
about
of their
Jeff
games.
Passan? I heard with my own 2 ears today on First Take told Steiny he's hearing reports that Judge could come to San Francisco if he were to leave.
So if let's go the way you just stated that. I know Giants fans, there's 2 pieces to this. Part of it is we just have a hard time wrapping our head around somebody leaving the New York Yankees, and Giants fans have a hard time wrapping our head around the Giants handing out that kind of a commitment based on this regime. I get all that. But the way you just stated it, if he leaves, let's go there for a sec. Just handicap, forget where he goes. Just handicap, stay or go. And whatever percentage it is of him going, if he leaves the Yankees, do you want to know who thinks he's going to end up with the Giants if he leaves? The Yankees. That's what they think. And I've got that on plenty of authority. So I don't know if he's leaving, but if he does,
he's got ties
this
here,
is
man.
Absolutely.
What are they?
The likeliest
He
destination.
grew up in Fresno. His favorite team is the Giants.
I mean, he's on.
Fresno's closer to LA.
Yeah, but
but Steiny, he's on MLB Network with a Posey jersey behind his right shoulder the whole every week.
I know. I'm the guy. So you're saying there's a chance?
Oh, there's definitely a chance. It's not a good one.
And you got a team that. They're desperate. They need to close coffees for closers. There's not any amount of money. Money is not the issue.
Say it your way. Say it your way.
He just saw it. Yeah,
if he leaves, then I think it's actually a huge chance he ends up here.
Man.
I don't think he's going to leave.
I'm with you.
But if he leaves,
right? Where would
I think here is like a high likelihood of the place.
Yeah, and Guru, you hit it. They're desperate. So he feels sorry.
Oh, no,
He'll probably sign here because he feels sorry.
No, I mean, it can be overpaid from the Giants.
Discount?
No discount. Just don't overpay. Farhan's feeling. He's reading. He knows.
Hold on a second. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't say you want Judge as long as they don't overpay.
Well, what does that mean?
Who said that?
You just did.
No, I said that means that everything I've gotten from Farhan, he'll overpay to close the deal.
He doesn't have the ATM card.
Yeah.
No
so
doubt.
are the various Johnsons?
Nobody's going to care if they get Judge for the highest contract of all time.
Okay, that's all I was saying.
I don't think.
Yeah,
Well,
no, not at all.
By the way, they won't.
Get him here.
He's not going to command that because he's 31. You know what I mean? Like the guys like Bryce Harper and Juan Soto and even Tatis. He may get them the highest average per year, but he's not going to get the biggest total.
But all I'm saying is whatever he gets, it's going to be a big boy among the big boys.
Yeah.
And nobody will complain.
If somebody goes over, oh man, that's $40 million more than I thought. Okay.
Yeah,
man, the Giants, they overspent here on this guy.
So Parker will go from 75 to 100.
Exactly.
What's the difference? I likened it to buying a house. The first time I ever bought a piece of real estate, I tied with someone for the best offer, so they come back to you. And this is the first time I'd ever done it. And I have no idea what's going on, but the agent says to me, "Do you want to go up like another 10 or 20 grand?" So I said, "Well, what does that mean to me?" And they're like, "Well, the monthly payment would be about $15 difference." Well, who gives a crap then? Yes, you can So if Aaron's making 38 versus 41, who cares? Yeah. It's the same contract. You're hooked. You're hooked to it for the next 7 or 8 years, no matter what. And a few $1 million per year means nothing to these teams. So that's the way I look at it as a fan.
Yeah.
You're either in on Judge or you're out on Judge. And if you're in, go win the damn battle.
You talk about resuscitate the Giants baseball. If you got him.
The tier 2 and tier 3 fans who now are not, like Mark's going tonight for a team that's pretty much out of it. September 29th.
Get 2 foul balls, not one.
Right.
2 foul balls.
But if they have Aaron Judge in the same spot, they get an extra 5,000 fans because at least, hey, let's go watch Aaron Judge.
Pays for itself.
Eventually, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
My last thing about the Giants.
Okay.
If you're serious about turning this thing around, you got to keep Rodon in town. What are the odds of Rodon? You think he's deuces?
He's
up out of here.
Absolutely.
Wow,
man. I don't remember, it just takes two to tango. I don't know where he's at on that. It doesn't sound like he's gung ho to stay. And I wonder if they lose him. I have every expectation that they will. This is the same thing they did with Gosman. They lost Gosman, and they're like, but Rodon.
Yeah.
Right.
So if they lose Rodon, well,
on to the next.
Who's your other guy? Who's your other guy?
One last one for me. Bengals minus 3.5. Lock it up. You're welcome.
Because they're not going 1-3 and Miami going 4-0.
Exactly.
Right? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
It's just a spot. Yeah. It's also a spot. This is a bad
Thursday
spot
night
for
home
Miami.
teams in these spots. You have a tough spot for Miami.
Yeah.
We don't know. I mean, Tua's back. Oh, boy, it could flare up.
They're banged up. They're coming off of a crazy physical, like emotional, hard-fought, close division win. Yeah. The Bengals are at home. Miami had a terribly short week. Remember,
and Tua, we don't know what's going on upstairs.
Right,
that was a concussion.
They're in Miami. They're in Miami. They're in Florida right now. They traveled out. They traveled out a day earlier. Like I don't think the Dolphins have even practiced for this game.
My partner's gonna laugh at this, and I know y'all about to leave. This is what I hate about sports and fans.
That's true.
The Bengals were one play technically away from winning the Super Bowl to me. But now they get off to a 0-2 start. They're 1-2 now. And it was like, oh, that was just fluke. Like, that meant nothing. These 3 weeks supersede what we seen from them last season. Get out of here with that.
No,
the Bengals aren't done.
Things broke their way
it's
last
3
year in the
weeks into
postseason.
a new
Bengals
season.
aren't done, but the Niners are.
The Niners didn't go to the Super Bowl, Jack.
They
and the
are.
Niners,
They were one play.
The Niners got Kardashian stuff jumping off left and right.
It's a great parallel.
You're ignoring all that,
no, it's
man.
a parallel.
They don't got all that junk soap opera stuff going on that the Niners do.
If the Bengals were one play away from winning the Super Bowl, then the Niners were one play away from being in it.
And I'll tell you, he didn't say that. Had a chance to.
I did
My
say
whole point was, this is drama. This is drama. Right here, what we're watching in San Francisco.
What about Burrow?
You wave bye-bye. No, it ain't the same. You waved bye-bye to the quarterback. He came back. You ran your new toy into the ground and crashed it. Now you got Mike Silver with reports about there's backstabbing, but when I use it, it ain't valid. He brings it up. They're not on the same page. Come on. This is drama.
Cincinnati Enquirer reporting Zach Taylor and Burrow not on the same page.
Okay. My point
Just look
is,
it up.
No,
it's on the internet.
The Bengals any good? They legit?
It's too early to see. I don't make pronouncements.
So you just wiped away what they did last year. I'm asking.
You two sound like you're ready for your show, and we should leave. We should get out of the way.
Awkward.
Oh, you guys, boy. I have no sources.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you one thing they forgot when they were assessing the Bengals-Dolphins game. Has anybody noticed the Dolphins have the best coach in professional football? Don't underestimate Mike McDaniel. Do not.
Dude, he's smiling Jack right now. Opportunity to go 4-0 right out the gate. And unfortunately, Robert Saleh, he didn't get that opportunity because he went to a locale, Steiny, that was desolate, that didn't have talent.
Yes. Keep talking. Did I put... Okay.
That's our guy.
Yeah.
Jeff Fisher. We were getting at it, yeah.
Well, I mean...
That was my way of saying hello.
Well, and what better way to say hello than by starting with a double standard?
Wow, boy. Good morning.
How you doing, buddy?
Yeah.
Jeff Fisher, head coach in the NFL for 22 years. At various stops. 2:30.
He told
Jeff
me
Fisher.
It's the afternoon. Good afternoon, Steiny. Yeah.
Okay. Cam Inman at 2 o'clock. And we got a lot to talk about. Here's the big thing today, I think. Kyle Shanahan is talking later this hour to the media. I think that's late, about 12:45-ish. So what we're going to try to do here is get that sound together for the 1 o'clock hour. So Kyle Shanahan is doing his press conference with the media, obviously before the Rams Monday night game. and we are going to get that sound to you as soon as it becomes available, probably in the 1 o'clock hour. So that's the big thing we're looking forward to. He's gonna get asked about Garoppolo, right?
I think I would radio cry if nobody asked him that question. If I would be so disappointed. We role play. People got to load. They like that. Our role playing.
I feel like they're not liking it as much as they used to.
I saw it on Twitch and YouTube. They loved it. They wanted more. Stella. I always want that. But this would be a big disappointment. I think the Bay Area media, they know they need to ask this question.
I think you're right. I think it'll be asked, and it'll be interesting to see how Kyle Shanahan handles it. The one thing I've written down here is just thinking about how various coaches handle the media. And on the one hand, I definitely understand those who say, it doesn't matter. Who cares if Greg Popovich is a goof? Who cares if this, that? But then again, it's one of the few things we see. So what we see is actually somebody's personality. And I'm just thinking about just throwing Kyle Shanahan up there. And, Steve Kerr, obviously, he's pretty open.
Yeah.
Who else won a title around here? Bruce Bochy?
Oh, man.
He had a way, he endeared himself to the media.
No
shit. He didn't have to be kind of a jerk. He wasn't defensive. And my question is, well, Kyle, you haven't won anything yet.
Wow.
And these guys have won stuff, and they're at ease with it, and they're themselves, and they're not defensive. So kind of like, why do you treat the media with such, I don't know if it's disdain, but
it ain't too far off.
I'm better than you.
Yeah. We talked to the great Dick Vermeil yesterday, and he said, the way he approached it is, you got to be yourself. And you told me, he is being defensive because that's who he is by nature. But I don't know where the chip on the shoulder comes from when you look at how he was raised and brought up in this game, some could say he's got a lot of stuff handed to him. So I don't know why he's so agitated.
Yeah, and one thing we're going to talk about too is, and we haven't talked about the smile, the handshake after the game. A lot of people are getting on Jimmy Garoppolo for smiling or giggling or laughing after the game when he saw a former teammate. And this is one of those where if you want to say, you guys are just making stuff up. So what? He smiled after a game. You guys, really? That's what you're talking about? Well, I always think about the players. So Brent Jones is one of the greatest 49ers of all time. He had a problem with it. Brent Jones.
What did he say?
First of all, he said Jimmy Garoppolo was horrible. He said Jimmy Garoppolo was the horrible, and he said if you're the reason your team lost, you don't smile after a game and you don't glad hand with the other team. So that's a player. That's not some media person. How'd you feel about Jimmy Garoppolo smiling as he came off the field? I didn't think much of it. But I guess Brent Jones did. 888-957-9570. 1 o'clock, we're going to have some sound from Kyle Shanahan. 2 o'clock, Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group. 2:30, Jeff Fisher, NFL coach for 22 years. Hey, take a pair of best friends separated by 500 miles, but united by their love of football. Give them a podcast, and you have First and Pod. Danny Parkins and Andrew Filipponi, they're going to get you ready for Week 4 with in-depth previews on every game. New episodes every Monday and Friday. Follow First and Pod on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. and engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. We see our craftsmen as artists using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes. Your home is their canvas. Their work inspired by the vision you have for your home's first impression. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. So when inspiration strikes, our design pros are there to help bring your vision to life the right way. Schedule your mobile showroom visit today at rwgaragedoors.com.
Have you ever hired a commercial painting company, then been stuck managing your own project? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. We know how busy you are and that you need professional painters who are actually professionals. My team has the experience, training, and credentials to get the job done. If you've been waiting for the right time to paint, this is it. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon! Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
They're in
in China. Japan. Okay.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, speaking of the Warriors preseason opener is on 95.7 The Game. You know when it is?
3 a.m. this morning.
3 a.m.
Look at go.
3 a.m. So that is in 14 hours. Okay, 14 and a half hours. We'll have the replay for those of you who aren't awake that early at 6 p.m. We're going to rerun it tomorrow. Also, Monday, we're going to be live from the Hilton in Santa Clara, right next to Levi Stadium. Come hang out with us, Steiny and Guru, Damon and Ratto, ahead of Monday night's monster matchup between the Niners and the Rams. I got to believe Dibs and Willard are going to be down there,
I was just about to. Yeah, they'll be there.
Yeah, Dibs and Willard, too. I don't know about Bonte and Shasky.
Might be too early for them.
No, I think everybody. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah. We'll see. They got to make the cut.
And we got to have some lunch, break bread after. You know how we do it, Steiny.
It'll be 3 p.m. at that point, Goob. Lunch will be over.
No, they'll do something special for us. Chicken Caesar salad.
They did nothing last time.
Well, that was
In fact, I forgot to submit my expense report for a cup of coffee and a croissant.
Look at you.
What if I told you this? And I'll bet you that
Yeah.
I have never filled out an expense report here at Odyssey. Ever.
And I'm going
How
to shock
dumb is
you.
that?
No, I'm right with you.
What did we do when we went to Vegas that time?
Oh, I did that time. John Dickinson helped me. Bonte showed me how to do it. Yep.
See, I didn't
Get
do
your
it.
chicken.
I know, but I want to say maybe they paid for it.
That was a great trip.
B&B. I didn't think it was that great.
Dude, it was Summer League. We did shows.
Yeah, it was really hot.
We were in what were we in the pavilion?
Yeah. It was okay.
Not to me. Because we left after, and maybe I had a better time after not seeing
No,
it.
I had a great time after.
Right.
A great time after.
Those were the days.
So I'm going to invoke Bonte because I was listening to he and Shasky today. And he basically was saying that with Jimmy, like, this thing's a mess. Like, this thing's already gotten off the rails.
No doubt.
See, okay, perfect. So I don't have to talk about Bonte anymore.
That's our guy, but
it's not gotten off
that.
the rails. Like,
that was
this is the thing.
Okay.
All I'm saying is we can't, like, people are actually saying, see, Jimmy, we knew this was going to happen if Jimmy was on the team. And I assume what they're talking about is controversy or noise or complaining or pressure or something. But, like, the season is not off the rails yet. In fact, there's no reason why Jimmy Garoppolo can't quarterback this team to the playoffs exactly like he did last year. While I get Trey Lance got hurt and that stinks and he's the quarterback of the future, we all kind of agree Garoppolo's probably more ready now. So even though I think it wasn't a great idea to bring Garoppolo back, and yes, you were asking for issues, this is why you brought him back. The season still has a chance to be salvaged, whereas if Jimmy Garoppolo weren't here and it were Brock Purdy, would you really want that? Would you really want Brock Purdy quarterbacking this team right here, right now, knowing that there's 14 more games?
Listen, I told you yesterday, Steiny. I told you I think this thing is bad. There's a stench, but the football part of it is the easiest part. You talk now like you got a helmet on and eye black. What part don't you understand? This is, and I agree with B, this is bigger than football. I didn't, Willard didn't. We said you divorced this guy. You put him over behind the barn and said, don't even show your face. We're not even going to invest practice moments with you because we know you're up out of here. And for whatever reason, that's the course they chose. And now, all of a sudden, with the things that have happened, it's mental now. This is not the same Jimmy Garoppolo. He's pissed off.
Might be better.
He's hurt. He's not better out to shoot. Now, he could come back Monday. If you really are looking at me and telling the fans, Steiny, you think he might be better, hey, he's telling you he's not even in shape.
I think it's reasonable. I think it's absolutely, positively reasonable to think that Jimmy Garoppolo, who quarterbacked in the NFC Championship game in January,
Gotcha.
had off-season surgery, didn't have training camp, was getting his first start on Game 3. I think it's reasonable to suggest he's probably going to start playing better than he did against the Denver Broncos.
Okay.
Yes, I believe that.
I'm not mad at you, but you started the show, partner, with the first question for the head coach is going to be what number 10 was saying when he was walking off the field. Not about what he saw, not about the game. He's going to be, were you sending shots? And that's why this is drama. And that's why I said this had all the ingredients to get messy. Steiny, I'm asking you this, and everybody's listening. Do you think Jimmy Garoppolo's demeanor has changed towards Kyle Shanahan? And maybe I can put that in layman terms where he don't give a, you know what? I feel that. Not he's not going to go out and try any less. He don't give a rat's ass.
How does that manifest itself on the field if you're saying he's a pro and obviously he's going to keep trying?
I'll go Exhibit A. Again, he ain't doing it on purpose. He wasn't ready to play, and he's still not ready to play. So is 1 week going to get him ready? I don't know. But again, what we saw Sunday, that ain't going to cut it, Steiny. So are they going to be 1-4 before he's ready to, fill in his... Okay,
why would you give him 2 losses already? Like, why would you jump ahead 2 games?
Because
they got to play the Rams.
Preseason is 3-4 weeks.
I know, but if you
I'll give him
beat
one
the
loss. I
Rams,
won't even give him a loss.
But the point is, if Jimmy Garoppolo's rusty, that's on Shanahan.
No doubt.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it has nothing to do with whether Jimmy's feeling good about himself or not. Jimmy's got to get himself into playing shape.
When I say Jimmy feeling good, it's part of the playing shape, but the other part is respect, Steiny. I think he's lost all respect for how Kyle treated him and handled him, and he knows he wants to play football. Again, that's not why he stepped out in the back of the end zone. I'm telling you, little things like that change the dynamic of a locker room. This is super messy.
See, if the team's upset with Kyle and they want Garoppolo, I think they'll rally around Garoppolo. I don't think they'll mutiny.
I'm not disputing that.
Okay.
I'm talking about the coach and the quarterback, their relationship.
See, their relationship is the same as it always was.
Wow.
I'm not saying Garoppolo's not handling it differently, but Garoppolo knew, like, he's played for Kyle Shanahan for 5 years now. I mean, he knows what it's like to play for Kyle Shanahan. You know what? It's a pain in the ass to play for Kyle Shanahan. We know that. So now some stuff happened where it became official that Garoppolo was going to, they didn't want Garoppolo, and then they wanted him back, and he's dealing with that.
Needed him back, yeah.
But what I'm saying is, I still, we knew all this when they re-signed him, that this was a possibility. This was something that Kyle Shanahan downplayed. And I didn't think he should downplay it, because I did think it was a big deal. But my point is at least at this point, I don't look at it like that. In fact, I look at it as though, wow, Kyle may be able to get away with this thing if Kyle Shanahan, the talent evaluator who brought Jimmy back as a backup, and they go 10-7. If they go 10-7 with Jimmy Garoppolo, I got news for you. Kyle Shanahan is more likely to get an extension than be fired in the next 2 years.
That's interesting you say that. And I don't have the evidence to dispute that, and I won't. What I think you're not accounting for is like a parent getting talked back to by their child in front of company or other family members, and you sit back like, something's off here, because it's obvious that the kid is not respecting you. Now, you'll handle it when you handle it. You're right about the 10-7, but there is no slot, I believe, that Kyle even thought I got to account for. We'll find out today if that question is asked. And then we've seen Jimmy insinuate he hadn't been let Jimmy cook. There's a different way he would prefer. Those are the type of things subliminally that Jimmy can demonstrate and convey to the media. And Kyle can do it one of two ways, Steiny, because I know it's uncomfortable. I can go back at this dude through the media if I'm asked, or I can just bite the bullet and say everything's okay, but he can't control what I believe the messages Jimmy's trying to send. And Jimmy, to me, and I said it wasn't a big deal. You know, I did Monday, but everybody's going crazy with it. This is a non-football question that Kyle's going to be asked today, and to me, that qualifies as drama.
You don't think when Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch were talking about bringing Jimmy back as a backup, they didn't think, well, listen, obviously, if he starts quarterbacking, if Trey gets hurt, which is the reason we're getting him as insurance. So let's think about if and when he does play, how his psyche will be. Like, they thought about that. They had to think about that. That's why they signed him.
Okay.
So they either thought, they thought, well, Jimmy's, he's probably going to be carefree because he knows we wanted to kick him out, but maybe that'll be better because he'll throw caution to the wind.
But they didn't think about everything, because if they had, and I'm not faulting them, they just knew Jimmy was gone. And had they known that Jimmy, there was even a slight possibility he could come back, Steiny, he would have been getting some form of reps. Now this man is playing live games, and I give him hey, I believe you're rusty, Jimmy. I love you for saying it. Even though you did say, it's like riding a bike. Now it ain't riding a bike, but still, I just feel like even if he throws 4 interceptions, Jimmy Garoppolo, Steiny, last year he would feel bad about it. This year he'd be disappointed. But that whole thing that's like the last of what he's thinking. And if you say, Goo, that don't mean anything, it's not going to stop him from getting to where they're supposed to go. I'll go, okay.
What about his contract? Doesn't he have incentive to play well because of his contract?
Well, he's getting that just by the amount of snaps he takes. But I thought
I'm talking about next year.
Yeah, I thought you were.
So he's a free agent. He doesn't want to go 4-13.
No, you're right. You're right.
So he's going to go out and try as hard as he can and play the best that he can, regardless of his relationship with Kyle, because he wants another contract with another team.
Let me ask you this then. So what's the big deal? I know it's Thursday. We talked about it Monday. If you can help me out, because I don't remember, Steiny, honestly. So what was the big deal then of what Jimmy demonstrated if he did say these plays suck on a national?
I thought...
No, because you just said he said it. You didn't say it was a big deal.
No,
I'm asking.
It's a sign.
Right.
It's a sign is all it is. But to me, what did it do? You know what? It reinforced to me that Kyle and Jimmy ain't kumbaya. Okay, did we know that? Well, we could sense that. Okay? But now they're short-timer. He's a short-timer. Garoppolo's a short-timer.
No, but I think that's big that they're not cool, Steiny, and I think I convinced myself that.
But I don't think they were cool last year. But Jimmy's Jimmy. What's up, Philmo?
Hey, man. 2 points. I don't know why. Now, just think. What happened is happened. He got a $6 million deal. It could be worth $15 million. Why didn't they compete? Like,
that's fair.
That would have made Jimmy better. That would have made Trey. You get the most out of somebody when you got to compete. When you're just handed something, you know this. When you cheat on the test, you really not learning. You just learning, okay, well, I'm just going to put A or B or C. So it's like, I don't know why. And that goes to show that Kyle's running the show. John Lynch wouldn't have done that. John Lynch, the way John Lynch talked and played football, I think he would have like, let's just, he's our starter. Let's just have him in there. I bet you John Lynch would have been like, well, let's have him compete. And then you put money stakes on the line. Hey, Jimmy, check this out. We don't think that you could, whatever. It is what it is. We feel how we feel about you. How come they couldn't present him with the fact, if you don't win the job, you get a $7 million contract. You do win the job, you feel me? We're going to keep you as a starter. Don't you think that would have drove the competition? Even though he had an injury, he would have had to wait. But I'm saying he would have been better. He would have been more prepared. The team dropped the ball again.
Maybe.
Compete.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Wow.
I think that's fair to ask now. Absolutely.
And there's no doubt in my mind. I know I kind of battled you before. Anybody that would say it, and this is no shame, Kyle is running the shit. He is Darth Vader.
Definitely.
But now, how is Darth Vader going to manage this?
Because, when you say manage, what's he got to manage? He's got the same team as last year.
What if I think,
coach it to the playoffs?
What if I think,
that's the way he's looking at it. He doesn't think there's a challenge here.
Or he didn't plan for Jimmy to buck. But what if he's lost Jimmy? You could say,
I'll have to
what's
see
that mean?
Yeah, what does it look like? What does losing Jimmy
Jimmy's
look
not going to go sabotage himself.
What does losing Jimmy look like?
Playing verbal gymnastics with the press.
Who cares?
And it's going to start
Are they
going to
make the
when
playoffs?
they ask him. That I don't know.
Okay.
If I had to bet, I'd say
that to me
yes.
is the most important thing, whether they make the playoffs or not.
Well, you're Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy, when you think you're going to be good and the arm's not going to be barking?
Soon as possible. We're getting better every day.
Uh-huh.
I mean, hopefully, I assume I'm going to be better against the Rams and then against the Falcons and then against Carolina.
I hate this, and my dad did it. I tried not to do it with my kids, but Steiny, I'm going to shock you and the listeners. I believe there is a method to managing with fear. And when I say that, unfortunately, I feel like fear equates sometimes to respect because you know that there's a hammer to drop. And I say that to say is I see that Kyle now can't flex on Jimmy. And you could be like, what the hell are you talking about?
I know exactly what you mean.
And I think that bothers him, and Jimmy senses it and knows it.
But I don't see how that's a bad thing. I really don't.
Right.
Because Shanahan's out of options. He's got to go with Garoppolo. We know Garoppolo's going to try hard. And if Jimmy Garoppolo says, you know what, in his subconscious somewhere, you know what, if I throw an interception, I ain't going to be around anyway next year. I mean, I don't think it's that cut and dry.
So was there
but if he's a touch more aggressive, so what? Okay, then that's who he is.
Anything to Smilegate after? Because I didn't care.
I think that's a joke, although
see, I'm with you. I don't like the jersey sharing in the NBA.
Well, you also didn't like the fact, and you were so off base here, it made me want to throw up.
Oh, whoa.
In 19, when the 49ers lost the Super Bowl and some players were at that party the night of the Super Bowl after the game.
I remember. I stand by that. That's an oxymoron. Loss and party.
You're absolutely
You
crazy.
don't get a party.
You do when it's the last game of the year.
That's how I live. I wouldn't have shown up.
Well, let me tell you something, Goo.
I'd have played Tupac in the room, all eyes on me.
Okay.
You wouldn't have seen me dancing.
Okay.
That's me. I mean,
let me tell you something.
Believe that for me.
I believe you believe it, but you're absolutely, positively crazy. These guys have played a 7-8 month season. They've given everything they could possibly give. They've left it all on the field. They came up short. You think they don't deserve to blow off steam for playing 20 NFL games at a high level, being disciplined, being physical, being emotional?
Why do I want to feel like Shanahan?
So what? They lost the game.
Was irritated that some players had got together.
If you left it all out on the field, you have every right to blow off steam. Every right to blow off steam, and it might be healthy.
If coffee is for closers, then everybody can have some.
Good.
No, you said you just watched Glenn Ross.
What about
I get it? Closers get to sip the coffee. Winners get to have a party. Losers,
let me ask you a question.
Where I'm from,
let me just ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So if let's say you're an NCAA tournament, March Madness, all right, and you're Valparaiso.
Gotcha.
Okay, you're 14th seed, and you win. You upset North Carolina State.
Yeah.
Next round, you're playing Duke. You get beat by Duke. It's your last college game ever. You got beat by Duke. You're not going to go out and, celebrate the end of your career. You knocked off North Carolina State. You went as far as you could. You got beat by Duke. I got to stay in my room. My last college game?
Okay.
Come on, Goo. That's preposterous.
Steiny, come on. Even in Little League, they always do the end of the year festivities. I'm talking about timing.
I'm talking about right after the game.
No, stop.
Of course you do.
Not on my team. Coach Johnson wouldn't be. And if you had
you're no
something,
factor.
I wouldn't have it.
You're no factor.
And you wouldn't be there either. I don't believe I'd see you sipping some Jack
I'm
and
telling
Coke
you right
at a party
now.
after you just got drugged by 20 or lost the Super Bowl when you should have won, had a 10-point lead.
See, you're wrong.
Put that drink
You're
down.
wrong.
How
You're
y'all
wrong.
partying around here,
You're wrong.
and we just choked the Super Bowl.
Choked.
You too, Coach.
You're
That's
so
what the
wrong.
Niners did in 19.
So wrong.
Now you want some Henny. Put that Henny down.
So how about this, Kyle? And
I don't
I'll
want
let
to
you
watch
jump
you drink
in.
it.
So at college, my senior year, We're playing Susquehanna. We won 9 of our last 10 games. We're playing well. We're up 3 at half. I got 15 at half. They go boxing 1 on me after I score the first 2 points of the second half. I had 19 points with like 18 minutes left in the game. They go boxing 1. We're in a tight game. Goes to overtime. I'm not doing, I only had 4 or 5 points the rest of the day. We go to overtime against Susquehanna. Guy makes an unbelievable shot. We lose the game. You think I didn't go to the fraternity that night and get drunk? My last game, senior year, I left it all out on the floor. It was my last game ever. I played as well as I could. I can't go to the fraternity and go get drunk?
You can, and
Okay.
I'm giving you that.
Thank you.
That's different.
No, it's not different.
We're talking pro sport.
That's why it's
and the
even
fact
more
that
acceptable.
you should be bleeding with heartbreak.
Oh, please.
I don't know how Kyle feels. He was going to jump in.
Go ahead.
I've seen you guys hit the ship after some downright awful shows. So.
Thank you.
Now that hurts.
Thank you.
Now, if you said fights, that's different, but meet me halfway.
No.
I
I am not meeting you halfway.
You would go to a party right after you blew a 10-point lead.
Well,
even if I wanted to party, I wouldn't do it.
Okay. I'm just saying.
I would say you don't care.
I might not do it, but I don't care if 38 other guys do. Especially because it's like a Super Bowl sanctioned party. Come on. Guru, these are grown-ups.
Coffees for closers.
Well,
so
you know what else?
Henny.
You know what else this is,
So
this
is
is proof
sticky.
of?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's true. People don't like to hear it. Fans care more than the players.
And
fans
you're
care more than
right.
the players.
That's new. When did that happen? Wasn't in the 70s.
I don't know.
You're right.
I don't know.
That bothers me.
Everybody's giving me grief because they say I went low on you. You think I didn't? Your boy got
But you're in
schnockered.
college. I get that. I'm talking pro. LeBron, you think Kobe would have been at that Niner party?
See, now you're
You think
using the most
you think
extreme
Steph- No,
example
but you did.
out there.
You went to I'm talking about winners, guys that care. Kobe, Michael. Well, Michael.
Yeah, Michael. He didn't party after losses.
Larry wouldn't have been there.
Please.
Your boy Larry.
Larry would have been 7 buds in. Please. Guru, these guys.
Days
these
later,
guys
not
do
an hour after. I'm sorry.
They do it all. Hey, Chris Cuomo. Hey, my man, Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us. Jump into the conversation. What, you can't have a beer after you lose? Please.
The champs are back.
Curry takes the jumper. Got it! Curry for 3!
The Dubs go for ring number 5, and it starts in Japan.
He gets the handoff, squares up, fires and hits. He's like a shooting shark.
Tomorrow morning, set your alarms for 3 a.m.
He's just swimming around out there looking for prey.
to hear the Warriors' first preseason game. Only on 95.7 The Game.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Oh, it's doing great. I've been on it now for about 3.5 years. I've lost 67 pounds. And I feel better than I did at age 40. The only thing I'm just getting older. That's the only thing that doesn't stop. Other than that, I feel good.
Listen, we're all getting older, but that doesn't mean you have to feel your age.
Are you ready to turn back the clock? It's 2022, and there's never been a better time to start looking and feeling young again. Introducing Andro400.com. Andro400.com has proven solutions to melt belly fat, increase mood and memory, increase energy, and bring that spark back to your love life. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435 to see which product is right for you. Try the safe and natural way to start feeling and looking your best. And there's nothing to lose with an industry-leading 90-day money-back guarantee. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Are you tired of being tracked online? There's a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Beyonce's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
At first I was on Goo's team, and then I was on Steiny's team, and now I don't know which way I'm going.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny and Guru with you. Kyle Shanahan talking to the media right now, and we'll get that sound to you ASAP.
Look at you, married to.
Don't tell me.
The lovely
Lauren Hill. No, don't tell me. Don't.
All right.
Don't
you
tell me.
get 3 guesses. You got 2 more.
It's Is it Rihanna?
Oh,
it's Riri.
man. So, did he get that?
No, he didn't. My second guess was gonna be Lisa Bonet. Believe it or not.
Who was her? Let me slow down.
I was a fan of
Somebody
hers.
was in
Cosby.
Batman. Her daughter.
Oh,
man.
I like Lisa Bonet.
Yeah.
Great actress.
Yeah.
We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers. Here's a couple things that are going on.
You gonna tell the people
what
that you were just playing that you wouldn't show up to a gig after you just lost?
I absolutely would. Are you kidding me? I was at 3 fraternity parties.
Daughter. I'm sorry. Yeah,
I was at 3 fraternity parties after my last college game. Hey, Evan, you played college athletics,
it's
unlike
not
Guru.
Pro.
You played college athletics,
I played
unlike
intramurals at
Guru.
Chabot.
Yeah, I was a member of
D3.
Yeah.
He played D3 too. After your last game, was it a win or it's probably a loss, right?
It was actually my last game that I pitched in was a win, but we lost on Sunday. It was a 3-game series, So I pitched on Saturday, didn't pitch on senior day.
Did you go out on Sunday night?
No, I went out Saturday night too. Yeah, both days.
Wow, yeah. But it's college. It's not. We're talking about the big boys,
right? Exactly, and that's why it happens even more in the pros. It's even more acceptable. We're also talking about Jimmy Garoppolo and smiling after the game. Brent Jones, of all people.
Man.
I shouldn't say of all people, but when Brent Jones comes down your road, maybe you got to pay it some attention. Let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Our guy.
Well, your guy. What's up, Leroy?
Here it is.
S&G, how you guys doing, man?
Oh,
Happy
dynamite.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys, man. I'm with both of you guys. In this sense, man. I would go just to drown my sorrows, and I've done it before. Of course, not on a professional level, but I used to play a little recreational ball.
Mm-hmm.
We lost the championship one time, and we all went out to eat and taste a little bit, and we just kind of sat there and blamed each other and kind of what went
therapeutic
wrong, whose fault it was, and we even started it was some fights that we had. So I would go and drown my sorrow. And hey, Steiny, can I just say something real quick about my 49ers?
Yes.
I would love to ask Shanahan. I'd love to ask him a question. I wish I was sitting in that press room, and I would go, why are we always on the wrong side of momentum? I mean, I'm sitting there watching the first game, and I'm going, how did we lose it? I'm sitting there watching last week's game, and I'm going, how did we lose it? And I remember watching the Chicago game, Guru, and the announcer at the end of the game, he saw the new coach celebrating, and he said, whatever he sold those players, they bought it, and it's translating onto the field. And I would say with Shanahan, whatever he sold the players, they bought it, but it's not translating onto the field, and I just think it's wearing on the players, guys.
Appreciate the call. Look, Larry Bird said he was only going to coach 3 years because after 3 years you get tuned out. We hear that kind of thing a lot. Jim Harbaugh wore out his welcome after 4 or 5 years.
Everywhere, though, yeah.
Well, maybe Kyle Shanahan's one of those guys.
Like,
after
he's not
5 or 6
beyond
years.
that, though.
Who?
He's not a machine. You're right. Like, that could really...
Exactly.
But I guess my question to you and the masses would be, and I give them a compliment for this, Steiny, now there's major drama. You don't deem it major drama. I do, this whole Jimmy thing. But nobody's gone against him publicly. And that's the biggest sign of respect to me, too.
You're using that argument on both sides now. You've got to pick one. Have they kept it in the locker room, or are you going to cite Michael Silver's article and what Jimmy did? Is that getting out? Have they kept it in house, or is it starting to get out?
They kept it in house.
Okay.
Yeah, because I thought that report, and I thought like Brandon Belt, that was a bit of a stretch, but hey.
I'll give you 3.
I'll tell you, I've used it before, so it's a 2.
Alex in Fresno. Let's talk a little Jimmy G. What's up, Alex? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing, man? Thank you for the call. First time caller.
Nice.
Hey, look, man, I'm going to dispel this myth once and for all here for you guys.
Uh-oh.
I'm sick of all the Jimmy fanboys all the time saying, well, Jimmy took us to the Super Bowl. Jimmy took us to the NFC Championship game. Okay, let's look at it real quick. In 2019, what did we have? We had the number 2 overall defense. We had the number 2 overall running game. Jimmy was ranked number 12. He just went along for the ride. Last year, we started the year 3-5. Debo put his cape on and saved us, right?
Yes.
This year, it's not going to be that easy. The NFL's onto it.
Okay, Alex, I got a question. For you. Sincere question. I agree with everything you said. Maybe you think Garoppolo's worse than I do, but whatever. Jimmy's Jimmy.
Yeah.
Nah, he didn't get anybody to the Super Bowl. He was just along for the ride. But what do you, if you're a Niner fan, what do you do now? Go, okay, Jimmy, go get us to the playoffs, right? I mean, you got to root for the guy, don't you, Alex?
Right, yes, but of course we're going to root for him. But we are, once the trade injury happened, we knew what we were getting. I don't know why everybody's so excited. We knew what we were getting. We've suffered through this for how many years now?
Gotcha. But they were a playoff team in 2 out of the last 3 years.
The reason everybody was excited is your team was not going to reach their ultimate goal without something not named Jimmy Garoppolo. That's why they were excited and are. Do you get what I'm saying? If Brock Purdy was under center, you think I'd be telling you I still think they can make the playoffs?
Oh my God, I mean,
it would be hell. People would be crying.
Well, you're doing it already with Jimmy.
They're two different things, Matt.
No, I know.
I'm
saying you're going nuts right now, panicking and saying it's all going to hell now. Yeah, you're right. If it were Brock Purdy, you would be
But I'm panicking and saying it's all going to hell for something Kyle's never dealt with Jimmy. And if he has, it was behind closed doors. Now it's being played out. And to me, it's tangible.
You said it was just in the locker room. You said it hadn't gotten out of the locker room.
I'm talking about the players, if them not getting the ball. I'm talking about that type of stuff festering. I'm talking about Jimmy is truly showing us now he's not on board. And I understand it.
Come on.
I told you.
Are you saying that?
Oh,
Are you willing to say that Jimmy Garoppolo is not on board?
When we hear this sound about Kyle, when he's asked about Lipgate and 17, and I can do it, those are the signs, and it's just going to this is all going to just blow up after losses.
Okay. And if they go 12-5, who cares if it blows up after 5 losses?
And hey, and I had to keep that in my back pocket. But when I say it has the ingredients, I'm telling Niner fans, you are lucky as hell to have Jimmy under center, because if he weren't there and Trey got hurt, Steiny, we might be talking about a draft pick. And then I'm real enough to say, hey, Guru, you're selling Brock Purdy short. Maybe he could do some things because you don't know about him.
One of my friends.
All right, let's Kyle Shanahan was asked about Jimmy Garoppolo, who's not on board. You said it. I'll give you a chance to rethink that after we hear from Jimmy.
Like it is with one of my friends. We are me and Jimmy are around each other every single day, so there's not any awkwardness from us or anything that's kept from each other. I don't know the clip you're talking about. I got it on my notes before this press conference, but I'm not a very good lip reader, but I probably won't watch it.
All right. What's that mean? I probably won't watch it. And I'm not mad at anything Kyle said.
Would you watch it?
Hell yeah. Okay. If somebody said Steiny was somewhere saying something about Shagoo with some other people and we got audio or possible audio, I'm a tourist to bull. I would be listening.
Well, this is a little different than Steiny was talking it was like, I don't know.
What if I tell you this? And I just went Dr. Phil on a lot. Sometimes I say some stuff and I just like, boy, you bad. What could Kyle really do if he thought he said it? And he knew he said it. That's why you say just what you did. He went Obama. He went Bush there. That was presidential. We're good. Nothing to see here. Because there was no court. What could he do? He couldn't say it, man. Yeah, he was mad. He did what he was supposed to. But Steiny, he knows what time it is, I believe. Now,
it's
I can't tell you Jimmy said that
for 5 years.
because I can't read lips. I didn't know how many lip reader experts we had, but they're all around the world saying he said it. But that's how you handle that. And he did it.
He got asked a follow-up question. Let's take a listen.
There's frustration with our whole team. First of all, the clip to me is a joke, so I can't believe we're talking about it. I'm pretty sure that's not what he said, but we were extremely frustrated from the whole game. Anytime you are doing well in the first half, moving the ball, and you get into the second half and you have 3 turnovers on 3 of your drives, you have a safety on 1, and you don't convert a third down, that's real frustrating to get anything going.
What now? Now true detective.
Can we at some point put those two together? Because did they come consecutively? And I'd love to hear the questions in there too. I know that might be too much.
Now, if you had one more question for
questions aren't loud enough.
Who would it be?
What's that?
I would be running like Jesse Owens to Garoppolo.
Garoppolo speaks tomorrow.
And that's the one. Hey, Jimmy, what did you say? Oh,
I think this is the one. Here we go. Let's listen to it again. Kyle Shanahan just met the media. This is Kyle Shanahan on his relationship.
Like it is with one of my friends. We are as me and Jimmy are around each other every single day, so there's not any awkwardness from us or anything that's kept from each other. I don't know the clip you're talking about. I got it on my notes before this press conference, but I'm not a very good lip reader, but I probably won't watch it. There's frustration with our whole team. First of all, the clip to me is a joke, so I can't believe we're talking about it. I'm pretty sure that's not what he said, but we were extremely frustrated from the whole game. Anytime you are doing well in the first half, moving the ball, and you get in the second half and you have 3 turnovers on 3 of your drives, you have a safety on 1, and you don't convert a third down, it's real frustrating to get anything going.
All right, I got a big problem with it now that I listened
Him and
to it
Jimmy
the
got
second
matching
time.
tattoos?
Now, you may think this is a small thing, but I don't. Because this is what I mean opens up to clarification. The first one, he says he didn't see the clip. It was on his notes. He didn't watch it, and he's not going to watch it. The second question, he says to me that the clip's a joke. I'm pretty sure that's not what he said.
That's wild.
Well, how do you know it's not what he said if you didn't see the clip?
I'm bowing
So you're
down
lying
to you.
about like
I'm giving
something's
you love right now.
I mean, and is it a big deal? Not really, but
that's my partner.
You're not telling us the truth,
and you just got caught in a lie, a fib.
Let's listen to it one more time. And I'm not. It's just that's the first thing that hit me.
Steiny.
Like it is with one of my friends. We are as me and Jimmy are around each other every single day, so there's not any awkwardness from us or anything that's kept from each other. I don't know the clip you're talking about. I got it on my notes before this press conference, but I'm not a very good lip reader, but I probably won't watch it.
Okay, probably won't watch it. He doesn't know. I don't know about the clip, but it was on his notes. That's fair. That's fair. But he doesn't know. He's not going to. He hasn't watched it.
There's frustration with our whole team. First of all, the clip to me is a joke, so I can't believe we're talking about it. I'm pretty sure that's not what he said, but we were extremely frustrated from the whole game. Anytime you are doing well in the first half, moving the ball, and you get in the second half and you have 3 turnovers on 3 of your drives, you have a safety on 1, and you don't convert a third down, that's real frustrating to get anything going.
Carlos in Concord on the Comcast business text line giving you love, said he caught it too.
I don't think it's hard to catch.
But Jimmy now is the ultimate.
To me, that clip's a joke. What clip? You haven't seen it. So okay, let's see it. Parse the hell out of it. Let's go ahead and do that. So maybe he didn't see the clip, but he heard about the clip, and somebody said, "Yeah, Jimmy's looks like he said your plays stink or your plays suck, man." Okay, so that's all he knows, that there's a clip out there. And Jimmy said to have said that during the quote. Okay, but you haven't seen it. So you can't say, I'm pretty sure that's not what he said. Like, you wouldn't say that if you had no idea what the clip was.
Totally.
So he saw the clip, right? He saw
there's no doubt in my
the
mind.
clip.
Yeah.
But said he didn't see the clip and he's not going to watch it. And the whole thing's a joke. Come on, just tell us the truth. See, that's the kind of crap I can't stand, just between you and me.
And I wonder how Jimmy feels.
Because it's so trivial.
Yeah, no doubt.
But he's making it a big deal.
No doubt.
Did you see the clip?
And he's doing a bad job at making it a big deal. Yeah,
I saw the clip.
No doubt,
I saw
man.
the clip.
It was real.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Of course, Jimmy and I have our ups and downs. Of course, we've been. Look, it's no secret. Jimmy's back on this team. That took a lot of people by surprise. So I get why we're going to be talking about. Just tell them the truth.
That's all, man.
Let's go to Austin in Redwood City. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. I know what Jimmy said on that clip. He said, "Man, this is Pop Warner offense, man." Come on, that's what he said. But here's what I got. I think they're trying to sabotage Debo's contract. 49ers did not want to get him that contract, so they're purposely not looking his way and looking at our other stars' way, Kittle's way. If I was Brendan Ayuk, man, I'd get up out of there and request for a trade, break everything up, because it's getting ridiculous. Kyle Shanahan and his offense, man, it's supposed to be a statement game coming up right here. Our rematch and showing that we got these weapons and that we can utilize these weapons. If we can't utilize these weapons, Kyle Shanahan, it's something going on in that office, that front office. That's all I got.
Appreciate it. Austin's out.
Debo got against Chicago, had what? Debo Samuel, Steiny.
What about him?
He had 2 receptions for 14
yards.
A
hell of a running back.
Man,
you hate when I do that.
No, I'm starting to.
And Kittle's a great tackle.
No, I think there was a clip with Bonte saying that just put him in running back. Like, that cat's out the bag. But that's not derogatory to me. Dude's a weapon. But are you going to say, so Lance couldn't use Debo and Jimmy in a short sample size, and for whatever reason, Jimmy is. These are the ingredients, man. Just as we get down the road. And I look at you, partner, and I say this, because you think, you go Skip Bayless or Cowherd on me, you say,
I'm going to knock you out soon. Go ahead.
On the 16th of July, so on the 22nd, if he says something, he can't say it because he didn't mean it, because he said this on the 16th. They can still win Monday. They're gonna win some other games, okay? But this is that man that just did that. It ain't just you and I. It ain't just the listeners. Before you even brought it to their attention, they heard it. That's the type of stuff that's when you start losing the room. And I can't wait for Jimmy tomorrow to say, hey, Jimmy, what did you say? And part of 90% of me is like, Jimmy gonna take one for the team or the coach. But what if he says, I said, I hate run and draw plays. What
screens.
Whatever it was.
Oh, yeah.
Because the people on Comcast Business Tech Line saying that's what it was. But this is your coach.
Jose in Oakland. How you doing, Jose? What do you got for us?
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Yes.
Guru, you know what? Just like 80%, well, let's just say 50% of the fans, 50% of the fans feel that Jimmy Garoppolo is a good quarterback, 50% might feel otherwise.
Got you.
I have a feeling that in that locker room, 50% of the players are thinking the same thing that Jimmy just said. If play calling stinks, we're not going to win the big one with this guy. And I think when they say that, they're not referring about the quarterback. They're referring about the coach, because he has become very predictable. He's at that point where I honestly am starting to look at him just like you used to look at Marty Schottenheimer. I mean, brilliant offensive mind, but the guy just couldn't get out of his own way. He had this thing about himself where he thought that he was just smarter than everybody else. And this league is a copycat league. I'm pretty sure a lot of the other teams are trying to copy what he does and putting their own wrinkles in it. By that doing it better. So to them, when they see Kyle Shanahan's offenses, yeah, we know that. That's usually what our practice teams practice. It's not something new. New is what we're trying to implement. And I think that is a big problem. It is a big problem because it's like in a relationship where you have between husband and wife. Once you lost trust on the other person, it's never going to be the same. And with Kyle Shanahan, I think he's lost the trust not only of the majority of the fans, well, a lot of the fans, but I also feel that he lost it with a lot of the players. It's just not coming out because they don't have the league before.
Thanks, Jose. We'll see. Your guru's kind of with you there.
Man.
You know what? 510. I'm going to read your text.
I just saw it.
Because
he's making it. You go ahead. I got to take a play off.
You kind of don't get it. Steiny, you wonder why Kyle gets annoyed at preposterous questions, but you spent the last 15 minutes trying to make a 2-second clip from a game into dissension in the ranks. Okay. This is where you're wrong. Even though it's not a big deal. The fact is, it's important how you handle things. All right? And clearly, by the way he answered those back-to-back questions, which I'm going to play again in a second, he's dismissing the issue without even acknowledging it, but he's acknowledging it and trying to dismiss it at the same time.
Oh, wow.
And again,
double talk.
This is not, all I'm saying is, this cannot be the truth. Let's take a listen. Kyle Shanahan from just moments ago.
Like it is with one of my friends. We are me and Jimmy are around each other every single day, so there's not any awkwardness from us or anything that's kept from each other. I don't know the clip you're talking about. I got it on my notes before this press conference, but I'm not a very good lip reader, but I probably won't watch it.
Wow. I'm writing this down because I want to get this right.
And kudos.
He doesn't know the clip. I don't know the clip. It was on my notes. Okay, he was handed notes by the PR guy, and it said, there's a video of Jimmy probably, and it says your plays suck or some things, and he probably looked at it and was like, he must have seen that there was lip reading or something, but I'm probably not going to watch it, and I certainly haven't watched it now. And I don't even know the clip. Okay, well, let's follow up.
There's frustration with our whole team. First of all, the clip to me is a joke, so I can't believe we're talking about it. I'm pretty sure that's not what he said, but we were extremely frustrated from the whole game. Anytime you are doing well in the first half, moving the ball, and you get in the second half and you have 3 turnovers on 3 of your drives, you have a safety on 1, and you don't convert a third down, that's real frustrating to get anything going.
Clip's a joke now. Yep. The clip he didn't see is a joke, but he didn't see the clip, but he's sure that's not what Jimmy Garoppolo said. Man. Here's my point: is it's not malicious what he's doing, but we know he's not telling the truth. He's not telling the truth. We know that, and that's to me the arrogance. That's the arrogance that. It comes off to me as a media member. It comes off that way to the fans. And the thing that I will say, I won't say you're wrong. Who says that doesn't come off to the players?
Okay.
All right? He wants me to believe that he's got no idea what the clip is, but he's going to tell me that what I saw isn't real or what he's... this is
insult,
not...
Steiny.
That's exactly what it is. It's
seriously
an insult.
You're sending all that energy to basically sit up there and lie to us.
Of course he's dismissing the issue. Why would you expect him to do anything else? Because it's not over now. Yes. You know what? We were all frustrated. Jimmy said worse to me than that. Behind closed doors.
There you go.
Oh, man, me and Jimmy, we've had our battles over the years. That's what you say.
Damn,
you don't lie and say, I don't really know what you're talking about, this, that. Come on.
Man.
You know what? That's kind of rookie coach stuff.
No,
I'm surprised.
People skill, people skills, or how to work the room or play the game. There was no finesse in that. It's just none.
888-957-9570. Try to talk me out of the fact that Kyle Shanahan didn't handle and isn't handling this absolutely, positively, terribly. I'll play more Kyle Shanahan on the other side, and we are 3 weeks deep into the NFL season. How have your bets been? The BetQL app uses proven data and analytics to help you make smart bets. Losing money is no fun. Winning is. Get started today. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com. All right. Talk more about the 49ers and Coach Kyle Shanahan on the other side.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my 4-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Bart is turning 50 and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go!
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save over $700 on average, and those savings add up. Imagine what you could buy in the future.
So I used the savings from switching to Progressive 30 years ago to buy tickets to the championship game. You know, between those two teams that didn't exist 30 years ago. Yeah, I'm a big Alaska Palm Trees fan. Which is a team now? In the future?
So switch to Progressive and save big, because those savings can add up in the future. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. National annual average insurance savings by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive in 2020. Potential savings will vary.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, an oil change with full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advance can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $36.99. Find your solution for better fuel efficiency today at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Elton John's Farewell Yellow Brick Road Tour continues with 2 shows at Levi Stadium on October 8th and 9th. For more info and tickets, head to 957thegame.com/events.
I know. I stunk today.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I stunk today, but guess what? I'm still going to the bar. I'm not going to lock myself in my room and say, oh, I could have done better today.
It's different.
Can't change the past. A lot of people interested in Kyle Shanahan at his press conference today. And here's my takeaway. He was asked about the video that we've all seen of Jimmy Garoppolo apparently saying, your plays suck, man. Was that what he said? Who knows? But the bottom line is that's what it looked like, and that's what we've been talking about. Here he was asked about that just moments ago.
Like it is with one of my friends. We are as me and Jimmy are around each other every single day, so there's not any awkwardness from us or anything that's kept from each other. I don't know the clip you're talking about. I got it on my notes before this press conference, but I'm not a very good lip reader, but I probably won't watch it.
All right, probably won't watch it, which means he hasn't watched it. If he's not going to watch it, that means he hasn't watched it. How about a little follow-up?
There's frustration with our whole team. First of all, the clip to me is a joke, so I can't believe we're talking about it. I'm pretty sure that's not what he said, but we were extremely frustrated from the whole game. Anytime you are doing well in the first half, moving the ball, and you get in the second half and you have 3 turnovers on 3 of your drives, you have a safety on 1, and you don't convert a third down, that's real frustrating to get anything going.
All right, I'm going to address some good questions here by the text line. Hey, Steiny, I hear you saying Kyle handled
business text line.
Thank you. Yeah. Handled the lip sync question badly. What would have been a good answer for you? How should he have better handled the question?
You just did it.
Just acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jimmy was frustrated. We all were frustrated. And, what about something crazy like this? Looking back at it, that might have been one of the worst plays I've ever called.
Hello.
As a coach.
That's how people go. Man.
You know what? I was pretty disappointed with my own play calling. So
just a little humility, man.
Thank you. That's the way you can. That's the easiest way, and it's night. 707. Don't forget, Shanahan doesn't care what the press thinks or how he comes across. In his eyes, that's not his job, and it's a nuisance. Correct, 707. He's got every right to do that, and I've got every right, and the fans have every right to call him on it and say, well, that doesn't make any sense. Did you see the clip or not?
That's all.
And you can go on and tell us how we're making a mountain out of a molehill. That's fine. Just give us, did you see it or not? Because if you didn't see it, then at least we know what you're talking about is a bunch of crap.
And now we know you'll double talk us on this or the press on this. What else will you double talk us about? And the word
it's insulting. That's all it is. It's insulting. You're right.
If he has a friend or he got a Steiny like I do, hey, you didn't look too good.
Thank you.
What do you mean? Dude, just come on, man.
Okay, here's the last one. By the way, the Comcast business text line, if you want to jump on 888-957-9570. And these are good. These are all good questions. I appreciate them. You guys aren't considering another angle. How do you know someone didn't tell Shanahan about the clip and what the media lip-reading experts were saying? Jimmy said. Shanahan could have easily not. That's right. Okay, let's take yours. He comes out of practice today. He gets handed notes by the PR director. Hey, okay, it's on the notes, but maybe the PR director goes, hey, there's a video out there, Jimmy. Everybody thinks he said, your plays suck, man. Okay, thanks. I haven't seen it. Then why would you say, I'm pretty sure that's not what he said? Yeah. Kyle.
Matt Barrows just tweeted this. He showed Garoppolo the clip.
After or before?
Today. He showed Garoppolo the clip and was
Garoppolo or Shanahan? I'm sorry.
Okay. Jimmy Garoppolo. And Garoppolo said, quote, I say a lot of things and wasn't sure what he said in that moment.
Wow.
Yeah, because Jimmy's not going to say, I said that I really blew that play and I'm the worst. You know what I mean? Like, he won't do that.
What producer Kyle just said is confirming that Jimmy did say what everybody thought he said. And he just didn't want to. Wow. He could have said, oh, fine. I'm just, and again, it is what it is. They got to work together. But, Steiny, don't tell me this is about X's and O's. And that went out the window as soon as they thought they brought Jimmy back thinking he was just going to be a good little soldier. And now we got you going up to the podium lying, basically, and insulting your peers and everybody about you didn't see the clip. Now Jimmy's when's the last time you forgot what you said and somebody would have shown?
I could see.
Oh, not me.
Well, no. I could see him forgetting, but if I saw myself lip syncing something, I could probably tell you what I said.
No doubt, especially after I'm in a sport.
408, try to keep up here. There's literally nothing in there that tells you he watches the clip. You're reaching. That's the point. That's the point. How can you not watch the clip, but then dismiss and disagree with what people are saying came out of Garoppolo's mouth? All right, I'm going to use I'm going to tell you a little story.
All right.
And I'm not saying they're the same.
Yeah.
Because the story I'm going to use is egregious.
Because your last story was good.
It's egregious.
Which
one?
The one you lost and you went through, yeah.
And this is what being in the media, as long as I have, tells me.
Okay.
Back in 1997, the Warriors had a player named Latrell Sprewell.
My favorite Warrior of all time.
The Warriors had a coach named P.J. Carlesimo. And they hated each other. And it was obvious at the start of the season there was an issue here. There were a few things that happened. One, Latrell Sprewell called P.J. Carlesimo a joke in a team huddle. Sprewell had missed a flight to Salt Lake City and was benched. And all through the season, that month, because the physical confrontation would happen a month and a half into the season, P.J. Carlesimo kept saying, there's nothing going on here. There's nothing going on. I got no problem with Spree.
Wow.
Spree wasn't talking. He's kind of like Jimmy. He doesn't talk a lot.
Yeah.
Carlesimo is saying, you guys, hey, I'm trying to win. I'm concentrating on winning. By the way, they started 0-9.
Yeah.
So then what happens? December 1st, 1997, Latrell Sprewell physically confronts P.J. Carlesimo, chokes him, comes back to punch him more. And this is what bothers me. From the moment that happened, afterwards, then everybody in the organization talks about how Sprewell was bucking the system and how Sprewell was a problem for 6 weeks. He wasn't a problem when you were dismissing the media and you wanted to keep it in-house. So now that it blows up, now you're going to say Spree's such a bad guy. You should have seen some of the other stuff he was doing. That's bogus. Yeah. That ain't right.
I totally get it.
Now, I'm not saying obviously Jimmy Garoppolo is not Latrell Sprewell. I'm just saying if there's an issue, it's hard to keep under wraps.
And Jimmy was approached by Barrels and he said, I say a lot of stuff man.
Moose, San Jose, what's up, Moose? What's up?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. It's hard to follow up a story like that. But what I was going to say is my question was how does it work with the QB's intercoms and mics and their conversations with the offensive coordinator or the head coach after the play ends? Doesn't it kick back on? So it sounds like if that's the case, wouldn't Shanahan have been able to hear that anyways? And then my honest thought to that was to what he actually said. I don't really care what he says. I feel like that's a frustrated player on a field, kind of blowing some steam off on his coach. But I think that what blows it up, like you guys said, is the kind of double speaking on the answer is not coming straight forward. If he comes out and says, hey, look, I called a terrible play, I would have said that to myself. It's over, and no one really gives an S.
I know.
But the way that they've handled it is a little weird. And I don't think Jimmy's choking anybody out. He's definitely not.
No.
That wasn't the point.
Appreciate the call.
The point was there were signs, and your boy was in La La. Man,
you want to hear another story?
Yeah, a lot of people saying story time with Steiny.
Okay, I'll tell you another little story.
They had to twist your arm.
Tell me a story. One Irish Rover by Van Morrison. Great song. I'm going to take you back to the year 1997. P.J. Carlesimo's first season. We're talking about the way coaches handle the media.
Right.
So Kyle Shanahan obviously is pretty dismissive of the media and kind of a nuisance. And then I was thinking, well, Steve Kerr knows how to play the game, right? And he endears himself to the media, just like Bruce Bochy did. You know what?
Yeah.
Bochy's just Bruce Bochy, and everybody likes him.
Being real.
And Bochy knows what's written in the media. Back in the day, there wasn't the internet. And the public relations director every day back in 1997 and beforehand would buy every Bay Area newspaper, compile every story that was written about the Golden State Warriors.
Oh, man.
And it would be those days, press clippings. And they would hand the press clippings out to whoever wanted them in the office. Players who wanted to read about the Warriors, executives, and they would just call Golden State Warriors clippings.
Are you following all of it?
Okay.
Yeah.
And, if Sports Illustrated came out, it had a story, be in there. So basically, every morning, you got the clippings of everything that was written about the Warriors.
I love this.
Raymond Ritter, who's doing this and has done it and did it for the Showtime Lakers.
Look at you.
Does his press clippings and he staples them together. And PJ Carlissimo's office door shut and he's not in there. So Raymond Ritter slides the press clippings under PJ Carlissimo's door and walks away and continues to do his job. PJ Carlissimo comes into his office about a half hour later, looks down and sees these press clippings. He picks them up, goes through them, sees that they're all stories about the Warriors and the coaches. He yells out for Raymond Ritter, "What is this? What is this?" PJ, it's press clippings. I don't care. I don't ever want to see this. What the hell do I care about these guys? These effing this, effing that. They don't know a damn thing. Don't you ever put these press clippings under my door again. I don't care what these guys have to say. Don't you? It just ripped.
That just, man. And that's why he's where he's at. I'm just talking about coaching. That ain't how you do it, man.
It's not how you do it. It's not how you do it.
Man, that's great.
There's a little story.
You think Rick Adelman, Steve Kerr?
I like Rick Adelman.
He's a grown-up. He's great. Well, Mark Jackson, as much as I love him, he might have did that.
What?
Hey, I don't want to see that. I don't care what they think.
Mark Jackson.
There's no
the most
doubt.
alienating coach that I've ever seen in my life.
For my boy, but man, that's a character flaw, man.
Yeah. Anyway, and Raymond Ritter, widely acclaimed and not known,
and still going
the best.
Yeah,
the best in the business.
So now I wonder how you compile that. You just go to Twitter, huh?
Yeah, you just do it.
San Francisco Chronicle.
Hey, 628. That was a terrible story, Steiny.
You didn't get that.
Yeah, I did. By the way, Cam Inman, 2 o'clock. Jeff Fisher, 2:30. Kyle Shanahan addressed the media today and downplayed a situation with Jimmy Garoppolo, but he doesn't know anything that happened, but he disagrees with something he's never seen.
So let's get it back on the field now.
All right,
because you didn't back
Mark
me
Jackson was fighting for his life. Thank you so much.
I'm fighting for my life.
You know my sense of humor.
If I see you Tuesday morning and somehow the Niners lose this game, I'm just share with us the Steiny metric on where. Not panic, because I'm not going to be panicked. I'm going to just say this is a big hole. But I'm focused and fixated on the quarterback told you he don't know how many weeks he needs before he's in game shape. That's one. 2, whatever's going on, the offense is impotent. Nothing, when do you get concerned about the football aspect of this? Because you're sitting there sipping your coffee right now like, "Goo, this is all this ain't what they signed up for." And I'm including Kyle.
But see, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, but I'm presenting the other side. This is what they signed up for. They knew this was going to happen once they got Jimmy back in the house. You know what I mean? Like you can't. There's no way they signed Jimmy to be a backup and didn't expect some kind of ramification in some way.
Man.
Oh my God, yes.
I think I would have went to Purdy to avoid that.
Purdy, who's he?
The backup.
But
I would have had another option if I had that in my formula, if in my equation. If I thought that was even a possibility. So you're saying They signed up for the Kardashians or whatever you want to call this. The Twitchers, the YouTubers are using the word. This is drama.
Of course.
But I think this ain't football. This ain't what I would have punted on Jimmy then.
That's fair.
To avoid this. Even being a possibility of why we're not functioning at high octane.
Guru.
I'm being real, Steiny.
No, I'm being real too. If you didn't think of that before you signed him, you're an idiot. And I'm sorry. Of course you thought about it. That's the point. That's another piece of his arrogance. We're all saying, bringing Jimmy back as a backup is fraught with complications.
We went in.
And I don't really know what's going to happen, but it's certainly going to change the dynamic in some way. Can we agree with that? Oh, I don't think it's a big deal, Kyle. Oh, everybody's making a mess. Jimmy's this, Jimmy's that. We had Warren Moon. We had respected quarterbacks who are Hall of Famers saying, this is weird. This is strange.
No doubt.
But Kyle is too cool for school, and he knows more than everybody. So he's saying there's nothing to see here. Well, guess what? Now we're 3 games in, and there's something to see here. Just don't
And you got a tough-ass football team.
5-1-0. Let me guess who you're worried. Steiny, leave Mark Jackson alone. He never did anything to you. I'm not going to. No.
That story was great.
Mark Jackson.
And we need to find out who is the Raymond Ritter of the Niners. Kyle may know.
In fact, I asked JD about this. They got a lot of new staff.
Oh, okay.
Apparently.
All right. So nobody with the tenure that Raymond has.
Steiny, you're being petty. Sounds like revenge time on Carlissimo. Yeah. Yes, it is. I finally decided after 26 years, I'm coming after Carlissimo.
Yep. And you remember December 1st, 1997?
I remember everything about
That's incredible.
I remember
I was single then, Steiny.
Thing about that.
Spree was my dude.
One of the craziest times.
Yeah. And they had racial undertones when they did
Johnny
that.
Cochran.
And look at you when they did that. The black players were standing
Johnny
behind them.
Cochran. Remember that?
I do remember.
Let's go to Will. Will's in Pleasanton. What's up, Will?
That's a 10. You hear that?
How you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
My feeling is the two of those guys, Jimmy G and Shanahan, have not gotten along ever since they drafted Trey. If you looked what happened twice last year when he was injured, Jimmy G, there was a miscommunication on how injured he was. I think Jimmy G wanted to play and Shanahan wanted to put him on the bench. Then over the summer, it gets leaked out how Jimmy G, he doesn't try so hard. He's never... I think they were going to bring him back. And then...
Yeah. Wow. Hey, does mix mean fight?
You know what? I'm losing my card, my street car. I didn't know what it meant.
Apparently, Mark Jackson will mix me any day of the week.
I think that is.
Rich Ornberger, great football analyst for
what a last name.
ESPN, right?
Yeah.
Listen to him. He likes Kyle Shanahan.
Kyle Shanahan is brilliant. Not only just in the plays that he calls, the sequence in which he calls them. And what I mean by that is there are things that he's running here in, week 3, week 4, that they're going to call back these personnel groups and formations to build in, trick plays and play action plays deep into the season, because you put this stuff on film, especially in division. These defensive coordinators are really smart. They're watching a ton of film too. They're going to find ways to defeat successful plays. And as an offense, you need to adjust. He looks at the game field like a chessboard. He's got 22 pieces to work with in terms of his offense 11 and what the 11 defenders are going to do against his guys. And he really does operate that way. He tries to stay one snap ahead of the defense. And I have ultimately tremendous amount of respect for the way he handles himself and handles game calls as a coordinator and as a head coach.
All right, that's Rich Ornberger, ESPN. He was on with Willard and Dibs. He's still saying Kyle Shanahan is the man. And what he also says is it's 3 games in. He's going to start to figure out the counters to some of these defenses.
Okay. All right. And I'll say right now, Steiny, if you had a hotel room of people that were fans of Kyle and said he was brilliant, I wouldn't be shocked. That's how we got the job.
He is brilliant.
And that's how we got the team to the Super Bowl. Then why can't you sustain leads on the biggest stages? Because brilliant people know when to do certain things, but some get stuck and they go from what's working. Some dumb it down. And a guy like that, I believe right now, Matt, as a Niner head coach, he had his best, this is yesterday, he had his best chances to win a Super Bowl, and they've gone. And now you're dealing with Videogate, Lipgate, and that was not good today. And if I tell you right now, my sales here, I got a story. I've worked with some of the best salesmen and women you have ever seen, and they got fired.
Why?
Because they didn't know how to play the game with management. And I've seen it. I'm telling you, they should be like, it's incredible. And then they call me a year, a month later, hey, Daryl, I shouldn't have did that. And it's like, how can you be so brilliant on one end, not kiss ass? I'm not saying that. And know that there's a game out here, a chessboard. And I feel like Kyle's missing that part of it, man.
Well, what about, but he does play, he clearly plays the game with Jed York, right?
I don't know what's going on there.
He's got to play the, well, he must play it, right? Because Harbaugh didn't play it, and Jed couldn't handle it. Obviously, I think that's where John Lynch is a buffer.
Okay.
But clearly, Jed York is more comfortable with Shanahan and Lynch than Balky and Harbaugh.
I'm going to say this to you. Do you think Jed, and I mean this, do you think Jed flexed some type of muscle on the pick of the quarterback if they thought it was another one?
I don't.
And that's why he's being as quiet as a church mouse?
I don't. I can't.
Like, you don't even, like that, the goo, I can't even give you 2% like that.
It's one of those things where...
something's not adding
I
up.
actually have.
You don't draft to a spot like you always say.
I have this gene in me. It's really weird.
You got a few of them.
But like I remember like being in college, and I'd see a girl.
Yeah,
and I'd be like,
I love it.
I'd be like, what's her name, man? Her name's Nancy. I'm like, man, she is cool, man. She looks cool. What's her deal? Oh, about 2 years ago, she went out with Harry. Harry Schlenk? Yeah, Harry Schlenk.
Okay.
I'm going to choose not to believe that.
Oh, okay.
Because if she goes out with Harry, then I can't, you know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm just going to choose not to believe that Jed York told Kyle Shanahan, it's Trey Lance. You must take Trey Lance. I'm going to choose not to believe that until it's proven true. You know what I mean?
Yeah. From the 415 Comcast Business Text line. Guru's a legendary ass kisser. He's the ass kissing Hall of Fame. That's not true.
No.
I'm married.
No, he's talking about like with celebrities and stuff. That you have the celebrity bug. You want to be really famous
Mario
and
Ellie
popular.
texts me. Those are my friends.
Bloop. Bloop.
Spice One.
Bloop.
Those are all my friends.
Bloop.
Roy Williams.
Yeah,
I'm not in awe.
Secure people don't usually do that. List off their favorite and celebrity friends.
I just dropped that in there. That is great.
Kyle hates the media, period. He showed that, how he treated picking Trey Lance. I'm so happy to fool everyone. I don't think he... Yeah, I don't think he's got... I'm with you. He doesn't respect the media. He doesn't respect the media. Why should he? He's Mike Shanahan's son. He was born into a football life.
Yeah.
He grew up in stadiums while the media was trying to be involved in the games. Why should Kyle Shanahan respect anybody who couldn't get behind the closed doors of a practice facility or an NFL arena? Why would he have any respect? He's been there and done that ever since he was a little boy. All right. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Cam Inman, 2 o'clock. He was at the Kyle Shanahan press conference. And then Jeff Fisher. Hey, he was an NFL coach for 22 years. He's at 2:30.
O'Neill's head coach.
One of them.
Yeah, one
95.7 the game.
Why does Comcast Business power more businesses than any other provider? It has technology solutions that put you ahead, like the fastest, reliable network and serious savings. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet. Security edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on RootMetrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Have you ever hired a commercial painting company, then been stuck managing your own project? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. We know how busy you are and that you need professional painters who are actually professionals. My team has the experience, training, and credentials to get the job done. If you've been waiting for the right time to paint, this is it. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Cam Inman momentarily. He's at 49er practice. He'll be with us a couple minutes. I got to tell you, I was listening to the morning show, and Shasky was talking about Jimmy Garoppolo up at the podium. And he was talking about how Jimmy kind of smiles, his smile, and he was like, I think it's a defense mechanism. It doesn't mean he's laughing at anybody, but it's just kind of like, and I was thinking, okay, so Shasky's talking about Garoppolo's smile and what it may mean, and it's a defense. And I thought, well, that makes this fair game. Kyle's got this tick where
BPA.
He's a little condescending where he'll say, well, more people get hurt in the pocket than running a quarterback sneak.
Yeah.
So I figured, hey,
there it is.
If Joe can dissect.
Now, I don't want to take words out of context, but I was listening to the roast too Shasky said about Kyle. His best work was getting Jimmy to a Super Bowl. Getting this team to a Super Bowl with Jimmy. But Steiny, I that is a fact. But like the fact that you had the 10-point lead twice with them, that supersedes that feat. Like you're a choker.
I wouldn't say that.
All right. I'm gonna ask Jeff. Mr. Fisher.
Actually, the more the better.
You're going to ask Jeff Fisher if Kyle Shanahan's a choker. No, you're not.
If an NFL coach has that on the...
Jim Rome. I'll bet you don't.
No, but who was that?
I bet you won't. Jim Everett.
Jim Everett, yeah. Who was married to Chris... He was married to a... He said, who wears the pants in the family? He was married to a tennis player. Or was it a golfer? You didn't know that part of the story?
What is going on here?
I'm going to tell you, Fitz.
Do you know? Well, Evan, you wouldn't know.
Yeah,
we're talking
Jim
about something
Everett.
before 2010.
Yeah, remember? And he said,
are you thinking of Chris Everett?
No, that was one of my favorites, too.
I like Martina.
I love the young people.
I'll tell you what, let's get Bob in here in San Francisco before you get that answer. What's up, Bob? Oh, we got Cam. Yeah, we'll get Bob. We got Cam. Fine. What's up, Bob? Oh, Bob. Hey, Bob, I thought I would have taken you before Cam. Oh, we got Cam. Oh, hey, Cam, did he hear that?
Oh, man.
That? Cam Inman joining us, Bay Area News Group. What's up, Cam? How you doing?
Well, I'm good. I'm leaving the practice field after interpreting Jimmy Garoppolo's lips for the last 10 minutes.
Wow.
Well, okay. Can I tell you my first gripe about Kyle Shanahan? And I'm just going to play it again just so everybody can hear it.
Like it is with one of my friends. We are me and Jimmy are around each other every single day, so there's not any awkwardness from us or anything that's kept from each other. I don't know the clip you're talking about. I got it on my notes before this press conference, but I'm not a very good lip reader, but I probably won't watch it.
All right, so he probably won't watch it, and he doesn't know about the clip, and then there's a follow-up.
Like it is with one of my friends.
No.
We are me and Jimmy are around each other every single day, so there's not any awkwardness from us or anything that's kept from each other. I don't know the clip you're talking about. I got it on my notes before this press conference, but I'm not a very good lip reader, but I probably won't watch it.
All right, push the wrong button. This was the follow-up, Cam.
There's frustration with our whole team. First of all, the clip to me is a joke, so I can't believe we're talking about it. I'm pretty sure that's not what he said, but we were extremely frustrated from the whole game. Anytime you are doing well in the first half, moving the ball, and you get into the second half and you have 3 turnovers on 3 of your drives, you have a safety on 1, and you don't convert a third down, it's real frustrating to get anything going.
Did he see the video or not? Why he didn't even answer that question?
Well, it doesn't really, to me, it doesn't make a difference. I'm sure he got briefed on it by his PR man. So that's why he says, the PR guy says, yeah, there's a viral tweet out there saying Jimmy Garoppolo says all the plays suck. If you look back at the game, a lot of the plays did suck.
Why would he say I'm pretty sure that's not what he said if he didn't see the video?
Well, I think he's based that on his conversations with Jimmy and how Jimmy felt the game was going. In other words, he's saying that they have an open line of communication, that whatever gripes Jimmy would have, he brings them to each other, that they've known each other long enough where they can read each other and understand what each other are thinking. So it's not like Jimmy has to mutter anything under his breath that he wouldn't tell Kyle. That's where I'm coming from on it.
Cam, man, I just feel like this is like a reality TV show, and I know this is not how the Niners and Jimmy thought it would go. But let me ask you this. You're around the team. You've been around Jimmy for the last umpteen years. I told Steiny this, and it's just my opinion, Cam, but I feel like Jimmy, it's more of a friskier Jimmy, if you kind of get where I'm going. And not that he's doing anything on purpose, but he's kind of being more demonstrative with just how he feels. Is that fair?
Well, we saw that last year, too, where he was kind of cussing during some press conferences, and we'd say, oh, he said the F word or the F word, or like, how awesome, the guy can swear finally. It's who Jimmy is. I think he's let his guard down a little bit because it's kind of to him, it's a no-lose situation. It's like he's here to play football and doesn't have to try to impress people too much to save his job, because I don't know if it's worth saving. But, I mean, I think we read a little too much into it, but it's the nature of the position as playing the 49er quarterback job, which he's going to be having to do the rest of the season.
Cam Inman joining us on 95.7 The Game, works for the Bay Area News Group. He's also our 95.7 The Game Odyssey insider. And, one of the things I always try to make a distinction about when people are talking about football and the guys who play football is who's saying it. And a lot of people were making something out of Jimmy Garoppolo smiling after the game. And I didn't think much of it until I heard Brent Jones, the former 49er tight end, basically really got on Jimmy Garoppolo and said, you were the reason that the 49ers lost, so I don't want you smiling and glad-handing. He's not a clown, Brent Jones. You know what I mean?
Right. Sure, absolutely. And I know where Brent's coming from because it was a different era of football when he played. I don't recall guys doing jersey swaps and writing love letters on the back of their jerseys like they do nowadays. Mm-hmm. Jimmy was not the only Niner player smiling when he saw a friendly face on the other team after the game. It's not a great optic, and Jimmy knows that. But it's also, I have a hard time going, do I want to see him cry off the field? Do I want to? We saw that in the Super Bowl when these losses really hurt guys. So much went wrong in that game. It's just like that's probably where we should focus more of our attention on, rather than reading lips after a play call. It's like, well, why did that play not work? Okay, there's just so much more to football than just interpreting those things. And I get it. Did I have a problem with him smiling? No, just because of the nature of I have more of a problem when I see like the guys celebrating when they're down by 30 points, okay? When the game is over, Jimmy's been a pro, he's in his 9th year. I think he has a way to shut it off, and then he's going to deal with the aftermath, obviously, when he's watching film and walking into a losing locker room.
Cam, this defense has been outstanding. Yet, another loss, 1-2. The feeling I get from Niner fans is the ownage that they've had of the Rams in the regular season is what they're putting their hat on, and I'm just terrified. I told Steiny this, of no Trent Williams and Jimmy saying he's not in game shape. So do you think this is just going to be a walk in the park Monday night for the Niners?
Oh, heck no. No. I'm with you. I disregard everything that happened in the regular season. Did it get them an NFC Championship game win? No. Does it mean they play them well? Yes. So you can be encouraged that they know these guys really well. They know what they're in store for. It's usually a physical game. But when you see an offense so discombobulated like they were in Denver, and then you're going to go put that offense on the field without the best offensive lineman in the league, it gives me tremendous pause. And I do not sense any confidence that they can carry in from their past years. This is all about correcting the here and now and not just going, "Oh, we own these guys," because they all know they don't. Otherwise, they would have been in the Super Bowl last year.
Cam Inman joining us on 95.7 The Game. If I asked you this question, how would you answer it? What is Jimmy Garoppolo playing for this year?
Are you asking me the question?
Yep.
Oh, there's multiple layers to it. The businessman is playing for his next contract for his next team. I don't think that's Jimmy's priority. I think Jimmy's priority is he really is in the here and now, that this is the group of guys he's led for 5 seasons, and he has an opportunity to lead them again. It's the same mentality, Matt, that he had to go in with last season. That, okay, I know they want to replace me, but damn it, I'm still here. They haven't replaced me right now, and I'm going to go out there and try to win football games because that's what I do. I'm a football player. I'm a quarterback. If he's not that, he could have retired and just done Subway commercials for the rest of his life, because he's pretty darn good at that too. I think he wants to prove everybody that he can win games, that his shoulder is fixed. But I tell you what, he's behind a really raw offensive line. He has to play catch up after not participating in the off-season program or in any part of training camp. And so right now it's just about, let's play, let's try to get back in the swing of things, and whatever happens in his career will happen no matter what. And I don't think he's pressing about his long-term destination, because really that didn't get him anywhere this offseason, did it?
Right.
Cam, let me ask you this. We saw Robert Saleh, who did a phenomenal job here. He had this defensive unit running around. They're still running around. He parlayed that into a job. And my goodness, I know they lost, but Sunday night, the Niners, they hit. They gang tackle. And I'm looking at D'Amico Ryans like, okay, he didn't drop the ball. They're still what they are. But offensively, Kyle, when's this offense going to be dynamic? And I'm still banging the drum that Kittle can do more. But, Cam, do you expect that to ever happen, to where we see, this Niner offense and this weaponry, which I think is above average, big plays downfield or attempts for big plays?
They got to get big plays. And whether it's, I don't think it's downfield. You're not going to get Danny Gray running 4.2 down there to catch 50-yard bombs from Jimmy. It's about scheming it up and getting guys open and having Garoppolo hit them in stride. And I'm with you on that. You got to get Kittle, Debo, Ayuk involved. These are your big-time playmakers, and they did not use them in the second half at Denver. And I get it. Kittle's interesting because, so he made a season debut Sunday night, right? He got 1 target in the second half. He has scored a touchdown each of the last 4 home games against the Rams. He's going to be fired up. To me, Kittle's always been their spirit animal on offense, whereas the scheme has shifted more towards orbiting around Deebo Samuel. They just have to find a blend to get those 2 guys the ball. And, the other thing, and it's the 49ers, is they run the ball. They're going to be emphasizing that again this week, just like they did a year ago when they went in to face the Rams, and they said, Shanahan said he wanted 40 carries out of the guys that game. They got about 42 or 44, and they won the game handily. They can preach the same this week, but you're going to have a different offensive line, and you're not really in your groove yet. I mean, you're only in week 4, and that was a few weeks later last year. So, to me, it's really a work in progress. I've been really confident about the 49ers going each of their first 3 games. I don't have that going into this game after what I saw in Denver.
Interesting. Yeah. Cam, thank you so much as always. Appreciate it.
Okay, guys. Thanks.
All right. Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, 95.7 The Game.
I was going to tell him we'll see him down there Monday. Well, yeah. Robert Redford Blue, what's the despair for?
Oh, boy.
I hope you're not on YouTube.
No.
Oh, okay. Because when I did it to break, listen, we got a camera every damn where, and it's to bring us all together. So I got popcorn at the break, and I said, I'm going to have popcorn while you talk. So I put one up. And then, of course, some people say, Goo, you eating popcorn. Not mad, but that means we're family. And then some say they took radio classes, and they said you could choke on a kernel, and it ain't good for you on air. But anyway, I thought that's what you're reading.
No, I just can't believe it.
What happened?
I can't believe one of the questions you asked, Cam. I just can't believe it. I just cannot believe it.
They were all phenomenal.
it's now usually we have fun.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you go a little long. That wasn't the case here. Did you really ask Cam Inman, so do you think this game will be a walk in the park? Who the hell would ever answer? Yeah, I think it's going to be a walk.
Dude, are you not listening? Niner fans think the Otis. I'm telling you.
Dude, you think this game's going to be a walk in the park for the Niners?
No, but this is going to be a war. We'll take Monte. A body bag game. Denver was 11-10.
What's the
3-run double off the wall?
What is the criteria for a body bag game?
Hitting like that game. Both defense. That was old ACC Big East basketball when PJ was in the Big East.
Denver?
No, Denver and the Niners. Both the defenses.
How many guys got hurt?
It ain't about how many got hurt.
Well, that's what a body bag is.
We're talking about hitting.
Well, so to me, a body bag game is guys get hurt.
Literal. I get it. The two teachers. I talked to your mom on your birthday. I posted a picture of us.
It's not talking if you're just texting, right?
But that's the new version of talking.
So you sent my mom a message on Facebook.
She responded, "Take care of my Maddie." And then I responded, "He's in good hands," with the heart emoji. I can't wait for her to come out again. I missed her this last time.
She wasn't out.
Yeah, you remember everybody came down not too long ago. And you said, "Goo, you want to come to the house?"
Oh, that was for the wedding.
And my shirt had me looking real pudgy. I didn't want to go. She's like, "What happened to you?"
We had a lot of people.
Denzel had turned into rerun. But anyway.
Do you have any concern about, I think you do, Jimmy Garoppolo and what he's playing for?
No, because I'm being real with this. He's getting the BOD, the benefit of the doubt because of surgery, and now he's told and let everybody know, you know what? This wasn't the ideal offseason. So to me, his skin's on the wall will get him a job. Now, will it help? Hell yeah, it's not if he looks, and he may week 8, 9, take this team to the playoffs, Super Bowl, who knows? But when you say what is he playing for, I think he's done enough already to where this won't taint him, being that he has shoulder surgery and they told him to go behind the barn. Hey, just go over there and throw the ball. But yeah, get at it. Dude, that stuff, people don't forget that. And he told, who was it? Collinsworth, is there any part of you need me? Like, that's everything I'm telling you, trying to convey to the listeners. He said it. And he's saying it with his chest out. I wouldn't have answered that way. I'd have been like, nah, Chris, this is home. They made a decision to go with the young kid. Unfortunately, got hurt, Chris, and I thought I was going to play somewhere else, but I'm back. I wouldn't have said what he did so freely. He's frisky, man.
But
I can't wait for him to talk tomorrow.
Stands the reason that he's frisky.
Would you have said that to Chris?
Probably.
Oh, my goodness. I'll try to... My next break, I'll believe you.
Listen, if you've been an athlete, there's been many times during various careers where, as a player, you felt like the coach gave up on you. Then he's got to come back to you. And what do you want to do? You want to stick it in the coach's face and play well.
No doubt.
Mm-hmm. See, I can relate to professional athletes.
Because you covered them.
Mm-hmm. No, because I played Division III. D3.
I just can't get you didn't get a D1 Scully.
I know.
Yeah.
Kind of pissed. Thought about walking on to some schools, but
D3.
What am I going to do? Go to Fordham and go 9-18?
Now you got mad at me.
What's new?
That's a 9. Listen, I'm at my daughter's volleyball game, minding my own, got my AirPods in, and the women were going, the moms, and you go, are they really doing that? You took offense to that. Can you explain? Remember, you had some venom. You were like, I can't believe they're,
Nah, it just always turns me off, the parents complaining about the kids not getting
When's the last time? Oh, your daughter's playing soccer. That's different. No, I've seen some
45 minutes, baby.
Dude, wow.
They can't take her off the field.
Look how proud you are.
I don't know if they can take her off the field. Well. I'm kidding about, come on, E-Smoke. D3 barely counts. I know, it barely counts at all. It kind of doesn't count. That's my point.
It counts.
That's my point.
D3.
It doesn't count.
Yikes.
Hey, I thought you had five big reasons why this is a humongous game.
Yeah, but what do we do 12-3? We play the hits. So I said, hey, Steiny, we probably can work that in tomorrow after we react to the Warriors preseason game, or just about the fact that basketball's getting back, but the Kardashians just continue with the Niners, and now we just got a coach, I don't want to say lying, but double talking.
He's not
That hurt him. Just watch. You better win Monday, Kyle. I can't wait to talk to Lowe Monday. He'll be live.
There's just something. There's something that I can't put together. And usually I try to do it within a show, but it's been all week. There's something that's getting under my skin about all your takes this week, but I cannot put my finger on it.
I already know.
What?
They're grown up and valid.
That my gripes are grown up and valid?
My points are just, you know what?
No.
Yeah, that's very...
It has to do with you
I'm not a Niner fan.
No, you want it both ways.
No,
and
that ain't me. I come from the top.
No, yeah, you come from the top row.
But that's the
team
writer
wins,
in you
and then
always looking to see. I'm not a golfer. I don't go down the middle. You know where I sit.
I know where you sit today.
No, but
who knows where you're going to be
real
tomorrow.
enough to know.
You're like one of those guys. You know, you're like Cesar Tovar. You play 9 positions in a game.
Nah.
You're like Bert Campaneris. You play 9 positions. I don't know where you're playing today.
See,
where's Guru at?
No.
He's pinch hitting. Where's Guru at? He's playing second base.
What it is I'm telling you, the Niners are in disarray on and off the field with the injuries and the drama, but yet I got them going to the playoffs.
I know.
And that's using something I hate you've been doing. Well, the old NFC is not doing it. So no, we're talking about what's going on here.
I like to take a look at how the conference is, because that's important.
But I'm not giving out I feel like that as a host. Let me lay something on you. It's like participation trophy.
What
stuff.
is?
Oh, the conference is weak.
Who cares if they make the playoffs?
No, for who? Not that they got Jimmy.
So it's
Super
is it
Bowl or
easier to
bust.
make the playoffs in the NFC or AFC?
Oh, NFC.
Well, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but there's too much of that. Don't let that.
Well, that's why they're going to make the playoffs.
No, we said, you and I, Rick James, now that Jimmy's back, it's Super Bowl or bust.
Whatever. They got to make the playoffs first.
Okay. Duh.
Well, see, I guess that's what pisses me off. You get to come in here and rant and rave about everything that's going wrong, and this, and Shanahan this, and Shanahan that, and I'm sick of this team.
When can I start throwing some darts?
Stunk,
you get fixated on
and then
my
they're going to beat the Rams and be like, they're making the playoffs.
That's what it is, Jack. Let me throw some darts.
You know what I'm going to do this year?
No,
you know what I'm doing?
Is what I want
you know what I'm
going to
do, Evan?
So I can throw some darts
I'm
and ride in the
rip
limousine
the Warriors
for 3
after
hours.
every loss and say they're
That's
in
what
big
you do.
trouble.
Listen.
Warriors better not lose tonight in Japan.
You just sat there out
they're
loud
in
saying
big trouble.
Something about your takes this week that have been phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like, let me throw some darts at your takes. I can know you react to mine.
Mine are
Let me react to yours.
Mine are bulletproof.
And then we can get back to mine.
They're bulletproof.
But we can't do 24/7 of mine.
They're bulletproof.
Let me throw a dart. I like darts.
Throw a dart.
Bullseye. I like I'm having fun, but you love me.
I do love you.
You do, but I love you too.
You know, you're making me scratch my head sometimes.
But you don't know why.
No, I do know why, because you get to have it both ways. You get to, like,
nobody will ever say
you get to rip the 49ers all year and then say, oh, but they're going to make the playoffs.
Dude.
And then once they make the playoffs, it's like, then they have as much chance.
But listen, didn't I give my
Jeff
boy,
Fisher,
I called him the boy genius. I ain't always been down on Shanny. I reacted.
And you're not going to be down on him Tuesday if they win.
See that? No.
Yes. Yes.
I heard.
Yes.
It pains me you think that. I ain't easy, Steiny.
Jeff Fisher coming up on the other side. He was a head football coach for 22 years in the NFL. It's all sponsored by Innova International.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
BART is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off of your ride in honor of BART's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper BART fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off of those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate BART's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Visit sickvets.com for your free case review by True Law. That's sickvets.veterans.com. sickvets.com. Visit sickvets.com.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky, the butcher. Everybody's got their go-to meal at their favorite restaurant, so I think it's time we try another episode of The Go-To, presented by Trimark. Next up, it's 00 on Folsom Street. Come into the kitchen and let's oven roast a pizza with me on the latest episode. Check it out on 957thegame.com. The Go-To, presented by Trimark, partnered with independent restaurateurs in Northern California for over 55 years. The Go-To for food service, equipment, supplies, and design.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck. Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Hi, I'm Mandy Moore. Stand Up to Cancer is closer than ever before to achieving its mission to make every cancer patient into a long-term survivor. To learn more and get Advantage miles, go to standuptocancer.org/American.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
In San Francisco today, partly cloudy skies, highs in the upper 60s.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get right to it. On the line, he's a head coach in the NFL for 22 years. He's currently the head coach and general manager of the Michigan Panthers of the USFL, Jeff Fisher. Jeff, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. How you guys doing today?
We're doing well. All right, here's my question. Noise. And there's two types, I always think. The noise during the game and then the noise during the week in the media and with the fans. As a head coach, do you know what is being said about your team by the media and the fans? And do you think you need to have your finger on the pulse as a coach of what the fans are thinking?
Well, times certainly are changed now. There's so much more information available. There was a time when, as head coaches of a franchise, you wanted to make sure if there was any news that your local guys got it before the national guys got it, because they were the ones putting all the time in. And so things are changed now, but you want to stay as informed as you possibly can about everything. So that then requires a real good media relations director that can just kind of brief you and so on and so forth. And you get clips and things in that along those lines. But bottom line is no. You just don't. You don't have time. You really don't have time to, unless you're game planning or doing something with your door shut in your office, to have anything on other than football. And so you're just not, and then late in the day, you might get out, and watch the Monday night game or something while you're working, but there's just not time. But you need the information. It is important. As we all know, the more noise that's out there, the harder things become on players, the harder things become on, on the staff and job security and so and so. So, but it is important to keep those decision makers informed at all times. And there's a lot more, I will tell you this, there's a lot more going on inside the building than you could ever imagine. And that's the way it should always be, and I think it will remain.
Jeff, you've coached on the biggest stage in the Super Bowl. You got a whole lot of wins in the NFL. And I've told my partner and the fans that, hey, Kyle Shanahan is a genius when it comes to play design. And you know what I can't let go, Jeff, is the 10-point lead in the Super Bowl, the 10-point lead last year in the NFC Championship game. And I used to go to bed like, oh, it's nothing, no biggie. But he goes away from what got him there. Like, he doesn't have that kill shot. Can you speak to the art of coaching? Do I just sound like a guy barking, or is there something to that where some coaches, when it gets going, the tough gets going, they don't meet that challenge?
Well, I'm sympathetic to your feelings and your emotions, but I would submit that they were not alive and boiling in that moment. It was a Monday quarterback thing. When you went back and looked at it and went back and reflected, because what you don't have is you don't have the information available to you that he has as he's calling plays. And it can be a myriad of things. It can be player injury, a matchup, a this, a that, one guy down, another guy over here, and a bad matchup on the defensive end, and you got to protect. And so, you got to, whatever it is, there's just so much going on to play calling. Now, I will say this about Kyle. You're going to have to look long and hard to find a better play caller consistently. You've seen some messes. You saw some stuff, and unfortunately, when a new head coach comes in and he comes from a coordinator background, it is extremely difficult to manage games at the end, into half, into game, and be a play caller.
Jeff Fisher.
What's going on in Denver right now. Guys are talking about it.
Yeah.
Okay, and that happens all over the place. There's only a few out there that can really, really do it, and not, even you can go through, of course, a 16-game season and just botch 1 2-minute drive and cost you a game. And so that's in itself is difficult to do when you're calling plays and watching the clock and trying to tell the defense, hey, you guys are going to go back on the field with 30 seconds left. Ball's going to be probably at midfield, and you're going to have to defend 3 Hail Marys with 4 minutes left, because a good head coach will do that. He'll prepare his guys. So, but I get back to Kyle. You're not going to find a better play caller. I mean, I love the stuff that Dayball did. He's new. We know what he's done, and Sean and everybody. But when it comes to the run game and attacking defenses and the precision in which he does so, within his philosophy, which is outside. I mean, he learned from the best, and y'all know that. And I was with his dad there in San Francisco for a couple of years under George Schieffer. George's second year, I think. So Mike knows, Kyle knows, he's great, absolutely outstanding at attacking defenses, and he knows the importance of details. Let's go to the Green Bay game, which I think you referenced to. How'd they win that game in Green Bay last year? They blocked a kick.
Yep.
They blocked a punt. How you going to beat Aaron Rodgers? You got to do that stuff.
Right.
And so, look at the big picture. Just don't get frustrated. You got quarterback injuries. You got a young quarterback to bring along. You got new guys at new positions. And what's out of his control. And he probably never say this because coaches have to adjust as the rules change. But those first 2 weeks, and now week 3. I mean, they just were all over the map, and that's because of. You say 3 preseason games? No, it's 2. And some of these guys don't even play in the preseason. And so there's a warm-up time. And so things will settle down here in the next couple of weeks. People realize what they got and, where their strengths and weaknesses are and settle into things. And then as soon as you do that, you get somebody hurt, and then you can start over. So, anyway, did I use up all of our time?
No. No, it's great stuff,
Yeah.
Jeff Fisher joining us on 95.7 The Game, head NFL coach for 22 years. He was in Houston, Tennessee, St. Louis, and L.A. Let me ask you this, Jeff. 49ers went to the NFC Championship with Garoppolo last year. Somewhere along the line, they decided to make a quarterback switch to Trey Lance right before training camp. They said, you know what? Let's bring Jimmy Garoppolo back as a backup. What was your first thought when you saw that the 49ers were doing that? Because it was a little surprising.
Well, I thought it was brilliant for them to pull it off.
Really?
I mean, what better guy could you have as a backup than your starter? When we know quarterbacks are going to go down and young quarterbacks are going to struggle. Okay? So who's gonna bail you out when that happens? You better have a backup, and what better guy? Now, I mean, I think you look too hard at Jimmy's, a bad game here or there, a bad decision here, what he does well or what he doesn't do well. The fact of the matter is he got him some pretty cool places, and so he must be pretty good. So to think that you have a backup quarterback that's committed and bought into, at least for this year, stepping in and going, yeah, that gives you a chance. So I don't know specifically what Lance's interest situation is, but, hey, every head coach is going to want to, even though Jimmy was pretty much was Kyle's guy, you want to do the research, you want to do everything, you want to go out and get the guy that fits where you want to be in 2 or 3 years. It's not the guy who wants to fit now. It's 2 or 3 years. Okay, he's got a guy with legs. He's got a guy with mobility. That's where it's going. That's where his dad believes in that. It's an extra man on offense, by the way. When you got a quarterback that can run around from a defensive perspective, it's a headache. And so, and not that Jimmy can, but I think it's a great situation. I mean, has that happened before? You put a starter down and he's your backup, and then you go with a new guy, and then all of a sudden, bang, your starter's back on the field. It's good for your locker room. It's good for everything.
Coach, let me ask you this, because I know you coached the late great.
No, I don't mean to interrupt you, but what other options were there? Who's out there right now that you would be happy about starting for the 49ers?
Oh, no, you're right.
Yeah, they would have had to go with Brock Purdy.
Yeah. You're right, Coach.
Who's their 3 now, and he's the last player drafted.
And he may be a good player,
right?
But you just that's a good deal there,
Coach. To that point, let me ask you this though, because you played. Do you think Jimmy's feeling some type of way that they chose, a guy from North Dakota State that was unknown, and Jimmy had the skins on the wall of 2 NFC championship games, a Super Bowl, and then you bring him back? I'm telling my partner and the fans, we're taking calls, Coach, to where I'm like, how would you feel and have handled that?
Let me put it to you this way, okay? If Jimmy does feel the way you just described, and that's a personality and a character trait, there's no way with those traits he would ever got to where he is now. So the answer's no. I mean, I don't mean to say it, but the lower your give a shit factor, excuse my language, at some positions in the NFL on the field on Sunday, the better you're going to play. And so you need some of that, and because Jimmy knows he's confident. He knows he'd go play for somebody else and do well. And Jimmy's not the one sitting there saying, and I'm not saying this is the case, but there are quarterbacks that have come through this league that have bought into and come in the league and left the league and died by that square peg in a round hole theory where I never got the right chance because they didn't know how to use me right.
Wow.
The bottom line is Jimmy's productive in that offense. No, he doesn't do everything right, and they have to probably change some things. But Kyle knows what he can do, and Jimmy knows what he can do. That's a good deal right there. So, and you don't know about these guys could be, they could be drinking, Merlot at night after meetings in the office, game planning together. You don't know that, but I think it's a great situation, and you guys didn't call me to calm you guys down, but relax. It's still early.
That's good stuff, Jeff. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Thanks for taking the time.
We'll talk anytime. You guys take care.
All right, that's Jeff Fisher, 22 years ahead of NFL
ball
coach.
Wow.
It's always nice when somebody who knows the game parrots something that I've been saying. It's always nice.
Oh, wow. Chop that up. He said Jimmy don't give a damn. Man.
Did we get that?
Yeah, no,
by the way. No, it's see, I'm kind of where he is right now. Because I said Jimmy Garoppolo, what'd you think? And he said genius.
But that's too strong.
Well, but we don't know it's too strong yet.
Genius is you would have knew it was going to happen.
We have to let it play out. You may not agree with it, but if Jimmy Garoppolo and the 49ers win a Super Bowl, it's genius.
Which I wouldn't fall out of my chair, Steiny.
Well, that's genius.
Football reasons wise. But what's the genius part of it? Jimmy had surgery, and that's why there was no line. I'm not hating Kyle for like, what was it? What was the bad part for Kyle? Oh, I got to go back to something I basically broke up with and sent the message that I need something better. So do we give Kyle credit for saying I can deal with that every day now?
Yes.
Looking at Jimmy.
Yes.
But the genius part, you don't get genius label from me on that.
Why?
Because you backed into that. Because Jimmy had nowhere to go and Jimmy needed a job. Now, genius is when our rookie's going to go down in week 2. Nah, that's why I won't call it. You got lucky. And you finessed it to where Jimmy liked you enough to come back.
What if I said to you, you know what, Goo? And I've been saying this, they didn't finesse it. They never wanted to trade him. They were asking for way too much. They knew it after he got his surgery. John Lynch saying, hey, anybody want Garoppolo? Give me a first and a second. Well, hit the pike. That means you don't want to trade him.
Okay, so
if you're asking for
I'm not mad at
crazy
that theory,
stuff.
But if that's the case, Steiny,
I'm not saying they planned it. I'm not saying they planned it.
And then my point was going to be, are they paying for it now that Jimmy's not in ball shape? Like if the genius part of it would, hey Jimmy, this is what we got you doing, he wouldn't be behind.
Maybe, but
because it's just all I'm
about,
wondering, like Cam said it, Steiny, this Ram game is going to be tough.
Of course it is. It's the Rams. It's the NFL.
So So the whole ownage thing is out the window for you because I know it wasn't a regular season game. They beat you in the playoffs. They came back, then they went and won the Super Bowl. Like they win this. Hey, we beat those Niners 2 in a row. Yeah, one was playoff, one was.
Yeah, I don't think they have the Niners number.
No,
at all.
No, the other way around. The Niners feeling like it's something to them.
That would be stupid.
Okay, and that's how I feel.
I mean, the you know what? Let me ask you a question. Would you rather be 1-6 or 6-1 in the last 7?
with the NFC Championship dub.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, San Jose Jazz fan says, Jeff Fisher says, you look too hard at Jimmy Garoppolo. Meaning, you pick him apart too much, guys.
Well, what is he going to say tomorrow? Like, I know we got a Thursday night game. I'm going to watch it, but no.
It's not going to be as exciting as you think. Like, what do you think he's going to say?
Oh, no, I don't watch stuff like reality TV. Well, I don't want it to be that.
Why can't you wait till Jimmy Garoppolo, the most boring quarterback in the NFL?
And I got to give credit to our Dibs for that. The teenage bucking.
How's that going to manifest?
He's got enough because Kyle's going to hear him buck. And it's all about, is he going to
Kyle doesn't pay attention to the noise.
Or is he going to little buck or no buck? But if he buck a lot, then we got something. And I was right.
Buck a lot. You think? Do you really think?
Well, no.
Garoppolo's coming out and say, you know what? We got to fix this playbook.
This one you should tell me to take a play off.
I think you should.
Producer Kyle chimed in and said Matt Barrows got to Jimmy today and asked him about it.
Exactly.
And he said, I say a lot of things on the.
I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah. So he took the presidential way. Yeah.
What'd you think he was going to say? You know what?
Goo, this will not sit well with me. From the Comcast business text line 510, Goo has low-key become a hater the past couple.
I agree.
Now, why would you say?
510, I agree with you.
Why are you smiling? Because it's bothering me. Like, why would you smile? And you would agree how?
You know, it's you want to lambaste and to rip and to denigrate and because it's fun, especially now.
Fun.
It's fun after a loss. It's fun, but
dude, that was
you hate
a barely loss.
You think Garoppolo stinks. The offensive line's in shambles. Oh, my God, Elijah Mitchell's hurt again.
That was something I've been telling you since it went down. I'm just tired of everybody walking around here in the Bay saying another 49er injury to a star player is nothing to look at. Trent Williams on line 1.
He's a lineman. You can't be a star if you're an offensive lineman.
I know what you're doing.
Get the pike.
Dude, put up some points.
Yeah, 510. You know,
I ain't been
510. Hussein Goo's become low-key
people giving me love.
510. Let me tell you something. There's something about Guru. We got to put our finger on it before the end of the week.
That you don't know. I'm maturing.
What do you think it is?
Not even the fact you don't know.
It's not your maturing.
Yeah, it is.
You're becoming more infuriating, actually.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't stand this.
No, but
I can't stand that you get to rant and rave and then say, oh, but they're going to the playoffs.
That's being real. The guys on TV faking. Hey, here, what's this paper? This is what you're going to say. Stick by it. We don't do that here.
I know, and that's confounding because I don't know what you're going to say.
Yeah.
Everything you've said, I don't know what to make of.
You should know me by now.
I do, and you're as perplexing as ever.
I love you.
absolutely perplexing.
Who you got tonight?
Who's playing? Who we got?
Cincinnati, Miami or Cincinnati? Well, Cincinnati, 1-2.
Everybody thinks Cincinnati because they're at home and it's a short week.
Yeah, or Miami could go 4-0.
McDaniel.
He's
great.
Dude, man.
He's great.
Yeah.
But, I mean, like, we didn't even mention his game.
People calling me objective is the word.
He's little Kyle Shanahan's security blanket.
What if they got to 6-0? You think that would get louder?
Mike McDaniel.
I didn't even know who he was.
Look at Kyle struggling without his security blanket.
That ain't
Look at a blanket.
He's like going to be out there
Monday.
Monday.
Pigpen. Carrying around that.
You know who that's
Linus
Tarico. Pigpen went to the one hair up on top. Looked like LeBron a little bit, but Tarico's
Hey, by the way, did you see LeBron buying Major League Pickleball?
No, I was not going to say he had hair. He did. That picture of him ball.
I'm telling you,
pickleball.
We blew it. We should have gotten involved. We should have invested years ago. I saw it
They
coming.
need to pay homage to tennis, though. Give something back. Because you just ripped it off.
Now, you just said something to say something there.
Pretty much.
You don't believe it? You don't even know what you're saying.
I do. I don't like
Why
it's
do they
taken
have
off.
to pay
ripped
homage?
off from tennis. Okay, you condensed
So
it.
did ping pong.
I love ping pong. Played it in Santa Clara with Lil D. They got one outside his... Dude, that's a fascinating game.
What is?
Ping pong. When they hit
It's not a fascinating game. It's
Have you seen those guys hit it like 9 miles an hour?
I used to be great at ping pong.
What happened? You quit?
Who plays it when
you're
they're 38? Yeah, see, you know what? This is 650.
People calling me objective.
You're a little like Jimmy Garoppolo. You just you're frisky, you're saying anything and everything, and you don't care about the blowback.
That is definitely not on the mark.
650, Trent's the best player. How's he not a star? No linemen are stars.
You just hate that.
Tony Mandarich was the biggest star.
No, Munoz.
There's been
Munoz
one. No, somebody was much better than Munoz.
Okay, if
Joe Thomas.
Okay, but
Joe Thomas
no
is
shame
the
in
best
that.
lineman
Larry
that's
Allen.
ever played.
Larry Allen.
He's second to Joe Thomas.
Why, is that how you really got it ranked?
Yes, Joe
What
Thomas
about
is
Munoz, Steiny? He was a beast.
He was a beast, but Joe Thomas, oh my God.
We should give our lineman rankings
Did I
tomorrow.
tell you I spent a Super Bowl with Joe
that's
Thomas?
Why you're saying I forgot. Yeah.
How much we got here?
There we go.
Got about 1 minute here, guys.
So what do the guys after us have?
They got Kevin Harlan calling the Monday Night Football game for Westwood 1 at 3:45.
I thought you were going to say Kevin Hart.
Oh, man.
And everybody was saying.
I love Kevin Hart.
Yeah. They say you look like him.
That's what
Tracy Morgan.
Now get Now E.
Which is the small one? The short
we
guy.
know it's Denzel.
How much time we got?
Got 30 seconds.
Oh, gosh.
It's all good, baby. We got Warriors tonight. You won't
They got
be
it
up.
this morning.
Oh, well. They're in China. Japan. Okay.
How much we got?
Yeah, y'all are, wow. Y'all dirty,
Hey,
man.
you guys got to admit, out there in the Bay Area, this was a hell of a show.
You're great.
Talk to you on the other side.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world. Right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Why does Comcast Business power more businesses than any other provider? It has technology solutions that put you ahead, like the fastest, reliable network and serious savings. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on RootMetrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
Have you ever hired a commercial painting company, then been stuck managing your own project? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. We know how busy you are and that you need professional painters who are actually professionals. My team has the experience, training, and credentials to get the job done. If you've been waiting for the right time to paint, this is it. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse. Hey guys, Mike Valenti for Cash the Ticket podcast. If you like sports betting or if you just like sports, it's the podcast for you. We try to cover all the big games and maybe some of the games you didn't even know were important, give you some angles, pick some winners, have a good time, and hopefully help you meander through college and pro football season. So join us a couple times a week to get all your information you need to bet the games that you watch. It's Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Oh, welcome. We got a great show for you this Thursday afternoon. I believe the correct term for the inventory is front-loaded because we've got George Sedano, Mr. Los Angeles, joining us at 3:30. One of the great voices in all sports, Kevin Harlan, is going to join us at 3:45, and that's the guest list, boys and girls, because we got an awful lot to talk about. Not only is it still football season, which I'm sure you're all well aware of, it's actually still baseball season, and something Historic officially happened last night. Jacques Peterson. No, I'm just kidding. Aaron Judge finally did it, boys and girls. He's tied Roger Maris. Now, hopefully, we don't have to wait another 7 games, Ray, for him to pass Roger Maris, because I don't think any of us need that.
I don't know what we needed to begin with, but all the people who got enraged by the number of times he was walked, they don't remember the Bonds chase when he got walked 240 times.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who don't remember things about long history, recent history, or even yesterday's game. So we got an awful...
Fortunately, one of the people who does remember history is Aaron Judge.
He does remember history. Well, and here's the thing, too. Even if you don't remember history, all you got to do is look up the record books. There it is. You know, I don't mind that Roger Maris Jr. is out there defending his dad. I think there's a way to defend his dad without crapping all over what is indeed the Major League record. I mean, it's not. There's nothing to debate. There's nothing to debate. Had Bud Selig wanted to stop Barry Bonds from passing the all-time home run record, he could have. He chose not to. He was so devoid of leadership in that moment. All he did was put his hands in his pockets. I was there in San Diego the night that he did it. So I just don't want to hear another word about what is and isn't the record when I definitely saw it with my own 2 eyes and nobody's been refunded their ticket prices for the imaginary home runs that actually didn't happen. It all really happened, Ray.
Yeah, it's fascinating the way that baseball has tried to wall all of that off and failed miserably and pointed out, its own central failings by doing it. I mean, people are remembering the steroid era now, mostly because baseball keeps bringing it up by not bringing it up. It just, until they can come up with a comprehensive list of every player who was and every player who wasn't, then they've got nothing to tell us about who's clean and who isn't. And until they start returning that money, they don't get to say they were against it because they were in it up to their eyelids.
Yeah, I just, there's not much to talk about, yet it seems to be plenty left to talk about because a lot of people need to be set straight. On our YouTube chat, our chatters are underway. Definitely the dumbest among the chatters right now is a guy named MDK1 who says, Damon, it's not historic. You're too stupid to know who history is. What Aaron Judge did is indisputably, by the most rudimentary of sports fans, historic. You know what's happened in baseball? Everything, lots of times. Just about everything. Everything that could happen in a baseball field has happened a million times on a baseball field. The number of human beings who have gone north of 60 home runs, 6. 6 human beings have hit 60 home runs or more. To try to say what Aaron Judge did last night isn't historic, you completely have disqualified yourself from any adult sports conversation that we're ever going to have going forward. You must be new here. You must be a teenager. You must be someone whose father did not raise them right in the house of sports. I mean, there have been more members of the Grateful Dead than there have been human beings who have hit 6 home runs.
60.
Yeah, there have been 6 human beings.
Yeah, 6 home runs.
I mean, look at it this way: we go on and 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 on about a perfect game. A perfect game. Every single time a perfect game happens, that's history. I mean, what have we had? Like 250,000 Major League Baseball games. There have only been 37 perfect games. 6.
Why are you yelling?
Do you understand that 6 is more impressive as a group of happenings in a baseball game than even what we all think is the holy grail of pitching? If perfect games are the holy grail of pitching, 60 home runs is the holy grail of slugging. Anyone absolutely anyone who would dispute that, don't you dare call yourself a Giants fan. You're too stupid to ever talk about Barry Bonds. The only people who sound dumber, by the way, than the people saying, well, 61 is a home run record, and then 62 it's not it. He's only sixth all time in terms. I like to congratulate Aaron Judge on being the sixth most home run ever hit in a single season. The only people who sound dumber than that are Giants fans trying to explain that Aaron Judge hasn't done anything impressive yet because he's still 13, 12 home runs short of Barry's record. You're nincompoops. You're literally bootlicking nincompoops if that's what you think. So luckily, this show is here for you today. We will make you smarter. And if you refuse to become smarter, I will come to your home and I will beat you over the head with the reality that what Aaron Judge did last night is all day and night long historic. Don't ever talk about sports if you can't admit to that. You've disqualified yourself.
First of all, everything is history. That's the definition of history.
That sentence was history.
Yes. Secondly, even by a narrow definition, he has hit as many home runs as any player in American League history. And as long as there is a separation between the two leagues, even if it's just ephemeral at this point, that's still a thing. What I think people object to is the way baseball has tried to turn it into a massive event in the absence of other massive events this year. But technically, it is history. And for getting weird about it, all you've done is take their bait.
The value of 60 home runs in society has definitely declined. I mean, Aaron Judge did this last night. Right now, I don't even believe it's on ESPN's front page anymore, or it's over deep down in the other headlines section. I mean, the thing didn't even get 12 hours in the top news story in the news cycle in sports. So you want to talk about, do people care about baseball as much as they used to? Just based on the reaction to this, the answer is conclusively no. People do not care about baseball as much as they used to. I remember the entire world sitting on the edge of their seat waiting for home runs and historic home runs to happen in 1990. What was that, 7, 6? What was it? What was it? The Bonds thing.
The Bonds thing?
98? What was that?
Oh, no, it was 20 years ago.
That's not the answer I'm looking for.
Well, I'm confused.
No, the world stopped for Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa at-bats.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, in 1998.
The world stopped to watch Barry Bonds continuing to climb past all the historic milestones. This is like the world can't even be bothered talking about it for 15 minutes.
Well, all history has a much shorter shelf life, in large part because of the internet. I mean, that's true. I mean, the leading baseball story in the ESPN stack right now is Jays clinch playoff berth thanks to Orioles' loss. News always churns. And truthfully, once he hit the 61st home run, he'd hit it. You know, it doesn't have a whole lot of shelf. Most stories don't have a whole lot of shelf life. The Myles Garrett auto accident had a shelf life of 1 day.
Well, but nothing happened. He's okay. He wrecked his car. He's fine. But I could see why that wouldn't be a story for very long.
I'm just saying it's got, all the photos and everything doesn't last very long.
Right.
You've got it. What's the second day story on Aaron Judge's home run? He hit it. Yeah, we knew that yesterday. Is there something else? Well, a guy named Frankie Lasagna apparently dropped the ball.
Which is, I don't know what's more amazing, that there is a Frankie Lasagna actually living amongst us, or that the Frankie Lasagna at the Yankees game is actually a Toronto Blue Jays fan.
Yeah, and has a French surname. It's not Lasagna. That's just his nickname.
Laison?
Yeah.
Francois Laison?
I think they described it as Frank. They didn't say Francois. But, no, it's...
I mean, if you're going to give me a French surname, I got to give you a little ça plan pour moi.
You're in charge of your own impulses.
I had to do that.
But, I mean, it's the thing about Aaron Judge's accomplishment is that it's not interesting history now. It's a day old, and we don't tolerate a day old thing. I mean, that's just a fact. You know, he did it. It's noteworthy.
Okay,
He
and why are we?
noted it
So why are we talking about lip reading 6 days later, Ray?
because we have the attention span of the lunatics. I mean, I don't know why we're talking about lip reading 6 days later.
Well, Kyle was talking about that today, so I'm sure we will hear from him and talk about it a little bit later on. We got an awful lot to get going.
Nice segue, by the way.
Thank you very much. We got tons to get into here. This is good times. We got an awful lot of stuff to get into. We have 2 great guests coming up later this hour. George Sedano and Kevin Harlan. We're going to get into the Rams game coming up on Monday night, and Week 4 of the NFL officially begins tonight. Here we go. Oh, by the way, MDK1 says you're welcome for your content. Yeah, you don't provide anything, MDK1. You've already weighed in. You don't like the show, so go screw yourself. We don't even need you out there. What do you think of that, tough guy? Don't mess with me today. Don't mess with me today.
Yeah, you will.
I will strangle you, Ratto. I will strangle that guy. I will strangle Grandy. I'm ready. Okay. Somebody needs to get hit today. I feel like somebody needs to get hit on the show today.
Well, Grandy's part-time, so you can't do that. But Lucas is always available for that.
Get in here.
Also, everyone stay on YouTube. We need all the numbers we can get.
We can
So then, Lucas,
we
you
go
have to
with
come
one less.
into the studio so that you can be strangled.
We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Download the Odyssey app, baby.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans. When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Hey everybody, Damon Roberts from Sports Investors Weekly letting you know that Paul Nolan, Jimmy Taggs, and myself will be here every Saturday and Sunday morning at 8 a.m. to break down all the best bets in college and pro football. Want to get involved right now? Text NFL to 313131 and get today's best bet absolutely free. That's text NFL to 313131 right now and get today's best bet absolutely free. And make sure you join us every Saturday and Sunday for Sports Investors Weekly.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. Fruits and vegetables are very environmentally friendly foods. Make them even more friendly by eating them in season and choosing produce that is local and organic. Shopping at farmers markets are a great way to do both, and you can also start growing fruits and vegetables in your own garden. Even if you live in an apartment, you can start with a few potted plants. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage Card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
This is Loyalty Lab Interview 6. Subject, grandmother's loyalty. Margie, what do you do when your grandson misbehaves?
Angels don't misbehave.
Here we study the most loyal, like you and... Oh, there goes the lamp.
Shouldn't have put it there.
Shell and the Fuel Rewards program has our members' backs too. It's super easy to save on every gallon. Loyal, just like how you acted like that wasn't his fault.
Someone should clean that up before he gets hurt.
Yes! Loyal, just like that.
10 years of FR.com. Terms and conditions apply.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
And the payoff. There goes the deep left. It is high. It is far. It is gone. Number 61. He ties Roger Maris for the American League single-season record with 61 home runs. It's a two-run Judgian blast. Here comes the Judge. A two-run blast, and the Yankees take a 5-3 lead on number 61 for Judge.
John Sterling with the call on WFAN, and poor Frankie Lasagna had a nice chunk of change slip right through his fingers into the Toronto Blue Jays bullpen. That's where that landed. Of all places, it lands with a group of major leaguers that are probably just going to easily just walk up to Aaron and say, congratulations, here's your ball. Or, you know, what if you're a September call-up? What if you're just starting to look at your major league clock and you're thinking, well, this Christmas come early right here. I think I'm putting this thing on eBay.
Yeah, that would be hilarious, but I think it's considered bad form.
I think it is too.
I remember when Henry Aaron hit 715, hit it into the Braves bullpen, and Tom House caught it, the later pitching coach.
Yeah,
and just
here you go.
That's it. You don't barter. If you've got a number that somebody wants, you can barter that.
It's like a watch, usually an expensive watch.
Usually a $50,000 expensive watch.
Yeah, at that point, that price point.
A grandfather clock on your arm.
Yeah, you could talk about a car at that price point, let's be honest. But look, that's Major League history. 60 home runs is officially special, and there's just nothing to debate about that. And even if Barry Bonds had the syringe of the steroids that he used bouncing off his fanny as he circled the bases, that's nothing to sneeze at. It's still amazing that it happened.
The truth is he did it. And the fact is it still stands today. And when you start trying to polish up history or eliminate things you don't like from history, then you're lying to people.
Right. It's the people who say, well, that offends me.
Okay.
Sure. Well, just because you're offended by something doesn't make you right.
It's just, or it doesn't mean that it didn't exist.
Right.
I mean, World War II was a series of crimes against humanity, but it existed.
It happened. It officially happened.
So,
steroids, greenies, cocaine, LASIK eye surgery.
I don't know that cocaine was a performance enhancer. It might be an experience enhancer, but it didn't make you a better player by and large.
Don't tell that to Villanova.
I don't know if they took that as part of their we can beat Georgetown if we're just high on powder. LSD was a performance enhancer once.
Once, but only once.
Once that we know of.
Every era, live ball era, dead ball era, steroid era, 3 outcome era, through all of it. Only 6 human beings have ever hit 60 home runs. So it's even hard to do for cheaters. There you go. There you go. We have an awful lot to get into today. A lot coming up on the 49ers. I've been rethinking things and kind of re-examining a few things. And we'll get into what the experiment is going to tell us. George Sedano, who is Mr. Los Angeles, is going to join us talking a little bit about this 49ers-Rams game coming up on Monday Night Football. And later this hour, one of the absolute best, Kevin Harlan. But Ray has just found something out that I did not know about. And he said, have you heard about this UFC fight night coming up? And I got to tell you, Ray and I sit around here and we talk sports on the air, off the air, and never once have you brought up any UFC anything. And I got to be honest, I'm not much of a UFC guy.
I'm less of a UFC guy than you are.
Fair enough. What about this UFC event does the audience need to know about? Because it's that freaking obnoxious if this is true.
Yeah. All right, I'm just going to read the AP story, or chunks of the AP story.
Go right ahead.
The UFC, which is Dana White's outfit,
yes,
will stage a 13-bout fight night card at the Apex Gym on its corporate campus in Las Vegas on Saturday night, but no fans or reporters will be there. Apparently, one of the fighters in the main event, a strawweight named Mackenzie Dern.
Strawweight. I never even heard of strawweight.
It's below flyweight.
Okay.
It's the lowest weight class there is. Said at a media availability on Wednesday that Mark Zuckerberg, the Facebook co-founder,
heard of him,
has rented out the whole event. This is a quote from Dern now. He says, I know he'll be there, but I don't know if it's just like literally him and his wife, if he's going to have friends, or if it's just like a small party. Basically, he bought out the gym, and nobody gets to see it except him and his invitees.
Was this supposed to be a pay-per-view event? Did they cancel a pay-per-view event?
So one piece that is important to note, the Apex Arena, this is where they used to have fights during the pandemic when they weren't expected to have fans anyway. So the maximum capacity is only a couple hundred anyways, if that, maybe like 100.
Now, somebody here on the text line, for what it's worth, says Dana White's already come out and said that this is a fake story. Like immediately after AP went with it, Dana White said this is not true.
Well, then he's got to talk to his fighter, because I don't know what the fighters got to gain by saying that Zuckerberg bought out the gym. And Dana White's relationship with the truth is occasionally fleeting. I believe it's true, and I believe that this is the reason.
If you walked up to me and said, guess who the one person to buy out a UFC event was, I would never get to Mark Zuckerberg in my guesses. If you gave me a million guesses, Zuckerberg wouldn't be one of them, because that guy doesn't look like he's into physical altercations. He just doesn't look like he's one of those guys.
Well, weirdly enough, according to the story, which Dana White denies, Zuckerberg is a well-known MMA fan who has trained in the sport. Now, I don't know how well-known that is if nobody that we know knew it, but apparently he dabbles in this.
So you tell me Zuckerberg is like a nerdy badass?
Or just a nerdy guy who likes badasses. I would have guessed Elon Musk.
Yeah, I would have absolutely come around and guessed Elon Musk. But Zuckerberg training UFC style fights, I'm sure it's great exercise. It's a great way to stay in
That's
shape.
probably what it is. I don't know that he would allow somebody to kick his ass that way.
I mean, what would be his weight class? Gigabyte?
I don't know.
That's a
Strawweight is 115.
Did you enjoy that tech joke, Ray?
It was delicious. In fact, your wife is at home laughing her ass off right now.
Man, all right. Mark Zuckerberg. You don't do an awful lot that I like. As a matter of fact, I think you are one of the fundamental building blocks of a declining society. But at the same time,
he's a competitor.
Okay. I had no idea. Pretty obnoxious. If true, that's pretty obnoxious. You know what would be great if Mark Zuckerberg bought that out and then he gave a whole bunch of Los Angeles-based boys and girls clubs a chance to come on out and watch or something like that. I don't even. Is it appropriate to invite boys and girls clubs to a UFC night? I don't even know.
Well, I don't know what's appropriate or not, but we'll find out. What we need to find out if we care enough to look on Monday and find out whether there were people or reporters or television cameras or anything there.
All right. Apparently someone said that Zuckerberg talked about MMA on the Joe Rogan podcast. Are we sure that just Zuckerberg wasn't trying to suck up to Joe Rogan and try to be cool since his whole metaverse thing is getting mocked from pillar to post?
I'm pretty sure that Joe Rogan would be talking to Mark Zuckerberg because Rogan thinks it's cool.
Maybe. I don't know.
Let me see. One guy is one of the richest people in the universe.
Yeah, the other guy is one of the richest
runs
people
a
in the
popular podcast.
Is one of the richest people in the media universe.
You know what? Mark Zuckerberg puts his feet up on Joe Rogan
Of course
in a
he
million
does.
ways, and I don't think Joe Rogan...
Right, but no.
Joe Rogan understands power, and he knows how to suck up to it. So
There is no doubt in my mind that Mark Zuckerberg would give away half of his fortune to even for a minute be talked about in the same sort of that guy's pretty cool, the way that people talk about Joe Rogan. Not that I'm saying Joe Rogan's cool, but anyway, this has got nothing to do with the show today, but that's an interesting story for sure.
It got us to 3:30.
Ray, I'm not looking to kill time. Time is valuable. I do not want to waste it. As a matter of fact, I can see we're not going to be wasting our good friend George Sedano's time. Are we getting him on the phone right now? Is that about to happen? You let me know, Grandy, when indeed that happens. In the meantime, here's Steve in San Francisco. Hello, Steve. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call today.
You got it.
You got into that Joe Rogan thing and it threw me off. But I wanted to talk about...
It threw me off. I got to be honest with you.
It's good for the show.
I want to talk about the 61 home run thing. And I'm 61 years old, and I grew up in San Francisco during the 70s when baseball was like king to me. I mean, baseball players are gods, you know.
Yeah.
But I knew one thing from that age up until my ripe old age now. 61 home runs is a huge deal. It's just a huge deal. I mean, you put it in perspective when you said 6 people have it, but 61 home runs is a huge deal. And I don't know who it was that said that it wasn't, but 61 home runs is a huge deal.
I'll tell you who said it, Steve. Steve, someone who doesn't have your perspective and your experience. 61 not being a big deal is literally it's something that only someone too young and too inexperienced in life would actually say.
Well, it's the wrong argument.
It is. Let's have Steve keep going here.
Okay.
Steve, keep going, buddy.
It was 61 home runs, right? And I'm 61. This is a good omen. I'm going to play lotto today. But here's another thing. We were talking about the steroid thing earlier, or you guys were talking about it, and I remember after that strike when the Sosa and McGuire little chase of the record was going on, and baseball really tried to put that in the forefront. They knew what was going on. They knew that there were steroids going on, and they wanted this to bring baseball back and people back to baseball. So,
100%.
So other people,
100%. Look, steroids were in baseball because that's where Bud Selig wanted them. I can't say it any other way. And then he turned around and played the shame game with an entire generation of players and then waltzed into the Hall of Fame as the man who presided over the steroids era. It's why Bud Selig, to me, is one of the all-time sports villains, true sports villains, that we've had in my lifetime. Can't stand the guy.
Clearly. But the whole steroid thing, though, it's a statement about a commissioner, the limits of a commissioner's power. He might not have been happy about it. I don't think he was. But every time that performance-enhancing drugs were introduced as part of collective bargaining, both the players and the owners got rid of it as an issue right away because they only view collective bargaining as an argument about money. And the fact that baseball made money, the owners made money out of the steroid era, said they were okay with it. And the only reason it changed, and the only reason why Bud Selig changed on it, was because Washington started to complain. George Mitchell, who was, he had some throw weight in the Senate, just said, we're going to look at your antitrust exemption. Now that's money too. So basically, the bank is open, baseball's fine with this stuff. All of a sudden, the bank looks like it might get closed, baseball's got to perform its
it found morality real quick, didn't it?
So we could dismiss all of those arguments. But the truth is, whatever happened, however Barry Bonds achieved 73 home runs and 755 home runs, is almost irrelevant because everybody in baseball signed off on it and are signing off on it now. The only people who are making a thing about it are people who, A, are still moralists about it, or B, people who are looking to gin up interest in baseball. Because, and we talked about this earlier in the week, if Aaron Judge played for the Milwaukee Brewers, there wouldn't be the same amount of noise. A lot of this is about where he plays and who he plays for.
I mean, where we are now, but I remember, because it happened, I think, when I was in college, Cecil Fielder was the first guy to go 50 in a really long time. And the Detroit Tigers are hardly some big national brand, and that was a really big deal. Cecil Fielder hitting 50 home runs was a big deal when I was in college.
Okay, but
baseball just played a bigger role.
Exactly. That's exactly the point I was going to make, which is baseball 25 years ago had some throw weight.
More gravitas than it does now.
Yeah, and I think that's why some people are objecting to the hoopla over the Judge thing. It's not about Judge or what he did. It's about the fact that people are really working this in an attempt to, hey, notice baseball. Well, you got pennant races. You got wild card races. That's what that's there for. And if you need the 61st home run to get more people into the tent, good for you. It's no harm, no foul. But one of the things that most people in sports who follow sports care about is, has something never been done before? And this has been done before. So to a certain extent, they're inflating an impressive achievement and trying to make it more than it actually is, which is an impressive achievement. It's just, we can't have that alone. It's got to be a super duper achievement. And, then you can have an argument about how important you think 61 homers is. But it's one of those things where it's a shifting scale about who's the guy, where's he doing it, what uniform is he wearing? Because if he's doing it in Kansas City, it matters a whole lot less.
Somebody on the text line asked the question, would steroids help NBA players? Absolutely. Absolutely it would. I mean, do steroids help track athletes? An NBA player is essentially a track athlete with a basketball in his hand. It's about running and jumping. And if that can help, and I think more than anything else, steroids is about recovery. It helps you show back up and play at the peak of your performance night after night after night after night. Again, I don't think steroids helped Barry hit balls out of the ballpark. Steroids helped Barry climb back into the batter's box 4 times a night. That's where I think he was the steroids were most beneficial to all major league hitters or all pitchers at that time.
Yeah, pitchers were taking it as well. And there are also many different kinds of steroids for many different kinds of human ailments. One of them is glaucoma.
Right.
Now, if there are steroids that can improve your vision, how is that not helpful?
That's why I said LASIK eye surgery. LASIK eye surgery is performance enhancing. If your argument if your offense is steroids is you're doing something to interrupt the natural decline of the athlete's body, well, your eyes going out on you is part of the natural decline of all of our bodies. But, that didn't bother anybody. Again, we hand select our outrage all the time. All the time.
And if baseball had said all along and showed it with its actions, if we catch you taking PEDs, we're just going to ban you and we're going to call the authorities because it's illegal to do that. It's not just against the rules, it's illegal. If they want to do that, I'll listen to your argument. But I'm not listening to it when you let everybody go, let them play using whatever they wanted to use, took the money that people paid to see that, and then got morality when you were worried about something else.
By the way, guess who we're not going to be listening to? George Sedano just had to cancel. He got stuck. Stuck where? I don't know. But apparently stuck. I hope not in a canyon or anything like that. Like a rock fell on top of him.
Or a hurricane.
Instead of calling, for help, he just checked in with you, Lucas, to let you know he couldn't join us today.
Yeah, I called him. He's in New York doing with NBA stuff. He also has his show at 4 o'clock. He's either going to join us tomorrow or Monday before the game. But he's very kind, very good to us. So
we love George.
He'll make it up.
Look at it this way.
Well,
George,
we hate him right now.
Well, no, George and I know each other well enough, and I know George well enough as a radio lifer to where if he's saying, I can't do something, and he can't join us right before the show starts, he feels bad about it. Whenever I have to pull the plug on another radio person, I feel bad about it. And the good news is the game isn't until Monday night, baby. So, yeah. We will talk to George Sedano either tomorrow or on Monday night. Kevin Harlan will be joining us coming up next. He's got the game on Monday night for Westwood One, and he is one of the great voices in all of broadcasting, for goodness sakes. By the way, Monday, we're going to be live from the Hilton in Santa Clara, right next to Levi Stadium. You can come hang out. You can even sit on Ray Ratto's lap. Steiny Guru, they're going to be there. We will be there on Monday. So we got a big matchup coming up on Monday night. I mean, there's no other way around it. It's a division game. This is a team that really, within the NFC West, it's the one team you plan on chasing. I think these two teams are more focused on chasing each other than they are the Seahawks or the Arizona Cardinals. And we'll see what the hell everything looks like after we're now done with all of our excuses. Jimmy's just getting back into the swing of things. We lost our starting quarterback. It's a freaking monsoon out. What's the weather supposed to be like on Monday? If it's not a monsoon and Jimmy Garoppolo's had plenty of time to practice with the ones, I don't want to hear it. I know that today, Kyle Shanahan and everybody, they're talking about this lip reading thing. And there's enough of a sports talk radio host in me that realizes that there's a segment to do in there and we could have fun with it. Here's how I feel about the whole thing. Shut up, all of you. Beat the Rams. That's all. That's it. That's it. Just shut up and beat the Rams. I don't want to hear another word. I don't want to hear another excuse. I don't want to hear another list of reasons why it didn't happen or isn't happening yet, but trust us all, it's going to happen. Just beat the Rams. That's it. That's all you can do from here on out.
I'm indifferent as to whether they beat the Rams or not, but I am with you that this is much ado about less than nothing. Because if he was complaining about the play calls, he's still the starting quarterback.
Well, look,
and he's still running the plays that they're sending in.
And even if the lip reading was not a whole bunch of people saying these plays suck. Even if the lip reading was 100% verified by the FBI, him saying, F you, Kyle, I hate you every day of my life.
Still doesn't matter.
It still doesn't matter because guys get hot in the field of competition all the time, and you can easily dismiss it. I mean, remember when Draymond Green and Steve Kerr were apparently about to come to blows in the Oklahoma City locker room? Everything's fine. Don't worry about that. That wasn't lip reading. Oh, people were listening through the door. That's how they got that one.
Yeah, and since they were both shouting, it was easy to hear them.
By the way, shout from the mountaintops. We are inside of 12 hours. It's a Warriors basketball. Tips off at 3 a.m. We'll have it live for you here on 95.7 The Game. And then we're going to replay Warriors Wizards from Japan at 6 p.m. after our show tomorrow. Sounds pretty good. We got a huge interview with Kevin Harlan that we're looking forward to. It's always great to have one of the best broadcasters in the business stop on by the show, and he's stomping on by next. We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. It is the #1 rated BMW dealer in the Bay Area. Don't take my word for it, though. Go find out for yourself why. You can book a visit today, bmwfairfield.com. And we are brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Expect a slog between these two NFC teams. I'm Joe Gillier here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Chicago and New York face off on the East Coast this weekend, and the BetQL model is not expecting many points. Both offenses have struggled to score. New York has stayed under the first half total in each of their 3 games. That's where BetQL is looking this weekend. Under 19.5 in the first half between Chicago and New York is a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Gillier. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Join the conversation on 95.7 The Game with the Xfinity mobile text line. Text 888-957-9570.
From the 510, Ray looks great in teal. I think we can all agree. From the 650.
Stop. Don't do this.
Ray Ratto makes me hate sports and life. Love you guys, though. So that, that's nice.
Text the text line at 888-957-9570. Xfinity Mobile. Your wireless, your rules.
This is Michael David from Seattle. I'm 51 years old, and 6 months ago, I started taking Andro 400 to increase my testosterone. Since then, I've lost 35 pounds of fat, and my waist went from size 38 to size 32. I have more energy, and I look and feel 20 years younger. And now my wife tells me I have to take Andro 400.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good? All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
Thanks for the coffee. No problem. With my cash rewards card from Navy Federal Credit Union, I get up to 1.75% cash back. Isn't it 1.5%? Now it's up to 1.75%. That's bigger and better. I bought these scones with my cash back. I love scones. Me too. Scones for everyone.
When you sign up for direct deposit, you can earn up to 1.75% cash back with the Cash Rewards Card. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of a Samsung bespoke laundry set, washing and drying a full load in under an hour, making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. Save up to $1,052 on a new Samsung bespoke laundry set at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Offer valid September 29th through October 19th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Believe it or not, Warriors preseason basketball begins, well, it depends on how you look at it. Is that really late tonight or super early tomorrow? However you feel about 3 a.m., that's tip-off time from Tokyo. Warriors Wizards from Japan at 3 a.m. Friday morning, and then we're going to replay it at a little bit more of a digestible hour for more of the audience at 6 p.m., figuring that'd be a great way to send you into your weekend, which won't have a 49ers game. That happens on Monday night. Normally, I would say, hey, Kevin Harlan, it's going to be great to see you when the Warriors start to bring you back to town, but he's coming to town Monday night for Warriors and Rams on Westwood 1. He is one of the great broadcasters there is. Up high, down hard. Kevin Harlan here on Damon and Ratto. Kevin, thank you so much. It's been a while. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Good to be on with you guys. I cannot believe they're playing preseason basketball already.
Isn't it nuts?
We're going to be there opening night. TNT's got that game, and I'll be there. Watch them get their rings again, which will be fun. But I cannot believe they're playing tonight already.
I know.
I mean, they just started camp. Didn't they just start camp?
They did. They had media day like 5 seconds ago. They got on an airplane, flew to Japan, and said, let's go. Let's throw it up. It's really something else.
Oh, my gosh.
I'll tell you what, Raymond Ritter is going to probably introduce you that night to a much happier Steve Kerr than whatever handler will bring you to your pregame meeting with Kyle Shanahan when you get here on Monday, because Shanahan has officially had it with all of us, maybe even his own quarterbacks at this point, but he has had about a media up to his eyeballs, Kevin, so good luck with that.
You know what? I get it. We're a pain in the butt. We just finished having a Zoom with Russell Wilson, and we've got Denver and Vegas on Sunday for CBS, and so we're doing our some pregame stuff with him and some meetings. And these guys, they're first of all in the NBA. A coach, I think, on game day, Ray, maybe they talk to the media before right after practice. Then they talk to him again before the game. Then they talk to the media that's 3 times in one day that these head coaches, it's no boo-hoo, but I mean, 3 times in one day talking to the media. I mean, that just, I don't know. I mean, it's gotten out of hand.
It's a lot.
Here we're taking, I mean, I don't know. There's just a lot. I just do the game and talk to him once, but I know Shanahan probably is tired. I think they all are, actually. It's never been, the responsibility has never been greater to talk to the media.
Well, I mean, the NBA, they could take out that post-practice thing on game days. That seems to be needless. But it's the illusion that the coach is going to tell you something of substance.
Yeah, that's right.
And even when you guys get your private audiences, I know that they filtered massively so that you're not going to get, you're going to get more than like the average media slob, but you're not going to get anything that you can actually use as, see, this is what's really going on. So I think if I were you, I would just do what I always do and just drink, talk to them, and then go to the game.
Kevin, one of the great lines Steve Kerr ever uttered on this program, because we do a weekly conversation with him, was we were talking about just how media was so omnipresent. He said, Damon, when I was a Chicago Bull, if you wanted to get away from the media, all you had to do was put the Sun-Times down and you were away from the media. That's it.
Yeah.
You put the newspaper down, congratulations. You just got away from the media. So here we are.
I get it. And it is not a, it is nonstop. And we're talking about, the defending champions here. So clearly, people cannot get enough, especially in the Bay Area, cannot get enough of the Warriors and everything else. And the Niners, too. I mean, this is a team that played in the NFC Championship game last year. That they've been good here, and they've got certainly a lot of sparks flying around that team. And, I get it, but, boy, it just seems to be an overload. But I don't think, with everything that's happened on the Internet and talk shows and blogs and everything and podcasts and it is just like today. Well, this week, getting ready for I've got 3 games. I've got the game in Vegas for CBS on Sunday, the game in Santa Clara for the Niners and Rams Monday, and then I got my first NBA preseason game in Chicago Tuesday with New Orleans and the Bulls. And this week alone, 3 podcast invitations, which you can't do it because it's like 45 minutes, and I'm not even I'm a media guy, and yet they just, there's so many things, so many hands out, and so many mouths to feed that anybody's associated with the game or the sport is constantly called, because people have this insatiable appetite for the information. So sometimes it's kind of nice, actually, when we go to a town where, like the Raiders are 0-3. There's not a lot being written about them right now, so it kind of makes your prep easy. And there are no requests from Las Vegas.
Well, thank you so much for meeting our request today. We really, Lucas, stop bothering Kevin Harlan.
You two guys are legends. I'll be on with you anytime. But it's some of these you just don't know. Like, how did you get my number and everything else? But you guys are called too by other stations and podcasts to be on, so I know exactly what you're going through as well. It's a different world we're in media wise right now. It really is.
When you're getting your pregame session or day before sessions with coaches, whether it's basketball or football, how much of what they tell you do you have to filter out, or is the function of your job different to the point where you just go, well, this is what he said, be your own judge?
Well, we get good access. The coaches tell us very, very little. Rarely do you get a player. Now, we had Von Miller the other day. He was pretty good. We did Buffalo and Miami last week, our CBS group at Buffalo and Miami. So we had Von Miller. And he, for the first time, he had 10-year, 11, 12-year veteran. He was very expansive. And sometimes you'll get something out of there that's good. We just finished with Russell Wilson, Bradley Chubb, Pat Surtain for Denver. And we talked to each, I'd say, 10-plus minutes. and I got probably one or two things I'll use from Nathaniel Hackett, and one thing from Surtain, because I think he's learned under these great defensive coaches. He had Saban at Alabama. He had Vic Fangio, and he had his dad who played in the NFL with Miami. So, like, he's had like a PhD in playing defensive back. And then we had Bradley Chubb and talking about playing without Von Miller. And I probably got out of 40 minutes, I probably had three little nuggets that I'll use. What I find more interesting, and I really got this when I work with Doug Collins at TNT, is I listened more to what he was asking and what was interesting to him as opposed to the answer. The answer, it's kind of the same thing, but when I hear his questions, I know now, as his play-by-play partner, like what's interesting to him and what he would be really kind of like into talking about. And that really was a pretty good guide. So when I do Mondays with Kurt Warner, and he'll be on the field and he'll come up and say, I just talked to the quarterback and head coach and whatever. And I hear what, and then he'll talk as we're riding over in the car to the game. What's interesting to my analyst is almost more interesting than what the player or the coach, Ray, has to say. And that kind of serves as more of a guide for me. I think the play-by-play position is getting kind of out of whack. I think the play-by-play guy should be into who's in the personnel, who's in the, because these people that are watching, they know this stuff. They're betting on it. They're in fantasy leagues. They read about it all. Like, they're so into it. They know the backup tight end and the backup tackle and who the swing tackle is and who's the sixth defensive back. Like, they know this stuff. And I think they feel like it's not a service if we don't tell them who's in the game and then reporting, because people sometimes, will tune in late or they'll miss something or they'll go whatever and go, oh yeah, that's right, Wilson threw the touchdown pass, or oh, that's right, Carr was injured, then came back in the game, and that really should be the job of the play-by-play guy. And then get out of the way, be as efficient with the play-by-play as you can, and then let the analyst talk. And if the analyst wants to talk about a conversation he had on these Zooms or in person, that's great. Maybe that's where that fits. And if I can ever set him up because I know something's really under his saddle, like he's ticked off or doesn't like or has really got some strong feelings on something because I heard him ask this question, then I can kind of lead him into it and let him go. But there's so much that's thrown to us that I just kind of feel like you got to turn off the faucet sometime, because like you're just inundated with all this stuff. It's like unbelievable. The NFL is just, it's not, you could really work right up until kickoff, writing notes, putting down tidbits to it. And now your spotting board looks like just like you're reading some kind of foreign language magazine. Like you have no idea what you're reading.
The one and only Kevin Harlan here on 95.7 The Game. He understands. He's a broadcaster. We got a top of the hour. Welcome everyone to your 4:00 hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
So, Kevin, yeah.
I like that.
He is available for weddings and bar mitzvahs, too, if you need someone, Kevin.
I'd use Ray anytime.
Knowing that no coach wants to tip his pitches into what the upcoming game might be, maybe you get a little more information about games that had been played. And I was wondering, while you were talking to your gaggle of Denver Broncos, how much they referred to their win that they just had Sunday night over the 49ers.
Not much. They move on pretty quickly, I find. I mean, they may talk about the last drive that Wilson put together to get the score, and they may talk about the turnovers they forced, it kind of in passing, but it's now these guys, they can switch on a dime, and they are on to the next game. So when Belichick said many years ago, it's on to Cincinnati, that is the battle cry. Looking backwards does nothing for you, and looking forwards except to correct mistakes. And that's the only benefit of what the last game has done. And we rarely talk to anybody who can, talk about, unless you ask about a specific thing. They're so into what's coming up as opposed to what they've just passed that they're not even. It's almost like foolish to go back there and try to revisit what just happened.
All right, since you brought him up, Belichick is as skilled at saying nothing as any coach in the history of sport. Compared to the other guys you talk to, when you get that special time, how expansive is he? Is he about average? Is he as hard to pry anything out of? Do you even get to talk to him much?
We do, and he is. There are two areas that he will talk nonstop, and really, the game plan we've all kind of got is have the other coach talk about the team they're going to play, because you'll get your best scouting report if you do that, as opposed to him talking about his own team, which seems like counter to how we should approach it. But they reveal so little about injuries, who's playing well, what the subs may be. So it's almost better to ask him what he sees on tape, how he's reading the opponent, like what kind of things stand out. And in those answers, you may get kind of an inkling as to how they may attack it. Like they may say, they play zero, or they play, they're bringing five guys every play, or like they'll tip their hand about what they see on the other team far more than they'll give information on their own. And that's Belichick to a T. He will talk endlessly about what he sees, good and bad, about his opponent. And then if you ask him about NFL history. So a lot of times we'll begin by asking him about, Bill, you would have loved this. The other day I was going through O'Hare and saw this 1947 picture of Bronco Nagurski, who was helping, you could think, and like he goes, well, Nagurski, people don't realize that he was a great special teams player, and Nagurski, people don't realize this, but he taught Johnny Lujack how to throw. He'll talk about all this stuff, and it's really, then he's relaxed, and you say, okay, well, tell us about Baltimore. What do you see in their defense? Well, they're playing different now. And he'll be real specific, and those are the notes you take. And then we'll talk to John Harbaugh about New England, and John will say he won't say anything about his team except the superlatives, and then he'll talk endlessly about the New England Patriots. So you kind of do. Those are really kind of the two tacks we take. If you know something kind of is interesting to somebody, and I'm usually working with an analyst who has some kind of history with that coach, and so they'll begin it by saying, hey, have you seen Joe? And I've seen Sam, you've seen Bill, whatever. And then we'll start to say, well, what do you see? What's the tape telling you about the opposition, about this quarterback, about that receiver, about the two safeties? And then they're expansive, and they give you really good stuff because they've watched the tape and they're into it and they know what the game plan is. And sometimes it'll leak out they're kind of weak over at that outside linebacker, and that might be a place where we could do something. But most teams have gone there and they've found success. Like they'll just kind of allude to it without saying exactly what they're going to do. Rarely do they ever tell you what they're going to do, and in NBA or the NFL. So I don't know. That's probably the most productive part of those conversations.
Kevin Harlan coming into town for Monday Night Football. He's going to have the call on Westwood 1. I'm sure we were supposed to ask you a specific question about that game, but I think we're on to some more interesting stuff right here. I think the compliment that I always give about you, Kevin, is I don't know what you're better at. I don't know if you're better at NFL play-by-play or NBA play-by-play or TV play-by-play or radio play-by-play. And if I can't tell the difference, that means you're great at all of it. And I know that when we get into the year, you seamlessly shift between basketball and football when we're in the heart of both of those seasons. Do you need a preseason NBA game in order to get your NBA lungs underneath you? Do you need preseason to get ready for the shift that comes and the tempo that changes, the difference between the way you call an NBA game, the way you call an NFL game?
Well, your words are so kind and appreciated. Thank you, Damon. Coming from you, that is very, very nice. I would say that when one game is over, we're kind of on to the next game too, and not the most difficult going from Sunday TV to Monday Night Radio. I do let about an hour go by before I start digging in deeper into what I did last week on radio. I do a little bit all week long, but I really hit it hard on Sunday night. And but I prepared for at least an hour a day during the week, and then it just accelerates as I get away from the TV game. And then the NBA, it is good to get a game in the preseason in, I think, because the NBA broadcast is so different. The easiest TV basketball to do is college, because the play clock is slower, the play is more deliberate, the shots missed are far more, and it's not like boom, 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 boom. It's like it's perfectly spaced, so you can come in on the final 9 to 7 seconds of a possession and do kind of a harder play-by-play, and then get out. And then the analyst can talk about the made basket or the defense. He can talk about what's coming up on the next thing, add his thing, and he's going to have like 13 to 20 seconds to really put in a cognizant point, and then the play-by-play. So it's got a nice rhythm to it. College, but the NBA is very difficult, and still it's almost patternless, because it happens so fast, and they shoot from so far, and they could shoot at any time, and they're so skilled and so fast, and the clock is shorter, that you've got analysts sometimes talking about made baskets, but that's the play-by-play guy's territory. And so now it's just convoluted, like the whole thing. It's like too hard to do. And what really they should teach is that while the live play-by-play is going on, if an analyst can get out a 5-second comment that really has some teeth to it, great. But until there's a dead ball or a free throw or there's some space, to comment is just getting in the way of the play-by-play guy. And not that I'm selfish in that regard, but I just think that like in football, there's a pattern. There's a efficient play-by-play call, then you get out, and there's the replay, and then maybe a graphic, and now we're back setting up the play, and we get out, and it's 75-25, 75 analysts and 25 play-by-play. And the same is kind of true, more 50-50 probably in college basketball, which is the most comfortable to broadcast. But the NBA is so fast, really what they should have is a radio simulcast, quite frankly, in the NBA, because it's so fast that the analyst on TV can't really get out what he wants during the play. Then there's a score, and then he got him, backpedal, and as you see, so. But it could have been a great dunk or a great three by Steph, and you've missed it because the analyst is talking and doesn't do that play justice. So it's all messed up. Doing the NBA can be very frustrating, I think, for a play-by-play guy. Doing college, when we do the tournament on CBS, when we do the tournament and do college games, it's it makes sense. Longer clock, slower play, fewer skilled players, but there's more to talk about because there's not just constant scoring and who can get to 120 is going to win. Here, you may have like an 80-point game, and you're scratching and clawing with subs, and you've got slower play and more time, and it just gives more breath for the analyst to talk. So, going to a preseason NBA game, I kind of have to readjust and think, all right, here we go. It's gonna be like uncomfortable, and that doesn't leave me. I feel uncomfortable like the whole season. And I've been doing the NBA for 36 years.
Amazing.
And I don't feel any different.
Who better than to teach today's masterclass on broadcasting than the one and only Kevin Harlan? This has been fascinating. I think people are as interested, if not more interested, in the nuts and bolts of how you go about doing your job than athletes are who are doing the jobs in front of you. And look at it this way. We can relate to talking. We can't relate to playing sports like that. So it is wonderful to have you on today. Thank you, as always, for joining us, Kevin. It was great catching up with you, and can't wait to see you against the Lakers opening night at Chase Center. I'll be sure to stop on by.
Yeah, that will be fun. I'm looking forward to that, too. That's a great building, and I've been texting with Steve here the last couple of weeks, and so it's been a lot of fun. I'm getting ready to go see him, and I'm going to enjoy that meeting, and I'm so happy they won the championship last year. They deserved it. They were wonderful.
You're the best, Kevin. Thank you so very much.
Take care. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, right from the 925. Harlan is amazing. This behind-the-scene curtain talk is exactly what I want to hear. I didn't even think we were going to, I was going to ask about, Jalen Ramsey, Deebo Samuel, does he need to worry about tackling him out of the backfield or guarding him more? Who cares? That was really interesting. That was some good inside baseball.
I want CBS to get the NHL deal so he has to do hockey too.
It sounds like he's sick and tired of working a two-man booth in NBA games. Just give Harlan the microphone and get the hell out of the man's way.
It's reminiscent of when Bill King was doing the Warriors in the early 60s. And the only time he ever had a color guy was when he had Hank Greenwald. And even then, you barely remember Greenwald because Bill King worked solo. And Harlan sounds like he's nostalgic for days that, frankly, he's never had. Because he said he's been doing the NBA for, 35 years? 36 years?
36 years.
And every year it's a battle to get a word in edgewise.
Unbelievable conversation with Kevin Harlan.
He should be saying shut the hell up on the air a lot more.
Great job, by the way, Lucas, but don't bother him again. He's getting too many requests. That was awesome. Thanks so much to Kevin for stopping on by. When
Call
we
him
come
back
on
in
back,
half an hour.
We will get into a little bit of lip-reading gate, and we will get more into the fact that the 49ers have had a quarterbacking problem since the day Kyle Shanahan got here. Is he the right guy to fix it? Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Willie Nelson and family are on the road again, live in concert.
On the road again.
With the Avett Brothers.
There ain't no man can save me.
Black Pumas.
If there's a fire.
Larkin Poe, Particle Kid, and more at the 2022 Outlaw Music Festival Tour. Friday, October 14th, Shoreline Amphitheater. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. The Outlaw Music Festival Tour, part of the Allegiant Always concert series, produced by Live Nation.
The Black Keys Dropout Boogie Tour. October 5th, Shoreline Amphitheater.
They wanna get my gold on the ceiling.
With special guests, Band of Horses.
Be ready for the
and the Velveteers. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. The Black Keys Live and Loud, produced by Live Nation.
Have you ever hired a commercial painting company, then been stuck managing your own project? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. We know how busy you are and that you need professional painters who are actually professionals. My team has the experience, training, and credentials to get the job done. If you've been waiting for the right time to paint, this is it. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah-chartered industrial bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Visit sickvets.com for your free case review by True Law. That's sickvets, like veterans.com. sickvets.com. Visit sickvets.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Something you probably do know. Progressive can not only offer you a great price when you bundle home and auto, they offer you round-the-clock protection. Something you probably don't know? A driveway basketball hoop, including the base, weighs around 400 pounds. Something you probably do know? There's a windstorm coming. Something you probably don't know? A basketball hoop tipping over can poke a hole in a car roof like a can opener. Bundle your home and auto with Progressive and get more than a great price. Get round-the-clock protection. Something you know for the things you don't know. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers and subject to policy terms. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
In Oakland, mostly clear overnight, lows in the high 50s.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit Ashley.com today.
Elton John's Farewell Yellow Brick Road Tour continues with 2 shows at Levi Stadium on October 8th and 9th. For more info and tickets, head to 957thegame.com/events.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It is so good to have you here today. Thanks for stopping on by each and every Saturday morning at 9. Leading up to the Super Bowl, Odyssey has kickoff with Boomer and Valenti. That sounds like something that Odyssey put together. Indeed, it does. We got it right here for you on 95.7 The Game every Saturday morning. Get a little football fix before you get into the big day of football. We are going to get into a big segment of 49ers football right here and right now. But real fast, I do have one thing to share. Ray, on Twitter a little while ago, somebody named E.M. Hudson just said, dudes can literally sit around and just name old sports players and just have the best time. And yeah, that's true. Dudes can. That simple little tweet has been retweeted thousands of times, liked hundreds of thousands of times. And one person, Ray, named Kyle Boggs, decided that he was going to teach a little lesson. And he said, well, decades of gender and sexuality research tell us that this whole dude thing is because men still don't have actual social permission to create direct bonds with other men, and those bonds have come through indirect sports talk, etc. That guy who wrote that is named Kyle Boggs. The first retort to him is, hey, are you related to Wade Boggs? Never change, Twitter. Social media, you are the enemy, but sometimes you are the ally as well. That is fantastic.
There's a guy who works with me at Defector named David Roth who invented something called Remembering Some Guys, where he just basically names random players for no reason other than, yeah, this guy sparked a memory in me.
Sure.
And it's probably one of the most popular things he does because people are always remembering some guys.
Totally. Nostalgia is one of the most important drugs we sell.
But it's not even nostalgia. He'll remember a guy from like last year. It's just, I saw that guy do something. It was inconsequential at the time, but it just stuck with me.
There you go. It's and there is a lot right, by the way, to that super uber deep psychoanalysis that men have trouble creating bonds with other men and things like that. I mean, not in my group. We're all real cool with each other. And we stay cool with each other by just crapping all over and destroying each other every single chance we get. That's really how men get along. You know that you're friends with someone when you can't stop nagging them.
You know when you're friends with somebody when he picks up a round after you've picked up a round.
That's a nice way to find out, too. Yeah. You know you're really good friends with somebody when they just go get that first round, and you didn't even have to ask. That's nice. And they just put it on the tab of life. My buddy and I, GQ, have this thing going where we never ask for any refunds or split a check. You pick it up, I'll pick this one up. You got the last one, I'll get this one. Well, the last one included like lobsters and cocktails and got really expensive. This is a greasy spoon diner breakfast. Put it on the tab of life. You'll get the next one. The next time the bill is really big, maybe that's the one you pick up.
But the thing is, you find out without ever saying anything if that other guy's taking advantage of you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. When the crocodile arms come out? Yeah,
I'll get this one at the Shake Shack. You can have the next one at Morton's.
Yeah. So today, Kyle Shanahan was doing his weekly bonding with the San Francisco media, who had a little something to talk to him about. And somebody here on the text line says, Damon, weren't you one of the guys who was so interested in Trey Lance's strip club news? Well, if you remember, I was one of the ones diffusing it as even a story that might be about Trey Lance. I didn't even think it was about Trey Lance, and if it was, who cared? It didn't really matter. I think I was one of the ones diffusing that bomb, not trying to make it go off. And I certainly wasn't trying to make any lip-reading bombs go off or anything like that when I retweeted the video. As a matter of fact, my only comment to it was, good morning, because I knew it was going to be a little bit of a storm. So today, the storm actually hit Kyle Shanahan in his media press conference. He was asked about whether he saw the clip of Garoppolo looking like he very came close to saying these plays suck when there was a tight shot on him on Sunday Night Football. Here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say about that, his relationship with Jimmy.
Like it is with one of my friends. We are as me and Jimmy are around each other every single day, so there's not any awkwardness from us or anything that's kept from each other. I don't know the clip you're talking about. I got it on my notes before this press conference, but I'm not a very good lip reader, but I probably won't watch it.
I probably won't watch it. Well, there's your first lie for sure. Of course he's seen it. Of course he's seen it. There is no way you're getting prepped by team employees about this before you walk into your news conference without somebody actually saying, yeah, instead of just leaving it ambiguous in a bullet point on the list of things that might come up today, Kyle, we're not going to show it to you. Come on, of course he's seen it. The man breaks down film 24 hours a day almost.
Okay, it's his job to see it. It is, because it's not about prepping for a press conference. It's his job to know as much as he can know about every player on his team and how they feel about him and how they feel about the staff and how they feel about their role. I mean, that's one of the reasons why coaches get paid 7 figures.
Right.
It's his job to know.
You're omnipresent.
And so if he doesn't know, he's failing at one part of his job. I mean, there are very few coaches who could say, I never saw it and not be worried about it. Belichick comes to mind. Greg Popovich comes to mind. Guys who are literally either 70 or above who've coached everything you could ever coach and don't have to care about stuff like that anymore. But everybody else needs to know because it's a tool coach has to have in his holster at all times in case he's got to pull it out.
Yeah. So Shanahan, playing the I'm too cool for school to not know about this. To me, what it also is, it's a little lack of confidence. I think somebody with a little bit more confidence when he should have ultimate confidence, considering he, as Ray and I say all the time, is still kind of bulletproof. He should just be able to talk about it freely or laugh at it, and he would do himself better by just saying, like, yeah, I did see it. And you know what? We played terribly that night. So if Jimmy was a little pissed at me, I give him all the right in the world to be, and that's okay. And again, we work on getting better every day. So we worked on getting better today, and we hope to be better against the Rams. And that's how you just make it all go away. Honestly, Ray, teams should hire me to do their press conferences for them. I would be so much better than half of these guys. And here's where Shanahan, after he said, hey, I haven't even seen it, started talking out of the other side of his mouth.
There's frustration with our whole team. First of all, the clip to me is a joke. So
wait a minute,
we're talking about it.
So the clip to you that you haven't seen is a joke. Well, if you haven't seen it, how do you know it's a joke? So there's that element to it. Let's continue.
There's frustration with our whole team. First of all, the clip to me is a joke. So I can't believe we're talking about it. I'm pretty sure that's not what he said. But we were extremely frustrated from the whole game. Anytime you are doing well in the first half, moving the ball, and you get in the second half and you have 3 turnovers on 3 of your drives, you have a safety on 1, and you don't convert a third down, that's real frustrating to get anything going.
So it sounds like, you have seen it, and you have an understanding of what the frustration was, how it boiled over, and that is also a normal thing. And you can dismiss this all as saying this is normal. Coaches and quarterbacks argue all the time. Healthy arguments, healthy, successful relationships are butting heads everywhere around high-pressure stakes sports, in all sports. I know that we say Steph Curry and Steve Kerr are nothing more than just kumbaya guys, and I am sure they have bumped heads. They've been around each other way too long to not have bumped heads. Klay Thompson, he's the coolest dude in the room. Nothing bothers him. Klay Thompson has bumped heads with every single member of the Golden State Warriors that he's been around for as many years as he's been around this team. He has to have. They're humans. They're normal.
They're not normal, but they are humans because they live in a pressurized world where everything seems like it's the biggest thing in the world until the next thing comes along. The thing about coaches, and Kyle Shanahan is, an example of that, is that when seemingly cornered into something that could become a thing, even though I don't think this ever was or ever will be, their first instinct is to lie their way out of it. Coaches are, by training, liars. They need to be able to lie on command. And so I'm not surprised that he tried to dance around it. I'm not surprised that he skated the truth. And I'm unbothered by any of it because if your coach isn't lying part of the time, then he's exposing himself to more danger than if he's not. You
got to know when to lie.
Well, yeah. Oh, no. Lying is tactical. Al Rosen taught me a long time ago, and he was the old general manager of the Giants. He said, let me explain to you that I'm going to lie to you from time to time. The trick for me is in figuring how many times I've lied to you and at what point you start looking at me and going, that guy's a liar. Because he said, lying's like money. The more times you spend it, the less you have in reserve.
It's a balance.
Yeah, and it's what taught me tactical lying. So that when Kyle Shanahan plays with the truth on this, it's clumsy, but it's not damaging because I don't trust him on anything.
What do you think in your mind allowed Rosen to share that with you? Why, as he's explaining his lying techniques, is he being so truthful?
Because one of the conceits that coaches and general managers have is being the smartest guy in the room makes you want to teach other people why you're the smartest guy in the room. And he was teaching me something about something that I would be confronting the longer I covered baseball, which is that I'm going to get lied to. And I knew I was going to get, that's the deal.
But this is early in your career, so he can talk to you like you're kind of a new guy at this point still.
Yeah, and I don't know that he was trying to teach me anything except sometimes I'm going to lie to you. Don't get bent out of shape about it.
Maybe he saw, maybe he saw that you were the kind of guy who had a pretty good BS detector about him, and game recognizes game.
Maybe, but he never told me about that part, so he at least didn't spend a lie there. But no, it's you should never believe a coach. Take him at face value, ever. Not a general manager either. Verify twice.
I mean, it depends on what you're talking about. I mean, there's an awful lot of truth-telling that we've had with Steve Kerr over the years and years and years of interviews that we've done with him.
Yeah, but you know what? He strays further from the truth the more specific you get about his team itself.
True.
On philosophical things, there's no damage in being at least frank about it. I think he's frank about most of his politics, although I found it interesting when we asked him about the Japan issue or the China issue. He danced around that frantically, and you could see him. You could actually hear him sweat over the phone because he didn't want any part of that.
No.
And
you know what? In moments like that, I think coaches forget one of the most important tools that they have to wield against the media. No comment. I mean, no comment to me should be used more. You don't have to explain why you have no comment. You can just say, look, I want to talk to you about things that, I'm happy to talk about. I'm not happy talking about that. It serves no purpose that could come out as a good purpose for me. So I'm just no commenting that bad boy.
I think you use that one sparingly, though. You have to be able to pick your spots. Like the China thing.
That would have been an appropriate place to drop it.
Yeah, that's when you just go, you know what? The league's handling that. It's beyond my pay grade. And no comment in a no comment, not by saying no comment, because no comment is the sound of a guilty man. Even though there's no guilt attached to him in the China thing. He was a spokesman for the NBA at that point, and he didn't want to be that. That said, you have to be in this game a lot and have a lot of skins on the wall to be able to no comment the way Belichick does, or no comment the way Popovich does. You have to be around to such an extent that even if you commit a PR gaffe, your owner's not going to lash out at you against it. I mean, there are things that Steve Kerr cannot talk about for fear that Joe Lacob will snap at him, because that stuff builds up too. But if Steve Kerr were 10 years older, he would give far less of a crap about any of it.
Oh, sure. There's an element of the older you are, the less you care about feeding the beast.
Yeah, or feeding the beast, or worrying about the consequences of not feeding the beast.
So, as we return to the Shanahan press conference today, there was one element that, again, I think we could say this isn't a lie. This is some truth that he was trying to share. He was asked about how Debo and other receivers handle being open yet unseen by Garoppolo. And I thought this was kind of interesting.
He handles it fine. He understands. I mean, there's busted coverages that happen, and people they busted 2 coverages, and it was twice in a bunch. One was Debo down the middle of the field. The other one was Ayuk in the same bunch, all alone down the field, but we threw it to George on the other side. They handle that fine. They understand why the quarterback can't see that. You don't have a clicker in your hand, and there's certain ways you're looking and stuff. And now, if they were number 1 and they were ball was supposed to go there and they were staring at him and we had the pocket, he would handle it all right, but it would be frustrating, but that's not the case.
I mean, I thought there was some truth to that. Just be like, hey, these guys understand the football's very complicated and it's happening 1,000,000 miles an hour and you can't see everything at all times and your eyeballs are not anywhere but in your own head, so they're not attached to the spider cam above the field. There is no all 22 for Jimmy to be looking at, and sometimes you miss guys. Now, if that's your primary receiver for the play, well, there's a level of frustration that even comes in with that, but it's all still happening in real time and people make mistakes.
Yeah, but even then, he sort of shades the truth because he's trying to say, oh, they understand. We don't know if they understand. I'm willing
Football
to
players, I think, understand.
I think players understand to a certain extent, but the further away you get from the ball, the less you understand. It's why there are more divas at wide receiver than there are running backs or offensive linemen, because they only know, I ran the pattern correctly. I flashed open at the right time. Why did I not get the ball that I deserved? And I think, you'll find that's true on all 32 teams. Wide receivers can't figure out why a play broke down because they're too far away from the thing that makes the play work to begin with.
I mean, Debo to me is a little bit more towards if you're talking about just like location to the quarterback, because he's in the backfield so often, maybe he has an even better understanding.
Well, he might understand it as a run, on run plays, but I think it's harder in general for wide receivers to understand why a play broke down, because for the most part, their back is to the play when it breaks down. They can't see it. All they know is, I was open. Where was the ball?
By the way, we had Peter King on, and we were asking him about how much, if anything, he is attributing the slow start of the Niners offense to the absence of Mike McDaniel. And even, we were asking, might he have been one of the quarterback whisperers that Kyle could really lean on right now, more than he can lean on Brian Griese to unlock the better play of Jimmy Garoppolo early here in Garoppolo's return? And Peter said, I don't know if Mike McDaniel was necessarily a quarterback whisperer. It looked like maybe his whispering went to someone else to bring out the best in them.
I think Mike McDaniel was probably more of a Debo whisperer than a quarterback whisperer. And by that I mean Debo Samuel basically showed up in Mike McDaniel's office. I think it was every Tuesday, and he would sit on the couch at McDaniel's office, and McDaniel at some point, he would talk about the role he saw for Debo that week so that Debo could mentally start to think about it, which is interesting. I think Mike McDaniel was hugely instrumental in changing the direction of Debo Samuel's career. I don't necessarily think that he was as important as, say, Kyle Shanahan was in working with the quarterback.
I mean, he might be right about that, but boy, there is no doubt that the work that Mike McDaniel has done early in Miami with that offense, the quarterback specifically, and they're about to take the field here in just a little bit. I mean, week 4 begins with Dolphins and Bengals tonight. The White Tiger uniforms, by the way, are coming out tonight for Cincinnati. If Miami wins tonight, by the way, the AFC East officially has like a little bit of a new daddy in the moment, and I hope you enjoyed your stay at the Penthouse, Buffalo, but there's going to be a lot of eyes going to Miami. This is also a huge game for Cincinnati. They do not want to open defense of their AFC title with 2 home losses in their first 2 home games, and the Bengals' next 2 weeks are at Baltimore and at New Orleans, 2 very tough places to win. So things could start slipping badly for the Bengals after a Super Bowl appearance if they don't figure out the Dolphins on a short week tonight.
Well, we'll find out whether the Dolphins have the defense to pull that off, because one of the things that I think it was, I can't remember who it was at the Ringer who wrote about this, but that Cincinnati is becoming an even more predictable offensive team than they were last year, and that while they were predictable last year, they hit on a very high percentage of sort of high-risk passes from Burrow, particularly to Jamar Chase.
Yeah, he was the king of the 35-yard downfield grab.
Yeah, and that teams, and this happens every year, teams with 6 months of time to prepare for that have been much better at taking that away. Chase still gets his targets, but he has not been the dynamic game breaker that he has been. And Burrow has been harassed, as he was last year and the year before, because the offensive line, while better than it was, is still a problem.
Speaking of problems along the offensive line, maybe the most important thing that Kyle Shanahan said at today's press conference was this update on Trent Williams, which didn't sound great.
We're still hoping he doesn't have to go on IR, won't need surgery or anything like that, but still not sure with the high ankle sprain.
We're still hoping he won't go on the IR. I mean, that would have been one way to say it. You need a little time for that swelling to go down before you can really assess that sprain. But hoping he wouldn't need surgery? I mean, I didn't want to hear that element tacked on. That you don't want to hear, and we hope surgery isn't you don't want or surgery to even be considered after any comma about Trent Williams.
Yeah, he might be trying to say, well, that's the worst case scenario, and if it turns out to be that, be prepared. But he kept it vague enough where you didn't hear, yeah, we're worried. I mean, it's one of those things where if you say, yeah, it looks like surgery, you immediately turn the public conversation to, well, now they're screwed. And now we can really hate him, for any number of grievances that we piled up. So it's covering all your bases at the same time. And it's one of the things that Shanahan actually does well in pressers. But it's also, well, how do you get your hands around that? Maybe it's 3 weeks, maybe it's 6, maybe it's 14. You have no way to know where to go with that.
So, look, when we come on back, believe it or not, even though it feels like there have been many, many, many people involved in just a slice of Trey Lance, Kyle Shanahan's really had but 2 quarterbacks since he's been here. And those 2 quarterbacks have either been ugly Jimmy Garoppolo or Jimmy Garoppolo, who we all know is like a default setting of quarterback handsome. We're going to talk about handsome Jimmy and the ugly Jimmys around him when we come on back here. Damon and Ratto, 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution. DuckDuckGo.
It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with a push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Remember when you were told bigger is better? Well, that's just simply not the case. Do you want a big bill? No. A big burden? No. What about a big bulky tank water heater taking up space in your basement? No, I didn't think so. What you do want is to make all of those things smaller. Navien tankless water heaters are more efficient and take up less space than outdated bulky tanks, with cutting-edge features that improve safety, simplify processes, and increase capabilities. Once you go Navien, you'll never go back. Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It is our longest commercial-free segment of the entire day, and we have open lines. We're guest-free the rest of the way, and we're going to get into a segment here that I think you might have an opinion on. Let it unfold, and you can pick the lane that you want to hop into. When I say that Kyle Shanahan, Ray, has only had 2 quarterbacks, handsome Jimmy or unhandsome Jimmy, I'm not saying that the guys who are not unhandsome Jimmy are ugly men in any ways, but you don't want to be in a who's better looking contest with Jimmy Garoppolo. Not a lot of men really want to be into that contest, so I'm just going to call him Jimmy or ugly Jimmy, and that's how I'm going to describe a very large group. So even though Shanahan had found the quarterback that he would have an undeniable degree of success with, all he wanted to do was move on from Handsome Jimmy. Handsome Jimmy, before Handsome Jimmy was even in the room, began as Ugly Jimmy. Brian Hoyer and C.J. Beathard. Brian Hoyer and C.J. Beathard in 2017 played the role of Ugly Jimmy until Jimmy shows up. And Jimmy was so handsome that you'd think you'd never be returning to Ugly Jimmy again. Little did anyone know in that moment that Jimmy, Handsome Jimmy, would provide an awful lot of play that reminded you of some of what you got out of the Ugly Jimmies. In 2018, Nick Mullins and CJ were brought along, obviously. Then you get to 2019, and that is because in 2018, Handsome Jimmy goes down at Arrowhead, so you have the Ugly Jimmies that are Nick Mullen and CJ Beathard the rest of the way. In 2019, it's literally nothing but Handsome Jimmy, but for 2 passes. The entire year, Jimmy throws every single forward pass on the San Francisco 49ers except for one pass from Dante Pettis and another pass from Emmanuel Sanders. That's it. 2 trick plays. Otherwise, it's handsome Jimmy the entire way. 2020, as you all know, after 6 starts from handsome Jimmy, we had to find other starts from ugly Jimmy. 8 starts for ugly Jimmy Nick Mullins, 2 starts for Beathard. Then in 2001, it's 15 starts out of handsome Jimmy with 2 Trey Lance starts. The first new uncomparable to Jimmy we officially have with the 49ers. Here we are in 2022, 2 Lance starts, and what do you know? It's right back to handsome Jimmy. Besides the Lance starts, Ray, Kyle Shanahan has either had all of his passes since becoming the head coach of the 49ers either thrown by Jimmy Garoppolo, handsome Jimmy, or the ugly Jimmy Garoppolos that were Brian Hoyer, C.J. Beathard, and Nick Mullins. No wonder why everything we look at feels the same at times. I don't know how much better Jimmy really is than Beathard, Mullins, or Hoyer. I really don't know how, if we could find the right metric to measure quarterback talent. If his metrics are so much greater than those guys, he just happened to have more success in Shanahan's system. And then the one opportunity to finally turn away from your group of Jimmies, whether they be handsome or ugly, Tom Brady gets presented to you, and you're still saying, nah. Like, Kyle, you have so signed up for this that you need to officially buy everything that you've broken, if I could use retail on you. Not that this is a broken football team. And then to just draft, as your exception to your Jimmy experiment, the greenest quarterback talent that ever has been drafted by an NFL team? It's kind of nuts. If Kyle Shanahan is walking around with an element of frustration, Ray, he can only point to the guy in the mirror that provided it, because his decisions have either been wildly similar to each other, if not in their execution, certainly in their on-field production, or you're also the guy who said no on Patrick Mahomes, no on Tom Brady, who came with a longer successful resume than any quarterback could have ever showed up in your building with, and that wasn't good. Like, there's a reason why Kyle's stuck, and it's because I don't think he really knows how to unstick himself.
I think it's more nuanced than that, in that the Brady thing, when he became available, he was coming off a bad year by his standards, and it looked to a lot of people like he was heading toward being done. So that's that.
But even a declining Brady had to have been better looking than handsome Jimmy or ugly Jimmy.
I'm not sure. How many guys would have said, you know what? I see a 43-year-old quarterback declining. How many times do they reverse that? I mean, it's a lot like, Johnny Unitas, who was one of the great quarterbacks of all time, started to slip a little bit at the tail end of Baltimore, but San Diego said, that's the guy we want. He'll reinvigorate us. And it turned out that Johnny Unitas was done, just absolutely washed. So I get why they passed on him. It looks bad in hindsight, but it only looks bad in hindsight. As far as Mahomes goes, I don't know how many people saw in Mahomes what Andy Reid did, and that might just be a credit to Andy Reid's genius more than anything else, because they didn't grab him near the top of that draft. A lot of people passed on him. So the question is, how easy is it to get a great quarterback that is great and young and ready to hit the ground running the way Mahomes did? And I would suggest that it's almost impossible, because almost nobody does it.
He's broken the mold. There's no doubt.
Yeah,
and people are, I think, partially crazy in not just this NFL cities, but in all NFL cities that are quarterback uncertain. Trying to find the next Mahomes is like trying to discover, the Ark. Where is that? Everyone's looking for the Ark of the Covenant. Well, there's only one. Yeah. So, and even that is more of a grand wives' tale through history than it is an actual fact. So if all you're looking for is the arc, man, you're going to go nuts trying to find that.
And I think in some ways, that's what Kyle Shanahan has been confronted with, looking for a quarterback. Brian Hoyer is the guy you are happy to have when you're inheriting a 2-14 team. He'll just get us to the point where we can get something better. But you're not staking anything on him. You know, C.J. Beathard was a lower round pick. You know, who's projecting him to be anything special? Nobody. If he was projected to be special.
Kyle did. He traded up for him.
Traded up for him, but it wasn't at any point like, boy, that's the guy who's going to turn us around. He's the special guy. Because everybody knew he's not. And Nick Mullins was even farther down the, ethereal depth chart than that. So I think what you're talking about here is Kyle Shanahan has been at this for 5 years and change and still hasn't found his ideal quarterback. And I would suggest that that's the way most coaches go through their careers, looking for the ideal quarterback. I mean, people in San Francisco are a little bit twisted about that because Bill Walsh found Joe Montana. But they forget that Joe Montana was a third-round pick. And every team in football could have had him, 60 times before Montana's name fell to the 49ers. It wasn't like Walsh said, this is it. Our heaven has been achieved. It turned out that he needed a couple of years of getting his brains kicked in for that to happen, but it happened. But at the time that he picked Montana, nobody said their problems are solved. And I think if you look at, this last draft, the draft that produced Mahomes, and then the draft that produced Josh Allen and Justin Herbert, nobody thought that any of those three guys were the next coming of anything. I mean, Justin Herbert came from Oregon, where, that's Joey Harrington's school, and that's Marcus Mariota's school.
Don't forget Achilles Smith.
Yeah, who could trust those guys? And Josh Allen came from Wyoming, where he was largely famous for missing targets left and right and, barely hitting 50% of his passes. And now, I'd say 29 teams would trade for him no matter how many draft choices it took. It just sometimes the right guy hits the right system. And I think it's safe to say that Jimmy Garoppolo probably isn't the right guy for any system, but he's the right now guy. And I would posit that Shanahan probably should get more credit for getting more out of Garoppolo than logic would tell you he should get.
He probably has. That's why I thought Garoppolo in another uniform this year was almost going to be as fascinating a story to monitor as what Trey Lance looked like in his uniform this year. Like, put Jimmy in another system, then what? That would have been fascinating. It's a shame that we didn't get to see it.
Yeah. Oh, no. I mean, the hypothetical is always more interesting than the
multiverse.
Than the real.
So, I'm sure that goes a long way to explaining the hypothetical of your backup quarterback always being the most popular guy in town. Let me run this past you real quick, because you shouldn't draft anyone that in your mind's eye you don't conceive of playing on some level, right? You're at least interested enough to invest a draft pick, whether it be the number one pick in the draft or the last pick in the draft. That brings us, by the way, to our 5 o'clock hour. Welcome.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
All right. So we got fascinating Steve Young sound talking to Rich Eisen that we're going to get into. But let me just set up a scenario of when it might be time to look for someone other than Handsome Jimmy or Ugly Jimmy again. And who knows? This guy could be Ugly Jimmy too. But we do not know. And I've been the first to say, nothing proves you can play in the NFL until you're in the NFL. That's it. There's no amount of collegiate resume that translates directly to NFL success. But there's enough of collegiate resumes out there to say there might be something there. Brock Purdy, I think, represents the biggest scoop of there might be something there of any quarterback that Kyle Shanahan's ever had, except for Matt Ryan. Now, it's all the unknown. It's all who knows. Do you realize that Brock Purdy shows up as Mr. Irrelevant with the single greatest resume any Mr. Irrelevant has ever had? That's undeniable. He is the 37th, Brock Purdy is the 37th most accomplished passer in the history of college football. Now you say 37th, Damon, whoever screams, yay, we're 37. In the history of college football, only 36 people have been more prolific throwing passes than this guy. And by the way, I looked it up, just a quick glancing through the list, at least 20 of the guys ahead of him in that top 37 either had or are still having NFL careers with clearly varying degrees of success. Brock Purdy is the 8th leading passer in Big 12 history. More yards than Mahomes. More yards than RG3. He was a 72% passer in his senior season, who threw for a grand total of 84 touchdowns against only 33 interceptions over 4 years. He completed nearly 1,000 passes when he was in college. Now, we all know that the NFL spits on that for sure. There is something there, though, that I think is officially worth exploring if 3 weeks from now we are stuck in same old Jimmy mode. If 3 weeks from now the 49ers are still looking at 2 or just 3 wins. If this is a rough Monday night against the Rams, followed by trips to Carolina and Atlanta, should those games go rough, East Coast back on the road, you can't tell me that the unknown of Brock Purdy won't, that stock will be rising, I think, in Shanahan's mind. And it should. It should. And look, he could be completely wrong about that too. What quarterback hasn't he been wrong about, I guess would be my point. So what's another one? Find out.
I don't think he's been wrong about Garoppolo.
If this goes downhill, well, I mean, he told you he was wrong about Garoppolo because he wanted to never work with him ever again.
That's not saying he's wrong about.
Not wrong, but I mean, now you're just picking semantics.
No, I'm not trying. No, but it's important to say that because people will hear that and go, oh yeah, he clearly screwed up with Garoppolo. I don't think he screwed up with Garoppolo.
Clearly screwed up.
He wasn't the second coming. He was a competent quarterback who ran Kyle Shanahan's offense well more often than not.
What did you do to get here? What'd you do to put yourself in this room today? Well, when it comes to Brock Purdy, on his way to the NFL, his career completely dwarfs the career of Brian Hoyer and C.J. Beathard and Nick Mullins and Jimmy Garoppolo's, and maybe most importantly, Trey Lance's. Trey Lance, none of those guys' college careers can hold a candle to Brock Purdy's. So if this continues to be an offense that's spinning its wheels and is eternally stuck in mud, we might get a peek at Brock Purdy earlier than you think. And then what if you got something? What if you actually have something in him? Knowing that you have completely tapped all that there was to tap in Jimmy Garoppolo. And by the way, before you say, well, Jimmy actually threw for more yards, dude, he played at Eastern Illinois. It's Ohio Valley. It's not major college football. This guy, Brock Purdy, played major college football.
The problem that I see with that is twofold. One, college stats do not necessarily transform themselves into great pro stats.
No, nothing does.
But the other thing is, I don't think Kyle Shanahan, having flirted with the unknown with Beathard and Mullins, ever wants to go back again. The idea that he went to Trey Lance is still a bafflement to me based on his resume, but I think he fell in love with the metrics, fell in love with the arm, fell in love with the fact that here's a guy who can get out of the pocket.
But he fell in like enough to Brock Purdy to draft him.
But he drafted him as the last player
Doesn't matter. Draft him.
No, it matters to a certain extent, because if he thought there was something special there, he'd have taken him higher.
So, not the year after drafting Trey Lance, he wouldn't have.
I'm not sure that. Why wouldn't you take a fifth on him if you really fell in love with him? Why wouldn't you hedge your bets?
Maybe you got a little intel saying the entire league is just not as interested as you might be, and if he is there with your final pick, that's worth taking. I mean, I don't know why Brock Purdy, as accomplished as he is, was as close to being undrafted as a human can be before you actually get drafted. But he's here now. And he comes with an impressive resume, and if Garoppolo is a declining return on investment, I wonder how curious. And I know he's been stung by inexperienced quarterbacks. I just wonder how curious Shanahan's going to get about this whole thing.
Well, I think it's very much an open question that you raise. I'm not trying to dismiss the question. I just think that it's going to take an awful lot to get him off Garoppolo. Because, one, I don't know what you have in Purdy, because nobody does. And two, if you put this team through another quarterback trauma after the one you've already put it through, that's when you can start raising questions in the room about the guy in charge.
Well, maybe it'd be an actual trauma that makes this decision, because Brock Purdy, for all of his maybes and question marks, is a play away from being this team's starting quarterback.
Oh, no question. But that's a decision that makes itself, as opposed to a decision that Kyle Shanahan makes just because he feels like making the decision. If Jimmy Garoppolo goes down, yeah, it's Brock Purdy. Do the best you can. I mean, that's an easy one. In the same way that Garoppolo now is an easy choice, because there isn't another one to make.
If we see 3 more performances like we saw in Denver coming up in the next 3 weeks, it might be Brock time. It's just all I'm saying. I just want to be one of the first out there to say it.
And go with God. I just don't know that Kyle Shanahan is that intrepid a coach when it comes to stuff like that.
Steve Young, he was on the Rich Eisen show. And when he was asked, because, obviously he knows the inner working of the 49ers very, very well, by Rich, what he thinks the real relationship is between Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan, here's what Steve Young had to say. He said anyone who's trying to frame it as all roses is probably exaggerating, basically.
It's an oddity, there's no question, and no one would have thought it, not Jimmy, not Kyle or John Lynch, the general manager, thought that there was a chance that Jimmy would not find a home and of value for the 49ers and for Jimmy. It just didn't happen. And so they ended up back with each other. And now you saw last week there's this edge of resentment that's been built, or like naturally, right? You've been rejected and you don't want to take that in. So I'm slightly concerned about going forward with the relationship with Jimmy and with Kyle and John. Is just, can we, despite all the things that have happened, can we still keep a profitable relationship? It can be tense, just make sure that it's creatively tense, right? Not toxically tense. And I think that'll be a fine line throughout the year, depending on how things go, because there's certainly a lot of broken glass between everybody. And like any big-time, highly sought-after job in the world, you got to be able to have thick skin, and you got to be able to move beyond the rigor of the moment. So we hope that everyone at the 49ers can do that, especially around those 3 guys, because if they can't find a profitable way forward, then where are we? And then it gets really kind of tougher.
Again, Steve Young, Rich Eisen show. So I wonder if Steve Young has seen that lip-reading video, and if that didn't make him think more of this. And again, it brings me to the point, Ray, that Jimmy Garoppolo, no, he's not going to start off going rogue. At one point, may just a little, just because I don't care what that guy thinks about me anymore. I really don't. The way Kyle wants it is not as important to me at this particular time in my career is the best way that I think about going about it. And so I'm going to do what I need to do. And things certainly get more interesting as that happens, if that did happen, if that were to happen. But I think Steve is, he's pretty dialed in, to say the least. And he is he's a smart guy, not only about football, but interpersonal relationships around a football team. And if he's saying that there is an edge of resentment there, I'm pretty sure Steve Young knows that there's a little resentment there.
Well, when he was here, there was always an edge of resentment. It was Montana resented him. To a certain extent, he resented Montana. And Bill Walsh liked to play one against the other because it was a way to keep them both on edge.
Creative tension.
So he might be looking for that. I don't know how well connected he is with the 49ers anymore because I don't know how much he talks to people there and how much they confide in him. Because for the most part, this is a pretty well buttoned down organization. So I wonder whether he's projecting or whether he actually knows something. Because if he actually knows something, I think we'd have heard it by now. I think he's probably answering a question, because this is why I like, when I hear an answer, I like to hear what the question is. Because he might have just been, sort of eased that way by Eisen, who knows how to ask a question. So I'd need to know more. But even if there is a resentment, let's humor this a little bit. He's not going to go rogue. He's not going to suddenly, you know what? I'm fed up with you. I'm going to do this my way. Because that's when you will see Brock Purdy. Because if Kyle Shanahan...
Unless it works, right?
Well, how are you going to get that to work if a team hasn't worked on it during the week?
I'm not saying Jimmy's drawing up plays.
If there's nothing in the plan that says, throw that 28-yard out, and he decides to throw that 28-yard out, well, there are 9 guys who haven't trained on that all week. Can they block the 28-yard out?
I'm not saying going rogue to the point where he's running plays that they have not practiced.
But I don't know what you mean by that, because
audibling into this, audibling into that, taking the play that you sent into the huddle, spitting on it to run another play that we've practiced several times.
Well, but what plays have they practiced that are going to be radically different than the ones they've been running?
The other ones.
I think in the course of a week, you're pretty much running the stuff that he wants run in a game. So
this guy's got 6 years of internal knowledge.
He's got 6 years of internal knowledge, but a week-to-week practice, you're not going to try stuff that the coach doesn't want tried. So I'll just go back on this again without trying to pass myself off as an expert. I think Jimmy Garoppolo is a well-programmed quarterback who does what the coach wants him to do, whether he likes it or not.
Again, though, but if there's a building resentment, if there is an actual level of hard feeling, bad feeling that bubbles to the surface, maybe things change. You got to allow enough of the unknown, Ray, to admit that things do change, and they change rather quickly in sports. And the little Lord Fauntleroy good soldier on a Monday might be the guy who's AWOL on a Thursday.
I'd have to see it to believe it. I just don't see Jimmy Garoppolo as that kind of guy.
Steve Young was asked about more on this resentment by Rich Eisen. Here's more from Steve.
He's 34-14, went to the Super Bowl, went to a couple of championship games, and now they're telling him, "We don't want you. We don't want you, and we're going to let you go, and we've drafted somebody else. You're done." So then he has to take all that success in his mind and make sense of it. Like, why am I being released? Why am I being fired? And what you don't want to do naturally is say, well, it's because I'm not getting things done or I'm not doing my part. You take it as, well, they're idiots. And then people around you say that everyone's an idiot. And then pretty soon you listen to everyone, you don't take in the full measure of why you're being let go, why you're being fired as a part of what you've done. So you could learn and grow, and you build resentment and victimization. And so that goes on for 6 months through his injury, and everyone's telling him how, wow, can't wait to get out of there. Forget those guys. Look, have I heard those words said? No, but I'm just saying, if you think about the human nature of it, screw those guys. You'll be better off somewhere else. Blah, blah. And you start talking and thinking about that for 6 months, and then you end up back in the same spot. And maybe if you don't have those conversations to make things more positive, you're ending up together, remarried, when you haven't really solved the original problem.
I think that there's a lot there. I mean, if this is all of the frustrations and all of the wanting more from your quarterback, if that becomes the ever-present feeling around Jimmy Garoppolo, I could see how that would start eroding things quickly. Again, here's a little bit more from Steve, who then even circled back to the fact that, as much as we keep on saying that he's the right quarterback for Kyle, he might not be the right quarterback for Kyle's system after all.
Kyle is an innovative, people are going to come open in his offense. It's a grinder's offense in a sense that it's a grinder's offense for preparation, and it's really an embodiment of the sophistication of what he's trying to do on the field. And Jimmy, by his own admission, is, I want to wing it. I want to just let it, I want to be like 2017. I just want to let it rip. And the great grinders on the data through the years are the guys that are at the top of the league. That's Tom Brady, that's Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers. They grind through the data. And there's guys like Jameis Winston and, these guys that love to just rhythm, just let me rip, let me go. And there's highs and lows. And in the highs and lows, Kyle obviously didn't want to ride the highs and lows. And Jimmy wants to ride the highs. He wants to ride the highs. And then, how do we solve for the lows? And I think that's why the two of them have to find a profitable way forward so that they can find that place where, hey, Jimmy, I need you to do extra here. And, Coach, I need you to help me here. And those are the kind of conversations hopefully are happening right now.
And he's talking about profit. If this team keeps going broke in red zones, if this team is looking at its defense week after week after week saying, if not you, it doesn't happen. Man, I could just... As much as I think that this team is absolutely in contention right now to be a playoff team and things will get better with Jimmy, we also know that things are going to slip up. And if they continue to slip up, this equation, speaking of profit, right, this equation right here has less time to become profitable than it's had in the past. It's had. Like, I could see an awful lot of, well, I'm sick of you, you're sick of me now, and you got this other quarterback named Brock, and just go ahead then. I could see Kyle Shanahan eventually just saying, I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know what to do anymore. He won't throw the pass that I say. That's the primary receiver. I ran him open, but because he's outside the numbers, Jimmy's not going to throw it to him. I can't do that anymore.
Well,
and I need to see Brock not throw that pass before I think he won't throw that pass either.
Except that he had those opportunities last year with Lance in the first half of the season when things weren't going well and didn't go that way. If your scenario happens, it means that Kyle Shanahan has sort of broken his programming and the season is lost. Because you can't play, that sort of, I just want something different with a team that fancies itself a Super Bowl contender. That's too much turmoil for a team to handle. And
I think the default setting, though, can't be we fancy ourselves a Super Bowl contender. The default setting has to be we need to start processing this information in real time.
And I that might be your feeling, and I'm not arguing that you're wrong because I don't know. I'm just saying that we've seen what Kyle Shanahan has done for 5 years. I don't see him as a dramatically different coach now than he was then. And I think as long as that's the case, it's going to have to be something fairly catastrophic for him to go away from Garoppolo and to Purdy. And by catastrophic, I mean they're 3-8, not 3-5. And if they're 3-8, the season's done. He would have to be convinced that there's no getting back from that. And so I'm thinking you're talking well into the second half of the season. And it would have to be a series of awful performances. When I kind of feel like Denver is about as low as he can be, that offense can be. I don't know ways that it could be materially worse. And I suspect that
more turnovers.
More turnovers, more injuries. More injuries, for sure. Yeah, I mean, if they're still going to have 3 turnovers a game, sure. But, at that point, do you want the third quarterback? Because I don't know of any team that's ever made a run using 3 quarterbacks. I just think that Kyle Shanahan, for good or ill, is a more conservative thinker than that and a more conservative long-term planner than that. There may very well be a point where he just decides to abandon the whole Garoppolo run. But I think it's going to have to be post-catastrophe rather than pre-catastrophe.
Tim, South City, you're on 95.7 The Game. Tim, what do you got?
Hey, guys. I had a couple points. One about Garoppolo and Shanahan and their relationship, and then first I just wanted to comment real quick about what Ray said that in hindsight now the decision to not take Brady by Shanahan was the wrong decision, but at the time that it probably was the right decision because it seemed like Brady was on the decline. And I got to disagree with that. I mean, I think number one, of course, the Super Bowls. That, is a gigantic thing that you've got to take into account. And number two, I think that you look at their injury history. Brady has only missed 1 year when he blew up his knee in his 22 years. The rest of the time he hasn't missed a damn game. And look at even in 2020, coming off the Super Bowl loss, Garoppolo had missed the majority of the 2018 season when he blew up his knee, and of course he missed in 2020. And then in 2020 as well. So what I'm saying is, I think it's the biggest no-brainer in history that Shanahan should have taken him. But you know why? I think it was sour grapes over the Super Bowl loss to New England. He didn't want to bring Brady onto his team because he still resented him for beating him in the Super Bowl.
I mean, if that is a factor in the decision process, I'd be really stunned, Tim. I got to be honest.
Yeah, I'm listening, and it makes sense. And then all of a sudden, he steers right into the ditch at the end.
Yeah. You had me there for a little bit, but look, I hate to side with Ray. Ugh.
Then don't.
No, because you like you always say, you can't remove things from the timeline. Brady's last pass at Foxborough was a pick six going in the other direction. Brady's arrow leaving the New England Patriots was at best pointing towards the horizon. It was not pointed up anymore. He gets to Tampa Bay, and everyone's like, "Oh my goodness, look at what happened!" And yeah, that he joined a team that was built to be a monster. They were only missing a quarterback. Well, but wasn't that what the 49ers had? Wasn't that what everyone was saying if they just had the right guy? And I guess what we know now, again, it's tough to apply perfect hindsight to this. It's unfair, but we're living in an era where, orange is the new black and 44 is the new 38. We're seeing that across all sports. Look at what the Warriors are about to do. Again, by the way, did you see that the Warriors, ESPN, has them coming in as an 8 seed? Seriously, we're going to do this again, ESPN? Really? 8 seed? 8 seed for the Warriors?
Where did I see that? Somebody, I want to say The Athletic, but I could be wrong. They have the Clippers most likely to come out of the West.
So I would tell you that the single greatest threat to the Warriors getting back to the NBA Finals is the Los Angeles Clippers.
Maybe, but
coming out of the West.
But I still wouldn't say that that's the team you pick because you still don't know, when Kawhi Leonard's coming back. He's
apparently
getting older.
night one.
Paul George is getting older. I mean, I don't know that I'd pick them automatically.
But even as they get older, they're still much younger than the Warriors.
True. And quite frankly, I mean, I look at Phoenix and I go, hey, we finally got rid of the racist owner. Things are looking up for us.
I'm going to put the screeching halt on Phoenix's ascension. I think their window closed.
You might be right. Look, how the hell would I know? But, I wouldn't pick the Clippers first. That's a team that's been talked about more.
Do you think the Warriors should be picked first? Would you pick any team above the Warriors to win the Western Conference? Or just be the 1 seed in the regular season?
I would not. And not for any reason other than nobody has seized that sort of putative crown from them yet. I don't see that anybody improved themselves so well that they suddenly become, that's it. I think to be the king, you got to kill the king. And I haven't seen a team that's positioned itself to kill them yet.
Giuseppe. Great name from San Bruno. What's going on, Giuseppe?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I just, being a big fan of all things sports, one thing that I think is missing from the conversation is Shanahan and that those guys trying to pick the right quarterback all the time. Like you said about the arc, I mean, it's kind of like, 1 in a million versus creating a culture, Shanahan creating a culture in the Bay Area like there used to be. The only thing about that team that seems to be a culture is the defense and the hard-nosed defense. I mean, at the end of the day, the goal is to win a Super Bowl. It's not to have the best quarterback. And you see teams like the Giants in 10, 12, 14. They didn't have all the best players, but they had a culture of hard nose, of keeping your head down. And that's one thing, again, that I think is missing is it'd be great to see Shanahan and those guys create a culture where they could attract good players, whether it's in free agency or not, versus always trying to pick the right guy. And Shanahan looking like he's on one team and the quarterback and the Niners on the other team. A lot of the Mike Tomlins in the world and those guys, they're working together with their team. They look like they're on the right side. Shanahan looks like it's him trying to be smarter than everyone else. But a great culture would be the way to go, in my opinion. Thanks, fellas.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the call. Thank you for listening. I'll say this. I got a little of that culture check that you're asking for right here. Because Fred Warner, when we were asking him, how frustrating is it to go out and play such good defense only to watch that offense struggle and maybe be the reason why you guys lost tonight? You gave up 9 points in Denver defensively, for goodness sakes. Does that get frustrating? And here's what Fred Warner said to us yesterday.
Jimmy's the exact same. He's always been a true professional at what he does. Outstanding player.
Pardon me. I hit the wrong one. He was giving love to Jimmy. This is what Fred Warner had to say about the defense plays well and the offense does not.
I, as one of the leaders of the team, not just on defense, but this is a team. It's not just offense versus defense. It's offense and defense, and this is our team. And our team right now is 1-2. That's the reality of it. Regardless of if the offense is getting scrutinized and we might be getting a pat on the back, like at the end of the day, if we're not winning football games, then we're not doing our job. So we have to figure out ways to be better and to learn from our mistakes to ultimately win football games. That's what this is about. You're in this business to win, and at the end of it, to win a championship. So whatever we need to do to make that happen, that's what we got to do.
It sounds like a guy who has bought into the culture that Giuseppe was saying, I want to hear it. I want to see that. And I'll just say this, too. We can granularly nitpick what Kyle has and has not done at the quarterback position, a few other places on the field. The broad brush of the San Francisco 49ers, since Kyle arrived, I think can be painted with this statement. No matter what the record is, no matter who's playing today, that team plays its fanny off. Everyone who has put on a 49ers uniform plays their fanny off. The one guy who you would say, I don't know if that guy's playing his fanny off, was Dante Pettis, and Kyle Shanahan was sniffing him out so early that he got rid of him as fast as humanly possible, doghoused him, never really seen from again. So when it comes to the culture of the Niners, that, to me, is maybe where Kyle's done the best job. Is it a winning culture? Well, in some seasons it has been. But there aren't leaks, there isn't dissension, and I don't see any element of loaf in it, no matter where they are in their season and their competitive life cycle, who's hurt, who isn't hurt. Niners play hard, and I see football teams in the NFL quit on fourth quarters. This isn't one of them.
No, I don't think it ever has been. Even the 2 years when they were awful at the start of this, they simply didn't have players. But they didn't lay down. They didn't get blown out 48-3.
The culture isn't a problem. The offense has been a problem.
Yeah, and I think the offense is a problem. We plow over this ground every day, but the offensive line isn't very good for pass blocking. And the quarterback does not have that dynamic kind of game. His limitations are clear. His benefits are clear. And Kyle Shanahan tries to play to those benefits and avoid the risks that come with playing to his weaknesses. And that's a frustrating thing for a lot of fans. But it is who they are, and it's who they're going to be as long as this roster is the way it is, which is you can't be sure about pass protection, and people know that you're going to run the ball a lot more than you're going to pass the ball if you have a lead. So you just have to live with that. That's this year's DNA. It's not that Kyle Shanahan only wants to score 10 points a game. And it's not that Jimmy Garoppolo only wants to throw 3-yard dump-offs. It's what's available right now, because there are defenses who play against them. And they say, you're going to have to beat us by throwing because we're going to make sure you can't run very well. And even at that, they run okay. So if they had beaten Chicago in the first game, there'd be a lot less of this because they'd be 2-1, and in this conference, 2-1 is like being the king. So it's really, it's a matter of short-term perceptions. In 6 weeks, if this is still what we're talking about, and they're 3-6, now you've got a whole different set of questions. But for right now, this is, this you just have to strap in. This is who they are.
Andrew on the Comcast Business text line asks, if there was a change made next month to Purdy, does that make it Brocktober? The answer is definitively yes. With the exception of Jocktober, which the Giants are bowing out of. But isn't it great to see Jock Peterson heating up now that the baseball's meaningless?
Well, now that his hair's pink. Well, magenta.
I can't with that guy. I can't. And I even understand. And there are elements to his year where you could even suggest he had a good year.
Yeah, it stopped at the All-Star break.
Yeah. To have 17 home runs before the All-Star break and finish your year with 23, you didn't have a good year. Now, I know he's not finished yet, but the Giants, technically, mathematically, Ray, they're, 6.5 back with 7 to play? It ain't over yet.
No, but
ain't over yet.
I was going to check and see what Milwaukee was doing because Philadelphia lost again today.
Hey, just throwing it out there. We might see the Giants in the World Series after all.
He's a competitor.
Just throwing it out there.
Milwaukee's up 1-0.
Uh-oh. That's not good for the equation.
No, it's not.
We go to Shane.
In fact, Milwaukee could move into the playoff spot today because Philadelphia already lost.
That's right. Shane, where on Lombard Street are you? The boring part or the famous curvy part?
I'm actually heading through the tunnels now, about to get on the bridge. So
all right.
Now.
All right.
That's the best part because he's heading home.
That's true. I just wanted to kind of ask you guys the question about this perception of Shanahan and being this brilliant play caller. I'm by no means a savvy enough football watcher to, tell the difference between a really great play caller and a mediocre play caller. But I can't help but wonder if he's picked up this image of being a great play caller and it's stuck with him for one way or the other in the same way that, a guy can get the image of being a troublemaker because he makes one mistake early in his career or something like that.
I think Shanahan's reputation of being a great play caller is traced back to one of the great offenses the NFL's ever seen when he was offensive coordinator of the Atlanta Falcons. Before that, his dad had a reputation of being a great play caller, and his dad brought him along with Washington, which the last time it really had like a playoff year that people thought could go somewhere was with RG3, and they had a good year that year. I don't think Kyle has an unearned reputation of knowing what he's doing, but I don't know how much his time in San Francisco has really buoyed that reputation just based on the frustrations of the quarterback play alone. And if you wanted to say, well, that's not on Kyle, that's on the execution. He had called the right play, Jimmy just doesn't make it. Well, then I guess you need to blame the general manager, which is also Kyle Shanahan, and to me, that's the reputation that needs to be, I think, re-examined big time this year by Jed York. And if I'm Jed York, I said this earlier this week, I hate to repeat myself, but I'm having the talk with Kyle. And I'm not having a birds and bees talk. I assume Kyle has children, he knows that. The talk that I would have if I were with Jed York is just, that professional progress report that officially says there are elements of what you're doing that are unsatisfactory in player development, acquisition, drafting, and then just the quarterback and the offense. And I don't think it would be unhealthy for Kyle to have that feeling where he's laying in bed next to his wife and says out loud, honey, I actually might get fired if this year doesn't go well. Like, I actually think that could be a good, healthy thing for Kyle's mentals. knowing that your you-know-what doesn't stink no matter what. Because sometimes it does. And I think if Jed had a little progress report talk where he doesn't threaten him or anything, but he lets him know, I am watching with a keener eye than ever before, Kyle. I think it might be, I don't know, the kick in the pants if Kyle needs one. Does Kyle need a kick in the pants? Does Kyle need a kick in the pants?
No. And here's why.
Because I asked the question.
No.
Continue,
Don't be
sweetheart.
that guy.
Continue,
no.
sweetheart.
No, I'll be honest. Last year, this offense that people found so problematic finished first in yards per play. 3 years ago, when they were good, they were fifth in yards per play, first in points, second in points scored. When you have healthy guys, you tend to excel, and I think that's probably what we have to go on. Not these 3 games that have been admittedly ugly, but I don't know that we could say this is the trend that will endure throughout the year. When they have been healthy, this offense has run well. It's produced points and yards, which are the 2 most important metrics. No matter what else you want to strap up, those are the 2 things by which wins are defined. And they've been very good at that. So really, to me, it's more a matter of, figure out a way to fix your offensive line first, and then you can do all the other things you'd like to do. I don't know how they fix the offensive line, because it's hard to do that once the season starts, and it's particularly hard to do that when your best offensive lineman is out for 4, 6, 12 weeks. That's the biggest blow to this team. It's not, Garoppolo stepping out of the end zone. It's losing the most important guy, the most important component that your offense needs.
By the way, at his presser today, Kyle Shanahan had this on Trent Williams.
We're still hoping he doesn't have to go on IR, won't need surgery or anything like that, but still not sure with the high ankle sprain.
That is one of the worst areas to be not sure that he could possibly share with us.
Oh, yeah. I mean, because that's the thing. I mean, Kyle Shanahan's offense may offend you now, but you weren't annoyed by it a year ago. Certainly not in the second half of the year, and you definitely weren't annoyed by it 3 years ago when they made a run to the Super Bowl. Because all year long, they gained tons of yards, they scored tons of points. So it's not like he's forgotten how to do that. This feels to me more like physical limitations more than it is scheme.
Robert in Concord. You're on 95.7 The Game. Robert, what do you got?
Hey, gentlemen. So I have 2 questions. The first one is, Ray and Damon, what do you think the 49ers need to do? And, well, more importantly, what does Kyle need to do with his offense in the second half? One thing I'm always looking at, especially the first 3 games, and I know the first game against Chicago with that heavy rain, but somehow, some way, Chicago were scoring the points, even though it was because of the 49er defense penalties. The 49ers in the second half, in the first 3 games have been outscored 34-13. What can they do there? Number 2 question is, if we do see Brock Purdy at some point this season, and Brock Purdy also struggles, is it then a question that it's Jimmy Garoppolo, it's Trey Lance, it's been the quarterbacks that the 49ers have? Or is it ultimately Kyle Shanahan and his offensive playbook?
Well, here's the thing. We don't know about the second question, and we couldn't know that. To answer your first question, what it needs to happen in the second half? More of what worked in the first half. We just had a stat. I don't have it in front of me anymore, but you basically had the combined efforts of Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and George Kittle. Essentially, they combined for, 15 touches, 140-plus yards, and the touchdown in the first half in Denver. And then the rest of the way in the second half, they had 2 touches for, I believe, 5 yards or whatever it was. So dance with the girl who brung you. If you got something that's working, keep working. Keep working it. Now, if it's taken away by great coaching on the other side of the field, I get it. But then you got to have a plan C.
If I was going to say anything, and this is coming from somebody who doesn't scheme football games, don't be settling for a touchdown lead at the end of the half. Make your bones when you can, so the second half doesn't become in play.
Yeah, score when you got it. Smoke them if you got them.
Yeah,
is that your official?
Essentially, yeah. I mean, just don't go into halftime with a touchdown.
Hey, what if I told you we got Warriors basketball in a matter of hours, 3 a.m. on 95.7 The Game, live from Tokyo? The Warriors are going to be back on the radio tonight. Steph Curry's going to hit a 3 and then probably have some delicious ramen. So we will have that game for you. Is there such a thing? On a replay. What?
Delicious ramen?
Oh, my God. Ray, don't tell me you've never had ramen.
No.
Oh, do you like soup? Do you like noodles?
Yeah, but I've usually not had them together.
See, you need to have a bowl of ramen. I think you would really. I've never met anyone who had like a really good. I'm not talking about instant noodle, 25-cent plastic cup ramen. I'm talking about you went to a restaurant, Japanese restaurant. You got a bowl of ramen. Oh, it's about as satisfying as meals get. I'm going to take you out to ramen one night when our show's over. I'm going to do it. We're going to do. If you've never had, I know I can't get a burrito in you. Will you give me a bowl of ramen?
I'll take it under advisement.
Sounds like he's going to stand me up on this date.
Okay. We got to go to a break. Grandy's screaming in my ear again.
You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save over $700 on average, and those savings add up. Imagine what you could buy in the future.
So yeah, I used the savings from switching to Progressive 50 years ago to finally buy my dream car. It's a self-driving flying car, but we just say self-flying now. You know, because it's the future, and cars fly in the future.
So switch to Progressive and save big, because those savings can add up in the future. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. National annual average insurance savings by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive in 2020. Potential savings will vary.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way, you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Here's what happened today on The Game.
Presented by the County of Santa Clara.
The morning roast from 6 to 9.
I look at this team right now. This feels on Monday night like their stiffest test in terms of offensive weaponry that they've faced yet.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
Things were going pretty well because you weren't being asked to do anything other than play catch with a friend on the sideline.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Well, let me lay something on you. It's like participation trophy. What is? Oh, the conference this week.
Who cares if they make the playoffs?
No, for who? Not after they got Jimmy.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
What's the weather supposed to be like on Monday? If it's not a monsoon and Jimmy Garoppolo's had plenty of time to practice with the ones, I don't want to hear it. Shut up, all of you. Beat the Rams.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
The best of the game is coming up next with our man, Craig Valentino. There he is. I didn't even know you had a last name, Craig. I just thought you were, like Cher or Madonna. Just Craig. That's it. Craig Valentino. He's got you tonight. No Sterling. Again, Sterling of one name Sterling. I don't like to use Sterling's last name either. So that's what's coming up next. And then tomorrow, at the time you would normally get it, you're going to get a Warriors replay because the Warriors are in Japan playing the Wizards at 3 a.m. our time, which will be live on The Game. I did see Jordan Poole over a bowl of ramen. I was talking ramen with Ray. Ray, there's people on the text line saying, take Damon up on this offer. Please, take him up on it. You might not like anything, but you might like ramen. And I would agree with that. It's an outstanding bowl of soup. And who doesn't like a comforting bowl of soup at our age, Ray?
I'll be honest with you. Taking advice from the text line is problematic for me.
Here's the deal. I won't even make you cross the bridge because there's this place in Berkeley called the Ramen Shop on College Ave that's strong, very strong. So maybe we'll meet over there and have a little date, huh?
See, then you creep it up, and now I feel dirty.
Mark in Oakland. What's going on, Mark? You're on 95.7 The Game. Wrap it up for us.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Two things on Shanahan and then the defense. I think it's totally impossible that Shanahan does not know what's happening because it's the one profession where you win or lose. So he knows he's losing. I don't think he needs a swift kick in the pants. That seems silly to me. I think he knows more than anyone. And the second thing, though, is I think the Niners are fine. The offense will get better, as they usually do throughout the season, unless they get injuries. And I think they just need to be a little better because I think this defense is great. And I haven't heard anyone talk about this, and it's been just bugging me for 3 years since the Super Bowl, and I'm curious what you all think. They're much more consistent now. The Super Bowl year, they had this amazing talent, and they would have these blowout losses every once in a while. Someone put up 50 points, I think it was, against them. They'd fold in second halves and give up like 30 points. Do you all remember that? And that's why they ultimately lost the Super Bowl. Saleh is gone. I do not know why he got so much praise. I thought he totally underperformed with that talent, and the talent was why they did so good. They look much more consistent. I think they have a shot to win the Super Bowl this year if their offense gets a little bit better, which I think is totally realistic, and that's what I think. But what do you guys think? And what about that defense? How did Saleh that year get off with those blown ends of games and stuff and get a coaching job? I just never could. The talent was so underused that year, and they're not doing it now. They finish games a lot better and more consistently. So I'm curious, though, what you guys think about that.
I mean, I don't know if I'm going to say they're finishing games more consistently or better now than in their Super Bowl year. I don't remember a stack of blowouts accompanying that Super Bowl year.
And quite frankly, giving up 19 in a lake to the Chicago Bears is not closing a game out. So I think the question about how you close out games that you ultimately lose is still an open question for them. And I don't remember that team blowing a lot of, getting blown out.
I'll just say this. One of the good ways to prevent overexposure of your defense is to run more offensive plays.
Yeah.
So the offense, I think, can bail out the defense a little bit in second halves by moving chains. How about
I was just going to say, they had the ball for 24 minutes, 10 minutes in the second half on Sunday. You deserve to get your brains kicked in when that happens.
Normally appearing only on the text line, we actually have a call here from the Postman in Capitola. What's going on, Postman?
Hey, thanks, Steve Bruce. I want to remind or ask all your listeners to go back to Super Bowl 19 and watch a Joe Montana run up the middle for 6 yards. Now, it wasn't a power run, but it was a really fun game, and Roger Craig was phenomenal in that game. I also want to bring a couple things to you. There's only 6 active coaches right now in the NFL that have won a Super Bowl. So I want to get some patience with Kyle. And there's 4 head coaches that I kind of researched. Andy Reid, Pete Carroll, Bill Belichick, and John Shula. Do you guys know the common theme with those coaches?
Tell us, because we're at the end of this show, and Ray's got 30 seconds before he hits the garage.
They started somewhere, went to another team when that team got despondent with them and won a Super Bowl. So I'm just asking for us to be patient and work things out.
Well, I would say that another theme between all of those guys is they were good to above average coaches and then got a Hall of Fame quarterback, and that's where careers took off from. There is no doubt in my mind that there are more Lombardi trophies in the 49ers trophy case if Kyle Shanahan had an incredible quarterback. So the search continues. Will Jimmy be that guy? Maybe. Brock Purdy definitely could be that guy, though. The reason why I doubt in Jimmy is because of what I know. The reason why I believe in Brock is because of what I don't know. And that makes almost no sense. I'm sorry that we're ending the show like that.
No. It's perfect.
What, the end of the show or my point?
No, your point.
Oh, thank you.
To end the show with that.
That's it. Thanks so much to Kevin Harlan for joining us today. He was fantastic. Lucas, thank you. Grandy, thank you very much. Stay tuned for Best Of coming up next. And remember, 3 a.m., boys and girls. We got Warriors Hoops for you. First name, Stephen. Last name, Curry. Really appreciate talking to you. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Please do remember that sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about